exactly verify, but that potential over towards Lakeland, 15, 18 inches of rain. Imagine in a day's period of time, 24 hours, 28 hours, something like that, that you pick up 15, 18 inches of rain, the kind of flooding that this is going to cause. And this is something that we have not seen in a very, very, very long time. So really, we're talking historic flooding. Down to our south, remember, you've got a 155-mile-an-hour storm to your south. So Sarasota, as we go through this evening, to expect wind gust over 100 miles an hour is certainly not out of the question. Even over towards Wauchula, Sebring, you're looking at these winds close to 100 miles an hour and extending up towards Lakeland as well. Here in Tampa, we're going to see these winds gusting to hurricane force. And even as we go through the overnight hours, this is at 3 o'clock in the morning. And what do you see? You're still seeing much of the area dealing with at least winds gusting to hurricane force, if not sustained at hurricane force. So it is affecting essentially the entire viewing area, a little bit less as you work your way over into Hernando and Citrus County, but still you're going to have heavy rain and winds gusting into strong, at least strong tropical force, if not getting up to hurricane force, and then conditions improving as we go through the day on Friday.
All right, thank you so much again to our Fox 13 team as they're talking about these wind gusts. Again, many areas around Sarasota, St. Petersburg, they're going to be getting gusts of 120 miles per hour. That surge, also something to be concerned about, as they're going to be getting 12 to 18 inches of rain. The eye wall onshore right now in Sanibel and Captiva Islands, and I know that's an area that I'm familiar with too. It's just so sad to think about how strong this storm is and impacting these areas that haven't seen something like this in years upon years. Florida, no stranger to hurricanes, but of course, this one really creating some problems, especially when you think about that storm surge that it is bringing along with it. Live now from Fox, sending some viewers off to another 2-minute break. We'll be right back here in full coverage of Hurricane Ian for you when we return. Live now from Fox, we are keeping you in some full coverage of Hurricane Ian as it continues to make its way to the Gulf Coast. It is landing onshore, Southwest Florida, bracing for this impact from Hurricane Ian. And we know from our National Hurricane Center, some areas are going to be seeing such a great storm surge that it could be unsurvivable. So really important that residents in the area are keeping track of all the warnings officials are giving them throughout these next 10, 24 24, even 48 hours. We just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis. He was speaking along with other Florida officials saying they do have what they need to help residents afterwards, but their response and their rescue crews not able to go through some of those floodwaters. They're not going to be able to make it out in some of these storms. So unfortunately, if some people stayed behind, they get into trouble. They're going to have to call 911 and talk it through with the officials there on how to get themselves safe if emergency crews are not able to get to their areas. So hopefully people heeded all the warnings that have been given to them over the past entire week, and especially over these last 24 hours as people have been preparing. You can see just some of these live pictures of images all around that Florida coast of what they're seeing in real time. I love these shots here for our viewers so that you can see what is actually happening. No one out there on the beach, no one out there surfing, which is good to see. I did see that earlier in a different live shot. And right here's a great example, Hillsborough Bay. Usually right there where all that sand you're seeing, that's usually full of water. So that just shows you how much had receded, how much water that storm had sucked up. And then you think about it's just going to dump back down over Florida. Let's go ahead and take a live look here at our radar as we continue to see it tracking. You can see that eye of the storm now right there making landfall. It is imminent. It is happening. It is coming with winds up to 155 miles per hour. We know this is slow moving right now. It's moving at about 9 miles per hour. And again, this is a Category 4 here at this time. But we definitely want to make sure everyone's keeping a close eye on this. All right, so as we continue to keep track of this, I do want to let our viewers know we're going to hop into some coverage here with our Fox 35 team. They do have some of our very own reporters out in the field. As I mentioned before, they're going to try to keep everyone as safe as possible. But let's go ahead, jump into our Fox 35 team as they're just talking with someone who's out there facing the brunt of this storm.
If you call 911, if you don't take it seriously and you're out and about somewhere and you have to call 911, emergency crews likely aren't going to go out until at least tomorrow, maybe on Friday, because they can't drive in these conditions either, down power lines, down trees, so they can't get to you. That's why it's so important to be in your spot now, or at least in the next hour or so.
Right, yeah, follow along with us and on Twitter so that you're able to see when Orange County, Seminole County, these counties do that. We already know that over on the coast, Manatee County has already said they're not going to come get you. Charlotte County has said that. But in our interior counties, you're still good. So just follow along. Keep it very close eye on what we're telling you. And of course, what if you have Twitter, pull that up because it is helpful because you get that instantaneous communication.
And I know you see these images so many times on TV, but let's flash back for the people who've lived here for a while. Amy, you were here in 2004. I was here in 2004. Charlie went through here almost the exact same path, but it got through so quick. But yet we had the power outages. We were out for, what, a couple weeks in this area here, and so this one's going to be over us a lot longer with a whole lot more rain. So again, I know you see this stuff a lot of times, you think, okay, that may not happen here, but it could because we've experienced it not that long ago here.
And in comparison, Charlie was a tiny storm in size comparison to what we're seeing with Ian. You could actually fit Hurricane Charlie in the eye of Ian. That's how much smaller that storm was. It was very powerful, but the wind speeds and the rain with Ian are going to be much, much worse.
By the way, the reporter you're seeing right there, that's a guy by the name of Robert Ray, and we use him on our newscast quite a bit. He's with Fox Weather, and I was listening to him on Fox Weather just a little bit ago. They're now inland in Fort Myers just a bit because they were right along the coast earlier, and they realized it wasn't safe. So let's see how the audio is with him. It's been cutting in and out, but let's listen into Robert very quickly.
Here, it's essentially head on a swivel as far as out here for me at this point, as Ian's dirty side seems to be making its way in here, that strong side of the eye wall. We are just, to the north of where it's come in. And so, about 12, 13 miles from Fort Myers Beach, which is where we started our day in the storm surge. And by the way, the harbor and the water, that's gone up nearly 2 feet. And I have to think as this comes in, the water is going to even increase even more. The question is, will we see it come into the streets? Wow! That's a big one, guys. That's a big one. And you got to turn. I had to turn like that because it's not the rain that's hurting. it's just the sand or the dirt and what's coming off the trees, and when it hits you in the face, and it's something else. I'm glad I have this helmet. I should probably grab my goggles and get those on. But this is the intensity, guys, of these heavy bands and these hurricane force winds. And to think it's going to trek all the way up the peninsula of Florida, and folks in Orlando, Jacksonville, you name it, Tampa, all these people are going to have the effects that we're getting right down here in Southwest Florida right now, Amy and Craig.
As you've gone through, do you feel like the intensity has increased here within the last 30 to 40 minutes? Have you noticed that the winds have gotten progressively stronger?
100%. These are the strongest wind gusts I have felt all day, by far. And the rain too, the sideways rain. I mean, we had some big rain this morning on the beach, but this really seems to be amped up. This is electric right now, and everywhere I look, I look down over there, and Rick cannot turn, otherwise his entire camera is going to get blasted by this rain. But there are branches and limbs falling over there, and you can see down here just the rain just whipping down the street, and that's the harbor, 3-4 blocks down there. It's all moving there and twisting all around counterclockwise here, guys. I got to think some of those boats that I was showing earlier are not going to stay safe there at all as this continues.
And some of the things that might be difficult for people to understand is a normal person just walking would not be able to stand up. You're really leaning into this, Robert. Talk about the balance that you're putting, the effort physically to kind of stand in these gusts of wind.
Yes. When the gusts come, and the reason I'm in this position always is because I never want to be straight up and try to put myself into that position when a gust comes, because literally I will get tipped over. And so you make yourself like a human tripod the whole time. Knees are bent like an athlete, like you're going into sport, whatever you want to, football, soccer, you name it, and you just take it. And you realize that you got to pivot sometimes based upon where the wind or the debris is coming from. And the parking garage is, 25 feet there, little brick wall. If it gets too hairy, head over there and get inside and get out of this, like where Rick is, my photographer, and by the way, doing an incredible job. I can't tell you how difficult it is to transmit live pictures and make them look good and sound good in conditions like this. So kudos to him and all the other Fox technical teams out there today and moving forward. It is really a priceless position, and they do an incredible job. So I have to say that. I'm a former technical person and still am technical, so I have to give them the kudos.
Well, it makes sense. This is a rough job, and it's teamwork all the way around. You guys got to look out for each other for sure, Robert. As you're looking around, the force of these winds, definitely moving the debris around. What's it doing with the trees? Are you able to see some of the treetops from here? Are there some palm trees around you?
Yeah, palm trees are going wild, and look at this. I think Rick can see this. I'll walk past this pole, but this is clearly, these are new trees, but nonetheless they are knocked over, taken out of their root holes. And by the way, look at this, the pooling of the water on the sides of the street, and that's new. That's just in the past probably 10 minutes. But you come over here and you look at just the side of all the tree debris. You've got palms that have been sitting here and they're getting pushed around. And you look here, boom, 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 it's going. And here comes another big gust that's going to run down this street and head all the way to the harbor. And hopefully some of these power poles do not start falling. Like I said, we have heard transformers blow in the distance. Actually saw one as well. We did not get it on camera. It's tough to get those. But yeah, this is a deteriorating situation right now. And we're definitely seeing the worst of it for sure right now.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah, it is on land.
Robert, as we go through the next 10 to 15 minutes, you've got some really intense bands still to come. And as you well know, it'll be the center of the storm. The pass is somewhere nearby, likely, and then you'll have the backside of the storm. So there's still plenty to go here, and big winds and big gusts above even what you've seen are still possible. So be safe out there. We are getting some information in from Naples right now that they are going to put a curfew into effect right now. And the latest gauge reading has gone to 6.7 for for their tidal surge, and now the gauges stopped reporting. So that has been a record surge already, and we're 2 feet above the record surge. It's stopped reporting at this point. So Fort Myers, we're looking at you with those wild winds and the wind-driven rain, but we also have the surge coming in at dangerous levels.
And already setting a record with some of the levels, the old record, 4 feet. This is well above that already. You mentioned the curfew. Police saying it's time to stay in. Do not go out. That again in Naples, just south of Fort Myers. Look at Robert Ray trying to walk back to shelter there, to a safer space. But even then, leaning into the winds that are picking up. Another shot for you shows the winds and the rain coming down. And we've been watching this earlier as well, where, just visibility has dropped significantly and trees have been uprooted in and around where Will Nunley was earlier.
Let's take it over to get the latest on the National Hurricane Center update that's coming in right now. We've got Ian Oliver. Ian, have you been able to take a look yet at the first run there coming in from the National Hurricane Center?
Yeah, Amy, we're going to get to that in just a moment. No change to the intensity of Hurricane Ian. Great job to you and Craig. Thank you both. And thank you for staying with us on Fox Weather. That is a live picture.
All right, here we are. We've got a tornado warning right now just issued for Brevard County until 2:30. We've got the bands of tropical moisture and the heavy rain rolling up. I'm going to stop the animation and show you this. This is going to be located east of Yeehaw Junction in extreme southwest Brevard County. The cell in question is moving toward the northwest at a pretty good clip. These are associated with, of course, tropical bands, so they're really moving. This is going north-northwest at 33 miles per hour. Now, this is going to be in a pretty rural area, again, just the southwest extreme corner of Brevard County, northeast of Yeehaw Junction. But radar is indicating right now that we've got a pretty defined rotation. It's going to be right here. Whenever you see the reds and the greens touching, that lets you know that indeed we've got a radar-indicated tornado. And this is just the beginning. We're going to see a lot more of this over the next several hours. We've got the dynamics of this approaching hurricane now working into central Florida. So what's been kind of a rainy, misty morning with a couple of wind gusts is now starting to become severe, and we're going to start to see the more severe impacts arriving. So this is right now right along Rollins Blue Cypress Road and Blue Cypress Ranch Road. This is going to be east of Lacosi, and this is going to be about, let's see how many miles east this is of the Turnpike. This is going to be exactly 6.2 miles to the east of the Turnpike. So if you're going up and down the Turnpike, you're okay. But if you are in some of these more rural sections here in southwestern Brevard County, this is Fellsmere Road right here. Just to give you some reference, there's Fellsmere Road before it makes the bend, and this is going to be north of Lacosi. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Let's zoom out and see exactly where this is relative to the Orlando area. So this is going to be well southeast of Orlando. This radar indicated tornado, again, is moving northwest at 33 miles an hour. So this is also an indication of what we're going to be looking at for really the rest of the day today. These are going to be fast-moving tornadoes. So if you live in a place where a tornado warning is issued associated with Ian's bands, you've got to immediately seek shelter, because it's not the kind of thing you can go outside and try and see it and take videos of it. It's going to be moving so fast that it'll be in and out before you know it. Hopefully you avoid that. But the radar indicated tornado warning here. Let's take a look at some of the the products associated with this and see if we can get a little more drilled down into this and get an idea of what we may be facing. So our triple threat indicates that indeed there is rotation within this cell, and also very, very heavy rain. That's needless to say. We're looking at about 2 inches per hour, but we've got a very strong rotation detected. You see this bright red here? That would be probably just about where this funnel cloud or tornado is located. And I'm going to hone in on this really closely, because there is a road here. It looks like the Rollins, I'll zoom out a little bit, the Rollins Blue Cypress Road, and these are some ranch roads here in southwest Brevard County. This is going to be moving toward the northwest at 33 miles an hour. So as I zoom out, you can see Blue Cypress Road right here, and the rotation working up that way. So it's going to pass over Fellsmere Road here inside of the next 15 minutes. Let's get some towns plotted on this to get a better idea of what's going on. And I'll warn you that there aren't actually many towns here, but I'll give you an idea of at least where the cone is going to bring this based on the speed and based on its direction. So yeah, no towns in the path of this at this point, but obviously some ranch property and an indication of the greater picture, what's going to happen a little bit later on this afternoon. So for the area, we also have tornado watches in effect. This is until 5 p.m. for Orange County, and that'll likely be extended. I mean, it's just begun at this point. That is the rotation from these bands of rain. And any one of these bands, this is the one right now we're watching east of Yeehaw Junction, but there's another thunderstorm here that's capable of producing a a tornado in Polk County. That's going to be south of Kissimmee, but it's not warned yet. And some of these bands working toward the Rockledge area, where we're starting to see flood warnings now from the very heavy rains right along the beach line and up in the Titusville area. We'll have to watch out for water spouts with these. But the reason we're breaking in right now is that we've got an active tornado warning. This in effect until 2:30, so about 25 minutes from now. And it'll likely be canceled before then, but we're seeing some signs here of a defined rotation. You can see that hook right there. And so our tornado would probably be located in about that direction. Another thing we can do is check out and see if there's any debris. We're going to use a feature of the radar that looks for irregularities in what's happening in the sky. It looks for raindrops, and it can also see debris if that happens to be a thing. And in this case, I'll show you once again what it looks like and where the tornado may be based on the radar detecting rain. It's called reflectivity, but looking at the debris in that same area. Do you see this dark area right here? There's a kind of a little blue pixel. This could be some lofted debris from that radar indicated tornado. That is, maybe it's picking up some sticks and leaves or what have you. And that represents an irregularity in the radar. So it's not just rain where it kind of plots as all red. It starts to get into some other colors. So that's an indication that, yeah, this is more of a serious type of a situation. Our rotation is right over that spot as well. So do you see the red right there? That indicates the rotation, and then the debris is co-located in that same location. So that gives us a higher confidence that we may be looking at a defined tornado with this cell. I'll zoom out here once again and give you an idea of where this is. And a reminder as well, as we start to face what will eventually be a more common scenario with these tornadoes popping up this afternoon, rotating in around these bands from Ian, which is still 100 miles to the southwest. We've got to remember tornado safety. When you hear the sirens in your area, you've got to seek shelter. Let's go to Ian Cassette for some of those tornado safety tips, and we'll get back here and plot this tornado a little bit more. Ian?
All right, and thank you to our Fox 35 team, especially as they continue to keep us covered, not only on the hurricane, but what other weather events it is bringing. We heard earlier today from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that this is a possibility, that there could be some tornadoes that come along associated here with this hurricane, especially as you know, all of the atmosphere, that air is rotating, it's moving around. You think about the warm air that they already were having over the last few days. Now it's bringing in this fresh new storm. It is definitely going to create some problems across Florida. And if you are in an area where you didn't evacuate, maybe it's because you're inland far enough, or maybe it's because you didn't have the right time and preparations to leave. Now's the time to stay and brace for this impact, especially as it continues to make landfall here. This is, again, a powerful storm, so just treat it as you would any other dangerous storm, especially with all of the other weather events that it could bring along here with it. So our teams, both at Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa, been doing a great job keeping everyone as up to date as possible, especially as we do have some of those other warnings that we need to give people. We'll be jumping in and out of their coverage and taking you back to our coverage. I'd mentioned this the other day, but my family also in that same area, they had to evacuate yesterday. It took them what should have been about a 2-hour drive, about 5 hours to get off the island that they were on to go inland. They did go over to Orlando. They're staying in a hotel there, keeping a close eye on all of the action that is happening in their neighborhood. Now, they're in Manatee County, so they're right outside of Sarasota. And that's where their home's located. They did have a couple of pictures and doorbell camera videos that they'd sent me of the impact that they are seeing. And it looks similar to what we're seeing in Fort Myers here with our live picture showing us a lot of wind gusts, a lot of rain coming. And you know, too, that wind, it just brings the rain in every direction. It brings heavier bands all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden it looks like it's not raining. Another important thing to mention as we continue our coverage is something that our Florida governor had said. All of the officials also, as we've been listening into press conferences, have been saying, they have said time and time again that no matter if you think maybe the storm has passed or it might be taking a brief break, you should not be going outside, especially for those areas that are getting the very beginning and brunt of this storm. So live now from Fox, going to continue giving you coverage here as, again, multiple areas going to see a huge storm surge. Charlotte Harbor could be seeing about 18 feet of a storm surge. They're warning that this is going to be a catastrophic storm, and some areas even going to have unsurvivable storm surge. So we are going to stay in full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we have been here over these last few days, continuing to give you all of these different live looks after we come back from this 2-minute break. We'll get back into more coverage right here for you. Again, we'll see you on the other side of this 2-minute break. Over 2.5 million people in Florida were given mandatory or voluntary evacuation orders this week as Ian had continued to gain strength before a landfall in Cuba. It had knocked out the island's power grid. Hurricane Ian now going to be making catastrophic landfall in moments here on Wednesday afternoon in southwest Florida between Sarasota, Port Charlotte, and Fort Myers area. We have been giving you all of these live looks, giving you the latest press conferences coming to us from all across the state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis himself saying a storm of this magnitude will produce catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast of Florida. And again, he is saying over the next several hours that they are going to continue to keep a very close eye on all the action happening surrounding this hurricane. Thank you so much to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, just one of the many hosts who you're going to be seeing here, keeping you on full Hurricane Ian mode as we continue to track it, making its way to the Gulf Coast. As I shared before, I have family members down there, and yes, not everyone lives in Florida who's watching here with us, but we know that there's so many people who even after events like this go to the state of Florida to help as well. So we do want to say thank you to everyone who's always looking out how they can lend a hand after events like these do take place. We have our radar here that I want to give you just a live look at, just to show you that eye right there, you can see it is really close. It's imminent. It's happening right now. I'm going to zoom in as it continues to make its way onto the coast. So some of those islands, I'm just using my mouse to point for a second, but some of those islands right along the coast are already seeing the brunt force of this hurricane, and it's only going to continue to be seen here over these next few hours. So let's go ahead. We're going to continue to head into coverage more with our Fox teams that are down in the state of Florida. We not only have our Fox 35 Orlando team, who's been staying on top of this latest track, giving us some warnings about other weather events that are coming along with it, like tornado warnings. There are a couple out there, but they're also continuing to keep an eye on just how much extra rainfall, how much of those wind gusts, all the changing motions with this hurricane. So we're going to go into our Fox 13 coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, where we're always bringing you the latest live, raw, and of course, unfiltered information. Let's go ahead and give you their latest update right here with our Fox 13 team.
The number of homes that are built, these are not sleepy areas anymore. I mean, there is just so much growth, especially post-recession 2008, that the population boom. There's very few breaks along the way, where there's not much. I mean, there's some kind of going over the bridges of Charlotte Harbor. You kind of look around at a lot of mangroves, but I mean, it's pretty much nonstop, folks, all the way up and down 75, and this whole area now being impacted. I tell you, Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, this is all the areas that are getting hit really, really hard by this storm. And as far as flooding going, so this is where the winds are coming up from the southeast, and all this water is being pushed, towards Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Naples, Golden Gate. We're kind of getting out of the view of radar, but even down here, folks, the rain is heavy. We're just getting kind of far away from the radar site, the beam. And anyone, by the way, who try to ride it out in Sanibel and Captiva may be able to look up in the sky right now and see blue sky. So anyone that, and I'm sure there's somebody, I'm sure there's someone there that stayed and has the phone camera, and we'll show you pictures soon. But anyone that is on Sanibel and Captiva right now can look up, see a blue sky, and wait. And the problem is, then you wait for the backside to come through. And when the backside goes through, the winds go the other way. So when the hurricane approaches, it's going from the south and the southeast, and then you go in the eye, and you're excited about the fact that you're in the eye, blue sky, light winds, birds are chirping, you're looking around at the damage, you're okay, but you have to get out of the eye, and then you get back into this, and the winds are going the other way.
That would probably be the onset as well, I would imagine, Paul, for some storm surge issues in Captiva and Pine Island, because up until this point, wind for the most part has been kind of on offshore with that easterly flow, and then all of a sudden it's cleared, quiet, as you said, and then backside of the storm, 100, 120, 130 mile-an-hour winds are straight onshore, and all of a sudden the water's coming up. It is drastic changes when you go through the middle of that eye wall and things kind of flip around and do a 180.
And, we go back a couple of days ago when the storm was still in the northwestern Caribbean Sea heading for Cuba. And I'll be honest, the forecast was hard. Remember we had some models that were still going up to Pensacola, and we had other models that were going east, and they were kind of flip-flopping back and forth. And up to a couple of days ago, it was expected, or it looked like this was going to be right off Pinellas County and sliding northeast into Pasco County. We know how bad it is here, but imagine translating this eye just north of Tampa Bay or on Pinellas County. You're talking about a big problem here locally. But someone else is getting it. So it's not good. It's not a good situation at all. And the Media Bay area was lucky we escaped this, but unfortunately we're thinking about our friends that are getting impacted right now, because it is not a pretty situation, especially in some of this eye wall right here. Again, the worst weather in a hurricane is usually contained right in that eye wall, going out 20, 30 miles. Once you kind of escape the eye wall, the winds decrease pretty quickly. You just kind of, we always said, you want to avoid the core of the hurricane. If we could find a way with this storm to keep this core just offshore, it would have been okay, but we just couldn't. That trough was strong enough, and it kind of deflected and turned the storm northeast, and that slight northeast track, when storms parallel our coast, slight little jog is enough to make landfall. Yeah,
I think folks need to prepare themselves for some of the video that we're going to see come out down in southwest Florida, where this storm surge is coming in. You think back to Hurricane Michael. Remember the area of Mexico Beach that was mentioned a lot in Gulf County up in the Panhandle? Up until we saw the video, I don't think it was really hitting home of what that storm was capable of with the storm surge. You put 12 to 16 feet of water on land in some of these spots, if not even higher than that. There's always the peak being missed by the observations. It's always higher than what the observations kind of record. That is a landscape-changing, life-altering storm surge. It truly is. So it's going to be heartbreaking, I think, to see some of the video come out of places like Cape Coral and Fort Myers the next.
And and the thing that's important to remember about our West Coast is really about the slope of the continental shelf. As you move west of us, the water stays fairly shallow for a long time. And what does that allow? That allows the water to build up. When we talk about approaching hurricanes on the East Coast, yeah, they get storm surge flooding, but you go offshore on the East Coast, and the depth of the water really gets deep fast. It's just two completely different topography, geography off our coast, and there's off the East Coast. That's why storm surge really along the entire Gulf Coast is a huge problem, because of the shape of the ocean floor and the depth of it. As the hurricane comes, it kind of brings with it a wall of water, and then you have the wind pushing it up, so it kind of builds and it slopes up slowly. And that is why the water really begins to increase, and it just gets pushed to the point it has nowhere to go, and it tries to move inland, and it's blocked by land. It all piles up, and that's our storm surge problem here along the Gulf Coast. It's really a function of how shallow the water is as you move even hundreds of miles just off our West Coast. Waiting for confirmation of landfall. Also, it is going to be interesting. Just watch on social media. We'll show it to you what we can, but we will see pictures, I'm sure, of people that are in the eye right now. And do we have a satellite? Tyler, can we show a satellite? Do we have?
Yeah, give me 1 second if you want to keep chatting.
See if you can pop up the. Can we grab a true color satellite of the Zoom Florida one?
Yep.
Just want to see how we know how clear it is. As far as radar goes, there's not raining here. Just want to see if it really coincides. I want to see if the eye is cloud-filled, or I just want to see if the eye is clear. We'll be able to tell if we can kind of see the ground from space. That means that anyone here can look up and see blue sky and probably see the sun shining. I'll just wait till Tyler does that.
Yep, coming up right now.
So try the zoomed-in one, if we have that. So it looks like I'm just going to look at it on a monitor. That's it approaching the coast, and yeah, I mean it looks like it's probably partly cloudy in the eye. I see some hints. You can kind of see the Gulf underneath there. You know what is also interesting about this? If you have any friends that are up in Tallahassee or back here up towards Mobile and New Orleans, even up by Atlanta, the chatter up there is like the weather is so nice, very low humidity. Lots of sunshine. You talk about a study in contrast. You have beautiful, probably the nicest. Think about this for a second, folks. The nicest fall day so far is here, and the worst weather on the planet is here. Think about that for a second. The worst on the planet happening right here, and some of the nicest weather on the planet is happening 300 miles away, and that's a fact. And as you zoom in, I think we can see some clear skies. So again, anyone that's underneath this eye can look up and see at least breaks of sunshine. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's more interesting than anything else, because what really matters is the weather around the eye. But as that eye moves inland, and if you're in that eye, and that could even be Arcadia, and that could be anywhere south of us, you will probably see some blue sky for a time this afternoon, and tonight you'll see stars in that eye. Tell you, as far as the satellite appearance goes, I mean, what you look for as far as a strong hurricane goes, and we've shown you hurricanes that are undergoing shear and they're not a perfect circle. This hurricane's almost a perfect circle. Another example or reason why it is so strong. Take a look at the lightning back here. This is all lightning data, and here's the clear skies. There it is right here, moving onshore. You can also see, again, the atmosphere is a fluid. And you can see waves in the atmosphere kind of propagating out of this, all this energy that kind of moves out. You kind of see it, we've got these gravity waves that are extending out. So it's just, from a scientific point point, this is incredible, but there's nothing incredible for anyone that is dealing with this storm right now. Last night, we had tornadoes outside of Fort Lauderdale. Airport Hollywood had planes flipped over. We've had a couple of tornado warnings today. There's a tornado watch up, but looks like maybe there's not a warning. Yeah, it's a warning there on the East Coast.
Yep.
And there could be a couple tornado warnings. What's interesting now, there is some breaks in the rain. So the rain area, there's an area moving through Highlands County and into Polk County. Some dry air may be coming in on the south and southeast side where it's not raining at all. It is raining very heavily along I tell you, you want to take about the drive. The drive, that would be one to remember, and I got to tell anyone to do it, but driving from I-75, we'll say from the Golden Gate exit, you've been down there before, maybe the Marco Island exit off 75, you drive all the way to the Skyway, and you'll have a book to write about the wind, and I'm sure there's someone on the highway. It's not closed. I mean, it'll be tough going for really anyone that's trying to go up and down 75 from the Skyway all the way south. There's Port Charlotte. There is Venice. On my Facebook page on Twitter, I have a post going that says, you know, just write down your experiences. If we don't want anyone to venture outside and put yourself in danger. But if you can take a picture outside your window, if there's pictures or video that you can share with us safely, you can send it to me or Tyler or anyone on my inbox on Facebook or Twitter or through the station, and because this stuff is really, really bad right now. This is the seventh Category 4 or 5 hurricane that has made landfall since 1950.
I believe so. Yeah, seventh one. Landfall should be coming up momentarily. And producers, I'm just going to walk over to the green wall here for a second and jump in. I think a big thing to note here, Paul, is that this is really the beginning of a long stretch of very strong winds and a whole lot of rain that it's going to last through the night tonight. If you're in Tampa, if you're in Polk County, if you're in Lakeland, whatever it is, Apollo Beach, I mean, the wind has been gusting already tropical storm force for the last couple hours in a lot of spots around Tampa Bay over into Pinellas County. And the storm is way down here. And as it cuts into the inland spots over the next several hours, this is slow moving, still moving at 9 miles per hour. It's going to be a rough night tonight. It's going to be a loud night. You think back to what we experienced during Irma. Paul, I know you remember just dozens and dozens of Facebook messages as we were on the air and the storm was kind of cutting up through Hardy County and Polk County of just, when is this going to stop? It's so loud. And this is a stronger storm as it's making landfall now than what Irma was at this point. So this is going to hold together. At least the core of the wind is going to take a while to wind down over land. That's why they have hurricane warnings over on the East Coast, but they could certainly experience hurricane force winds by the time this gets over to them. So I think the takeaway is that this is just the beginning. With respect to our viewing area, we're thinking about the folks down south in Cape Coral and Fort Myers and Port Charlotte and all those spots through Southwest Florida that are going through the worst of the weather right now. But with respect to our impacts, it's going to be this evening and overnight as this core kind of moves right up through here and over towards Orlando. Widespread power outages. We're on the radio nonstop. They're carrying our coverage. So if your power goes out, that's a good way to kind of listen to what's going on. We'll do our best to describe the location of things to you when that happens.
We had some messages. I made a list back in the weather office of things I need to talk about. We talked about just visually, obviously, this has been pretty cool. Is just the water being moved out of the bay. It's because of that north-northeast wind direction. And we made a big deal about this last night, saying, I guarantee tomorrow we'll show you some video of the bay being emptied. The question a lot of you are asking, okay, the water has to come back.
Yeah.
And the water will come back. But I don't think it'll come back to the levels that will not be that will not be manageable. When I look at some of the data, the general rule is when departing hurricanes are moving away from you, so this is going to be moving away. It'll be moving towards the East Coast. Yeah, the wind's going to turn northwest and west, so the water has to come back, and it's going to want to be pushed into the bay. But there's no longer a hurricane in the Gulf. The hurricane's now on the East Coast. So could we get some minor flooding? I absolutely think we could, but in the big scheme of things, it's probably, we've had so many events of 2 to 3 feet of water that if we end up this event with getting 2 to 3 feet of water along our west coast, I would consider that a big win for us. So we're not going to get we're not going to get a 5 to 10 foot storm surge. Right. We're just not. And I don't know what the Hurricane Center has out right now for data for us, but when storms are moving away from us, this will be over by Orlando, and we'll start getting a northwest wind and a west wind, so the water's going to come back. But it's not going to come back 5 to 10 feet.
Right. I remember during Irma as well, we were saying, folks, don't stop walking in the bay because the water is going to come back. Right. And there was the fear of how quickly it would come back, and then it didn't really materialize that way. It's really interesting how the physics of the storm just work as it's moving away from you. It's totally different than when it's approaching. Just the pull of the water back coming into a dry bay is just not the same.
Yeah,
so
and
I mean,
we may get some minor flooding, sure. and there may be maybe 3 feet, maybe 2.5 to 3 feet of water on the backside. But we'll get 2.5, 3 feet of water here after a cold front in the winter with a 30, 40 mile an hour wind. Right. So I'm not just dismissing anyone that's watching me right now that lives on the coast. Go, well, you come clean up my water. I get it. But what we're trying to avoid here is a big deal, a major event, and I think that we will avoid a major event. That's the Brookdale Bayshore cam, which, by the way, it looked like there was some islands out there earlier. Now there's not, and we'll take a couple of more views. Let me see if I can get this to load.
Yeah, there you go.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, it kind of looks...
All right, once again, we've been listening in here with our Fox 13 team as they continue to keep us covered on Hurricane Ian. Right now, some different live looks showing us exactly what people are seeing. And here is our live radar. Again, that eye just headed to the very coast. More than 624,000 people already here without power in Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking about that earlier here today, saying they do have more than 40,000 personnel ready to restore power. Of course, though, crews like that, like our emergency crews and those first responders in certain areas, they're not going to be able to get out to some of those locations where the residents are feeling the worst of the impact of this hurricane. So that was a warning to all of the residents who did not leave. Maybe they were in a voluntary evacuation zone. So they were told, you know what, you can evacuate if you want, or you can stay behind. But if you stay behind, you're doing so at your own risk. We'll continue our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Some of our viewers going to be going out to a 2-minute break as we continue to take a live look here at our radar of Hurricane Ian now making landfall in Florida. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look here at the radar. We have multiple different people down on the ground with our Fox 35 Orlando team as well as our Fox 13 team as they continue to keep an eye here on Ian. It's closing in on Sarasota County. That's where we have Kim Quizon joining us from. And let's go to her coverage with our Fox 13 team.
Right now, it's a certain different type of howl. I've lived in Florida my whole entire life. I have never heard this howl before. It is strong. It sounds so different, and it just gives you that feeling that you need to be inside, you need to be out of the elements and somewhere safe. You can see right over here. So we are at the closest hotel to Siesta Key that's open right now. We're at a Best Western just off of US 41 across from Gulf Gate Drive. Right across the way, which I believe Travis is showing you, is a home of it's a village of tiny homes. These are homes that are often rented out for vacation rentals. They look like they're empty right now. They appear to be doing great, but it's the trees around it. You can see that they are bending with every gust that continues to blow. Again, for a Florida native, have never been through anything like this. I know during Hurricane Irma, wind gusts were strong, but talking to somebody who is familiar with this area as well, Dennis, you're the maintenance manager here. I want to welcome Dennis. So Dennis is the maintenance manager with Best Western Plus. You said that you went through Hurricane Irma. You've lived in the area several years, but this feels different to you.
Yes, this is definitely very interesting. The wind is so much stronger than Irma. Just watching it here, it's just tearing everything up.
Dennis, I know we see from your hat, you have the hat that says Siesta Key, Florida. You've lived on Siesta Key for several years. We've heard from Paul that we hopefully will not see those storm surges that we were expecting, but still, what are your concerns?
I'm pretty much concerned about the storm surge because I do live on Siesta Key, and it's a ground floor apartment, and they're talking 10-foot storm surge. So at 10 foot, it's coming in my front door. So I'm hoping it goes inland and goes to the other side or something.
And Dennis, I know that you're kind of riding out the storm here too. You work here.
Yeah.
You guys could have closed down, but I know that you opened your doors. You even brought Fox 13 in here when we didn't have any rooms to go to. Welcomed our crews in. I guess just why is that so important? We're hearing from so many people from different areas of Sarasota County that have hunkered down here.
Well, like I said, I'm from Siesta Key, and they had a mandatory evacuation. And we have trailer parks surrounding us everywhere, and the intercoastal waterway, and the owners were nice enough. They didn't have to open it up. It's not a shelter. This is privately owned, and they were good enough people to say, let's open it up for the people and, protect our community.
Well, Dennis, I just wanted to thank you for your time. I know that you have other work to get out here with the guests, but I wanted to thank you for taking a few minutes to talk to us. And that is some of the... Thanks, Dennis. And that is some of the things that we are hearing, through all of the bad of this storm. And we know that there are areas that are going to be hit bad, especially here in Sarasota County, further down south. There is good stories coming out of this. Dennis has been going around checking on families, making sure that they are safe. And really, when these storms hit and you are in an area with people you don't know, you really become familiar with them. It kind of eases your mind for a little bit. But these wind gusts continue to come in here through Sarasota County. I've been getting some text messages from people that I know throughout the area. I have heard that power is now out in Gulf Gate near the SCT area, which would be the Suncoast Technical College and other parts of Sarasota. So it is going to be a long few hours, a long next couple of days, but we're all in this together, and we all live where you live, and we're going to be okay once the storm passes. Back to you.
Floridians are going to continue to come together through all of this, and of course we're thankful for Dennis there for bringing you and Travis in and keeping you guys safe there in shelter. Kim, continue to do that. Thanks for being out there for us. You can really judge the wind by the bend in the palm tree. Absolutely. And it is really bending out there right now.
When someone has lived here their whole life and they say this is different, they can hear the howl is different.
When she said that word howl,
right? They know.
It's going to be a rough ride for a lot of folks down there, and of course our hearts are with all of those people in our southern counties. The governor spoke just a short time ago.
So here's what he had to say about the storm as it came ashore, and also how Floridians, just like Dennis, can help those that are being affected.
We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance. So the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support, like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation, if they have been displaced by this storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222.
Tens of thousands of people are already without power. The most have been reported in Sarasota County, where we just were. More than 78,000 power outages there. If you lose power, you can still access emergency information on the radio. And we are broadcasting on 3 different channels: Hot 101.5, 97X, and the occasional coverage on 102.5 The Bone.
Thank you so much to our Fox 13 teams as they continue to keep us in full coverage on Hurricane Ian. A live look here in Fort Myers as this storm is now here upon Florida. Floridians had been preparing over the last few weeks, knowing this storm was coming, and especially over these last few days. Multiple schools, as well as you think about the amusement parks, entertainment areas, they're all closed down, workplaces closed, and a lot of people just sitting and waiting for this hurricane to pass. We're going to continue our full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Some viewers going to step out to a 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more with our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team right here for you on Live Now from Fox after a 2-minute break. to live now from Fox, where we are keeping track of Hurricane Ian. A few different live looks surrounding these areas that are going to be hit with the most force from this hurricane. You think about not only those 155-mile-per-hour winds, but you also have to take into consideration the rainfall, because that is definitely where we've heard from official after official talk about is that they are going to be seeing such a storm surge coming with this that they're concerned about the flooding. They know that there's going to be areas that may not look like deep water. Unfortunately, though, it could be. So it's always the safest bet to not go through areas where there is flooding. If you're in your home, make sure to stay in your home. There's more than 5,000 National Guardsmen, including 2,000 from other states that are in Florida, ready to respond after Ian passes, according to Governor Ron DeSantis. So again, for now, people who are in the state of Florida supposed to be hunkering down, staying indoors, and then keeping an eye on all the other weather events that are coming with this hurricane as well, because it's not just the hurricane that's coming, it's also producing some tornado warnings stretching across certain parts of Florida. That's exactly what our Fox teams have been warning us about as they've been talking not only with their meteorologists, but also their reporters in the field. Let's go back to our Fox 13 coverage as they have more reporters giving us updates here and now.
Though that Mayor Jane Castor had a press conference probably about a couple of hours ago reminding people that we are not out of the woods yet. She doesn't want people venturing outside, walking outside, driving anywhere. She wants everyone to stay put. Don't go on Bayshore and look at the Bayshore area and the bay and how it's receded. We don't need people doing that, is what she said. Keep in mind, though, the mayor also has been traveling around checking on her crews. We want to show you video that we shot just about an hour ago. You'll see the mayor thanking emergency response crews who are ready to go the moment they get notice that this storm has passed us. They're going to be the crews out there that are going to clean up our streets, make sure that emergency response crews, ambulances can get to people who they need to get to right away. I asked her why that was so important for her to visit all three sites this morning, and this is what she had to say. Take a look.
People are taking shelter in places that are high and dry and safe, but our City of Tampa team is out here ready to respond to any of our community's needs. So I just want to come out and say thanks to the people that really get it done behind the scenes, and thank them for their dedication to our community.
And so the mayor went out and visited 3 different sites, thanking those crews, telling them that to be ready at any moment to start cleaning up our city and our county. Obviously, this is a big task, but she also mentioned that, yes, we may have dodged a bullet, but she wants the public to stay put, not to venture out at this point, to be safe. Don't drive around. Don't be looky-loos. Just stay home until emergency officials tell us it's okay to venture out. And obviously, Tampa police also stressing that same thing, and reminding us that, in fact, if criminals come out there and try to start looting or taking advantage of the situation, that the burglary charges would be upgraded, because this is a state of emergency right now. So keep that in mind as well. They just want the public to be aware that they're out there in full force protecting us, but we should also do our part and stay indoors until we're told it's safe to come out. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are at home watching right now wondering, what can I do? Well, that's what you can do, is you can stay home, because that'll help all the folks who are away from their families, trying to help and keep everyone safe. Gloria, thanks.
Stay at home. We're
right,
keeping
and just
you informed.
We'll give you the latest.
Thank you, Gloria.
Absolutely, Gloria, thanks. Well, here is the latest. All Hillsborough County Public Schools will be closed on Friday. The school district tweeting out the update. Students will return to class on Monday, October 3rd.
Well, the Pasco Sheriff's Office wants residents there to prepare for possible flooding and damage following Hurricane Ian. Sheriff Chris Noko actually released this video a little bit earlier.
Since your sheriff's office will be ready for whatever happens. The one thing, as we said, it's a little bit more east. So as it's further east, we want to make sure our residents on that side of the county, are aware. But know that our chainsaw teams are ready to respond immediately to clear the roads. We're going to be working with the power companies to make sure that they can restore power as quickly as possible out there. Our swiftwater response team will be out there in case there is flooding anywhere. But we want to make sure all our residents are aware of the fact that, even 2 to 3 days after the storm, we're going to see possible flooding issues. because all the rains that go to surrounding counties can come our way. So with that being said, I want to make sure you're aware we are there for you. We're all in this together.
Yes, we are. And you were just listening to Pasco County Sheriff Naco, reminding residents to know that this is going to be going on for days, the aftermath. We have been watching at how Ian's winds have really affected our local waterways. This is a look at Bayshore Boulevard, a time lapse where you can see the water just sort of get sucked back as it recedes. It is pretty incredible. Look at that progression. Now, if you were here through Irma back in 2017, you might remember something similar happened. It's definitely caught attention of the residents down there. I saw a lot of folks along Bayshore Boulevard earlier. I was out there driving, and people were pulled over. They were out taking pictures. They were out walking along where there's normally water.
Hopefully not anymore, though. Hopefully
not anymore.
Inside, yes.
Yeah. Well, you know, FEMA in Washington, D.C. is also watching our state very closely.
Here's what officials there had to say about after the storm passes by.
Once the storm passes and individuals go out into this water, the water is still dangerous, right? It's still going to be moving rapidly. It's still going to have debris in it. It's still going to have down power lines in it. So there's so many different dangers after the storm passes that also contribute to some of the indirect fatalities that we see after a storm. So people just need to stay focused. They need to listen to their officials. They need to understand what the threats and the dangers are. Those first few hours, days after the storm passes are just as dangerous as when the storm is going over.
Meanwhile, Baycare hospitals are closing all facilities to visitors at 5 o'clock this evening. OBGYN, NICU, pediatric patients, they may have one visitor throughout the storm. Morton Plant North Bay in Newport Richey and Bardmore's emergency department in Largo are closed. So Hurricane Ian has already spawned several possible tornadoes in South Florida. One was confirmed in Broward County last night. You can see a lot of trees down there and people out picking up debris. The good news here, though, Paul, is no one was hurt, but I have to imagine that our middle counties need to be bracing, Tyler, for that possibility throughout the afternoon, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of rain that we've had through September, and now we're talking like 10, 15, maybe 20 inches of rain in spots between now and like tomorrow morning. So that's a lot of rain, and you got really gusty winds. Kind of one of those scenarios where a lot of the root systems just get kind of pulled up out of the ground, and the tree just kind of slowly falls over. That could be widespread, hopefully.
All right, do want to say thanks again to our Fox 13 team as they've been giving us a lot of great information surrounding Hurricane Ian. There are some viewers who still need to go out to their final 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, so when everyone returns. NASA TV at Hurricane Ian from up above, just as we also have our radar up, giving you a close look at the path of this hurricane. We know that it is a Category 4. Now, the last time a Category 4 hurricane had made landfall in Florida was Hurricane Irma in 2017. It was then also in the Florida Keys, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Irma was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane before continuing onto the Florida Peninsula just south of Naples. We had Hurricane Michael in 2018. It was the last Category 5 landfall in Florida. Now, Michael had left widespread devastation in the Florida Panhandle. Category 5 landfalls in the U.S., they're rare. Before Michael, we had Hurricane Andrew in 1992, which also had struck Florida. There was a Category 5 landfall that had happened. There's two other known Category 5 landfalls on the continental U.S. Hurricane Camille back in 1969. And the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. So right now, a lot of people still focused on what is happening in front of them here today. Hurricane Ian here, and it is hitting the coast. You can see with all of these different live pictures we've been bringing you, there's certain areas that are starting to see different effects from this storm. Right here, you can see a little bit to that left-hand part of this bay up on the sidewalk. Water already has spilled over onto the sidewalk, causing some flooding. You're seeing just the movement of the water. This again is tucked in into a bay here just a little bit, so it is a little bit out of the way of where we have some of the most and brunt force of the storm coming in. Let's go ahead and take you into a quadruple box just to give you some of those different looks. As I mentioned before, there's been numerous people who've been keeping us up to date in areas like Naples, in areas like Holmes Beach, Florida, right there along the Gulf outside of Sarasota, where they're seeing the biggest impact from this storm. The eye moving just a little bit south of some of those areas, and they're saying they already have no power. There's also multiple pictures and videos that have been coming in with just some of those different photos of the bent palm trees and the videos of the wind blowing, the rain wrapping around with it. Rain is going to be something that is going to affect a number of people, especially as we think about not only during this hurricane, but afterwards as well. We want to keep everyone prepared ahead of time. Know during a hurricane, especially when there's flooding that comes along with it, you're probably going to lose power. You don't know where those power lines are going to be going down. So you're going to have to pay extra attention and be extra careful if you are going to be out and about in some of those areas, especially as we heard from our officials. They don't want you walking into an area of water that does have some of those power lines down and possibly causing devastation for you and your family. So right now, no longer safe to evacuate. Hurricane Ian now surging into the Gulf Coast, and they are asking anyone who had stayed behind to now please seek shelter. We do have some tornado warnings that are also being issued along with this storm. We're going to take you into some coverage as we do have our Fox 35 meteorologist speaking about some of these other weather events we need to know about coming with the hurricane. So he right now is speaking about the tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and bring you into their coverage with our Fox 35 team right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Along the band, the whole thing starts rotating. It adopts that spin in a tornado form. So we're going to see a lot more tornadoes. The Storms Prediction Center released a special statement saying that while conditions have been somewhat stable, as they currently are from Palm Coast to Daytona to Deltona, by stable I mean not rotating, as Ian moves in, we're going to see that stable air mass move out, and it will be replaced with the air mass associated with this very powerful Gulf hurricane making its way ashore right now, landfalling currently in the Port Charlotte area with winds now, as indicated by radar, exceeding 125 miles per hour, 130 miles per hour. Let's get a bead here on some of the latest wind indications. Yeah, about 100 miles an hour there. That's the Sarasota area in Bradenton. But going farther south toward the center of circulation, we're catching winds of 140 miles an hour out in the Gulf, 120 miles an hour south of Port Charlotte. So this is a really extreme situation for Southwest Florida, and you can see those pictures in the right-hand side of your screen. We'll be rotating through a couple of those pictures, and when we have cameras, bring them to you. But it is a really dangerous situation down there in Southwest Florida. And the good news with this, as far as we're talking, is that as this center of circulation moves our way, we're going to see the wind speeds fall, but the rain is only going to get stronger. Real quick, let's zoom back in here and see what's going on. This tornado warning in effect until 3:30, this new polygon just issued by the National Weather Service for Osceola County. The storm is moving at a rate of about 25 miles per hour to the north-northwest, and now we've got some towns that are plotting that are in the path of this. So the Cat Lake, Buck Lake, Lake Conlin, and Pearl Lake in about 20 to 30 minutes. So if you live in these areas, as we start approaching areas east of St. Cloud, we are right now catching the potential here in 20 minutes of the tornado impacting those areas. All right, here is the video of Naples on the right. That is a power line that has fallen, and it is arcing right now on the ground. And do we have sound from that as well? Okay, well this shows you anyway what's going on down there. I mean, it's a severe situation, and it's a reminder that when the wind does start blowing, whether it's from a tornado or power lines down or the hurricane itself, don't assume that the power lines aren't hot, because sometimes the power company isn't aware that there's a line down yet. Maybe it's the first line of the storm. Or in some cases, homeowners will plug in improperly the generators, hot plugging it into the house, and then that can send voltage back to the power line. So even if power is out for the neighborhood, there could be just some voltage still. So when you see pictures like that, it's a reminder of some of the other dangers that we face with these hurricane situations. So our tornado warning continues. I'm joined here with meteorologist Ian Cassette. Ian, this right now is in rural southeastern Osceola County. It's about to move into the Orlando area as far as the air mass, the instability, the rotation. What do we think it is? We head toward 5 o'clock. What's your bead on the situation as far as the future radar goes?
I'm definitely concerned. I'm concerned with the fact that we have this continuous tornado threat, but we have our tools here that are showing you that, A, we've continued with this rotation now for an hour, and there's nothing to say it wouldn't continue to rotate. And this is what our future radar is showing. As you look at the next hour, and we've watched this storm for about an hour now, and we have seen it continue to have that rotation. So we have to use what we've seen so far to help us figure out what could happen from here. And what this is showing is that, ignore the fact that the tornado warning disappears. This is a future radar, of course. It's showing that this same cell, the same movement will continue along that northwest path and possibly near the Orlando metro. So this is a possibility that we could have a rotating storm right over the greater Orlando area, moving to the northwest, over the lakes, over 417, 528 into Orlando. It has been in a generally rural environment right now, but we're going to see it probably move into more densely populated. So many of you will be finding yourselves in a tornado warning if this rotation is to continue. But we knew that this would continue. We knew that we would have a rise in the threat for tornado, for rotation as we go on into this afternoon, this evening, as the storm moves closer to us. So it's not a surprise that we're seeing this, but we're going to continue to monitor that threat for a tornado or for tornado warnings because we have that rotation. So that is showing that the greater Orlando area, if you live in Orlando, and if you live in a high rise, if you live in a townhome, it doesn't matter where you live, you need to put yourself in the best, or at least put yourself in the safest position. In Brooks, we have a tornado threat that's going to continue this afternoon. Obviously, it would be pretty concerning to have it heading towards a larger population, affecting a lot of people.
And the National Weather Service is saying that indeed, the Storms Prediction Center, that Orlando and Osceola County, Brevard County, that we're going to be in the heart of the highest risk zone for tornadoes over the next couple of hours. That's exactly what we expect, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Just so you know as well, just got in from the Hurricane Center that Hurricane Ian is making landfall right now over Southwest Florida officially. So we'll have their official indication of the exact location of the center of circulation where that landfall occurred, whether it's on one of the barrier islands or maybe on the tip here at the entrance to the bay of Port Charlotte going into Gasparilla Bay. Just for reference, there's Punta Gorda. So let's go back to our tornado warning. This is in effect until 3:30 for Osceola County. And the reason this is of concern is obviously because this is now starting to work toward more populated areas. areas. It was of concern before because there are theoretically some ranches out there and maybe some folks there seeking shelter from this, but it's got a history of producing, at least indicated by radar, tornadoes, and this is a sign of many more tornadoes possible like this throughout Osceola County and Orange County coming up here inside of the next 2 hours. So the latest radar scan on this features the center of rotation right here. You see where the green is and the red. This latest scan shows a very tight rotation, and oftentimes you can start detecting debris in that same area. And do you see that irregularity, how it goes from like pink to kind of a little bit of a yellow indicator? That would tell you that the rain that's falling is kind of being interrupted by leaves and debris and stuff like that. So as this continues to move and rotate, and here's another way to visualize that rotation, we got to watch out because this thing is starting to head up toward places east of St. Cloud. I'm going to give you a wider shot. This is State Highway 192 or 500, and in the loop you can see it's moving over wooded areas at this point. Oh, where did my loop go? There we go. Take this off here. There we go. There's our loop. So it's now moving over these more rural areas, but there are a couple of indications, maybe of a couple ranch homes in here, or a couple little tiny developments, maybe some outhouses or something having to do with ranch operations. But in the context of Florida, here's Orlando, and here is that tornado warning. And the thought is that all of this is going to start working up toward Orlando. Now, Seminole and Orange counties are under tornado watches, and also the Osceola County area. So there's Orlando, there's Seminole County, there is Southern Volusia and Brevard until 5 o'clock, meaning through about the next 2 hours, conditions are favorable. It's possible that this will be expanded toward the north depending on how that all pans out. But as it stands right now, the latest on this tornado is that it is moving at a very good clip. It's moving very fast. I shouldn't say a good clip. I should say a fast clip, because there's nothing good about a clip like this because there's very little time to prepare for it. But at this speed, the cell right now is moving toward the northwest at 22 miles per hour. It will be in Bay Lake in about 22 minutes from now. It'll be at Lake Conlin in 22 minutes from now. It'll be at Bay Lake. I said Buck Lake. This will be now Bay Lake in 26 minutes. And that's getting very close to St. Cloud, right? That's about 8 miles east of St. Cloud. And so beyond that, you get into the airport. This is OIA. This isn't too far away from some pretty dense population. This is now about 23 miles away, and it's moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. All right, we've got the sheriff of Osceola County on the line right now. Sheriff, thanks for taking the time with us. I understand things in your neck of the woods are getting a little bit more rough, and I wanted to ask you, are you hearing any reports of damage or any concerns associated with some of these tornadoes?
No, we haven't had any reports of any damage so far. We just have a lot of a little bit of wind that's picking up, and the rain, the sporadic rain that's getting a little heavier in some parts. But other than that, so far, it's been pretty calm right now.
In your experience in this area, there's a tornado warning it's northeast of Kenansville, about 12, 13 miles. It's southeast of the Buck Lake area and
All right, so thanks again to everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. We were listening in with our Fox 35 team as they continue to keep us covered on all of the surrounding areas and what they are going to be seeing here in the next few minutes as they continue their to track Ian. It is making its way onshore now as we speak, and Live Now continuing to give you not only live looks of Florida, but also some more coverage. This time I'm going to take you out to our Fox 13 Tampa team. They're talking more about what they're seeing on the radar, who's going to be feeling the most impact. Let's go ahead and head out to them right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Venice, Englewood, and Northport. And when I was back in the office taking a bit of a break at 3 o'clock, I read some messages on my inbox, and it was simply people in Venice and Northport going, Paul, it's really tough down here. Paul, it is so loud. Someone messaged me and say, is there a tornado warning because it's so loud outside right now? No, there's no tornado warnings in the eye wall. It's simply the amount of wind, and it's noisy in situations like this. So let me see if we can also take a look. Can we maybe pop up the
I'm working on getting a visual of that extreme wind warning just so we can see kind of where it's outlined.
We know it's all of Sarasota County.
Correct.
Which is critical, and it's part of DeSoto County.
Correct. And parts of Manatee County.
Part of Manatee County as well. It's really anyone that's going to be in this eye wall is going to have extreme winds. And the process is slow. I mean, I've been here now several hours since late this morning, And this storm has not moved all that much. This is going to be a rough night. It gets dark in only about 4.5 hours from now. So by the time it gets dark, the storm is going to be over here. And then we're going to kind of have to walk you through this tonight and look for any signs of tornadoes or any stronger winds and kind of see how things play out throughout the overnight hours. Here's some of the wind speeds. This is Doppler estimated, 122, 100, 104. 97. I think all of those numbers look accurate to me. Out in these beaches, out in Lido, in Holmes Beach, and even in Anna Maria, where it's with the intercoastal, there's some openness to the east of you, and the winds are blowing northeast. It is really whipping along the coast of Manatee and Sarasota counties.
Yeah, it is, Paul. I'm gonna still try and pull up that extreme wind warning a little more. You can drive around on the radar for a second.
I'm gonna show the stats right now because we get updated numbers every hour. We get a new position update. So here's the 3 o'clock numbers. Just about making landfall, waiting for the official confirmation. The center itself is now 20 miles to the west of Fort Myers. Top winds are still 155, and if anything, it's slowed down a little bit. You don't want it to slow down. I mean, I'd give us a north-northeast at 20. North-northeast at 9 is slow. And that means that, you think about if you go 9 miles an hour and in about a day, you don't really go that far. You get 9 miles an hour times 24 is 180, it's about 200 miles. So in a day, we go to the other side of the state. So we got a ways to go. We'll put this into motion. The track forecast now, we're done with modeling. The model page has been deleted for this storm because now it's just kind of watching the eye on radar. And the track is pretty similar to what we were talking about last night. It'll weaken to a Cat 3. By the time it gets to Orlando or near Orlando, that'll be tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. It'll be a tropical storm. That's when the winds will start going west-northwest for us, and that's when the water will start coming back. But as we've talked about a couple times so far today, the water is out of the bay and the inlets. It has to come back in. That process takes time. And then to get flooding on top of that, it's hard. I'm not saying there can't be some high water with the west-northwest wind on the backside, but we're not going to get no 5 or 9 foot storm surge in Tampa Bay when a storm is moving away from us. The physics just don't support it. Storm's moving away. West-northwest winds, not going to happen. But there could be some areas of high water. And if we go through this hurricane and say, did you have high water at your house? Yeah, we had about a foot above average, 2 feet above average. That's a win when you got a Category 4 or 5 hurricane right off your coastline. Winds 150 in the motion, north-northeast at 9. Then eventually going out over water and maybe making a second landfall up there in South Carolina. The flash flood risk is going to stay pretty much off the charts, and we've noticed that heaviest band of rain just north of Tampa Bay. Let's see if the European model numbers are in. This is additional rainfall. Still showing, and the model is actually doing a pretty good job. There hasn't been much rain in Highlands County, so the European model is going 1.5 inches, and that kind of lines up with the rainfall distribution so far. It doesn't mean it's not going to rain again in Highlands County, but the way the storm has been configured, a lot of the heaviest rain has kind of been in the north and northwest quadrant of the hurricane. So if you follow that along, it kind of matches up these numbers. 17 in Sarasota, 14 Bradenton, 6 in Tampa. That seems low. 17 Lakeland, and then 12 in Bartow. Here's some wind gust forecast, and this is looking at Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Some of these numbers may be a little high, but these are wind gusts. These are not sustained winds, and this is the storm moving into Hardee, DeSoto County, and then eventually moving away with the winds turning west-northwest during the day tomorrow. Tampa Bay impacts, gusts 120 this afternoon. The storm surge is happening. 12 to 18 inches of rain, and then we look at our northern counties. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco are probably going to be in the big scheme of all of our 10-county area. We'll probably do okay. I think your biggest concern, if you're watching me up in Wesley Chapel or Newport Richey, is trying to avoid losing power. I think that's your biggest concern. There's no flooding along the coast, so maybe some tree damage. Some cleanup for sure, but the biggest issue for you is going to be, can you avoid losing power? And if you do, you consider that a big win. And then this is the area that we're going to have to really babysit and watch, between now and tomorrow morning is Ian slowly moving into Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands, and Polk counties. 12 to 18 inches of rain, isolated tornadoes, and wind gusts easily 75, 80, 85. The good news is, as the storm heads for you, it will be weakening, but its starting point is high. I mean, it's starting, this is not a Category 1 making landfall and then weakening. It's Category 4 making landfall and then weakening. So the whole winding down process is going to take a time. And the reason why storms weaken over land, two reasons. They lose the energy source, which is the water. Once it moves away from the water, hurricanes, by the way, are essentially heat engines. And once they get away from the water source, the heat engine is kind of cut off. And then the friction of the land, just the fact that instead of the hurricane spinning over open water, it's spinning over trees, and that whole friction also helps to kind of spin down a hurricane. But that process takes a while, and it will take a while for this storm as well.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 13 team. They have been doing a great job keeping us in full coverage as Hurricane Ian now is making landfall over Southwest Florida at a Category 4. So that's according to the National Hurricane Center. Some live looks that we've been taking. This one here in St. Petersburg Beach. They're a bit north of where this is making landfall. Let's go ahead and take some other live looks. Clearwater Beach, Hillsborough Bay. That's the area that we have seen that water had been so receded. It will be filled back up here later once that rain continues to fall down. We know some areas going to see up to 12, some areas 18 inches of water. There's even storm surges that are being calculated up to 18 feet for areas like that Charlotte area where they're going to be seeing that eye wall moving on shore. So we do appreciate all of our viewers who've been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, Governor DeSantis, officials in Florida saying it's too late to evacuate. Everyone needs to be hunkering down, keeping themselves indoors. Do not go outdoors if you do not have to, as we have these hurricane force winds now on the coast. A couple different pieces of information I wanted to make sure to get across, as more than 2.5 million were given mandatory or voluntary evacuation orders. The governor of Florida saying that with this hurricane, and we've been talking about this, we've been seeing it as well, it's going to be bringing a lot of other things to be dealing with it. So the high winds, there's going to be power outages. There's already many Floridians who don't have power, and then it's also going to be bringing all of that rain and flooding. So big concern is going to be flooding, especially as emergency personnel are going to be getting back out on the road after this storm. They're advising all residents to make sure to heed their warnings. Do not go out if you do not have to. So live now from Fox, reporting it here for you from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Ian making landfall. It is going to have some conditions worsening across Florida as it has now been meeting landfall. Again, right now we're at a Category 4 hurricane. Live now from Fox. We'll be right here for you when we return from this 2-minute break.
emergency vehicles. Right now, where we're at seems like it's just stragglers. Again, some of these surfers. We actually met a family from Mobile, Alabama. They were here. They just actually, by good chances, found a hotel in the area they're going to be staying at. So not a lot of people here, but we're taking this very seriously, again, as the beach starts to clear out here at Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, Alina, that is a very popular spot for surfers. Have you talked to any of the surfers? I'm sure they're loving this, even though it's not safe for us normal people to go into the water. They live for this.
I think I can hear the people in her background.
It sounds like there's kids or someone behind you. Have you talked to any of the people there on the beach and why they're still out there?
We've run into surfers what seems like all day. I think I've seen a handful of surfers. And what they're telling me is, like you guys mentioned, I don't want to promote being out here at all. But again, these waves, these swells from the hurricane are creating this sort of massive waves. And that obviously creates a great environment for some of these surfers. They're taking their chances out here. A lot of these people have lived in Cocoa Beach, lived in the state for a very long time. So, I mean, they're taking their chances. It is not a wise idea, but hey, it's up to everyone to decide what they're going to do. A lot of these people have experienced Ian in 2017, and they tell me right now they're just soaking up the final few hours before this thing really starts to get bad.
Yeah, those guys are professionals, but if you are not a surfer, you're not a strong swimmer, of course, this is not a time to be out on the beach. Alina Shirazi live for us. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll check back with you in a little bit. You know,
and thank you to our Fox 35 team. I do want to just pull up here a tweet from National Hurricane Center as they are just announcing that, yes, Hurricane Ian has made landfall as an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. This, again, is bringing a lot of wind. It's bringing a lot of rain, and they do have so many different officials out giving warnings, especially as now it has officially made landfall. We'll continue to bring you those press conferences as well as continue to keep track of our radar as this path is moving now onto land. Let's go ahead and take a live look here at the radar here. As you can see near Cape Coral, that eye of the storm starting to hover over the mainland in Florida. So a lot of residents who were on that west coast who have evacuated, as my parents did. I have mentioned that before. They were in that area near Sarasota, out there in the Gulf on an island. They went over to Orlando. They just told me that they have no power at the house. They also know that there are very strong winds and a lot of rain starting to fall down. They did say the rain was starting to let up just a little bit, ever so slightly, but you can see here with those rain bands as it continues to wrap around with the hurricane, it will come and go. So wind gusts again topping 100 miles per hour. Let's go back to our Fox 35 team as they're now talking with Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Here we are going to listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Heavy band is making its way through here. The bay is just down there, which is where we've been reporting for the past couple hours, and the boats starting to rock back and forth. The tarps getting whipped out. There are garbage cans flying all around this area of downtown Fort Myers, and you know, you just feel it unraveling as Ian is making its way in just to the north of us, and I've got the helmet because this is debris central here. On top of that, not even large objects, but even little branches and leaves, when they get whipped this hard, they hurt. They hit your face, they hit your head, and you want to be careful. But this is a very serious situation. Power outages all over. Down to the south of me in Naples, Florida, they just had a wind gust of 112 miles per hour in the past 40 minutes as another massive gust comes through here. Hurricane Ian throwing haymakers right now. Woo! Let's just hope that everybody is safe and in the place that they need to be, because this is going to continue and it's going to head right up the peninsula, guys.
And that was Robert Ray reporting, and you see he had his helmet on because of those high winds, that rain packing a punch. And you can see right now we've just got this new video into our newsroom from Daytona Beach, where one of our photojournalists is right now. This is the calm before the storm, well, so to speak. You're seeing a phenomenon known as reverse storm surge, where the water levels at the beach are actually receding far beyond normal. Lifeguard towers have already been scooted back ahead of the surge. And you can see the business owners in Daytona are not taking any chances and are still taking some last-minute precautions, drilling boards, the windowsills. Latest models from the National Weather Service say storm surges here is expected to swell to as much as 3 feet high around Daytona. And Luann, you know, even in my neighborhood, I've been seeing people putting up that plywood, putting up plywood over windows.
And
because
it's very
concerning.
smart to do that, because if you take a look at Hurricane Ian, it's going to consume the whole state of Florida from the Gulf to the Atlantic. This is a huge hurricane. So I think they have the right frame of mind.
Yeah.
Better to be safe than sorry. So board up, take all the precautions you can, because this is a strong storm.
It's a strong storm. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage from Daytona Beach.
Vicki, several shelters have opened up there in Volusia County.
Yeah, Ray and Luann, and I'm at one of those shelters. This is Mainland High School in Daytona Beach. They've packed people here inside of the gym. Now, because of privacy reasons, we can't show you inside of the shelter, but I did get a chance to talk to the principal. He tells me that they're close to 100 people, so 96 people that are so far in here. He tells me their capacity is 320. And like I said, this is only one of the shelters here in the county. There are 4 others. This one here is also pet friendly. I've seen people coming in with their luggage, their pets, dogs, cats, food. A lot of people, I'm told, are coming from mobile homes, some people coming from apartment complexes. And I did talk to a woman who's coming from a mobile home in Port Orange. She tells me that she made that last minute decision to just come here and ride out the storm.
We decided that we needed to just get out of there and come over here and be safe. And we worried about our cat and our dog. So they're safe, and we're going to be safe.
And speaking of those animals, like I said, we've seen a lot of people coming in with their dogs and their cats. They tell me that animal control is here helping with the pets. They do ask that you try to bring them in a crate, but if not, they do have crates here, and the animals are being kept in a separate room. But like I said, right now the capacity close to 100. Right now, 100 people here, but the capacity is 320. So if you do want to come to one of these shelters, it is still open. For now, I'll send things back to you in the studio.
Wow, Vicki, talk to us a little bit about the emotion I'm sure you're running into as people are leaving their homes with their pets, getting to that shelter. What are you hearing as far as their emotions leaving behind their homes because of this storm?
Well, yeah, it really is emotional because a lot of people tell me that it's the uncertainty. They don't know what they're going to go back to. So as they're coming here, they're scared. They feel safer here, but they don't know once they leave the shelter what they're going to get back to, what the roads are going to look like, what the flooding is going to look like. So I would say a lot of people are scared, but they're coming here and they're, just trying to stay calm and trying to ride this out until it's over.
Vicki, most of the people who came to the shelter that you talked to, are they from Volusia County? Or are there some people from the Gulf Coast that drove over here and are now taking refuge in the shelter?
Well, the people that I've talked to are from Volusia County, and I did ask the principal, where are people mostly coming from? Are they coming from regular homes, mobile homes? He told me it really is a mix. People from mobile home communities that are coming here from throughout the county, but also he said some apartment complexes that people just don't feel safe in, and people just coming here feeling, rather be safe than sorry and staying at one of these shelters.
All right, Vicki Carr live in Volusia County at a shelter that is pet friendly. If you need to get out of your home, you still have time. The weather doesn't appear to be too bad over in Volusia County right now.
And I did want to mention that I just got an email from Uber. They are doing free round trips in Central Florida counties. So we're talking about Orange, Brevard, Seminole, Volusia, and Osceola counties. So they're doing free round trips for
Two shelters?
2 shelters, yep.
And then back to your home.
Yep.
Good to know.
The code is Ian Relief, folks. So you want to keep that in mind, of course.
Well, we have some wild video we want to show you right now. Take a look at this picture. It is from Naples. That city is underwater right now, and the city has issued an emergency citywide curfew that is in effect immediately until further notice. And when you look at that picture, you can tell why. I've seen some video coming out of Naples before I came and sat down at the desk with you, Ray. Cars are flooded up to their rooftop. So people who left their cars on city streets, they're not going to have cars. Yeah, it is. The Gulf has consumed much of the streets that are over by the Gulf Coast. So it is going to be bad there. at Naples, in Fort Myers, all of the cities along the coast where Ian has made landfall. It is going to take a lot of time to clean up the mess over there.
And I think what's impressive too is you can't see where the sidewalk or the road was because of the fact that the water covered it completely.
Yeah, it's the total, the Gulf, the roads, you can't tell where one starts and the other one stops. We'll take a look. This is some live video from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge over in Tampa. That bridge is closed. It closed right when the winds reached about 35, 40 miles per hour. And you can see the water rushing under that bridge, very choppy. And this is north. This is actually on the clean side of Hurricane Ian. And you can see right there, they are still getting a lot of waves and a lot of wind. And that is why that bridge is closed down at this hour.
And the water looks like it's getting close to actually enveloping that bridge right there, which is very scary and very telling about what this hurricane is packing with it. And more new video out of Florida's Sanibel Island. That's outside of Fort Myers, where things are getting a bit dicey. Look at that. The water is fast moving. This is from one of the city's cameras. It shows so much water is already pooled up that you can't even tell where the street is. It's what we were talking about in Naples as well. You could see some branches there flowing. We can expect to see more videos like this further inland as Ian makes landfall. And speaking of Fort Myers, we're getting a better idea of just how strong those gusts were. Over 100 miles an hour. That's what they feel and look like. The camera is shaking. This view is from a tower cam in the city that looks like it's barely hanging on, rattling around in the wind, Lou.
Yeah, we've seen some cameras actually knocked over because the wind gusts are so strong along the Gulf. But we want to bring it back here locally to Orange County right now.
It's bracing for Ian. It's been raining all day, as we know, in Central Florida, and it's about to get worse.
Let's get out to Fox 35's Matt Trezza. He is live in Orange County right now. So, Matt, we are hearing reports of some flooding in Apopka.
Yeah, well, this neighborhood is expected to be flooded, but it hasn't happened just yet. But you can see how close the water is to the homes. Got the house right here, and just down the hill from it, we've got this marshland here that is absolutely just swamped, and they're expecting that this water will rise as Ian heads this way. Now, the residents that we talked to, they blame development in the area for runoff that has filled in a lot of the retention ponds in the area. A lot of the low-lying areas caused the water to rise here. That's kind of the upshot of what they're dealing with, but that problem is just made worse because of the huge system that we've got moving into this area. So the folks that we talked to in this house over here, they say they're doing everything that they can in order to prepare. They've got their sandbags out, they've got their windows shuttered, but at the same time they say they're calling on a higher power to help them through this.
We got prayer that, God will really protect us from trees breaking or floodings. That's good and comforting to me.
And so you're going to ride out the storm clearly? You're not going to go anywhere?
No, we're going to ride out the storm.
Now, they do say they have a relative that lives in the area. In case there's a total flooding in the area and they simply can't be in the house anymore, they do have a place to go. But you can see that some of the other people have put the shutters over their windows, the storm shutters. So people in this subdivision, the Clear Lake subdivision of Apopka, they are clearly getting ready for the storm. Not here yet. No significant flooding at this point, but again, they are waiting for it. We're live in Apopka. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
It's white capping on our lawn.
Another new view tonight from Sanibel Island. Take a look at this. Those are white-capped waves of flooding rushing over someone's lawn. This is the front yard. It looks like the Gulf. You can see palm trees from the home's balcony blowing sideways in the strong wind. Flooding there and throughout Lee County is expected to get even worse. So they are telling people there to stay inside and stay safe.
And it looks like that water is just right about to hit that balcony, right about to cover it.
Yeah, that is pretty scary. And it's that bad because Ian just made landfall over in that area in Southwest Florida.
So less than half an hour ago. All right, we want to get over to Brooks and Ian, who, of course, have been monitoring this whole situation. What can you guys tell us right now?
Well, this has made landfall, as you mentioned. Ian, we were watching this. Cayo Costa. It's a barrier island off of Port Charlotte. 305 had 940 millibar pressure, 150 mile per hour winds. which places it outside of what we thought it might join the club of landfalling hurricanes, right? Because it had winds at 155.
Of course, just for record keeping, you know, when you compare it to other storms, it's easy to compare it to other storms, but it was just short of being 155 miles per hour, which would have put it in a class of only 4 other storms in history that have had that strong of winds on landfall. But regardless, 150, 155 mile per hour winds. We're seeing extremely dangerous storm surge, which up to rooftops, in fact, in Fort Myers. So, and that unfortunately is going to continue as we go on into this afternoon, this evening. But for us locally, our biggest concern is going to come from what we call freshwater landfall or freshwater flooding, where we have all of that rain coming down into the creeks and the streams. We're already in the wet season, and then we have a tropical system that might drop 10, 20, maybe 20 plus inches of rain. Not good. So let's look at where we have been at the rainfall so far. In the past 12 hours, the most rainfall has been along our Space Coast, running because of that onshore flow. So looking at some of those totals that we have, here is where we have a flood advisory currently, and that covering areas that have picked up 3 to 4 inches of rain. So Rockledge, Titusville, you've all seen up to 2, 3, 4 inches of rain already. Lesser totals inland, but that will change. And in fact, we may see after everything's said and done, the highest rain totals over parts of Central Florida, stretching up to maybe as far northeast as Jacksonville and Brooks. That rain is going to end up being what I think is the most common threat for our area, on top of the fact that we have those winds, power outages, and the threat for tornadoes.
Yeah, let's get to it. In fact, so we are looking at this landfalling hurricane coming to Orlando tonight, and conditions are going to deteriorate. So we've been talking about where the landfall happened. We've been gawking at the terrible pictures out of there, and we feel for the people there. But here in Orlando, from where we're watching and broadcasting from, there's a lot of folks wondering when the impacts are going to arrive, when it's starting to get bad, and what you can expect where you live. Well, it's going to deteriorate as we head into the evening and tonight. Right now, winds gusting to about 46 miles per hour at Venice Beach. And Ian right now, packing winds of 150 miles an hour, will be heading northeast overnight tonight, making a slow trek toward Orlando. Those are live pictures, by the way, of the Skyway Bridge between Manatee County and Pinellas County. That's between the St. Petersburg area and the Bradenton area, and it is blowing. They shut down the bridge when it gets like this, but those waves are really rolling. This isn't on the span of the bridge. This is just on the flat approach of it, but goodness, when you see white caps like that over the open bay, that lets you know that this is a serious storm. And when the palm trees start arcing over like that, where you see the crowns going in one direction, that classic hurricane look. But here's the scoop on this hurricane now that it's made landfall. By 8 p.m., it's likely still to be a major Category 3 hurricane. Its center located right over Manatee County and also northern Sarasota County, maybe in areas just east of Bradenton. If you know that area, like Lakewood Ranch, that's where it could be sitting about 8 o'clock, the eye of this hurricane.
All right, thank you so much again, Fox 35, giving us some more coverage. Do you want to just show some of those pictures and videos that we had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox Desk? We showed you these with our personnel on air earlier, but we do have the city of Naples issuing a warning. They do have a curfew in order right now to try to help keep everyone safe. Residents, visitors, first responders all know that this is happening. They have some flooding already happening. And because of the flooding, too, they're letting people know, especially as there is that citywide curfew, not to go out if you don't have to. It's something that we heard before from Governor Ron DeSantis and have been continuing to keep track of here with everyone here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to monitor tweets as they're coming in here from some of these city officials. Again, Naples having already a lot of that flooding. They're going to continue to see more rain coming down, and they are asking people to avoid certain areas. They're going to be the ones to go to for specific roads that you're going to need to avoid if you are one of those people watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do want to say thanks again to everyone who's been here with us as we've been keeping you in full hurricane coverage. We're going to continue to do so, not only in these afternoon hours as Ian has made landfall, but also into the evening hours and overnight. Once it gets dark, that's when it gets to be very dangerous, especially for people who are right there in the path of the storm. If you're worried about your home, you want to try to get back, all of our officials, the Florida governor, everyone continues to remind people, wait until the storm passes, wait until your officials tell you you can go back to those homes, and then come back safely. So let's go ahead, send some viewers out to 2-minute break. As you return, we're going to be back with our Fox 13 team They're out taking a look at just some of the damage that's been already happening here across southern Florida as they continue to have Ian making its way over land. Let's go ahead, bring you into their coverage and send some viewers out to that quick 2-minute break as well.
From the wind, but it's
incredible gusts that show just how powerful Mother Nature is. We're seeing it right now with some of the rain bands coming through. There is other debris out here. Some of the light poles, we've seen some of the lights topple off and kind of go through the empty parking lots here. But Travis and I are going to pick up our audio cable here, and we're going to walk up the stairs. I want to introduce you to a couple people who we've been talking to throughout the day. There you go. We have Jody, Valerie, and Betty. I believe you all are from Sarasota County, right? Yes. Okay, so Jody, I know you and your mom live right across the way there at Gulfgate Mobile Estates. Your home is over there. You're over here watching it. Is this hard right now?
Of course. I mean, this is our home. This is our only home. So we certainly want to be able to go back home once this storm blows through. But we feel safe here, and I know this is the best place we need to be right now.
Now, Valerie, I met you just a short time ago. I'm not sure if you live over there. Can you talk about why you're here right now?
I live in Nokomis, and it's a mobile home. So I'm actually on the other side where it's really, really windy and you can't really stand outside. So, yeah, I'm here because we got evacuated, and I hope everything is there when I get back. I swear to God.
I really hope so, too, for everyone right now. Betty, we lost power here at the hotel where we are all staying at. How hard is it not being able, of course, I know there's radios and our cell phones until those batteries give out, but how hard is it kind of just seeing all of this blow through right now?
It's crazy. I have never seen the wind blow this way in all the years I've been down here. But it's in a way, it's exciting to see. A little scary, but we're safe.
We are safe. We are safe. And Jody, I wanted to ask you too, I mean, does it make you feel better? You know, we're all kind of here together, but knowing that we are in a safe spot.
Of course, yeah. We have a great community over at Mobile Estate, so it was nice that we have several people who came over here together and we could kind of hunker down together and meeting new friends around and chatting about what's going on. It does make us feel better that we are here in a community.
Well, ladies, I want to thank you, all three of you, for joining us. I know we're going to stay in touch and find out how everybody fares the storm afterwards. And I want to point out, too, some women have on jackets here, and that's part of the thing. As the storm has gone through, we have really felt that temperature shift, that temperature change, but really just a time to stay safe right now as this wind gusts continue to grow stronger here in Sarasota County. Back to you.
Yeah, I know Paul was saying that this weekend we're going to have beautiful weather, but this is certainly a tough price to pay for that nicer weather. Kim, stay safe out there. I know this thing is slow moving, so we've got a long way to go. Hopefully you guys can get inside for a little while.
All right, Fox 13, thank you so much for continuing to give us coverage as we see all of these live pictures right now. This one coming to us from Tampa. Just want to give you a little bit of a roundabout look at just some of these different shots. So this one coming to us from Tampa. We have this one coming to us from St. Petersburg. And we also have our quadruple camera giving us some different live looks. There are some cameras that are starting to go down. So you see some of those boxes turn black. That's because some of those cameras also not only losing power, but they also have lost their connection. So we will continue to keep an eye on all these different live looks. There's one of those black cameras right now out of Tampa. They're seeing some of these winds. We have Austin Westfall in Tampa with our Fox 35 team. Let's go ahead, listen into his coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to give you full Hurricane Ian coverage here on Live Now.
Clouds just spinning around the sky. They're spinning very, very quickly. The wind is just whipping through this parking structure that we're parked in. For the most part, we are seeing the occasional car still drive through, as you might see over my shoulder. People are still out on the road here in downtown Tampa. Can only imagine that as things get even worse, as Ian gets closer to downtown Tampa, we're going to see a little bit less activity here in this metro area. Again, we did hear from the mayor of Tampa earlier this morning. She said that they expect 18 to 20 inches of rain and water coming through later this evening. Huge deal. What you're looking at right now are some pictures provided by the Tampa Police Department. What you're seeing are strong winds from the storm. They're bringing the water from the Tampa Bay area out. Basically, what's happening is the water is receding. That happens when the eye was about 200 miles away from Tampa Bay, and then it basically was pushing the water out to the bays. That's a sign indicating that a storm is coming. Now, if you'll come back out to me live, you can see these trees. I mean, we've seen random pieces of debris fluttering about. Much of it is unidentifiable. A lot of what we've seen have just been seemingly trash, things of that nature, just being scattered about the streets of downtown Tampa. For the most part, though, we haven't seen the worst of it yet. We're expecting to see the worst of it here in the Tampa metro area sometime later today. Things are getting a little dicey right now, though. For now, we'll throw it back to you guys.
Hey, Austin, I was going to ask you, I can see that traffic pole moving in your background. Have you seen any emergency vehicles?
There's been a lot of emergency vehicles. We happen to be parked near a fire station. So I'd say maybe once an hour we've been hearing the fire trucks come out, sirens blaring. We're not exactly sure what they're being called to, but we are aware of the hundreds of thousands of power outages that are impacting what appears to be largely southwest Florida at this point. From what we can tell, the lights still appear to be on in this parking structure. The street lights themselves are still green, so it appears we still have power in the downtown Tampa area, but you're right. Everything is shifting around. The wind's only getting more intense by the minute.
All right, and thank you again to everyone who's been giving us full coverage. Austin Westfall, they are reporting for our Fox 35 Orlando teams live now from Fox, continuing to keep you up to date on the very latest when it comes to the path of this hurricane, as well as its intensity. We know it's now hit landfall at a Category 4. It's going to remain a Category 4 slightly inland before downgrading to a Category 3. So let's go ahead, continue our coverage. We're going to jump over to our Fox 13 team as they're talking with just some of their reporters who are also out there on the streets trying to stay as safe as possible, but also reporting on what they're seeing. Let's go ahead, jump into it here for you on Live Now from Fox.
There's also about 12,000 people who are without power in Pinellas County as well, that according to Duke Energy. Of course, once the storm passes, they'll be working to get the power back on, but right now about 12,000 people are without power. And again, the message from folks out here, stay hunkered down, continue to ride out the storm, continue to stay informed, and most importantly, continue to stay safe. And thankfully, that is largely what we're seeing I can't tell you, quite honestly, we did talk to a few people who decided to ride out the storm for one reason or another. That was their choice. Again, officials recommend against that, but there are a few. But largely, folks do seem to be heeding the warnings and staying away and trying to stay safe. Again, a lot of wind, a lot of rain out here, and it doesn't show any signs of letting up anytime soon. Linda, Allie, back to you.
All right, Josh. Thank you. Josh is in Treasure Island for us. Stay safe out there. And maybe a good time to plug in all of your electronics and get them charged now before you lose power.
And the extra chargers.
Get them all juiced up. Well, right now, 15
guys, I do want to just jump away from their coverage here for a moment because I have a shot coming to us from Tampa. We saw it just a few moments ago. You can see just how dramatic it can change within a matter of seconds and minutes. So when you just took a look at this live picture out of Tampa about 2 minutes ago, and now you can barely even see because of all the rain that's being coming into this area. The wind definitely making a huge impact here. As you can see that sign wiggling around, that was a parking sign, but those tree branches also moving in the background. I know it's fuzzy, but this shows you the visibility very low here during this time as the hurricane is moving inland now. Let's go ahead and take a live look at our radar where you're seeing just south of Sarasota, south of Tampa. That's where they're getting the most rainfall. That's where they're going to be having the strongest parts of the hurricane as the eye is making its way inland here. And our tracker continuing to update our radar, always giving us the latest information. And it's not just the eye that we're keeping a close eye on, but all of those outer bands, what they're producing as well, because we know that there's been some production of, unfortunately, things like tornadoes that are popping up across central Florida as well. You can see Orlando, they're getting some rain. They're about to get some heavier bands of rain here in these next few hours. Live now from Fox, going to continue giving you more full coverage. Some of you going to head out to a 2-minute break as we go back to our Fox 35 team as they are giving us some different looks out on the roads at conditions that they are seeing. Here on the latest radar and some of those live pictures. Encourage you to hop on over to YouTube as we continue to keep track of it. So multiple streams going on. If you're with us on any of our other platforms that we're streaming, do want to say thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Some of our viewers just rejoining us from a break. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, and we have been in full mode on keeping everyone prepared and covered ever since this hurricane was on the radar in the Gulf, before it had even made landfall in Cuba. Now it's made landfall in Florida. There's been so many people who have been preparing ahead of time, evacuating from some of the areas that are getting hit the hardest right now. We know Naples has already had a lot of flooding, cars underwater, police department putting curfews in place, and of course officials all across the state of Florida reminding viewers and all those residents and even visitors. You think about that, some people out visiting in Florida during this time. Well, this is hurricane season, and here you go. This is what you're getting. You're getting to experience what it is like to have a hurricane event in the state. Right now you can see those bands of rain wrapping around as it's starting, the hurricane is starting to cover the entire state of Florida, that eye creeping onto that west coast, moving inland, and this definitely has been an event that we've not seen in 100 years as it is hitting the west coast. We had mentioned earlier that there has been, of course, quite a few storms that Florida has had to deal with, especially when it comes to hurricanes. The last Category 4 hurricane made landfall in Florida was a Hurricane Irma in 2017 in the Florida Keys, according to our National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Now, Irma had downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane before continuing on to the Florida Peninsula, just south of Naples. We had back in 2018 Hurricane Michael. That was a Category 5. It had made landfall in Florida. Michael left widespread devastation in the Florida Panhandle. Category 5 landfalls, those are rare. Before Michael, we had Hurricane Andrew in 1992. It also had struck in Florida. Then we had another known Category 5 landfall, which was U.S. Hurricane Camille in 1969 and the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. So again, this one, a huge event, especially for that Gulf Coast side. They're not used to getting the first brunt force of these hurricanes. It is going to continue to be a Category 4 as it moves into central part of Florida before downgrading. Let's go ahead, go back to our coverage with our Fox teams. Going to take you out to Fox 35 as they're taking a look in on our Fox weather teams.
The kind of substantial shelter that we're having to hide under. The Fox Weather Beast, Chris, I'm going to spring you for a surprise and just show you. This vehicle is a massive vehicle, but it just continues to really rock back and forth under the weight of all of this wind, these wind gusts that come through here. And as we look out into the street, I've been watching, and this was something we were pointing out from the beginning of our coverage of how well these traffic lights are even going to be able to hold up. You can tell all this is well constructed, meant to be able to withstand a storm, but necessarily not a storm like this. Not necessarily, I should say, a storm like this. And you're seeing these traffic lights, just the ones that are still there, trying to hold on, dangling on, but we have at least 3 of them that have crashed in the roadway. And I don't know if you've ever been up close with a traffic signal, but they are very heavy. And so not only have they crashed down, but the weight, the force of the wind has pushed them out of the way of the road. And so even though they were in the middle of the road a moment ago, the wind is so powerful, it has just forced these big, heavy metal traffic signals off the roadway. Those are the types of gusts that we're dealing with here. All of these banners, of course, being ripped around. As you look there in the distance, oh man, I really hate to see people out driving in this. You can see some of these signs here for the gas stations that have just been splintered apart. Power, of course, out as far as we can see. We can hear that hum sound. It's like a loud hum and then a burst sound in the distance still as transformers give way and those electricity pops on and off. So this just continues relentlessly. I talked about getting in this cycle when we are in these extreme conditions with hurricanes, that it just continues to cycle through. And you feel like you're going to be in it for such a long time. And how are these buildings going to look? How are the utilities going to manage to be able to survive after all of this with so much damage? And that's the reality of what we're looking at here after hours and hours and hours of this powerful wind and this rain just pounding this area. This is what's happening. Things are just coming apart. You have utility lines coming down very easily. You have utility poles that are, again, built very well to withstand these types of storms, still coming down under the force of this storm. So lots happening around us. We continue to shelter in place. I tell you, it may be even more difficult here for us to begin to report to you. Our cell service is out. We are having to use some special bonded technology that we have through our Fox Weather Beast to even broadcast with you right now. And there's a good chance that these cell towers are going to continue to go down in the area. Keep in mind, they're all those big, tall, exposed cells. So not only are they subject to getting hit by debris, but they are just also coming apart under the wind like this, and power outages and everything else. So this is part of the infrastructure that really starts to take a hit under the force of a storm like this. Back to you.
And we mentioned how tides recede ahead of the brunt of Ian. Take a look at this. Just look at how much the ocean has receded in Tampa Bay. You're seeing a time lapse of the tides peeling back, revealing a huge amount of sand that's normally covered. Lou, this is a bad omen of what's to come.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 35 team. Will Nunley reporting for Fox Weather. He was just doing a live report, and he had just tweeted out moments ago, cell phone service now starting to take a serious hit. We know that this was something that people were going to be concerned about, especially as power starts to get knocked down across the areas, as well as you start to get more rain and more people probably on their cell phones trying to keep up to date. So do want to remind everyone, if your power goes out, that you can continue to watch us on multiple other platforms here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and though take just a couple of those different live pictures we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. A lot of people continuing to give us these visuals of exactly what they're seeing in real time here. So we have multiple cameras, this one in St. Petersburg Beach. And then if we go back out to the coastline, this one is showing us just what they're seeing on the coastline here in St. Petersburg. So a lot of people here just continuing to give you the very latest updates as Hurricane Ian has now made landfall in southwest Florida. At a Category 4, it is bringing strong winds, power outages, and it is definitely making people already feel the intensity, even though it has just begun. So more intensity to come as this hurricane makes its way inland. Let's go ahead and take you back out to some of our coverage as our meteorologists with our Fox 35 team are giving us another look at just some of those areas we've been seeing here today.
The impacts, but right now we're tracking the rain, we're tracking the wind, we're tracking what's coming our way. Check it out. This is behind me. This is Lakewood Ranch in the Bradenton area, and it's a live camera. Do you see the winds whipping over these date palms and the cypress trees and the rain falling? They're experiencing hurricane conditions in that location. The camera on the right looks to be, that's the Tampa Bay cam live. That is just amazing. The winds blowing out of the bay. Earlier there was thought if it went north, winds would be blowing up the bay, producing those big storm surges, but it's kind of like an anti-storm surge. They are catching storm surges up to 18 feet, though, down toward Port Charlotte, Gasparilla Bay, that port area. That is just extreme stuff. But yeah, when you see this is coming our way later tonight. It is going to be really blowing. Here's a live view from St. Cloud. Things relatively calm there at the Hollow Paw Community Center. However, it is going to change there. We've got all our cameras. Just to show you our network of cameras on the job, tracking everything, and we'll show you the latest as it comes down the line. But we've got a lot of weather ahead of us. Our live camera from the radar dome over in Bithlo, signals being interrupted. The weather's deteriorating rapidly as the landfall continues. The landfall happening near Cayo Costa, a barrier island right off of the Port Charlotte area. It's now moving inland. You can see these sustained winds with gusts over 100 miles an hour happening. Forecast to be a Cat 3 tonight. Inland, locally, probably close to the Bradenton area, maybe inland from that, maybe east of Sarasota, and then working up through Polk County through 2 a.m. and eventually into the Orlando area as a tropical storm, a rapidly weakening hurricane, but one that still has punch as far as the rainfall potential. I mean, we're talking serious rain, and we will get wind. We're getting reports of power outages all over the region. Brittany's going to take a look at that. But real quick, let's talk about our future radar, because this is the key. A lot of people have been saying, you know, I know it's blowing out there, it's raining, but it's nothing we haven't seen before. And you're right, for the most part, but we are starting to get power outage reports. It's blowing a little bit more, but more so the rain is going to start becoming very intense after 8 p.m. Once the core of Ian, which is right here, starts working northward, it'll be over Lakeland, producing sustained winds, even into southeastern Polk County toward Fort Meade. It gets worse. And Kissimmee.
In fact, here at the station, do we need to go to a break? Polk County EOC? I'm sorry, I just heard
exceed 6 inches per hour. This is very serious as far as flooding goes. That'll then work through Orlando through 4 a.m. and then finally things will calm down a little bit as far as the rain goes tomorrow morning, but the wind will kick up and solidify power being knocked out for a lot of us. Don't forget, when you lose power, if you have the Fox 35 Storm Team app, you can watch us live on your phone. It's a very good tool to have because, especially if there's a tornado warning and you have to get to your safe spot, you can see what's going on live right there. You're good to go as long as you have a cell phone signal. Just keep that thing charged up. Look at these rainfall totals. This is not an outside possibility. This looks to be a likelihood at this point. Orlando could see 20 inches of rain. We could see 20 to 30 inches of rain in a stripe from DeLand through the Claremont area. The exact track of Ian determining the exact amounts, but anything over 12 inches is going to be a pretty serious flood. But if we start seeing this amount of rain, which again happens overnight, tomorrow morning we're going to wake up to a changed landscape in many locations. Brittany, what is the latest on the power outages? I've been hearing reports around this area from where we broadcast around Seminole County, some outages happening.
That's right, Brooks. We even had a reporter down in Winter Springs that saw some power outages over there. But let's talk about the power outages around Florida, because over 810,000 people are now without power. Now, most of this is coming on the southwestern side of Florida, but when you have a storm the magnitude of that size, a Category 4 storm with max sustained winds at 150 miles per hour, this is to be expected. We're even seeing power outages across Central Florida already, and we'll see more to come. Let's take a look at the wind gusts, because this is going to knock some of that power out. So already across Central Florida, this is what we're seeing. Wind gusts of 36 miles per hour in Orlando alone. Claremont, 34 miles per hour. Along the beaches, Daytona Beach, 36. And we're not even talking about southwestern portions of Orlando.
With the big one, the Peace River Basin, which runs from Bartow to Fort Meade. What is the circumstance now, and what do you anticipate as the night progresses?
So the rain, the rainfall, we're just looking at rain gauges, some of our rain gauges around the county. We've already had 2.5 inches of rain, depending on where that is. All the heavy rain, the flash flood potential comes along with the center of the storm. So we're very concerned about that Peace River Basin because it's been so wet already in the last few weeks. So that as that rain continues to build, that flood threat will increase, and we'll just have to monitor. We've got our first responders, fire and law enforcement out, and they'll respond as long as they can until it's, conditions just totally make it unsafe for them to come off the road.
Historically, another problem spot has been Northwest Lakeland in the vicinity of Walker Road.
Correct.
What are you seeing there, and what do you anticipate, and what do you advise for folks who live in that part of the county?
Well, again, that's another area that has historically flooded. We actually checked with a couple of people that we know in that area this morning. They have not had as much rain as the Bartow and Winter Haven area have had in the last few weeks, so that's a good thing. But again, if we get 10, 12, 18 inches of rain, some forecasts are calling for 2 feet, any of those areas in Polk County could flood. So they just need to, take action. It's really with the wind coming now, it's not safe to be out, and those conditions are going to deteriorate very rapidly.
How does that compare to the flood-prone parts of East Polk County? I'm thinking east of Haines City, in particular, around Lake Lowry.
Lake Lowry's got a history of flooding. The north side of that lake, we've had historic flooding in our past. East of Lake Wales, there's really no part of Polk County that doesn't have some flood risk. And we messaged earlier. The National Weather Service has been messaging the flood threat, and folks in that area by now should have taken action for their safety of themselves and their families.
For those just now making the decision to leave, and you might have wished they made that decision earlier, but at what point is the point of no return in terms of the roads being traversable at this point, what you're seeing?
Well, it's really about we've already had reports of trees and power lines down. We anticipate that will continue. Roads could be blocked. It's going to be, it'll be dark soon. So if you can't see the road and it's either blocked or there's a live power line down or a road is washed out, that's happened. That's very likely to happen. It's just not safe. So, if anybody's planning to move and try to go to a shelter, now is the absolute last time, because the hurricane force winds are just to the south. It looks like the eye wall was in DeSantis County coming in from Charlotte County. So, within the next hour or two, those hurricane force winds will be in our county. And at that point, it is not safe to be outside.
Are there any road blockages at this point that you know?
I'm not aware of any. I know we've got push crews out with the Sheriff's Office, Polk County Fire Rescue, and our Roads and Drainage Division with heavy equipment. And they've responded to multiple calls already today. They pushed some trees. They're able to cut those trees and get the roads back open.
Based on the track of the storm, its location now, and history, what is your expectation in terms of the scale of power outages through Polk County?
You know, every storm is different. After Hurricane Irma in 2017, about 90% of Polk County the next day was without power. So part of our planning has been, because of, you know, the wind and the flood, and as wet as our ground is, we anticipate power outages, and they could be longer than normal because of the saturation of the ground. You know, if a tree blows over, it's easier if the ground is wet, and that means the power lines come down with it.
A key point is every storm is different, but the frame of reference, as you know, many will have, we were here in 2004, will be Charlie, and to a certain extent, Irma as well 5 years ago. Press to the folks of Polk County the distinctions between those storms and this one, the track of them aside.
The track aside, this storm is very large in diameter. You know, the winds are starting now, the outer bands are here. Actually, it started last night, really, the first rain from this hurricane. It's moving much slower than some of those other storms. You know, Irma in 2017, within just a few hours, it was here and it was gone. And that is not going to be the case here. We're going to have 8, 10, 12 hours of very strong wind, very severe weather. So it's going to take longer before conditions clear. That may not happen completely and be totally safe, you know, to be able to move around outside until Friday.
There are a lot of people who have moved here after 2017, after Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico, who have relocated to Osceola and to Polk counties as well. That's their frame of reference. They're seeing what's happening to Captiva right now and thinking back to what happened to the island. How does that compare to what we can expect in Polk County later tonight?
Well, again, you know, strong winds, power outages, the flash flood risk is one of the most likely hazards. You know, a lot of rain in a short amount of time, and then always tornadoes. We've seen tornado warnings to our south today. So as that weather moves through, all those factors, you know, could impact our people here in Polk County.
There's a particular concern with flooding of the Peace River. Sometimes rivers flood long after a weather event passes through. Will this time be different? Will that flooding coincide with the passage of the storm?
Yeah, it may take a day or two for all the rain, you know, to get into the water system, get in the creeks that feed into the Peace River. But it will come up. The forecast right now is about this time tomorrow afternoon, about 24 hours for that water to crest. The crest is forecast to be higher than it was. Our record flood was after Hurricane Francis in our 2004 hurricane season. And a lot of folks who are here, they weren't even here. They weren't even in Florida in 2004. So that water is going to come up in the river. It's going to come up in the creeks that are already high.
You saw us took a little power hit there. We don't know if that's storm related or not, but you heard a lot of information coming from Polk County's Emergency Operations Center there. That was our Craig Patrick, by the way, throwing all those questions at him. The big concern they have there are a couple of them, but it's the freshwater flooding from all the rain they are expecting to get over the next 24 hours. We saw Ken Suarez at the Peace River yesterday, which is already at flood stage. So there are several towns along the Peace River. Bartow, Fort Meade had a lot of flooding after Hurricane Irma, which also cut up a similar path that Ian's expected to take. So that's what they're watching, and you heard him saying that really now is your last chance in Polk County to get out and get to a shelter.
Exactly. I mean, maybe minutes, really, because it sounds like wind is on the way. So let's get right to Paul to talk about that. What can they expect as this evening wears on?
Yeah, well, the situation is going to be pretty simple. We're going to have a hurricane that's going to be slow moving, that's going to traverse the state from southwest to northeast. As it does that trip, the trip all the way from the southwest coast all the way to east of Orlando and eventually off the east coast, it's not going to be a quick trip. The only positive is that as it continues to move inland, the weakening process will begin to accelerate. So obviously, the storm by Orlando or in eastern Polk County is not going to be as strong as the storm is right now. The energy source for hurricanes is warm water. Once it moves away from the water, the energy source is cut off. That and the friction from the land causes tropical systems to kind of spin down. But that process is not, you don't just go like that and you're done. It takes a while to kind of spin things down. Winds have been gusty. We got a gust at 70 in St. Pete. Now, in this type of situation, the winds in St. Pete are always higher because the wind blows from northeast to southwest across the open bay. So it gives you a really good idea. 70 gusts, sustained 51. We had that gust in Punta Gorda of 124. Let me kind of move off this screen. I want to take a better look at the winds. Sarasota, gust 71. Venice had a gust of 79, sustained 42. We lost some of our observation stations, some data problems from Fort Myers. Probably the wind knocked it out. Tampa had a gust of 62. These little squalls that are going by now, when you lose your power, it's typically, you get like in these hurricane situations, you'll get a time to just rain. All of a sudden, a big squall goes by. The wind really goes crazy. The rain comes down. All of a sudden, the lights flash, and you're done with power. It's typically those squalls that will end up making you lose power. Just think about it. It affects a tree, branch. Basically, a tree falls, branch falls, wire, power's out. I mean, that's really the extent of it. It's those squalls that do that. Clearwater, all the winds around Tampa Bay continue to blow from northeast to southwest and continue to drain the bay. Now, over time, when the hurricane is well east of us, the winds will start going the other way. The water is going to come back, but we just know when hurricanes are moving away from us, the storm surge threat is greatly diminished. So could there be some high water later tonight or tomorrow? It could be some, but don't forget, the bay is going to fill up again, and then it has to get higher than that. That's not going to happen quickly. There could be some high water, but if we escape Tampa Bay north with a storm surge 1, 2, maybe 3 feet, I think that I'd consider that a big win, especially when a couple of days ago we had a hurricane forecast to be here and a 10-foot storm surge coming up the bay. That's not going to happen. And in fact, 5 feet's not going to happen. Maybe some higher water on the backside. Let's show you live radar, see what's going on. This is the problem here. These are the bands going by. So we've had these multiple squalls kind of pivot, even Citrus, even Hernando, even Pasco. It rains lightly, and all of a sudden you're sitting in your house, you hear everything kind of rumble a little bit outside. And then maybe the shutters hitting the house a little bit, and then that goes by, there's a lull, and then another squall goes by. You can see them kind of all rotating. Here comes one, and they move fast. I mean, they go with the wind flow. So they're moving to the west about 70 miles an hour, so they don't last long. Once in a while, kind of the eye wall kind of spins rain to the northwest. This is really heavy. This is northern Hardee County through all of Manatee County. This is Lakewood Ranch right now is getting hit hard, and we'll zoom in. So what we'll do tonight, when you're with us, is we're just going to watch the progression of the eye wall, and we're going to watch the eye wall eventually weaken, and that's going to be good. We did the same thing with Irma, and we kind of watched that eye wall go from south to north, almost up the spine of the state. This eye wall will gradually weaken, but again, this is not an immediate process. It's going to take time. By this time tomorrow, we're going to have probably a tropical storm on the map, and then if it goes away, and then finally we can talk about better weather later Thursday right into the weekend. But for now, it is Venice, it is Port Charlotte, and I tell you, for anyone that's watching us right now in Venice, Northport, Englewood, really anywhere in Sarasota County, it's really how long it's been lasting. I mean, this has been going on now for 5-6 hours. So when you talk about a hurricane event, in most cases, it's a couple of hours, the weather's really bad, and then the weather starts improving. This is the type of situation where you're sitting at home going, when is it going to stop? It's still got a ways to go, because you look out over the Gulf and there's still bad weather out here, and anywhere inside this eye wall, you've got winds sustained at least 90 to 100. You had a sustained gust in Punta Gorda 124. So if you're living here, at your home, you probably have witnessed winds at some point over 100 miles an hour. That's a big deal. The storm is on shore. It made landfall on the north side of Captiva, kind of in the same spot, you think, it's kind of the same spot Charlie did. Very close to the same spot Charlie made landfall, and the trip across the peninsula is going to be fairly close. Now, when you when you compare the two, obviously, the wind field from Ian is much larger than Charlie, and that's really an important point going forward. We'll talk more about this and a lot more tonight. Now back to the news desk.
All right, thank you, Paul. Yeah, I remember Charlie. Charlie was so compact and it was so fast that it was like it was over like that. And then, of course, we could see all the catastrophic damage. This thing is like a behemoth that is just inching like a turtle across Florida.
It's crazy.
Exactly. So we have crews across Tampa Bay. They especially now have moved on to our southern counties because that is going to be where the crux of the damage is, as we can see now as the storm moves south. We're talking Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee, and then now moving more inland.
Yeah, and you mentioned that those areas there. I was just looking, the power outages in that area continue to pile up. I was just looking, Sarasota County, this is just Florida Power and Light customers too, which doesn't cover everyone. Sarasota County now over 180,000 people without power. That's over 60% of the FPL customers. And we've had Kim Cuizon doing a tremendous job in Sarasota County all afternoon and morning there. And Kim, what are you guys seeing there? Do you have power where you are in your condo there? You've been sheltering on someone's balcony there. How are things looking?
Yeah, Chris, we're actually at the Best Western off of US 41 across from Gulf Gate. We did lose power just a short time ago, so we've been trying to save some battery energy out here. But one thing that I will show you is people have been out here all morning long, and now what do you see? You don't really see anybody out here. Keep in mind the power is out, but that is also because the wind gusts have been picking up. I kind of feel like it's cliche at this point. We keep saying they keep getting stronger and stronger, but those gusts continue to remain very strong here in Sarasota County. And that is part of the reason why law enforcement, first responders have stayed off of the roads. Now, we did talk to Sarasota County, and we did hear that there are emergency calls coming in. We heard some very traumatic calls even that are going through the county first responders. But since first responders cannot make their way out on the roadway, we're told that there is a medical director through the EOC that is helping people that are stuck at home with medical emergencies perform potentially life-saving, not operations, but procedures until people can safely get out of their homes and get to a hospital or wherever they can go. But as you can see out here, winds are still gusting. It kind of has remained the same over the last few hours. We've seen some signs blow by. Those are signs that haven't really been secured down. Some lights come off of the top of the poles. But we continue just to watch these trees really do what palm trees do during storms, bend and kind of move with the wind. This is kind of the thing that you expect to see in a hurricane, and this is what we are seeing right here, right now. And I can tell you that speaking with police, speaking with law enforcement, they say that they are actively coming up with a plan. Here in Sarasota County, we still have at least a few more hours of this really bad weather, if not several more, if you listen to Paul. But they say that they are working on a plan to really get out and see where areas are that need attention. Since they had to pull off of the roadways, the calls that they have heard, damage that they have heard, are mainly down trees. But of course, that will all change once they are able to get out here. Of course, nightfall is going to be coming up soon, so it's going to be a little different, especially with power out for so many people. I know a lot of people have been through this with Hurricane Irma. Of course, we have our new residents to Florida who haven't been through this, but right now everybody is just kind of sitting tight, watching the storm pass by and really hoping for the best. Chris, back to you.
All right, Kimberly Cuizon live for us again there in Sarasota. Yeah, the power outages, again, if you look at Lee County, Sarasota, Collier, you've got over 500,000 people now without power.
And I just heard from somebody who lives in southwestern, near Mayaca City, and her power's out. And they've got a generator up. So, yeah, I think it's probably going to start happening more as those winds keep increasing. And also, despite the police saying don't do this, some people just can't resist looking and walking out onto the bay. That's where the water got sucked out of the bay as this storm approached. And we're talking about various places around here. I've already had that. Boats sitting on the muddy bottom. Yeah. And of course, where we saw it the most was right there off
Bayshore Boulevard, right there in the Hillsborough Bay. But also you can see in Old Tampa Bay, Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is live out at Ben T. Davis Beach, right along the Courtney Campbell Causeway. Same effect there, Aaron. And are you seeing a lot of people who just have to come by and witness this for themselves?
We are, and fortunately, this is the first time I think since we've been here in the last hour or so that no one is out here. But when we got here about an hour or so ago, I mean, there were several people out here on what is usually the bay. This is usually completely covered in water, all the way up actually to the beach. If you turn to the right there, you can see how far away we are from Ben T. Davis Beach. That's where there's usually people on a normal day, you know, sitting in the sand, enjoying the sun. Not today, thankfully. And that's, you can see how far out the water has receded and been sucked out by Hurricane Ian. Just within the last half an hour or so, we've really begun to feel the rain pick up and the wind start to pick up. Nothing, of course, close to what they're seeing down in Sarasota and Manatee County, but we're starting to get some stronger bands. You could see the wind over there. Just those trees are starting to really blow in the wind. So we're getting the effects more and more here in Hillsborough County and Tampa. But I think people are starting to really heed the advice of police. Stay home. Don't come out here. You know, it's okay to come and look, but don't come stand where the water is eventually going to come back. So this is what we've been seeing out here. We're going to be out here the rest of throughout the day into the evening. I mentioned the wind. I'm blocked over here by Whiskey Joe's, so you can't really tell looking at me, Chris and Cynthia, how windy it is, but it is getting bad out here, and you know, it's just only going to get worse as the afternoon and evening progresses.
All right, Aaron Mesmer live for us there along the Courtney Campbell Causeway at Ben T. Davis Beach,
Looks a little
which
mucky
there's
right now,
a little more waterfront property right
exactly,
there.
Exactly. But don't get stuck in that. If you go walk on that, you might get stuck there, and then the water starts coming back in.
You don't want that.
Not a good thing. All right, let's check in right now with Fox 13's Josh Casio. He's in Treasure Island. I know the wind was whipping up pretty good when last we checked in with you, Josh.
Yeah, you're right. And the story out here on Treasure Island is that the conditions have progressively gotten worse hour by hour. In just the last few minutes, we've experienced some of the biggest gusts of wind that we have seen all day. If you look here behind me, that tree, boy, it's been blowing in the wind and bending pretty much all day long. If you look across the water there, you can see all those trees blowing in the wind, the water just continuing to move incredibly fast. And what's been pretty interesting here, we've been watching the water continue to get sucked away. That sailboat there, we're seeing more and more of the bottom of it. There's a boat next to it as well. Same thing. They are, we're continuing to see that water just pulled back from the seawall here. You know, officials here in Pinellas County, they are continuing to tell people, please hunker down, please stay where you are. Don't go out in the storm until it has fully passed. And even when it's gone, wait until the all clear comes through, because they don't want people, you know, running into down power lines or trying to drive through flooded streets. We know there are 25 shelters open in Pinellas County, about 4,500 people taking advantage of those shelters. Also, about 12,000 people at least here in Pinellas County are without power. That according to Duke Energy. And again, the message is stay inside, wait till this is all gone, because as we've been seeing and experiencing out here, it just gets worse and worse by the hour. You can really feel the wind at my back right now, and those white caps are getting even stronger. I will say there are times where it sort of lulls out a little bit. It's not too bad, and then we get moments like this where you really got to stand firmly to not get blown away by this storm. Fortunately, my photographer Mike here is standing in under a parking garage, so he is good. We are protected, but boy, you can really feel the wind and rain out here. And like I said, it progressively gets worse. Hour by hour. Most people, the good news is, most people here on Treasure Island have left. It really is a ghost town out here. The only folks we tend to see are the emergency crews who are going up and down, making sure everything is okay. But again, a lot of wind out here, a lot of rain, and it is showing no signs of slowing down. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, good to know that you're not endangering yourself or the photographer, that you have shelter right there. Want all our viewers to know that you guys are safer than maybe it sometimes looks on TV. Thank you, Josh. Governor DeSantis has a message for Florida. This is going to be a nasty couple of days. Same thing Paul's been saying, our whole weather team's been saying. And he's stressing that if you're in Ian's path and you still have time, because Polk County, you have now pretty much run out of time, to go to the safest possible shelter and just stay there. His last hurricane briefing was around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Listen.
Well, this afternoon, Hurricane Ian is now making landfall in southwest Florida with winds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. 155-mile-an-hour winds are incredibly dangerous. There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around. So please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane-strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is passed and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all down power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places staged. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties. We will request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many decades ago? Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004. Because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian.
All right, that was the governor's briefing around 1 p.m.
Yes.
And some takeaways from there. But this seems like almost tradition, and you can probably name some of these, that if there's a major hurricane hitting the Florida Peninsula, it's going to pass through Polk County at some point, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's just they strategically are placed. And, of course, this storm is like 300 miles wide, which is pretty much the width, really, when you think about it, of the state of Florida.
As Paul and Tyler said, much broader wind field than we had with Charlie. You know, people compare it to that track.
All right, so now Polk County, especially eastern parts of it, emergency management officials there telling people in low-lying areas, if you haven't already gotten out, you need to do it. Fox 13's Ken Suarez at Peace River Village. Tell us exactly where you are, Ken, and what's your situation out there?
Well, actually, Peace River Village is right over there, but we're right next to it. We are at the Peace River, just off State Road 60 in Bartow. Take a look back here. This is the problem. You see this little pathway, and you see on the left part of your screen there is a little place for people to sit, a bench. Well, usually people can walk, sit on the bench, even go further down. If you keep on looking far into the distance, you see a white thing. Well, that white thing is the dock, and that is the shoreline. So look at all the distance between what used to be the shoreline and what is the shoreline. The reason being is that we've had so much rain recently, and the ground is incredibly super non-absorbent. Now, you can see the rain coming down, the wind blustering up. This is only making things worse. We were talking before about Peace River Village, which is only right over there. A lot of people, because they're in such a low-lying area, should be getting out. They were not getting out. I can tell you that a number of people we spoke to said it's just not going to happen. At this point, emergency officials are saying even though the storm is on its way, we still have enough time to get people out. They're saying if you're in the west part of the county, that's where the really high wind is going to happen, over in the Lakeland area. But over in the east, it's going to be a little bit less. So those shelters are going to close a little bit.
There goes Ken, because things are starting to deteriorate in that part of Polk County. So maybe we should get to Paul again to see exactly what's going on, checking back on the storm, where it is. And, of course, Polk County is definitely going to suffer some of the brunt of this.
And they'll do it at night, which is no fun.
It's tough.
Gets dark in about 3 hours from now. So this is Irma was a nighttime event, and this is going to be a nighttime event for Polk County. This is when what we're gonna do tonight is really watch the eye wall, because everything around it is going to have bad weather. But as far as when you're talking about the ability of causing some damage, it's going to be around that core of the hurricane. And as the core moves inland, the weakening process will kind of accelerate over time. But it's such a big and storm hurricane, the process takes a while. And this will, by this time tomorrow, probably a tropical storm on the East Coast. But from point A to point B, it'll take a while. A little side note, we've done a lot of talking about Charlie, kind of the relationship of Ian to Charlie. Back in the weather office, just kind of getting my act together and looking at some data. Ian made landfall at the exact same place that Charlie did on the north tip of Captiva Island, the same exact spot. I mean, it's amazing. All the places there it was, and the trip over the peninsula is probably about the same thing. The trip with Charlie was there was damage lying up by Arcadia, then it moved up towards Orlando. This is going to be about the same place. The whole structure, though, of this storm is a lot different than Charlie. The wind field is about 2.5 times bigger with Ian than it was with Charlie. A bigger wind field means the potential of producing more damage. Also, what's amazing is still the amount of lightning. We can see little dots in the eye wall. Typically speaking, only the strongest hurricanes produce a lot of hurricane. I explained this a couple times. We talk about, we're in Florida, and we get our lightning because of land and sea breezes colliding. And it's the collision of air, the air rising, that produces lightning. Hurricanes don't produce a lot of lightning because hurricanes, the wind go around in a circle, and you don't have winds bumping into each other because it's going around in a circle. But there's so much instability and turbulence in this eye wall, it's producing lightning. It's almost always a sign of a strong hurricane. This morning, hurricane hunter planes, some of the messages from some of the scientists and the engineers on the hurricane mission this morning when the hurricane was just offshore said it was one of their roughest rides in memory. Plane going up, plane going down, struggling to get through the eye, saying all kinds of trouble. Usually those trips, as they would be so difficult, they're usually okay, but when there's enough to talk about it, you know it was a bad ride. Let's take a little radar trip. So here is the eye wall, and for our friends, we know you're watching in Venice and Englewood and Northport. This has been a really difficult 5 or 6 hours. It's still coming down. I have some good news. The back edge of this is out here, but the strongest weather pretty soon should begin to pivot northeast of you, head up towards Arcadia and Wauchula. And then we'll get into some of this. It's going to rain for a while longer. Your rainfall totals in Sarasota County, I think, going to be about 2 feet, if not higher than that. Now, eventually, as what's left of this eye begins to move northeast, it's going to be Arcadia, Wauchula, Sebring, Avon Park. What's going to happen to your house? Well, the wind's going to pick up, sustained probably about 80 to 90, with a few higher gusts. Also, as far as being safe tonight or today, you know the layout of your house. You know what's outside. To me, the biggest concern is, as long as your house is buttoned up, you're going to be fine. I always think about, okay, what trees do I have around my house? Some of you do, some of you don't, some of you are, there's no trees nearby. But if you get some old oaks or something that you think is maybe having a little, some sort of pest damage or whatnot, kind of get your...
Thank you again to our Fox 13 team for giving us a similar weather coverage as Hurricane Ian is making landfall just north of Fort Myers as a Category 4 storm. We are continuing to give you always the latest information. I want to let our viewers know we are expecting our next Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, as well as other Florida officials. Their next update is supposed to be coming at about 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. And Live Now will, of course, be bringing it to you in full here when that does happen. So we're less than an hour away from that. Still getting a lot of live reports. Max Gordon speaking with our Fox 35 team. Let's go ahead and bring you into their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Bob. All right, Max, thank you so much.
And we have so many cranes here as well, down at the theme park areas and others. I looked it up really quickly. I found Cranes Today magazine says up to 100 miles per hour is what they're designed for out of service. So,
and we're seeing those winds.
Yeah, we're getting close to that. So that is a situation that I know they thought about, but most people don't. All right, let's find out what's going on locally here. We just got some new tornado watches, and Brooks joins us with the latest on that. What are we talking about here, Brooks?
Yeah, hey, John, I've got Ian with me as well. We've got a brand new tornado watch till 1 in the morning. That's going to include Orange, Seminole, Volusia, Brevard, and Osceola counties. So it's basically everywhere from Orlando points east until 1 in the morning. And we're actually, Ian, we're getting a report of a tornado that was confirmed by some videos emerging on social media. We'll try and effort those to show those in a bit. But where was that and what time?
We had, that official tornado that was confirmed, and we're going to look for that video so we can get that to you to see. But it was reported by social media. This was at 5 miles west of Camp Hollyfish Cam, and that is in parts of Brevard County. Now, it was a social media video, so this is more of just a confirmation. We don't know the strength, we don't know any of that, but it was visually confirmed, and that was in Brevard County at 3:29 p.m. So we have already had confirmation now that we are looking at an active scene here where we are seeing those tornadoes. We have that visual confirmation, and we know that with the conditions we have for today, with that spin, with the system moving up to the northeast, with Hurricane Ian moving up northeast, we will have that threat for today. So what we have with that new tornado watch, who is included and who is at the highest risk, this runs till 1 a.m. So these are the areas that will be most likely to see the tornado, or if there is a tornado threat, where you could see them happen today. And that would be up to the north into Volusia County. That's as far north as it extends. To the south in Seminole County, also into Orange County, including the entire Orlando metro, to the west to Lake Apopka, Osceola County, Brevard County, and stretching to the south. Because we have that steady onshore flow, we're seeing that movement that is coming around, wrapping around the system, and then pulling in that warm, moist air with the spin. That's a bad combination, and that's what unfortunately is going to lead to this for today. So that is what we're going to be watching. Yeah, why don't we look at the radar right now?
Yeah, bring it up for us.
Yeah, so we are looking to look at the radar right now, and currently we're not seeing anything yet, but we are going to watch every single one of these storms as we are looking for that spin. And as I put it in motion here, watching the storms, we do have that onshore flow. There isn't anything active right now. It doesn't look like there's anything imminent, but we do have that continuous threat here through this afternoon into this evening. 1 a.m. I know many of you don't want to deal with that tornado threat, but Brooks, we're going to have that tornado threat extending well past many people's usual bedtime.
Well, it's starting to rain right now for a lot of people. So here's a live view from downtown. I mean, it is absolutely pouring outside. We're starting to see the real bands of rain moving in. And as Ian said, you know, these bands could have some tornadoes and stuff like that. So far, so good right now. But it's going to spin up fast, and it's just going to be in that safe place where you're going to hunker down for this storm, because this kind of rain is going to lay down about 2 to 3 inches, completely saturating the soil. So when the big rain moves in tonight, and it's expected to, we're going to get flooding rains moving in tonight, probably after dark, continuing for most of the night before leaving tomorrow morning. It's going to lay down a lot of flooding. Here's a live view there from downtown. The winds are starting to blow. We're catching some wind gusts right now around the region that are in excess of 40 miles an hour. We're at 44 now in Orlando, but look what's coming our way. In Tampa, winds gusting to 66 right now. In Sarasota, they're gusting to hurricane force at 78 miles per hour. And we had a report of 135 mile per hour wind gusts in the Port Charlotte area coming in at a yacht club there. 112 mile per hour.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 35 team. I do want to remind our viewers, coming up here in the next hour, we'll have Governor Ron DeSantis and officials giving us an official update, giving us the latest information on what they are seeing and hearing from counties who are being impacted the greatest from Hurricane Ian. Thank you to everyone who's been watching here on Live Now from Fox, as we've been giving you a lot of different live looks. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to keep track of always the latest path of this storm. It has definitely been bringing the rain. That has been one of the biggest emphasis that we've been hearing from officials, has been the fact that this rainfall and the storm surge is going to be very dangerous. We've already seen a lot of flooding happening in multiple areas, including Naples, which is really seeing a huge force of that Category 4 hurricane. We did have the Naples Fire Department flooding as well. One of our reporters out there giving us an update on that. Let's go ahead and listen in as our fire teams are talking about what they're doing as Hurricane Ian is now landfall.
Guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue, and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
We're now unloading the truck. This is a storm surge that we talked about, but we weren't sure about. Stay off the road. We're not kidding. Please know that everyone here is safe. We are all okay. It's just our building and our property. I am on my tippy toes here. I'm 5 foot, so this car is probably 4 foot at least. Please, people, we encourage you all to please stay off the roads. Back up.
We are watching some video from Naples Fire Department. It obviously is dealing with Hurricane Ian right there at their fire station, flooding, bringing that water waist deep inside of the building. Then you go out onto the roads and you can see it up past their chests. This is just the beginning of this storm as well. They're trying to get all of their equipment out of this vehicle, out of the truck, ahead of more flooding happening here. Especially since you heard in the very beginning of this cell phone video that there was concern with this water reaching certain areas, that they started to see some smoking happening as well. So live now from Fox, always giving you different live looks and showing you all of these different pictures and images we have coming into our desk of Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and continue to listen back in as now a box floating by with supplies. Let's go listen into our Naples Fire Department. This video coming to us from Naples Fire Department. Flooding definitely a huge concern for residents in Florida as the water had receded from some of these bays, from some of the canals, and now is starting to be dumped back down onto Florida as Ian is it's draining water all across the Tampa Bay area and beyond. We do appreciate everyone who's been watching here with us. This video showing just a little portion of what people are having to deal with if they had chosen to stay behind. Of course, there was mandatory evacuations for some areas. Other areas, though, did have voluntary evacuations. And you can see here, when it comes to our first responders, they don't have a choice. They have to be here to help respond to any emergencies. We'd heard, though, earlier with Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as his other Florida officials, of course, he said, if you're in an area where there's flooded waters, we're not going to be able to get to you in some of those flooded waters. So this showing you what the Naples Fire Department has been having to deal with as they have continued to try to prepare ahead of time, now working as it's happening, flooding happening in their fire station. Let's go ahead, continue listening and live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Everyone's okay. We are live and we have about 400 people watching. There's always one. This is the parking lot of City Hall.
The city of Naples definitely feeling the brunt of this Category 4 storm as it has now hit the Florida coast. Thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just a reminder, coming up in about a half hour, we are going to be hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as well as other Florida officials. They're going to be doing yet another update. That, again, is happening at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be in it in full for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we're continuing to see more videos pour in and more reports of not only how the rainfall has been, but also how the wind gusts have been. Let's go ahead and get back into our coverage with our Fox 35 team as they continue to give us more updates on Hurricane Ian.
Movement, there are actually fish in people's yards. Take a look.
What?
Oh, catfish.
It jumped on my foot.
Watch out for the stingers.
That's always a concern. Fish and other wildlife washing up in yards. This video shared by viewer Chris White captures some sort of unknown critter that wound up in their yard after a heavy band of the storm passed by Melbourne. We spoke with him and he can't figure out exactly what kind of salamander it is. He says he's going to post videos on Facebook just in case it was someone's pet. Well, that was one of the issues here because you don't know what's in the water.
Fox 35 News starts now with a new track on Ian.
And that's where we're going to go. I think that's where we should go
we have the new track,
to see the new track from Brooks and
Okay.
Ian, Storm Team meteorologist. Take it away.
All right.
Let's do it. So we're watching the latest on this. It has made landfall as a Category 4, and it's now starting to make its rainy path into Orlando. It's starting to pour. It's starting to blow. We're getting power outages all over the place. It's flickering on and off in Oviedo right now. So let's get the new track on this. Winds of 140. It's losing its momentum. It's losing its speed. Winds are down from 155 to 140, but it's not losing its power. It's just that the energy is transferring from wind to now rain. It's going to slowly work northward, located somewhere over Polk County, maybe around Lake Wales by 2 a.m. tonight. So this is going to be a real slow trek northeastward. Winds of 85 miles an hour, so a Category 1 hurricane in Polk County. All the while, we're going to get soaked with unrelenting downpours overnight. Finally, by tomorrow afternoon, Thursday at 2 p.m., the center could be located somewhere near, say, Geneva, or maybe over maybe southern Volusia County. This is going to be the Seminole County area or Volusia County before making its way offshore. There could be hurricane-force wind gusts throughout this entire thing, but one thing to keep in mind is that if this is going to be its position tomorrow at 2 p.m., from now until tomorrow around lunchtime, the weather will be severe with torrential rains and with the wind only getting worse. This is only slowly weakening. After that, it moves northward and into Georgia and the Carolinas. But that new track is significant in that it reconfirms that Orlando will indeed get direct impacts from this. And based on that track, beyond all the wind, one of the biggest impacts, one of the most severe impacts will be the rain, and rainfall totals could eclipse 27 inches in some communities. 20 to 30 inches of rain could fall. We haven't started to see that kind of rain yet. We're at like 2, 3, 4, 5 inches right now, but we're going to have big downpours developing tonight, and it looks like that could happen anywhere from northern Lake into northern Orange, maybe Seminole counties. 20 inches in Orlando. I mean, look, these numbers are huge. What does this really mean? If we get a foot of rain, that's going to produce flooding like we haven't seen in a while. If we get 20 inches of rain, or even up to 30 inches of rain, that's going to be the kind of flooding that cuts off roads. It makes roads impassable. Creeks and ponds will fill up to the point where they cover up a lot of the roads adjacent to them, so you may not be able to get in and out of your neighborhood. This is the time to hunker down, because in the next few hours, conditions will deteriorate dramatically. And let's hope that homes stay dry. Hopefully everybody who needs sandbags has deployed their sandbags, because this looks to be a big flood. It's going to go very slowly from where it made landfall down in Port Charlotte up here to the Orlando area by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All right, I want to bring meteorologist Ian Cassette into this because we're also tracking some torrential rains. And while things are all clear right now as far as acute severe weather, and I keep looking over to our situational awareness severe weather monitor, no new warnings. We've got a couple of areas that we're going to watch very carefully, right, Ian?
Absolutely. We're going to be watching for that threat of tornadoes, which we have not forgotten about that, but we have that concern continuing. But that flooding threat is what's going to be the most likely threat for much of our area. So let's look at the radar right now and what we are seeing. Earlier, we had the tornado warning that was over Osceola County. We also had that confirmed tornado in southwestern Brevard County. Now, things have actually settled to the south, but look at this heavy rain that we are seeing. This is just along the 528 and moving from southeast to northwest, still moving pretty great or good speed, but we have torrential downpours here where we have this flood warning that's going to continue until past 8 o'clock tonight, where we're going to see more of this heavy rain. So a closer view on this, and let's view it at Brevard County that has been under that flood warning, already picked up about 4 inches of rain. Look at this heavy rain. I will pause this. This is the one, this cell here, I'm going to be watching this one closest, because not only is it producing a lot of really heavy rain, I mean, we're talking about torrential rain, but this whole area that is to the southeast or to the south of all of these cells, these storms, that's where the area that we have to watch for as the wind moves in and kind of fuels that storm. It gets it to rotate some. So that is a potential here where we're going to be watching for that. But the most apparent threat right now is going to be that heavy rain. If you live in Titusville, in Mims, you're seeing that heavy rain. Port St. John, you're seeing a lot of that heavy rain, and that is going to only compound. We've already picked up 2 to 4 inches of rain. Another 2 to 4 inches of rain will be possible here the next 3 to 4 hours, and with little room for it to go into the ground, into the surface, and into the lakes and ponds, it starts to fill up, and then it has nowhere to go, and that's when we start to run into those issues where we aren't seeing those roads being passable anymore as more of this rain is to occur. And we're only going to continue with this as we go on into tomorrow, Brooks. We have that issue for tomorrow with the winds on top of that.
I know the winds over saturated ground will no doubt lead to more power outages. So many of us already losing power. If you do lose power, don't forget with the Storm Team app, with the Fox 35 app, you can watch us live. You can watch the continuing coverage. You just have to have internet. Obviously, if power goes out, your Wi-Fi is going to go out too, unless you got that on a generator. But don't forget, we're on the app, so if you really need to know what's going on, it's live streaming video right there. But we really want to drive home that if we start to see rain like this, it could be a really far from ideal situation for tomorrow morning. And it's going to be the kind of thing where if you sleep tonight, you're going to wake up to a changed landscape in some areas with this high water. I mean, this is a lot of water coming our way, and that part of the storm has not even arrived yet. Winds right now gusting to 71 in Sarasota, 60 in Tampa, and almost at 50 now in Orlando. So we're starting to see the winds really ramping up. A closer view right now of wind gusts. We've got 44-mile-per-hour gusts in Sanford, 46 at Daytona, about 22 in Ocala, 39 in Leesburg. So these could ramp up tonight, especially places like Polk County, over 90 miles an hour. It looks like we're going to see most of the wind really rolling into Polk County and eventually Orange County from about, say, 1 or 2 in the morning until about 9 in the morning. And it really will get really windy on top of all that rain. Let's talk about power outages. We've got, of course, as you'd imagine, huge power outages. Reports at the latest check, about 1 million customers statewide out of power, most of it down where landfalls occurred. We're starting now to see some local power outages here across the Orlando region. We've got them in the Winter Springs area, in Oviedo, in Seminole County, also around Orlando, Claremont, Leesburg. So we'll look at those totals, but these are no doubt going to tick up, and it's only just begun. This is the crux of it. Here is future radar starting off about 45 minutes from now. It's doing a good job of depicting what's going on now, where we've got these heavy rains right over Orlando. But focus to the southwest on the bottom left-hand part of your screen where I'm pointing to. That'll be the center of the storm, and it's going to make its way northeastward. And in doing so, this zone where we're on the essentially northwestern eye wall of the hurricane will represent the heaviest rain. And this rain will come down in a way that a lot of people, especially if you're not from Florida, you've never seen it rain like this. It is really, really, really going to rain. And it's going to come down at what could be 4 inches plus, maybe 6 inches per hour over a period of several hours. So this is 1:30 in the morning, the back edge of it not even through Lakeland yet. It'll be really coming down in Orlando. So again, between about 8 p.m. and 1 a.m. And then from there, finally by maybe around 5 a.m., it'll start to move on out. But we could be looking at a period of 8 hours or more where it's raining at greater than 4 inches per hour. So if you do the math on that, right, 8 hours times 4 inches per hour is 24. So, yeah, thanks. Got to do the math, when you do this wall-to-wall coverage, your brain gets fuzzy. But, yeah, fuzzy math aside, Ian, 24. 8 times
30, 36.
8 times 4 is 32.
32.
Oh, my gosh.
We're meteorologists. We're mathing it here. Our brains are basically fried.
All right. Bottom line,
we're
32 inches of rain.
We're not your math teachers.
32 inches of rain. Yes. 8 times 4 is 32. Goodness gracious. All the middle school teachers are shaking their erasers at us. 32 inches of rain, though, of course, joking aside, is really, really bad, and that's going to cause extensive flooding. So we're going to continue to track this. We'll let you know when the heaviest rains roll in, and of course, if a tornado warning is issued, we'll have it here for you first. Back to you.
Brooks, Ian, thank you both. Well, we want to show you some of the incredible video coming into the newsroom right now. This is a home in Cape Coral. Take a look. You can see the shingles are being ripped off the roof of this home. This is right where Hurricane Ian came ashore along the Gulf, and the winds were up to 150 miles per hour. The person who posted this on social media wrote a caption saying, "Look, our neighbor's roof is about to be destroyed."
It's white capping on our lawn.
Yeah, here's another view from Sanibel Island that's getting a lot of attention. Those are whitecaps. That's the waves of flooding rushing over someone's lawn. You can see the palm trees from the home's balcony blowing sideways at that point. Flooding there and throughout Lee County is expected to get even worse. Yeah, we keep seeing these videos. We're seeing intense pictures out of Southwest Florida. We also have a time lapse of that storm surge on Sanibel Island.
Our partners at Fox Weather are in Punta Gorda tonight, and that's just north of Fort Myers, close to where Ian made landfall. You can see as those winds picked up, the debris starts flying, and then the surf, John. That's the big issue over there. Yeah, the biggest issue when it comes to a hurricane is the surf and the flooding. That is where most people die, is in that.
And you may have missed it because you see it come a little bit. Here comes the wind, here come the waves, and then all of a sudden it comes in quick.
Yeah.
And that's what we were talking about up in Tampa, the people who are out there in the ocean looking around. If it does come in quick, they've got a significant problem.
You do not want to be in the bay.
Hopefully it comes in slow. And there, I just saw one of the people, I had to confirm this, but high tide is coming in this afternoon. So they're going to get even more water coming over this way.
Close to some buildings that are keeping us sheltered. Now, we're dealing with some wind, don't get me wrong, but we're able to get these shots out. And many of the streets in Punta Gorda look like this. You've got the palm fronds, you've got the coconuts here in the street, then just several pieces of debris from either, again, roofs, fences, that type of thing. And then we've also seen power poles. That
we want to go right now to the Seminole Counties are giving us an update.
Power. Once it becomes unsafe, the power crews will go to their staging locations, which are at various locations here around the county, some fire stations here at the Public Safety Building. And then once it is clear for them to get out, they will start restoration efforts again. Damage assessment teams are also on staging and ready to respond after the storm. These damage assessment teams will go out. They'll do look at community roadways, homes, buildings, critical infrastructures for damage, and then identify any roads that may need to be closed, anything that could be fixed quickly, and then we will make those determinations about lifting curfews if the curfew is necessary. All right, with that, I'd like to turn it over to the fire chief for some additional comments.
All right, so again, we're keeping tabs on how that's going. Again, 1.1 million people across the state of Florida without power right now. One thing that he was mentioning was that they cannot go back in and restore power until the winds die down, because that's one of the regulations. So they're going to be without power for a while. All right, our live team coverage continues with Fox 35's David Martin. He's in Sarasota today.
David, you're just north of where Ian made landfall. What's the situation over there now?
Luann, good afternoon. Hi, John. We're actually in Bradenton at our safe house as the storm passes through. And I want to send Paolo around the corner here on the back patio deck of the safe house so you can see what we're looking at here. And I'm going to stop talking when the winds pick up because the howling and the whistling from Hurricane Ian is something to behold. Just take a listen. That's constant, and it's been happening for hours out here, and where we are is about 30 minutes north of where we were stationed this morning in Sarasota. You can see behind Paolo the pool here, like many other pools in the Lakewood Ranch neighborhood, are getting full. Well, yeah, protect yourself, Paolo. It's coming behind you. We've lost a screen here on our patio. Nothing that we can't replace, though, in a matter of a few minutes when this is all said and done. The lake behind us, that gives you a clear indication of what we're witnessing out here. Waves on a lake, and what a current that is. I'll tell you, John and Luann, this is quite the scene in Bradenton. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, hey, David, before we let you go, hopefully we can stay with you. It's cutting up a little bit. I've been watching your coverage all day long. Hey, tell us what you've experienced from this morning, before it came in, into what you're seeing right now. How's that been?
It's been constant. It's been a steady stream of just wind and rain. I will say, the debris we saw before we got inside shelter here was what you'd expect. A lot of tree limbs. A few of those trees that are the super tall palm ones, you think, how are those going to withstand a storm? We saw a few of those down in the street. We saw some power lines. This is in Sarasota, of course. But nothing that made us go, oh boy, we can't recover from this. It's going to take a long time. It seemed at the moment pretty doable. So basically what I'm saying is, compared to what you're seeing out of Lee County and Naples and that area, they've dodged a bullet so far. Now this is constant though, so we'll see when we get out the front side of the house what we're looking at. But as of now, we can handle this.
Glad to hear nothing severe is happening. David, your shot is breaking up a bit, so we're going to let you go.
Yeah, they're on the correct side. I guess the safer side of this one right now is the stuff down south that's really getting it, which is where our partners at Fox Weather are stationed. They're all over the state monitoring the conditions of Ian.
Fox Weather's Will Nunley has been monitoring the conditions in Fort Myers for hours now, and he's seeing down traffic lights and roofing materials littering the streets.
I wanted to show you this, if I can hold it up without it flying out of my hand. This is a part of the street sign from what I think is Colonial Boulevard, which is right here. It's this big 4-lane in front of us here, but it just shows you how anything and everything becomes a projectile in wind like this. You don't want to encounter this as you're trying to maneuver around out here. That's why we have to really take shelter and, you know, hide behind what we can to make sure that we're safe. I want to try to give you a little bit of a view here. Chris, if you were to step out just a little bit there, we can show you that's the intersection where I'm talking about. Streetlights, of course, ripped down from all of this. We see parts of building. Oh, they're going down the street as part of one of the streetlights right now. And I'll tell you, these are heavy. If we look right over here to my right in the street, you can see parts of these streetlights. These are big, heavy metal assemblies with these lights, and they're just being thrown around like they're toys. Look at the workout that the top of these palm trees are getting. And that just shows you, and I don't know if the camera detects it, the sky above, if you can see how fast those clouds are moving, but there is just, you can see the clouds swirling around overhead. And as the wind changes direction, which it has dramatically since we started our reporting here, it begins to do damage to other parts of buildings, other structures that may have been unaffected. At this point, because we've had this wind sustained for so long, we have numerous trees down. It's going to be difficult to get out of some of these roads. It's going to take a while because there are going to be so many trees, utility lines, power lines down in these cases. We have seen all of these digital signs for these gas stations that just basically the tops have blown off of them. All of the, you know, the message boards and things inside of it, we can't even see them. They're just gone. There are parts of buildings that are coming off, including the building we're sheltering in has these terracotta roof panels that are coming off, and this is still an hours-long process. We still have hours of this ahead of just this incredible wind that is turning everything into a projectile, doing considerable damage to the infrastructure, the electric grid, to buildings here, and we still have a long way to go. Back to you.
You just really have to feel for those people. The video that's coming in, the flooding, it's up to the roof of cars. It's getting into people's homes. It's just terrible. And this is just the beginning of it.
And you've talked about it before, the different sides of the storm. If you think about it, those guys are 70 miles apart.
Yeah.
What we're seeing where David was and where Will was, completely different. And that's really, what, halfway across the Orlando metro area. So you could see anything here.
It all depends on where that eye comes ashore. On the right side, it's horrific. On the left side, it's not so bad.
Yeah, and that's where you just saw it right there. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage from Volusia County.
Hey there, Vicki. You're at a marina in Daytona Beach. What are you seeing over there?
Hey, John and Luann, where conditions here are not as bad as those guys here yet, but I can tell you the wind is picking up. I can actually hear the wind howling. There's some debris here and there, but like you said, I'm here at the Halifax Harbor Marina. This is in Daytona Beach, so this, of course, a big concern. All of the boats out here, a lot of these boats have been tied down. The boat owners out here doing their preparations. It is a little quiet right now because I talked to a boat owner who said that they finished everything up yesterday, but I have seen some boat owners come out here and check on them, a lot of them tying them down. That's why you don't really see a lot of these boats moving, because they have been tied down, secured. I talked to that boat owner. He said he lives about a mile away from here, and he came to check on his boat to make sure that nothing happens during the storm. Take a listen to what he said.
All right, so let's move a little bit further south here. We even have more new video showing damage already racking up in Naples. This video here was tweeted out not too long ago of a cell phone. It shows all sorts of flooding there, lots of stuff piling up in the yards. That area expected to get hit hard over the next couple of days. Again, that's kind of been the center of where a lot of it's been happening, so they've seen some of the worst of it so far. Not only the storm surge in this area, but then a couple feet of rain as well. Something else that paints a picture of just how strong the winds are blowing around. You saw this one just a little bit ago. This is the shingles being blown off some roofs. Again, that video back in that area. We keep going back to this area because that is the part, that one's in Cape Coral. Again, Southwest Florida. That is the area that's seeing the bulk of it right now. And Luann, one thing I wanted to go back to what Will was saying a little bit ago. We've all lived through some of these hurricanes. There's, what, 3 million new people or whatever the number is at this point, right?
Yeah.
They haven't experienced this. And to me, the thing that I think wears on you the most is that constant whistling, knowing that it's out there, and it goes on and on. He said 2 days of that in that area.
Wow.
I don't think we've ever seen 2 days straight of that. It's usually a day and it's on.
Yeah.
This is going to be a long storm.
Ian is very slow. It's only going 9 miles per hour. I've never experienced a hurricane that slow before. Normally within 24 hours, it's in, it's out. You get to go outside, assess the damage. Yeah, it is going to be until about Friday morning until we're able to go outside.
Here's the number that Brooks threw out a little bit ago. 12 hours for the center of the storm to move over the Orlando metro. So tomorrow afternoon, southern part gets a Cat 1. And then by the time it clears out in Volusia County, 12, 13, 14 hours later. So we're going to be in this with those kind of winds, tropical storm or Category 1 winds for at least 12 hours. Yeah. So that's going to be a long time.
I wanted to show you.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 team. They've been giving us so much great content surrounding Hurricane Ian. We've been jumping in and out of their coverage just as we have done with our Fox 13 team. Of course, this is just the beginning here for all of our friends in Florida, as this has now officially made landfall. It's going to continue to be a Category 4 until it makes its way into central Florida, and then it will downgrade to a Category 3 storm before making its way northward up along our east coast. Live now from Fox, going to continue giving you more coverage right here as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. This time, going to take you out to our Fox 13 team as they are also giving us some more with their newscasts as Tampa Bay is closing shores and boulevards and roads and everything in between. Let's go ahead and bring you their coverage right here on Live Now from Fox.
Video of the water being pushed out of the bay. So that's, something that wasn't helpful, having cars stopping in traffic there. And again, that whole phenomena of the northeast wind blowing the water out of the bay, we saw it during Irma 5 years ago.
That's right. Fox 13's Tony Sadiku. He went on Bayshore today to show us exactly what happens to all that water.
Hey guys, we're on Bayshore Boulevard here in Tampa. We've already started to feel the effects of Hurricane Ian. Obviously, you see the light rain falling. The winds have been picking up, and look what it's done right here under the bay. It started to suck water out of the bay, so much so you could see the grass off into the distance. And this is something we expected would happen as the winds would turn easterly. In fact, the winds have been coming out of the east since yesterday. They've just been picking up in speed. We've seen gusts about 37 miles per hour. That's close to tropical storm force, and we expect that to continue as the storm continues to make its approach. This is something we saw, if you'll remember, with Hurricane Irma as the storm was approaching, and it really has to do with the structure of these hurricanes. The counterclockwise movement allows those strengthening winds to really basically pull the water out of the bay, as we're seeing here, kind of like a drain, and it's just an incredible sight to see. We've seen folks, of course, trying to take in this scenery as well. People on just walking, people on bikes. Unfortunately, quite a bit of people. We've seen folks on the road as well. This is in an evacuation zone as well. So we know law enforcement has been urging people to kind of get out of this area, not to necessarily come over here. But this is something that we expected with this storm, despite the fact that the storm is still well to our south. Keep in mind, the center of the storm is still way to our south, but we're already feeling these effects. It just goes to show the sheer size of this storm. We know in this area we're not going to see the worst of the storm surge. That's going to be more Englewood down towards Bonita Beach. That's something that the residents in this area are kind of happy to see. We know that this area is prone to flooding. I mean, even on a regular, and you can already see that the gust picking up from time to time. We know just a regular summer storm can cause this area to flood. We've seen tropical storms completely cause these roads to be impassable before. But at this point, we're kind of seeing the opposite effect, kind of that reverse surge, if you will, as we continue to basically wait and anticipate the storm right here on Bayshore Boulevard. Tony Sadiku, Fox 13 News.
All right, Tony, thank you. We've got more video here from Southwest Florida as Hurricane Ian was coming ashore. This is from Joel Franco. It shows storm chasers and weather reporters on Tamiami Trail in Punta Gorda, and you can see one of the street signs there. Yep, starting to feel the effects there. And right there, maybe hard to recognize, out there in the road, getting taken out by a tree branch. Yes, that's Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel. You know, many people make the joke, you don't want to be in the town that Cantori is going to because that means the worst weather. And here he is holding
hanging
on to the street sign,
which may blow away any minute.
We hope Jim is safe. He's done this many times, but we do hope he's safe. And yeah, these are things you see when a bad hurricane is coming to town.
Wow. And you know, Punta Gorda got the worst of it in 2004 from Hurricane Charlie.
Yeah.
So we are pleased, fingers crossed, that it won't be as bad as we saw.
I don't know. It's just based on Paul and Tyler showing us the storm surge that was going into there. I think it's going to be a bad scene for a lot of people there. We've been seeing video, too, out of Naples, which is seeing a lot of wind damage and flooding, too.
Naples Fire Rescue, well, they ran into trouble when their own fire station flooded, and they posted the video on social media. Watch.
Hey, guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue, and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
Do you see how much water they're in? And you heard the fire chief say they had to push one of the trucks outside because there was smoke. They were worried the whole building might catch fire. That would be pretty bad. The fire station burns down. Crews wading through that waist-deep water and trying to get everything off the truck and trying to save what they can. That is tough. And I think I mentioned earlier, there's a curfew immediately in Naples. So I think Naples got banged pretty hard.
Yeah, let's not let this be understated here. I mean, the Naples Fire Department knows what to expect during a hurricane. I mean, they train for this kind of thing. Yet here they were, caught with perhaps storm surge that they weren't expecting just because of the power and then the length of time that it was sitting out there pumping all that water onto shore.
So we want to know, Paul, has it sped up at all?
No, not at all. It's actually slowed down a little bit. 8 miles an hour. You talk about taking a sweet time, and that was one of our forecast bullet points the past couple of days. It would slow down near Tampa Bay, and the weakening process has begun. Here's some wind data, and you can pick out your town and location. We've had some missing data because the amount of wind is kind of probably caused some damage in some of the anemometers, but we have Brandon gust 41, St. Pete gust to 77. Sustained Tampa is 22, but once in a while, a squall will whip by and the winds gust to 60. And then what else do we have? We have Sarasota 78, Venice sustained 54, gust 79, and then probably some missing wind. I don't really rely on this because it's been higher gust than that. Leesburg, strong winds. Brooksville, the airport, once in a while, gust 40. As far as the improvement goes, it's going to be a really slow process. In inland tonight, you know, we're just going to kind of watch this center and the eye, what's left of it, move inland. We'll watch some wind speeds. And I know, and a bunch of you messaged me, the inbox is always filled. And I know inland, who the past day or two, it's like, I thought this storm wasn't coming this way. And you're exactly right. There was a couple of days when really we were hoping the trough would miss the storm. And we said maybe the core of the hurricane would stay offshore. And then every computer run kind of picked up on a stronger trough, and that angle of approach from the south, you know, when it deviates a little bit to the right, it kind of exaggerates where it makes landfall. So the concern went up across our inland counties, and now I know a lot of you are sitting home going, here's a storm coming our way that wasn't going to come our way. And now tonight, we got to kind of ride through this together. And I certainly understand the angst as far as that is concerned. Little bit of improvement, not much in Venice and Sarasota, but there is improving weather back here. So if you're thinking about when can I breathe a little easier, let's see, it's 5:26. Let's say for you, maybe 9 o'clock tonight, you're going to get into this back here, maybe a little sooner than that. And then the weather for the overnight is windy at times, but nothing of the 60, 70, 80 miles an hour that you're dealing with right now, gust over 100. Arcadia is in the eye wall, and Wauchula is in the eye wall, and soon Sebring, Avon Park, Fort Meade, and then we're talking about Lakewood Ranch is having a tough time with some of these bands kind of moving back. Sarasota's had a rough. Anna Maria, which is kind of open on all sides. They're having a rough time. And also in Anna Maria, there's not a lot of friction around you, so the wind really whips in from all directions. So Anna Maria, Longboat, Sarasota, there's going to be some wind damage here. Thankfully here, no storm surge damage, but the storm surge damage is extensive, especially a lot of the video coming in has been Fort Myers Beach is having some of the higher storm surge. We've had little snippets. I've had my phone get a couple of pictures here. Once in a while, I'll get some good videos. Not good, but I mean, as far as going, wow, some videos coming in on the inbox. But we're going to have to wait until this goes by, and then we can really take an assessment of the situation. I'm thinking when we get some daylight and people can take a look, it's going to be pretty bad. I mean, you can't really tell now because it's not safe to go out. But I think the amount of damage down here is going to be really significant. We'll get a better view of that tomorrow and then more so on Thursday. So tonight, all this weather is going to move through Highlands County, Hardee, DeSoto, all of our cities and towns up in sections of Polk County. You could run through that, Tyler, if you want. This is the high-res Futurecast, which shows the winds on it. We'll just roll through it slowly and kind of watch it and watch the wind arrows. And this is 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, real slow. Hardee County, heaviest rain moving into Polk County. Anything on that printer that I hear, Tyler?
It's coming out. I'm working our mouse at the same time, so let me step away.
I just want to make sure we're not missing a warning.
Yep. That's what.
When you hear the printer going
exactly.
on in the weather, it's not printing out anything except for a warning at this point.
Yep. So what we've had today has been extreme wind warnings, which are not good. This is another one. Southwestern Highlands County, southern Hardee County. Paul, I'm going to pop back up radar here.
Yeah.
You can kind of jump over there.
What time is it up until?
Pinpoint there. This one's going to be until 7:30 p.m. Again, southwestern Highlands County, southern Hardee County, southeastern Manatee County, and still up for areas south, Charlotte County as well, and all of DeSoto County.
So that warning is rarely issued except in extreme hurricane events. And what the Weather Service is saying is treat the winds the next couple of hours as though you're in a tornado situation. So you get in the safest part of your house until the wind threat passes. That's a warning that is, it may be issued once every 20 years. It just depends on how many storms you get, but you can go a long time without seeing an extreme wind warning. And it's just a way for the only really way that the Weather Service can really relay the information of this is really bad. You need to stay inside a room in a safe spot in your house. So it's this area here. It's essentially where the eye wall continues to kind of break down a little bit. But this is all of this that's going to move into Highlands County. This is going to be the worst weather for the next couple of hours. And it's been the north side of the eye wall that's been particularly bad. Arcadia, we'll pop up some wind speeds. These are Doppler radar wind speeds.
I do want to mention too, Paul, southeastern Sarasota County still in this, and this is why you look at some of these numbers coming in here. 120, 130. Obviously, these are up in the atmosphere a little bit. These are radar estimates from the radar in Ruskin. So obviously, as the radar beam goes up a little bit, it's sampling higher in the atmosphere. But all of these have been validated with the observations, 100, 110, 115. So it's still no picnic in Englewood, Northport, and Venice. And obviously no folks down there watching us. The power's out, but hopefully listening to us on the radio down there. Yeah, and it's going to be a slow process. And it always seems like, even though it's not, but it just seems like it's worse at night. So yeah. Tonight, it just seems like the sounds are louder at night, and it's just how it works. I mean, when you're lying in bed or lying on the couch and you have no power, and you just kind of hear sounds more. So we're going to get you through tonight and kind of track the strongest winds as they move from southwest to northeast. And this really, it's not Charlie again, but boy, I just remember this whole direction, southwest to northeast. But some of these wind speeds, and Tyler's correct, this isn't necessarily wind speeds at the ground, but it is a good indicator of how much wind we're talking about. We don't see this very often, even in tornado situations, of having our radar pick up wind speeds at this level. And then this is winds away and towards the radar site, all we're seeing here. That's why you have the green and the red. This is going to continue to move to the east, northeast. Let's go back, and we'll go back, first of all, because we'd like to get this done. Let's start up our northern counties and just do the whole trip again with the radar and try to mention some towns here. We'll go to Citrus County and Hernando County first, where what you're watching now is this coming your way from the east, from Claremont, and then spinning
to the west-northwest, where there's going to be areas now where it's not raining at all. So you've got gaps. Here's a gap. There's a gap. Brooksville's doing okay. I think you're going to make it okay as far as really strong winds in our 3 northern counties. Doesn't mean you can't have gusts 60, 70, but for the most part, a lot of the worst weather is going to pass to the south and east of you, up in Citrus, especially Citrus, Hernando, Pasco. So let's put this into motion, Tyler, and we'll watch some of the bands quickly move from southeast to northwest. So here's a scene from Hernando, Lecanto, Inverness, Brooksville, Weeki Wachee, Spring Hill, Ridge Manor, just fast-moving showers coming in. And when some of these squalls go by, it'll come down pretty good. If you're watching me in Dade City, Zephyr Hills, here comes a squall, Dade City. The winds will pick up, and it could gust up to 60, 65 when that squall goes by. That's heading for San Antonio, too. And then Trinity, Odessa, watching rain go by. Bayport. How about Palm Harbor? Yeah, we're checking it out. Palm Harbor in Dunedin and Clearwater in Largo, right down US 19. Lake Tarpon, Carrollwood, watching more bands of rain approaching you from the east and southeast, and all of this is moving to the west-northwest. Been really rough the past hour or so. Ruskin, Sun City Center, Fishhawk, Brandon, Plant City, all getting heavy rain. These bands will easily contain wind gust 60, 65, Fort Meade, Bowling Green, and then Bradenton. This is all going to move to the west-northwest, and then as we move to the south or to the east, whatever you want to do, Tyler, I'm following you.
County first.
Yeah, we'll do east, Lake Wales, Bartow. Bartow we talked about earlier. I have shared so many photos going back to early September. For some reason, it seemed like Bartow was a spot where heavy thunderstorms were kind of around you.
Yeah.
There was one picture, and I forgot the name of the street. Maybe it was Wilson. I forget, that just had so much rain. These are places that don't need any additional rain. And if you remember, 2 days ago, we had some big thunderstorms that kind of roamed around Tampa Bay and really produced slow-moving thunderstorms. That didn't help at all. And now we're going to get additional rainfall. So Bartow down 60, do not need any more rain. Rain and wind tonight. We're watching it for you. Fort Meade, Bowling Green, and then Zolfo Springs, Arcadia. All of this area, which is under the extreme wind warning, is dealing with the core of the hurricane. The winds expand out a long way, but as far as the really bad weather, it's in that core of the hurricane. That's what we're hoping. So maybe we'll get lucky and it'll stay offshore, and we won't get into that. We did, and we get into it. It's moving across the state. That's really getting into it, isn't it? And we did. So you get Arcadia, Northport, and because we've been watching so much of this, and I know you talk about the fatigue of dealing with this on our Manatee, Sarasota friends. We'll pay attention and give you an idea when this is finally going to slacken up in a couple of hours, because I know you need a break and you're kind of sick of this. But there is some, well, there's a little bit where the winds will start diminishing as the night goes along. But the problem with this storm is 8 miles an hour. It takes a long time to go from the west coast to the east coast at 8 miles an hour. That's the problem. So this is going to be kind of a long night. Got 2 hours of daylight left. Then it gets dark about 7:30 tonight. See, that's the big picture. How about this, Tyler? Just expand really wide. Just to get that's the big picture. There you go. I think that really tells it. It's a hurricane. I mean, right over us. And let's go back and show that illustration of the weather in the southeast. Can we pop up the true color?
Yep.
And
1 second.
maybe hit a refresh on it, because it gets kind of old after a while.
Yep.
I find this really interesting. So it wasn't that far away. It was not that far away from us, and maybe the bigger view of just the state of Florida is you can see the eye getting a little bit filled in, and this is the update on that. Is that you can actually see the hurricane, and this cloud line that goes this way, that's the storm being picked up by a trough, and that trough is one of the steering mechanisms. Here comes the setting sun from the east. So you've got this hurricane over Florida, which is giving us some of the worst weather on the entire globe is happening right around Tampa Bay. And then you can just drive, we're not going to drive it because it's too bad to do that, but then you can get into the western panhandle up by Pensacola and Panama City, and anyone up there is going, can you, this is what they're saying, can you believe how nice the weather is outside right now? And down in Florida, down in Tampa Bay, they're having some of the worst weather around. So the weather up in the Panhandle is so nice, 75, 80 degrees, sunshine, and low humidity. It would also be kind of interesting, Tyler, do we have the southeast dew point map that in this? Probably not, because it's not in the hurricane show.
Yeah, I'll pull it up in a moment, but kind of going off of what you were saying there, Paul, I used to work and live in Panama City Beach, and looking at some of the cameras there and talking to friends that I still know there, it is calm. The Emerald Coast is beautiful.
It is like that autumn day in the southeast that you're finally waiting. You said, when are we going to have a nice 75, 80 degree day with no dew points?
That's a 5.5 hour drive.
It's a 5.5 hour drive, and then you've got people right now that are begging for the rain and wind to stop. So this is unfortunately how meteorology works sometimes. And also it's interesting because I can ramble on about this all day, but this goes to show, and we'll talk about this really, maybe this is not the time and place to talk about this, but you know, we did make a point back in August and September about, we showed the graphics like, boy, this hurricane season's so quiet, so quiet. This is the example of it only takes one. And this is, so we'll look back, and the whole thing about how bad how the season was. Here's the dew point map. I mean, I find this absolutely incredible. From a scientific standpoint. Look at this map. Look at this map. You've got dew points from about Gainesville south that are pure tropical air. Dew points in Key West, 78, and then you get up by Tallahassee, and you got a 39 dew point. 39 dew point in the western panhandle, which is like winter, and then you've got the ultimate in summer weather or tropical weather, which is a hurricane. So this is how you've got this boundary, and of course the humid air and the hurricane is winning up. We've got so much more to talk about, and we're going to throw it back to the news desk. We'll be back in a little bit.
All right, thank you, Paul. That is incredible there when you see the difference, too. Just not even that far away, the weather people are having. And then you have situations where there are a lot of people to our south who have loved ones that they would love to check on, but they can't because of severe flooding there.
When you zoomed out, too, that really got my attention. That was a great way to show that storm, because so much of Florida right now is suffering.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it is. And the power outages just continue to go up to well over 1 million now. You know, a lot of people did pay attention, though, to the officials, emergency managers, and they evacuated and went to local shelters all over the area.
Fox 13 Sean Berry spoke to some people who fled the storm's path, and some of them not for the first time.
With much of Hillsborough County under some sort of evacuation order, many found shelter here at the Irwin Technical College on Hillsborough Avenue, filling it to capacity early this morning.
This was at least a category 3, so we opened all shelters at the same time. So we were expecting quite a bit of people to come in.
Cynthia Delanoez and her family, they live near the water and were among the first to receive mandatory evacuation orders.
And I run when there's a big one like this one. And more people need to take heed.
But Delanoez is no stranger to hurricanes.
I went through Andrew and through Hurricane Hattie in 1961. In my country, Belize, but here I am, waiting on another one.
And while some at this shelter are experiencing yet another hurricane in their lives, others who had showed up here, they haven't experienced anything like this before, ever. Ultimately, though, deciding it was better to get out of Dodge, not test Ian's strength, and ride it out here to shelter.
I'd try to get it over with.
Peggy Paquette and her husband have been seasonal residents in a West Shore mobile home park for nearly 30 years now, never sticking around for a hurricane. That is until Ian.
I would love to have stayed right there, but we had to get out.
And while those seeking shelter here have prepared for the worst,
we have to. We have no choice. We have no choice.
They're still hoping for the best. In Tampa, I'm Sean Berry, Fox 13 News.
Thank you, Sean. And while we hope you're safe at home or somewhere else safe, you'll be glad to know the animals at St. Pete's Sunken Garden, they're safe too. Look at that. The gardens posted this photo on their social media pages. Apparently the flamingos, yeah, they're having a hurricane party in the bathroom. And apparently they're just fine. They're eating, drinking, you know, doing what flamingos do. So we are really happy about that.
Well, that's an only...
And thank you to our Fox 13 team. They're giving us a lot of coverage on how this hurricane has been impacting not only residents, but businesses and entertainment industry as well. This is a live look here as that Category 4 continues to make its way now over land. More than 1 million people without power. It's only going to continue to be an issue as we get more of this back end of the storm over the land as well. Live now from Fox, going to get you into the press conference with Governor Ron DeSantis here as we do have people just stepping out. Let's go ahead, listen in live here.
Hurricane Ian made landfall this afternoon in southwest Florida, and it is battering areas in southwest Florida, Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted. And then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding. And Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major, major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor has mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of the storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter in place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County. Do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately. Get into an interior room and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across East Central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, where you're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is, the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City, where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on. And these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today, there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people are we talking about here?
Evan, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county, saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me.
Sorry. Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know. So
when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful. And he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. He was inviting us to request support. And so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with. And so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a quote flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance. And I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a quote flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. They're modeling, based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, and what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for Citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis here giving us the latest update, especially as this hurricane has made landfall. You're taking a look here at Bradenton Beach, especially as we know they are also right there on the edge of getting this Category 4 storm. And as we've been talking about this storm, we know also, just hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis, that this is one of the strongest storms to hit Florida here. He was mentioning just a couple of the other ones that we have seen in the past. That includes, back in 2017, there was Hurricane Irma that hit the Florida Keys. And then it was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane before continuing on to the Florida Peninsula, just south of Naples. Back in 2018, they did have Hurricane Michael. You heard him mention that. That was a Category 5 landfall in Florida. So we know that they're no strangers to hurricanes. Michael left widespread devastation, and here yet again, they're expecting a lot of damage to be done after these storms. We're already getting some pictures and video in of some of that damage. Here again, just taking a live look at some of our different cameras. And you can see that strong wind even ripping apart some of the flags that were still up at full mast there, as they're getting whipped around once again from those wind speeds. So wind speeds also a big concern, especially when we know there's been some gusts past that 100, 120 mile per hour mark as well. So here in Tampa, all the way to all of our other cameras. Let's go ahead and take a look at 4 different cameras at the same time. They're all showing the same thing. They're dealing with some wind. They're dealing with all of that rain and the cloud coverage as well. And they're going to continue to deal with this until it makes its way across Florida and then up along the East Coast. Governor Ron DeSantis mentioning that too, saying, hey, don't think just because some of the worst of it may have passed you that you should be out there. They want to make sure you stay safe. They said we'll be making sure to keep your officials updated on when it's time to go back to those neighborhoods, back to your communities, or when it's safe to emerge out of your homes if you didn't have to evacuate. The storm surge possibly likely peaking, according to our Florida officials. But again, this is the worst to hit the state here, one of the worst that they have seen, especially for the Gulf side of Florida. Live now from Fox, going to take you out to our Fox 13 team who are there listening in with Sarasota officials. Let's go ahead and listen in to their newscast right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
We're answering questions on a variety of topics, asking when it's going to be safe to return out, people trying to check in on their loved ones, and also, again, community members and individuals outside of our community offering assistance. Right now, it's really important for our community to understand that we have teams, our tactical first-in teams, ready, and they are poised to go out into our community and respond and to start to assess the damage. But that cannot happen until the wind speeds go below 45 miles an hour for a sustained period of time, about 30 minutes. Once that occurs, I'd like to assure the community that they are going to go out there and start to assess the damage. It's really important for our community members to understand that once they start to see these official vehicles on the road, that does not give them the sense of it being all clear. We ask the community to please continue to stay off the roadways, stay where you are, and wait till you hear from local officials from Sarasota County and our partners let you know that it's safe to return out into the community. We also just wanted to give an update. We're working with our partners at Sarasota schools. Schools will be closed through Friday. Also, just in, we heard that the city of Northport's call center phone lines are down. So for our community members in Northport, we remind them to please call 311. Also, we'd like to mention, we've been talking about, we are partnering with the National Guard. The National Guard's 164th Air Defense Artillery Brigade's command team, that's the team that's located at Sarasota County Government's Emergency Operations Center. They have about 1,000 soldiers that are poised and positioned, they're pre-positioned to go out into our community once that TFIT team has determined that the roadways are clear. So at this point, I'll take some questions.
For the folks who, you said that there are thousands of people right now without power, including those evacuation shelters. What's being done, especially for folks who are in those evacuation shelters, to kind of keep them cool, to kind of, in terms of like temperatures, you know, what help is there for them?
So again, as we talked earlier this evening and earlier today, our community prepares for this. This is something that Sarasota County government, along with our municipalities, our state government, and all of our partners, we work very closely throughout the year to make preparations, plans. We have Plan A all the way through Z. So now that the power is out, we're working through those plans. We're working to ensure those individuals that are in our evacuation centers are able to remain calm as they can. We're checking on them. Obviously, our medically dependent evacuation centers, making sure those generators stay up and running. Additional question?
James Hill with ABC7. Cell phone towers. Do we have any information or details on the lines of communication?
We are getting some reports about the impact to cell phones, and that's why it's important to note that the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Centers, we have those satellite phones and we have communication with our evacuation centers. We are getting reports from community members and also from our partners throughout the community that they are experiencing issues with their cell phones. Yes.
And you mentioned that you guys are getting a lot of calls into your 911 center. What types of calls are you all getting? Are folks in flooded homes and they can't get out? Are they injured?
So I don't have the exact details of the calls, but they are a variety of topics. So I'll let you get with the Sarasota County.
And we have been listening in here to Sarasota County officials giving an update on what they have seen, which, as you just heard her speaking there, they've had a pretty high call volume there in Sarasota. You know, some of the southern counties, they're getting hit really hard, and we continue to monitor those conditions tonight as Hurricane Ian moves further inland. This is a live look at Fox Weather Cam. This is in Port Charlotte, and look at that. You can see a piece of metal just completely wrapped around the tree there is the wind gust just blow through. I mean, these winds are extremely powerful, and the damage is just catastrophic, to put simply, in Fort Myers. Take a look at this storm surge. This is at Fort Myers Beach. Matt Settles sent this one in to Paul on Facebook. The water you can see there, it's halfway up the first story of that building. And this was actually sent in a few hours ago, so I can only imagine what it's like there now. This is dangerous rising water. It has prompted so many evacuation orders, but you know, a lot of folks, they decided to just hunker down and to stay there. And right now, they're in the thick of it. They have no choice but to shelter in place. And before the storm even made it ashore, it spawned tornadoes across South Florida. You can see here small planes flipped over like toys. This is at the North Perry Airport. This is in Pembroke Pines. This is just a little bit of what we have been seeing across the area, and we've got a long way to go, Mark.
Many more images coming in, just showing what a brutal and destructive day it has been, particularly in South Florida. Heavy rain and wind here pummeling Placida. This is also in Charlotte County as Ian slammed ashore today. You can see the trees, they're just blasted by those winds, and any of that thin metal is going to fly like a kite. Trees are down, metal debris, of course, all through the streets. And again, this is why emergency officials want people not only inside now, but
sheltering in place for several more hours after it does pass, because once it does finally subside, then the emergency crew is going to have to take to the streets. And this is all out of Placida here. I want to show you this. This is a picture of a storage building that collapsed in Boca Grande. This is the Gasparilla Marina, which is just south of Englewood. And Paul, I know you know this area well. This is a place that has a lot of history, a lot of people, a lot of visitors, and a lot of residents there year-round. It's sad to see these kind of pictures there all the way down south.
Yeah, it's incredible when you look at the landfall point. I look back on the advisory from Charlie that made landfall on the northern tip of Captiva, and then Ian made landfall on the northern tip of Captiva. It's incredible. We're going to spend tonight, getting dark soon, but an hour, maybe an hour, 15 minutes of daylight left. That's when things just seem to be more ominous and problematic at night. We're still getting these big bands of rain being pushed to the west and northwest. Pretty sharp dividing line of where it's really coming down and where it's not. The northern counties do have rounds of very heavy rain going by, but right now it's I-4 south that is getting the really heavy rain. This line is all going to slowly migrate northeast, and inside some of these bands are where the strongest winds are going to occur. As the hurricane continues to weaken over land, typically the wind field begins to expand. I still think, though, the strongest winds are going to be what is left of the eye wall, the core, that'll slowly deteriorate as it moves northeast. We're kind of hoping and looking for improvement for our friends in coastal Manatee and Sarasota counties, but this is going to be a long night. The storm is going to slowly move northeast. So many towns I could mention, but it's all of this and here where it's going to be rough, and winds will be sustained. If you're wondering, what am I going to expect? It's all this area is going to have winds like 60 to 80 with gusts higher than that, kind of in the same range, maybe not quite as much as we had, well, a little more than we had back with Irma. So we'll talk more about this and let you know when the weather will finally improve for everybody. That's coming up in a few minutes. Back to you.
All right, we are going to head out to Tampa now. We actually have one of our crews out there. Madeline Rivera is live for us. And so, Madeline, if you could just give us a picture of what it has been like out there for you, because we know that Tampa sort of dodged a bullet here with not getting the direct impact it was supposed to. So, but still, we're not out of the woods. We're getting high winds and a lot of rain. So how's it been out there?
Guys, yeah, we're definitely not seeing as bad of the effects that some parts of Florida, southern part of Florida, are seeing right now, but it is still pretty bad. The winds here really gusting. You can probably see the tree branches over here swaying in the wind, just giving you an indication of how strong these winds are. The rain has been falling pretty steadily. It's blowing the rain sideways. It feels like pins and needles on my face. It has just been unforgiving and very consistent. You can see behind me, downtown Tampa, as you guys know, usually pretty busy. Behind us, that's our hotel. You can see the windows and the doors are boarded up. Some people are outside, and that has been the case. People would go inside, outside as they go and check to see the conditions. But of course, as you guys have been reminding all day, officials are telling people to shelter, hunker down in place until the storm passes. I have spoken to someone from the Tampa mayor's office, and they say that as of now, there are no major emergencies in the city. A lot of down power lines, which they expect to happen, of course, through the course of the evening as this wind continues to blow. But as of now, no major emergencies. A few hours ago, actually, we heard fire trucks in the streets. So, you know, at some point when the winds reach 50 miles per hour, they're going to have to, they won't be able to address any emergencies out on the streets. They're going to keep those roads clear. So as of now, you know, we've been hearing some sirens. Just goes to show you that, yes, they are still responding as of right now, but no major issues that we know of so far. A lot of down trees, a lot of down power lines, and of course, we'll be continuing to update you throughout the day. Guys?
It's a little tough to say that that's good news, because just looking at you right now, Madeline, you can just hear that wind, and it looks extremely uncomfortable. And I see there's folks out there behind you. Have you seen a lot of people just trying to get out and see what's going on? I think we might have lost Madeline there. All right, well, hopefully you guys can tell her that she can get back inside now and take cover for a little while there. It doesn't seem like she's hearing us.
You know what, our network correspondents, we usually hear from Madeline, of course, when she's in D.C. or maybe even New York, but she's
in London,
right in our backyard.
Right,
For sure about that. Well, we heard from Tampa's Mayor Jane Castor just a few moments ago. She says the worst of Hurricane Ian is still yet to come for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, those are some pretty harsh words. Tampa residents urged to stay inside as conditions are only going to get worse. Let's take a listen.
We are expecting that we are going to get the majority of the rain and the higher winds starting about 8 p.m. and they are going to last throughout the night. We are still expecting widespread flooding throughout our city, and anywhere from tropical storm wind speeds to the possibility of Category 1 hurricane wind speeds. So still damaging conditions that are out there. We're asking individuals to shelter in place right now. There's been somewhat of a lull, especially since the Hurricane Ian made landfall down in South Florida. So there may be the idea that we've been through the worst of it. It is yet to come for Tampa Bay.
All right, Jane Castor with some words for everybody, especially in Tampa, needs to hear. Well, you saw this time lapse here earlier. We want to show it to you again. This is kind of that reverse storm surge that we saw again today. It didn't pull all of the water out of Tampa Bay, but in the shallow areas, especially there along Bayshore, it pulled out several feet of it. Most people saying this is the lowest they've ever seen it. One of those weird phenomenons from these hurricanes when you get them to the east of us and pulling all the water out of the bay. It will come back, of course. That was all about the position of the storm when it did make landfall. Again, this is Bayshore Boulevard. Remember those who happen to Irma, a bit of a familiar sight. And Fox 13's Lloyd Sowers was right there on Bayshore a short time ago to show us conditions and all the folks who stopped by to see it for themselves.
For most of the day here, a driving wind from the northeast to the southwest here on Bayshore Boulevard. You can see the sign here. If you stand on your head, you can read it, Bayshore Boulevard and Harbor View here. We're just north of the Gandy intersection on Bayshore. And if you take a look out there, you can see that this storm has sucked the water out of Hillsborough Bay.
To check it out, it's kind of crazy just to see the sheer power of this storm and it just pulling the water back out again.
People who first heard that Ian would hit Tampa and push water into the bay now watch it push water out.
I just know that sometimes it's better to stay put early on because it can just change so quickly.
Early in the day when the weather was good, so were the pictures. Are you doing your own live shot there?
I am FaceTiming my nephew. He's in Lakeland, Florida, and whenever he comes to stay with me, we bring him out to Bayshore, so I wanted to show him that all the water got sucked out.
But as the weather went downhill, police wanted people off the Bayshore as Ian packed a backdoor punch for the Tampa Bay area. The wind continues to whip here on Bayshore Boulevard, that same wind from the northeast that has sucked the water out of Hillsborough Bay. Tampa police say stay off the Bayshore. This is an evacuation zone. Be careful out there. We're reporting from South Tampa, Lloyd Sowers, Fox 13 News.
You see, it's those steady winds. It wasn't just the water, it's those steady winds. And again, we're just on the leading edge of it here for Tampa Bay. So keep that in mind before you look out, see blue skies and want to dash out in that because it's far too soon to do that. No. Well, Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon is in one of the hardest hit Bay Area counties. Also happens to be her home.
Yeah, she has been giving us updates all day, and she just filed an update for us from Sarasota. Let's take a listen.
And since early this morning, we've been watching this tree over here, and in a way, it's kind of become our gauge for the storm, aside from Paul Delgado and our amazing weather team. When we first got here, when I first got here this morning, the tree was fully intact. Now you can see where branches have splintered off as the wind gusts continue to get stronger, as they remain strong. The gusts continue to bend palm trees, to whip them around, and we have been seeing debris fly around. Across from us is Golf Gate and Sarasota Pavilion. We saw that sign topple within a couple of hours. It's still kind of intact, but the remnants of it remained on the roadway as some cars that shouldn't be out there continue to travel US 41. Law enforcement right now is staying off of the roadways. We're told that there are emergency calls coming in. Sarasota County has an medical director that's working with these callers on some calls that could potentially be life-threatening. They are working their way with these callers, helping them out until it is safe enough to get to people in their homes after Ian passes. And right now we are truly just watching these wind gusts. And we talked to several people who have left their homes and have come to safety, and listen to what they had to say.
This is our home. This is our only home, so we certainly want to be able to go back home once the storm blows through, but we feel safe here, and I know this is the best place we need to be right now.
I am here because we got evacuated, and I hope everything is there when I get back.
It's crazy. I have never seen the wind blow this way in all the years I've been down here, but it's in a way it's exciting to see. A little scary, but we're safe.
We have a great community over at Mobile State, so it was nice that we have several people who came over here together and we could kind of hunker down together and meeting new friends around and chatting about what's going on. It does make us feel better that we are here in a community.
And these palm trees are really doing what palm trees do. We know that they're built to sustain winds, and they're really being put to the test right now as they continue to stay up right now. We have seen some down trees. Of course, those are the older trees that you do expect to fall during a storm. Now, we were out earlier today also seeing some of that water recede from the bay, and it's just been interesting to watch all day long, to talk to people, to hear how they are hopeful that their homes will be okay once we are allowed to get back onto the roadways, once they're given the all clear. And right now at this point in time, it's just really wait and see as they continue to ride out the storm. Back to you.
And a shout out to Dennis there, who runs that hotel, because he invited Kim and photographer Travis in to take shelter when things got bad.
We all need friends right about now. And you love the fact that a lot of them are together there so they can get through this. Because if they haven't lost power yet, they may soon. We know a lot of you may already be listening to us on the radio and have lost power, but we're here for you. We're going to try to walk you through this, and we want you to know you're not alone, for sure.
You are not. We're going to be here right with you. And we want to check in with Gloria Gomez now. She's actually spent the day further north at Hillsborough Emergency Operations Center.
Yeah, very busy day for them, clearly. So many people had evacuated to Hillsborough as well. Here's what she said.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor telling the public today that we may have dodged a bullet, but we're not out of the woods yet. She wants people to stay indoors, don't go driving around, don't go looking on Bayshore, just to stay put until emergency officials tell you it's safe to go outdoors. Now, the mayor actually did some visits herself, checking on emergency response crews, letting them know and thanking them for their service, knowing that the moment we get the all clear to start clearing up our streets and roads of any sort of debris or branches or whatever may be out there, that these crews will be ready to go at a moment's notice. Obviously, they want to keep those roads clear for emergency vehicles who may need to respond to people in a state of emergency. So Jane Castor said it was important for them to know that she appreciates them ready to go at any moment. Take a look.
People are taking shelter in places that are high and dry and safe. But our City of Tampa team is out here ready to respond to any of our community's needs. So I just want to come out and say thanks to the people that really get it done behind the scenes, and thank them for their dedication to our community.
The mayor also pointed out that we are expected unprecedented rainstorms here, possibly, she said, up to 18 inches with maybe even Category 1 winds. So these are the things to keep in mind. She says we're not out of the woods and we should be prepared for those kind of events coming up shortly. In Tampa, Gloria Gomez, Fox 13 News.
Well, let's bring in Paul on this now. And Paul, I'm struck by a couple of things just in these last few reports. A, the winds on Bayshore that Lloyd experienced a short time ago. We're really starting to see that. And even where Kim is in Sarasota, the winds for all of them and some of our most exposed areas, we're still not out of the woods, correct?
No, not at all. And I think what's happening now is we're kind of getting to the closest approach to the center of Ian. Eventually it will move away, but when you kind of look at it on the map, this is probably like the closest approach to Tampa Bay. I know we're going to kind of look ahead, but we're getting just morsels of pictures and videos from around the Fort Myers area. And when everything gets out of the way and we can kind of assess the damage, we'll worry about that in the future. It's not going to be a good scene at all down there. I've seen water levels over the roof of some homes. So we'll worry about that in the days ahead. But let's talk about what's coming up in the night ahead. Sky towers, and this is the closest approach. And you can look at the radar imagery and see that just the heavier rain bands are kind of rolling off of the eye wall or the core of the hurricane, which really is right here. And this is just, some of that is being pushed back through Tampa Bay. So for the next couple of hours, this will be the worst weather is going to be in the immediate Tampa Bay area, extending east. A lot of you have been messaging me, how about the wind in my town? I'm here. How about the wind? This whole area is going to have winds. It's going to be about 60 to 80 sustained and closer to what is the core, what is will be left of the core eventually of the storm. There's going to be gusts well over hurricane force until the hurricane finally winds itself down. The good news is the weakening process is certainly underway. The hurricane has left its energy source, which is the water, and the friction of the land helps to accelerate the weakening process. But this was not a Category 1 hurricane making landfall. This was the 7th Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane going back to 1950 that made landfall on our west coast. It takes a while for a Category 4 hurricane to spin down, and that process will continue tonight, but it's going to be a rough night. I mean, there's no way around it, and all I can tell you to do tonight is just kind of watch radar trends. There's no place to go. The only concern would be inland if it's by chance you're at a spot that could flood. We're not going to get storm surge here, but if you're near a river or a lake where water could come into your house, your only other option tonight.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here with Live Now. We appreciate Fox 13 meteorologist Paul Delgado there. We want to thank you for being with us as we continue to track Hurricane Ian as it has now made landfall. Right now, we're hearing from more officials in the state. Let's go out live to Orange County, Florida officials as they have this press conference updating the public on what they need to know.
At this time is that we've asked all of our residents to start the process of sheltering in place. You should not be out on the roadways at this time moving about the community. We know that we are dealing with a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds now 140 plus miles an hour. That is what the National Weather Service is reporting to us. We also know that Hurricane Ian is 120 miles the southwest of Orlando and moving northeast at approximately 10 miles per hour. So it's moving relatively slow. But later tonight, we are anticipating the most damaging and significant winds and flooding here within Orange County. The strongest threat from Hurricane Ian is projected to come through Orange County late tonight into early morning hours. Winds are expected between 55 to 70 miles per hour and gusts up to 100 miles an hour. I can tell you not long ago when we were out and about doing some windshield type of analysis here within our community, we could already see some debris that has already blown out of the trees, etc. And we have not come close to seeing the worst of the wind speeds within our county. We're also anticipating up to 2 feet of rain. There's no question we're going to have some flooding here within our area. We just ask that our residents be patient. If you dial 911, we will come. Orange County also remains under a tornado watch until approximately 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Just over 1,100 people are in Orange County's 7 general population shelters at this time. I do remind you that we have 3 shelters which have been dedicated for special needs individuals within our community. Also, the shelters that are currently open, Apopka High School, Timber Creek High School, Ocoee High School, Dr. Phillips High School, and Memorial Middle School. As of 5 p.m., 2 more shelters were open. They are Timber Springs Middle School and Southwest Middle School. So far, within our special needs shelters, we have approximately 71 people who are there. We reported to you earlier that we thought that it was important that we go into our low-lying areas and our mobile home parks to remind people who may still be in those parks that it is recommended that they evacuate. I will tell you that our first responders were in those areas, and a few people did take advantage of that. We relocated them to various shelters, but the majority of the individuals had relocated themselves. They had gone to stay with families, or they had gone into the hotels or other places within our community. Yesterday and again today, our fire rescue department went out and visited all 79 of the mobile home parks to urge residents to move to hardened structures. Links provided a bus service to assist with this mission. We have reports of a few power outages throughout the county. The Maitland Winter Park area has reported sporadic outages, and I believe we have one other area in the city of Orlando around the Lou Gardens area that is reporting some power outages at this time. We have been working with our various utility companies to make certain that we are taking care of the needs of the residents who are without power. I will remind everyone that during periods of widespread and extended power outages, residents are asked to reduce their water usage where possible. When power is restored, it is important to limit large immediate water usage in dishwashers, washing machines, and even within your bathtubs, as well as any large quantities of water which we are flushing down the drains. And this is immediately after a power outage. I only say that to you because we are experiencing some sporadic power outages at this time. The Orlando Utilities Commission asked that we read a statement on their behalf, and I am going to do so at this time. OUC is prepared for the storm's potential impacts to our service area and is ready to respond. Electric and water crews are in place and ready to restore services as needed, and while it is safe to do so. They're grateful for the many in-state and out-of-state crews who are providing support, including the more than 100 who are already here, along with OUC's own line and water technicians, and many others who will join OUC after the storm. Customers are encouraged to visit the OUC site at ouc.com/storm center if you need additional information. They also ask that customers sign up for outage alerts. Those alerts are offered in English and Spanish by texting REG to 69682. That's REG to 69682, and that's my OUC. And with that, I wanted to just share with you, we do have several of our department directors here. Dr. Raul Pino has been working in concert with our team around the shelters, and we have Ms. Diana Almodovar, who is here, who's been working with our Public Works Department. If there are any questions from you regarding either of those areas, we would ask them to come up. To the Spanish-speaking media, we do have the ability to interpret any questions that you may have in Spanish. Ms. Martha Lee Irizarry will assist me with that process. We also have our Director of Public Safety, Danny Banks, who is here, and our Emergency Manager, Division Chief Avery with Orange County Fire Rescue. With that, we'll open it up for any questions at this time.
Should people in Orange County be prepared for widespread power outages? And if so, about when are you expecting that?
The question was, should people in Orange County be prepared for widespread power outages? The simple answer is yes. This is going to be a significant wind challenge for us, and because of that, we know that we're going to have down power lines, etc. So they should prepare for that. And whether you're within the OUC or the Duke Energy territory, we just ask that you sign up for the alerts, as we just talked about, if you want to alert to your phone if power goes down, your cell phone, etc. So thank you. All right, other questions? Okay. All right, Martha Lee Irizarry is going to come up. Martha Lee, you got it? You got the question?
What was the question again?
La pregunta es sobre si los residentes del condado Orange deben esperar grandes cantidades de apagones eléctricos.
Okay, are Orange County residents expecting a lot of power outages?
And the answer was yes.
Do you want to say it again?
You want me to say it?
Yeah,
okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes. She wants you to say the whole answer and I'll translate.
All right. So the simple answer is yes.
La contestación es que sí, que deben de esperar que hayan apagones de luz en el condado durante la tormenta.
We know that we will experience significant power outages because of the magnitude of the storm that we're dealing with.
Sabemos que vamos a experienciar bastantes apagones de luz por la magnitud del huracán.
If you want to sign up for power outage alerts, you can certainly go to the OUC website at ouc.com/storm center.
Si quieren estar al tanto en cuanto a
Okay, so we've been listening into Orange County, Florida officials' update on Hurricane Ian as it made landfall about 3 hours ago now as a Category 4 storm, and now the worst, the brunt of its impacts is lashing western and central Florida right now. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover all things related to Hurricane Ian. And we have additional coverage from our Fox stations in Tampa, in Orlando. Right now, though, let's listen into Fox 35 Orlando as they are speaking to people who have been put in shelters and have evacuated. Let's listen in.
Shelter off of 700 Generation Point if you needed a special needs shelter. So we will have more for you a little bit later on. I'm Valerie Boy reporting live at Celebration High. Back to you guys.
Valerie, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, why are you hearing most of the people there evacuated? Do they live in mobile homes? Are they in flood zones? What are you hearing?
That is a good question, and I plan to find out those answers. Literally just got here, Luann, so I'm going to be feeling these people out. I can ask this guy real quick. Hey, sir, was your home underwater at all, or what's happening?
No, we moved from Savannah, Georgia, down here, and we've been staying in motels back and forth. And they resorted all the motels, but when we go to restart our motel, they sold out on us, so we've been up here for the past few days until Friday.
Okay, so you need shelter just in general.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to find out what's going on with the weather conditions here in Osceola. I know I could tell you that I was just in Orange County. Again, I just got here. Over in Orange County, it was getting kind of windy. But here in Osceola, we just got here, and we're going to find out some more information for you. Just give me a few more minutes, and I'll get back to you.
Valerie, you asked the question I was wondering, too. I mean, when you have that many kids all needing a place, I mean, you have nothing else to do at home. For these families, at least there's something for them to do, and it's safe.
Yeah, actually, if you want to walk over here, let me show you the gym real quick. I just want to take a quick look because obviously, you know, we want to make sure people have their privacy. But if you just kind of I'm going to stand like at a distance just because I don't want to get in anyone's face. But from a distance, you could see the kids playing. They're playing some ball over there. And I see residents on the side just kind of sleeping and all. So I'm going to give them their peace. I'm not going to go right in there just yet. But it looks like they're having actually a really good time right now. Maybe in a few hours, maybe they'll be a little tuckered out. But again, we're going to be here for a while, seeing how things go.
Oh, Valerie, that's so good to see. It's almost better to be at the shelter because the kids have something to do. They can run around and burn off that energy.
Well, yeah, and I know Valerie's gone to these time and time again because you talk to families, and they're like, we had nothing to do for 2 days. At least the kids have something.
Yeah.
and it's a safe shelter. That, to me, that's the best thing about it.
Safe, you got food, and you can let the
Food as
kiddos
well.
run around, Val.
Yeah, they were making beef stew and meatballs and some other really great stuff. So I think it's a good deal over here, for sure.
Nice. If the weather wasn't so bad, maybe we would go down there and stop by, right? All right, Valerie, we'll check back with you in a little bit. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Well, Seminole County has issued an evacuation order right now. The order is for flood-prone mobile homes and people with special needs. Here are some shelters that have opened up today. Lake Mary High School and Lyman High School in Longwood. They are both open, as well as Midway Elementary School in Sanford. Winter Springs High School is also open as a shelter, and Bentley and Layer Elementary Schools offer shelters for special needs. The county is preparing for major flooding.
From a National Weather Service call this morning, we had unfortunately some additional bad news, and now we have major flood concerns along the Little Wekiva River and also the St. Johns River. We knew those would go into flood stage, but today we heard that they may go into major flood stage, possibly historic flood stage. So we will be ready to respond to those.
And the fire chief is urging everyone to stay off the roads. Once the winds hit about 50 to 70 miles per hour, it's not safe for the first responders to go out. All right, let's get a check on where exactly Hurricane Ian is at this hour.
Yeah, you guys have some videos behind you. Once again, I see, Brooks and Ian, you've got the East Coast, which is not even where the storm is yet, but it's looking pretty rough over there.
Yeah, Daytona Beach is seeing hurricane force gusts, especially New Smyrna Beach, a recorded 74-mile-per-hour gust. Ian and I have been tracking this all afternoon. The rain is only going to continue. And Ian, tonight the rain's going to be unrelenting, right?
The rain and the wind. I put out a tweet earlier about the fact you're going to have that whistling wind tonight, some without power, and that's going to be an issue for those that are light sleepers. It's going to be a long night with those winds that we're going to be seeing increasing throughout the course of the rest of today into tonight.
And we're concerned because you see the video on the right-hand side of the screen. That's going to be in this quadrant of the storm. That's near I-75 in the Northport area. And so this is going to be sort of the western eye wall, and that's exactly what we're seeing on that DOT cam on the right-hand side of the screen. That is just driving rain coming down the highway. It's probably a sustained wind of 75, 80 miles an hour with some higher gusts. And when it does that, the rain falls horizontally. Now, as this makes its way up toward Orlando, that core is going to come our way as well, this core of clouds in rain and wind, and bring with it rainfall rates that we've not yet seen during the storm so far. You know, we've already had some trees fall. Saw a photo out of Oviedo of it looked like maybe a 15 or 20-year-old live oak tree that was just toppled over, wet ground and gusty winds. This storm's still 100 miles away. So as it comes through, yes, we're concerned about the wind, obviously. It's going to dissipate, though, in its strength. That's good news. It's going to be down to 85 miles an hour by 2 a.m., which means on the ground, probably blowing sustained 40, 50 miles an hour, maybe gusting to 70, 80 miles an hour. And as it works toward Orlando, it'll become a tropical storm by tomorrow afternoon. It's a slow trek. The system is slowed down. It's going just 8 miles per hour at this point. So it's going to travel about 100, 107 miles in a period of 12 hours. So you do the math on that. I mean, we're looking at a storm that's just crawling. You could walk that fast. And that's where it's going to be tomorrow afternoon, which means we've got a ton of rain. And the pictures you see on the right-hand side of the screen, we could see a semblance of that, some sort of a resemblance, probably not quite as windy, but it's going to be torrential rain like that. It's going to look like a hurricane overnight tonight across parts of the area, and that's something we haven't seen yet along and just west of the center. So it's going to pass through Fort Meade, southern Polk County, work into Kissimmee. We could see rain like that in Kissimmee. Also rain like that could fall at the attractions. I mean, if you see it on the right-hand part of your screen, like, can you picture that up and down I-4 on this section? So this is something that we're watching, we're concerned about as far as power outages and also just making matters worse because, frankly, power is already out for a lot of folks, and that's just going to make it even worse, exacerbating the power line situation. From there, it'll work toward Daytona Beach, so there could be a time in Sanford and also into Daytona Beach before it makes it offshore back into the Atlantic where we could have pretty intense winds gusting. Oh, look at that car going by, or that truck with the lights on. But we could see winds gusting good 70, 80 miles an hour, especially along the coastline. So it's kind of it's a 1-2 punch with this thing. We've got the rain and then we got the wind. Let's talk about the rain. The rain's going to be a big deal for us because, and it could be the deal. The rain may be like the legacy of this system where obviously the wind is a big deal. We could see an additional anywhere from 15 to 24 inches of rain. We've already had 5 to 6 inches across a big swath of the area where it's been raining this afternoon. And when you see rainfall totals like this, that would indicate that the infrastructure to handle that water cannot support something like this, and it would result in flooding that would cut off travel, make some roads impassable, might even flood some neighborhoods. So stay tuned on this one. But that core of rain you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen, that's what's coming up our way late tonight in a slightly lesser version, slightly lower wind speeds, a lesser version of that. But we're still going to catch all that rain as it just curls up our way. All right, this is Lake Mary, live view right now. Cars zipping by. Wow, that guy was going really fast. Anyway, where it's not raining, and right now from where we broadcast, it's not raining. It's okay, it's passable as long as the roads are somewhat passable, but it's going to get worse. Now through midnight, 3 to 6 inches per hour where it's pouring, winds of 60. From 1 to 6 a.m., unrelenting downpours are likely. In that stripe I showed you, and it's going to resemble the picture on the right, gusts to 70 plus miles per hour. Tomorrow from 7 a.m. till noon, heavy rain backing off. Wind about 35 to 55 miles an hour. The wind will eventually back off by late in the day tomorrow. Future radar. We're going to see, here's Orlando. We're going to see that rain that's bringing all those really severe conditions to Northport. And the picture to the right, working up through Fort Meade, Lakeland, and Kissimmee, and eventually Orlando between about 2 and 6 in the morning, eventually pushing toward the northeast and making its way slowly out of the region, but not after leaving that legacy of very heavy rain. We're also seeing the winds gusting, and so that's going to make the water-sodden ground really prone for trees to fall. Look at that wind gust. 78 miles an hour in Sarasota, 51 miles an hour in Orlando. Ian, what's the latest on the radar? Because, I mean, here in Lake Mary, the rain's quit, but it is anything but dry in some communities.
It is wet in many communities. We are seeing those showers that continue and those heavy thunderstorms that are continuing to push through. And we have that onshore flow just coming directly almost east to west right over parts of Orange County.
Right off the Atlantic.
Yeah, Brevard County into Volusia County. They're getting more rain. And Seminole as well. We're looking at some rain still on the radar. So let's look at the radar right now. Our Fox 35 storm tracker radar has been monitoring that heavy rain that continues here. And we'll have more of that here tonight. And I was looking at things, and if those of you to the south, it's been dry for a little bit. We've had a period of some grace from Mother Nature before things really start to pick up as we go on into tonight. Now, the movement of the storm is important where it goes, and that is going to lead to the heaviest band of rain, the heaviest focus of rain, where that shield of rain will be passing over. That would be Lake County up to the northeast. Right now, the heaviest rain we've seen is from east to west over Volusia County, Brevard County, some of these heavy downpours. This is right over our radar. I'll pause that. So Bithlo, University Park near UCF getting tropical downpours, and you can see that here with the rain rates. As I pull that up here, we are looking at 5 inches per hour. A little bit less so to the northeast, but some of those heavier downpours that will push along through. So it won't always be raining heavily, but when it does, you'll pick up a quick inch or two, and that will only add more and more. Earlier, Brooks was showing you how much rain we could see. That was from this point onward. So that's just showing you how much more we have, as we do have plenty more rain on the way that's going to continue to push through our area, with the heaviest rain coming from the southwest. There is the giant shield of rain that is going to be working its way to the northeast with what will become a downgraded hurricane as it gets closer to us. We're talking about a strong tropical storm to a low category hurricane, but it's going to bring the rain, and we're going to see those stronger winds that will be moving to the northeast. So all of this whole area that I'm showing you, that is from Pasco County to the east, running over Orange County into Volusia County, Seminole County, and also up to the north into Marion County. These are areas that I'm expecting that heaviest line, that swath of rain that's going to be pushing through, where we will have those rain totals that could be up to 10 to 20 to maybe even 25 inches of rain, where roads will be completely impassable. Rain totals that we haven't seen. We have not seen. These are record-setting rain totals if we were to see that. And Brooks, we will continue to watch for that threat of tornadoes that will continue to this evening and possibly tonight, with that tornado watch extending until 1 a.m.
Yeah, I was looking at that rain core, and the National Weather Service's Weather Prediction Center just put out a statement, guys, about that rain coming our way. And they're saying that easily with that band where we saw the horizontal rainfall, 5 to 10 inches, maybe up to 20 inches in spots.
Wow.
So these computer model projections may seem a little bit out there, but I mean, it's happening right now.
And one reason, Brooks, is because it's creeping. This thing is just creeping along. It's slowed down to only 8 miles per hour.
You could walk or jog as fast.
Okay, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa. We're going to be kind of moving between Tampa and Orlando. Excuse me, that was Orlando there. We do want to get back into Fox 13 Tampa's coverage as well. They're speaking to reporters out in some of these really, really affected areas. Let's listen in.
To do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas.
All right, Governor DeSantis giving us a briefing that, we always have to, times like this, we always have to take a step back and realize, I know we're concerned about our families and our neighborhoods, but you realize how much Florida is involved in this too. So many.
So many.
All across the state on different levels. Many of you we know are already without power. So let's come back to the Bay Area for a second. We could have been facing, we've only seen a fraction of the video and the damage, but we could have been facing unbelievable devastation on our coast.
Yeah, I mean, remember, it was just days ago that it was headed directly for us, and now, unfortunately, that's the Fort Myers area. Our Josh Cascio was in Pinellas County for us all day, and he filed this report a little bit earlier.
We are continuing to experience high winds and a lot of rain out here on Treasure Island. If you take a look behind me, you look at that tree right there. It has been blowing and bending in the wind all day. And also notice the water and how fast it is moving. That shows you the power of Hurricane Ian. The message from safety officials here in Pinellas County is to stay inside, stay hunkered down until the storm has completely passed. And even when that is over, stay inside until there's the all clear. Don't go out and interact with power lines or flooded streets. Be extra careful. We know right now about 4,500 people have decided to head to shelters here in Pinellas County. We also know there's about 12,000 people without power here in the county, that according to Duke Energy. Of course, it'll take them time to restore that power once the storm has passed. Again, though, the message from officials here in Pinellas County: stay inside, stay hunkered down as we continue to deal with a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and conditions that seem to just get worse and worse by the hour. On Treasure Island, Josh Cassio, Fox 13 News.
All right, pretty much the same story there. And I'm just looking at that satellite and seeing that we're just sort of at the beginning outer band. So we've got a long way to go.
You look at back where this thing was like 6 hours ago, and it's moved like maybe 50 miles, if that. You know, this is going to be a prolonged period. The one good thing at this point, guys, is kind of the trajectory that it's taking, almost a straight northeasterly track right now. It's going to go through Hardee and DeSoto County and Highlands County, maybe southeastern Polk County, which obviously is not great for folks in those areas, but it gets it out of our viewing area a little bit sooner and kind of gets it over towards the Florida Turnpike. So it's still going to be several hours of this, though, and it's going to be a long night for you folks in many inland spots. Let's dive into Sky Tower right now. The core of the wind is really what we've been watching closely and kind of tracking that, and it kind of closely lines up with where the heaviest rain is falling. This is radar reflectivity, so where the heaviest rain is kind of right in here where you see all the bright reds. Rainfall totals are immense across southeastern Sarasota County. Places like Northport, you guys think back to the flooding that you had. I believe it was Hurricane Elsa, had like 12 inches of rain in a 12-hour time span, and you had crazy flooding for a couple of weeks. You've had over 14 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. Most of that has fallen within the last 12 hours or so. So you know the flooding is causing big-time issues. It's not just the storm surge flooding, it's the freshwater flooding that is going to be a big problem. The Peace River near Bartow, the Alafire River near Lithia, even the Hillsborough River up near Zephyr Hills, all of those rivers forecasted to be near all-time record high levels by the end of the week. And those records go all the way back to the 30s and 40s. So this is going to be not a good situation with the freshwater flooding, the flash flooding, and the river flooding. Right now, strongest winds, tropical storm force winds being felt all around Tampa Bay, along I-4 and south. And then as you get near this core, kind of through parts of Hardee County back into eastern Manatee, eastern Sarasota, and now some of this is even getting into southern Polk County. That's where you have hurricane force wind gusts. So as this eye, if you will, what's left of it anyways, kind of moves northeast, a lot of this stuff is going to be moving through parts of southeastern Polk County. So Frostproof, Fort Meade, Bartow, perhaps as far north as like Haines City and Davenport, you could get into some hurricane force wind gusts through the evening into the overnight. It's going to be loud at your house. Paul was talking about this earlier with Irma. I remember this well. Messages constantly, when is this going to stop? Because the power's out, it's dark, and it's just eerie. You hear the branches breaking outside, creaks and cracks everywhere, and unfortunately this is just not in a hurry to kind of get out of here. So several hours of this to go. I would expect by daybreak tomorrow, conditions will start to improve pretty darn rapidly. If you're in Tampa Bay, kind of the worst of the weather you're going to get out of this is right now. I mean, we're at our closest point to this storm that we will be. Beyond this point, storm's going to get further and further away, and of course that starts to mean gradually improving conditions at least. We'll show you a couple rainfall totals here before we wrap up. All that purple and white is all like 12 to 18 inch totals. And as I kind of play this for a second, over the last 2 hours, you see how that's spreading north and east pretty quickly. When all is said and done, that purple plume, if you will, is going to be stretched from Venice all the way up to near Orlando and over towards the East Coast. A lot of rain's going to fall for a lot of people. Lots of hours to go ahead. We'll stay with you through the whole thing. Allie?
The worst for Tampa is happening right now. Okay. All right, Tyler, thanks. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. And we know a lot of you will lose power throughout this storm and may not have it back very quickly. If you have the ability to watch our live stream on your cell phone or tablet, you can do that at fox13news.com/live. But if you need those devices for a lifeline and you don't have a way to charge them, there's always the radio. You can hear our broadcast. You can just tune your radio to Hot 101.5 FM or 97X, 102.5 The Bone. We'll also have occasional coverage for you. The Clearwater Marine Aquarium is in an evacuation A zone, but as you can imagine, it's hard for many of the animals to get out, so they have a team of people who are riding out the storm with all the creatures who call the Clearwater Marine Aquarium their home. The folks at the Clearwater Marine Aquarium say preparing for events like this is the reality of living in Florida, and they prepare well in advance. They have an A team who sets up ahead of the storm, a B team who rides out the storm, making sure all the humans and the animals are safe, and then they have a C team who will come in when it's over to help the facility reopen for guests as soon as it's safe to do so.
Okay, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank Fox 13 in Tampa. We want to thank Fox 35 in Orlando for providing us the latest information on Hurricane Ian. It made landfall a couple of hours ago, and it is moving very, very slowly. It made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, and we have been watching the incredible scenes of the amount of rain, of the wind, and of those incredible storm surges that, according to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, has dissipated some. They think the worst of the storm surge threat is over. But we're going to take a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We will keep you up to date throughout the night, 24 hours today, as we continue to follow the battering of this storm there in western and central Florida. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a Live Now look at 4 different cameras here in the Tampa, St. Petersburg area. It's now 7 p.m. Eastern there as Hurricane Ian continues to batter this part of Florida. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to head out now to Fox 35 in Orlando with the latest. We'll be hearing from them. We'll be hearing from Fox 13 in Tampa. We want to thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox for all your go-to information on Hurricane Ian. And so if you are in these affected areas, that you stay safe. Let's listen in to Fox 35 in Orlando.
And Luann, you had mentioned a curfew that starts at 8 that's actually going to be starting here in less than an hour. We haven't seen many cars out on the roads. We have seen some people walking by, maybe 1 or 2 cars, but it looks like everyone is hunkering down inside. For now, that is the latest here in Daytona Beach. Vicki Carr, Fox 35 News.
Well, it looks like things are picking up.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking Ian.
You are watching Fox 35 News. It's 7 o'clock. We are continuing to track Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, so we have our whole crew in. They're going to be here for the next couple of days as well, making sure we are all up to speed. We have Brooks and the Chief, Jamie King, join us once again. Fellas, what do you got for us?
Well, we got a lot of wind, a lot of rain, Brooks. It's going down right now. Daytona Beach getting clobbered with the gusty winds. Tropical storm conditions playing out all across Central Florida at this moment.
Yeah, people have been asking, where's the rain? But it seems like they've stopped asking that. So I think the rain's moving in.
Exactly. Yeah. Winds now freshening on up. So again, we're going to take a look here, live look at what's happening out of Daytona right now. And what you see there is, I call it as a surfer, we call that victory at sea, Brooks. It's,
that's a foamy one.
Yeah, it is a foamy one out there. And you can see water levels running high right now, and the rain blowing sideways at this time. I want to give you a look here at the current track on this thing. Again, we're looking at current sustained winds at 125 with some higher gusts. Obviously, we made landfall in southwestern Florida now, and boy, is it moving closer to the metro here as a Category 1 as we look longer term, and then right on out to sea as we see that increase here right over the open Atlantic and into the coastal Carolinas. A lot of you here on vacation, I'm assuming. Again, the tourist district was booming just the other day, and I know a lot of you do come from the southeastern states, so we do thank you for joining us here for continuing coverage of Ian. Also of note is what's ahead here if you try to make your way home as we get to the back end of this week, into the weekend time frame as the track takes it into this general region here in through coastal Georgia and up to the Piedmont of South Carolina. So that's going to contain a lot of heavy rain and some windy conditions at times up that way. So we talk about the rain and the extreme amounts that the forecast models are dealing with. Brooks has been doing a great job illustrating the interaction with a front that's stalled on top of the region. That is wringing it out like a wet rag right on top of the area. So our numbers are coming in pretty thick now. Out at DeLand, 24 inches of accumulation on top of what we've already received. This will take us into Friday at 8 o'clock in the morning. Down toward Orlando, 17 additional inches, and then we'll peel back the amounts as you go out to the west. Right now, live look outside our studios here in beautiful Lake Mary in Seminole County. Winds are whippy, rain going sideways. So our Ian timeline for you. Now through midnight, bands of 3 to 6 inches per hour. 3 to 6 inches per hour, friends. When we talk tropics, when it rains, it pours. Know that. Gusts to 50 to 60 miles per hour from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Unrelenting downpours. Looks like 70-plus mile per hour winds. It's going to be blowing real heavy out there. And then from 7 a.m. to about noon tomorrow, looks like heavy rain backs off. Winds begin to decrease a touch, but still quite sporty at 35 to 55 miles per hour. Now, another aspect of all this is keeping a live track on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. I want to go over to meteorologist Brooks Gardner now with the very latest here in the Storm Center. And Brooks, I got a lot of rain on that right now, and you've got that front drawn out. Tell our viewers about the interaction, what's playing out, because there's a lot of dynamics, a lot of meteorology behind this.
There is, and this is what's going to make it such, I don't want to go as far as saying unprecedented, but in something we haven't seen in a lot of memory. That is the amount of rain we're expecting, which could exceed 24 inches tonight. Additional rain, that's a big deal. The reason, we've got a front right now that's stalled across north central Florida, so north and west of it, not much going on, but this is going to serve as a focus for the core of Ian as it works northward toward Orlando overnight to wring it out. It's going to be like a really wet rag. You wring it out, and unfortunately that's going to happen right over our area. So we've got already the equivalent of a serious fire hose of rain, where this core alone, where it's tracking, can easily drop 6-10 inches of rain, and it's going to be only slowly walking northward. And by walking, I mean this system's going north at 8 miles per hour. And so let's put the ruler on here and do the math. So it's about 77 miles between the core of that and Orlando, and that's going to be at least 8 hours from now before it arrives, and we've got all of the stuff out ahead of it. We've got all of this rain that's falling right now, and this is already dumping inches and inches of rain. We're already seeing some flooding around the area, already seeing a lot of trees where the roots are so saturated that just a little bit of wind will blow them over. Seen a couple of those in Oviedo. But once this comes up and works up toward our way, this is going to represent the core of the flooding. And if you look at your screen on the top right, that shot of I-75, I believe it is, in the Northport area, that's basically where this is and where this has been. And so that's what you can expect. It's just driving rains coming in around the circulation. And the heart of this right now is in the Fort Meade, Arcadia area. This is going to be Hardy and DeSoto counties up by Wauchula. But in our region, if you're at home right now, maybe you're watching us on the live stream on the Fox 35 Storm Team app. Maybe you lost power and that's how you're watching us right now. We've got a fetch coming off of the Atlantic from east to west, just feeding through the region. And this is one of those bands of rain we were talking about where you get pulses of downpours. It goes on and on and on. And each one of these could drop a quick half-inch of rain, and it really starts to add up. Right now, we've got the heaviest rain happening in places like Titusville, right over the Mims area, right over I-95, where it's just blinding rain. Farther toward the west in Oviedo, more rain falling. Winter Springs, this area now largely without power. And as the evening progresses, as this core down here across southern Polk and also northern Hardee County works straight across Orlando, if you think it's rained hard now, just wait about 7 to 8 hours from now, because we're going to end for a wallop here, Jamie. And I'm saying that with that phrasing because I think it's important to let people know that it's not a good time to go out there and explore, that roads can become impassable with that kind of rain.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. So watching that in that area of rain, they're moving now toward Orlando, eventually coming up this way. Concerning and great job explaining, Brooks, how again we developed that stout breeze off the Atlantic. When you mentioned that fetch, that's that wind blowing over a long duration, for an extended period of time over a real big expanse of open Atlantic, and that's funneling in all that moisture. So there it is playing out right now. The gusty winds, the heavy rain, and what's to come down to the south. Just incredible right now. Just huge rain amounts right there. Arcadia over to Fort Meade in the Sebring, and again at any time we can get some rotation within these bands. We've had quite a few tornado warned areas today, and we mentioned, Brooks, when it rains and pours with the tropical connection, our rainfall radar, our radar's dual pole, so we can literally examine the insides, the guts of these areas of heavy rain as they move across, and right there yielding 8 inches, friends, per hour being dispatched from the bottom of these clouds here.
And that's not just an anomaly. You know how sometimes apps and technology can kind of lead you astray and maybe give you a wacky number. This is accurate. In fact, during Hurricane Harvey, we were seeing 10 to 12 inches per hour, and this may be underestimating it.
Well, tropical systems are proven performers, as we say.
They
right?
sure are.
Yeah, they
This
put
is
down
the
a
same
lot of rain.
caliber.
All right, so we're going to stay on top of it. We want all of you to depend on us, trust us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center, Brooks and myself, Ian in-house this evening, and we're going to do our best to keep all of you safe right here in our viewing area. For now, we'll send it on back to you.
Okay, we thank Fox 35 in Orlando there for that update about where this storm is moving now. It's kind of just hovering over central Florida. You can see the rainfall totals as well, about 1.5 million people out of power already. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said the storm surge in some areas reached upwards of 12 feet. Let's head out now to Fox 13 in Tampa with their coverage.
It's going to bring down power lines, and so far more than 60,000 people in Manatee County are without power, and that's one of the biggest concerns that county leaders have tonight. In addition to the power outages at your home, there are numerous lift stations without power. Because of that, they're asking you to limit flushing, washing dishes, as well as showering. Now, this is important because due to current wind conditions, crews are not out here responding to these calls or other emergencies. It's why the mandatory evacuations went into effect, because where you are now is where you will need to be until it's safe to do otherwise. Driving around today, just being out here, we saw down tree limbs and traffic lights out, and that's why they don't want you to come out on the roads tonight. Thousands without power, and as the storm moves inland, officials say it's important to stay inside.
We want to keep our first responders safe because that's the crew that's going to be coming right after these winds subside, and try to get to the folks who need us, try to get to these power lines, these intersections, these down trees, people who need medical attention. They're going to be calling us to kind of help clear the path.
And we have a look now at some video from earlier today of Bradenton police removing a tree from, this is on Cortez Road, before conditions changed. But they expect to see a lot more of this overnight as well as into the morning. And police and emergency management, they're stressing to you, if you have trees down, don't try to go outside. Don't try to make any assessments. It's just not safe for you to do so because they can't get to you while the wind gusts are the way that they are until conditions get safer.
All right, these are difficult times indeed. We appreciate Janae and the rest of our crews for being out there. Janae, thanks very much. We'll check back with her in a bit.
And you know, as Hurricane Ian just continues to slowly churn onto Florida, our attention turns inland because Ian is moving slowly across Hardee, DeSoto, and parts of Highlands County, part of Polk County as well. Let's check in now with our Craig Patrick. How are things looking there, Craig?
Well, Ian's been a problem throughout the day. There have been a number of reports of downed trees, downed power lines that crews have been working on clearing throughout the day. But there's been a significant decline in the situation just in the past few minutes. The last check on the weather station here in Winter Haven showed that we were getting sustained winds around 35 miles per hour with a gust in the 60-mile-per-hour range. We'll give you a sense of what that looks like now as we speak, but things do appear to be changing by the minute at this point. There are concerns of power outages, as you would expect. And for context on that, keep in mind that in 2017, 5 years ago, during and after Hurricane Irma, 90% of Polk County lost power during and after that storm. And there is reason to believe we could be looking at conceivably the same kinds of widespread outages as Ian passes through Polk County as well. And one striking point of distinction, keep in mind Irma moved through comparatively fast, at least faster than what we expect, unfortunately, Ian to do as it lumbers through Polk County. So we could be in for conceivably 8, 10, 12 hours of very high winds and, of course, ferocious rain that could lead to significant flooding. And something we've been pressing, and that Polk EOC has been pressing, is the concern about the Peace River Basin. Let's go ahead and take a look at some video of the Peace River as we explain in additional detail what the concern here is. This is a river that runs south, basically in areas from Bartow to Fort Meade. This is where there's a heightened level of concern, and the concern is that it has a history of flooding anyway, and based on an analysis of the track and the prior flood maps and other circumstances, including all the rain we've had the past few weeks, is that there will be flooding, not necessarily right away as the storm passes through, but perhaps even a day or two after. Because remember, it takes time for the rain to fully feed into the creeks that feed into the river, so you could see some delayed flooding as well. That's one particular point of concern. But back here in Winter Haven, there are others too, all throughout the entire county. In fact, basically all of Polk County is a flooding risk based on what is rolling through here. There are particular points of concern. Those would include northwest Lakeland, also would include areas just east of Haines City.
Going back to 2004 and Hurricane Charlie, we were, I think, the first in the state to ever do that. They got people to the emergency room, heart attacks, serious medical emergencies. And, you know, the hospital have told us, you know, if you had not done that, those people would have probably not lived. So we will respond.
And that's an important point, because back in 2004, one of the best practices that Polk County learned and employed was that, of course, when you have high winds, it's not safe to drive a bus or an ambulance through, so they put paramedics in lower profile vehicles so that they can ride with deputies. And if there are serious medical emergencies, as there were in 2004, unfortunately, as there could be tonight, they could in fact respond.
All right. Thanks so much. We know from Paul and from Tyler that that storm is going to be pulling through there all throughout the night and early into the morning. So everyone in that area, just brace yourselves.
All of our live shots, so the last hour, you see these steady winds.
Yes.
Everybody seems to be getting something right now. We just got this alert as well from Pinellas Park. US 19 there, major thoroughfare, of course, running north and south, is closed in both directions right now. We're told this is between Ulmerton Road and 110th Avenue because of construction debris that's out there in the middle of the road. Again, both sides of US 19 closed right now between Ulmerton and 110th. You really shouldn't be out there on the roads anyway, unless it's an absolute emergency. But we will certainly let you know when that does reopen indeed. All right, let's bring in our weather team again.
Tyler, I know you have been really busy over there. How are things looking?
Yeah, well, it's going to stay busy. It's going to be a long evening here, a long night. You know, we've still got several more hours until the core of the wind is out of our viewing area and east. It's a long way out of Florida still, so this is a prolonged event. I want to take you back a few hours ago, just kind of show you the satellite loop here. This made landfall at about 3 o'clock North Captiva Island. Significant because that is, to the point, exactly where Charlie made landfall in 2004. That's remarkable. Of all the places this could go, hits the exact same spot, and for the most part, the track has been fairly similar to Charlie as well as it's moved inland. Look how the eye kind of fills in, well-defined clear eye as this made landfall, 150-mile-an-hour winds, nearly a Cat 5, and it's a gradual wind down of the storm. This is not enough land over Florida to clear out the storm and kind of weaken it dramatically. It's a process. It takes a while. As the storm kind of collapses and weakens, the wind field expands. So a lot of the hurricane force winds up until this point have been confined right near the eye wall, and those are now spreading away from the storm, and some of it is even getting into portions of southern Polk County soon. Highlands County has gotten some nasty winds. We'll show you a couple camera views first. This one, our Brookdale Bayshore camera, all of our cameras bouncing around a bit, obviously. Still some dry spots in the bay. North-northeast winds at 30 there, but gusts have been 60, 70 miles per hour. Kind of a similar looking view from downtown Tampa. You have Kennedy right here on the right. A little bit of a view of Bayshore here in the distance. Looks like some power on in spots. Good news there. But of course, a lot of folks around our viewing area without power. And that's kind of a unique view. A little color in the sky with a hurricane passing by to our east. This is Clearwater Beach and almost a calm scene despite winds right now 36 and gusts upwards 50, 60 through parts of Pinellas County. All right, so here's where the core of the storm is right now. And again, the winds are expanding away from the center. It's still a very rough go of it through Manatee and Sarasota County. Southern Sarasota County earlier today got in on a piece of the northern eye wall that had winds upwards of 100 miles per hour for a couple hours around Northport, Englewood, and Venice. So we're just kind of waiting to hear word on how everything has fared in that area. Obviously, power's out. Nobody's able to watch us, hearing us on radio, of course, as the storm rolls on here. But the core of the wind has moved over into parts of Hardee and DeSoto County. Very heavy rainfall as well. I should mention, too, near Venice and a lot of southern Sarasota County and southeastern Sarasota County, well over a foot of rain that is kind of a plume of rain that has extended north and east from there. It's just heavy, heavy rain that continues to march kind of along with the eye. So if you haven't seen a lot of rain yet and you're in places like Polk County and down the road, you're going to get a whole lot more rain as this moves north and east. Wauchula just did very heavy rainfall right now. Everywhere south of kind of the Polk County southern border and Hardee County and Highlands County is all in category 1, 2 force winds. So 70, 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts. And you notice how it kind of clears out. There's not much rain at all once you get into Lake Placid and south. There is a bit of drier air. Paul mentioned this earlier, too, how, you think, OK, the eastern side of the storms, these are the worst weather. In a well-defined hurricane, it's everywhere. It's not just on the eastern side. In this case, worst weather in terms of the heaviest rain is on the northwestern side of the center. Center right now is kind of right through portions of DeSoto County. Heavy rain expands up into Polk County, and all these rain bands are just going to be swinging through back towards Tampa Bay, back towards Pinellas County. All of them contain just these really squally conditions where all of a sudden the wind picks up 20, 30 miles per hour. The wind and the rain really get dramatic for a second, and then it kind of quiets down for a moment. We'll just be in and out of that for the next several hours. It's going to get rough, especially over in southeastern Polk County as the center of that storm again tracks closer to you the next few hours. More radar updates for you in a bit. Allie?
All right, Tyler, thank you for all your hard work. More than 1 million people have lost power, and if that happens to you, you can still watch us on your cell phone or your tablet by simply going to fox13news.com/live, or you can download the Fox 13 News app at the Apple or Google Play Store. You can also listen to our broadcast by tuning into one of our radio partners. You can tune your radio to Hot 101.5 FM, 97X, or 102.5 The Bone. We'll also have occasional coverage.
We do appreciate our radio partners, especially at times like this, because once the power goes out, it may stay out for quite some time. We're talking about, in some places, days, if not weeks. Tens of thousands of energy consumers here and energy company workers are ready to respond once it's safe. So they can't do it yet, but they are anxious to help out. Fox 13's Catherine Hawley is on this one for us, joined us live from St. Pete, where there is one of many downed trees causing some issues there. Catherine.
Yeah, Mark, at last check, about 161,000 Duke Energy customers here in Pinellas County are without power right now. And you said it, this is one of the major reasons why. Take a look. We are standing near Northeast Monroe Circle North in St. Petersburg, where this large tree came down and crashed into the power lines. Neighbors here are thankful the oak tree didn't fall the other way onto houses or cars, but it definitely took out their power. We are told the lights have been out here since around 4:15.
I have a feeling it's going to take a while. Well, because of the rain, and wind and rain, and then coming and working on the power. I'm just concerned that nobody gets, hooked up with that in any way and gets hurt,
Duke has about 10,000 crews standing by, ready to respond to the damage caused by Hurricane Ian. But none of those trucks can hit the road until winds are below 35 miles per hour and it is safe. Hundreds of trucks are staged at 3 locations in our viewing area, including Tropicana Field. A spokesperson tells me they made sure the extra crews were in locations that were out of the storm's path, but close enough to get to work quickly. Now, we have also been out here on the streets of St. Petersburg, and we've seen some downed lines arcing in this area, as well as multiple intersections with failed power lights. Officials remind people that if you see any lines down, you have to treat them as live, even if they're touching a tree like this, and to really stay away and don't go near those. As well, if you get to an intersection where the lights are out, you are supposed to treat that as a 4-way stop. Mark?
And Catherine, I just want to confirm again exactly where you are. I know a lot of folks that are to your east in northeast St. Pete are all reporting they're all without power. You said you're northeast Monroe Circle, so you're probably near, is that like 62nd and 4th Street maybe?
That is absolutely the area we're at, Mark.
Okay, well, we know it's going to be a long night for a lot of people. Catherine Hawley showing us one of the many trees that is down across much of Florida right now. Catherine, thanks. We'll let you get back to that. So all across Hillsborough County as well, across the Bay for a second. They're feeling the impacts from Ian as well.
Our Fox 13 Justin Matthews spent the day in Waimama and Sun City Center. He has an update for us now.
The weather here in Apollo Beach has drastically deteriorated from the late morning hours to these late afternoon hours. Let's take a look at the water levels, how low they are. You can see this ramp here going down to the floating dock. It's so steep you would normally just be able to walk across it and push a cart, but so much water has been sucked out of the bay here. The floating dock is just resting on the ground. Some boats even look like they are touching ground as well. Now let's take a look at a little bit earlier. Here's some video from a home in Ruskin. You can see just how powerful the wind is, how powerful the rain, how much rain was coming down. The homeowner told me that they have not been able to see the sandbar out by his house since Hurricane Irma. And it was very similar earlier in Apollo Beach. Some of the water had receded so much from near the homes. Some people said they hadn't seen that since Hurricane Irma either. So very reminiscent of that weather event. And earlier this morning, before the weather got really bad, people were walking around Apollo Beach just checking out how much the water had receded. They were looking at some of the wind. And I spoke to some people who say they weren't evacuating. They were just going to hunker down, and they made sure that they were stocked up.
Sandbags on the back door. Yeah. Bring anything that's loose in and stock up on food and beer. Yeah, pretty much we just got a bunch of water, a bunch of drinks, a lot of food.
The wind is really roaring here in Apollo Beach. It's very different from the early afternoon hours, and you can just see that there's a lot of debris on the ground. There's going to be a pretty big cleanup later tonight and into tomorrow morning as the winds are just continuing to just blow very hard here in this area. Reporting in Apollo Beach, Justin Matthews, Fox 13 News.
All right, Justin, thanks. You know, Bayshore Boulevard was the place to be this afternoon before the police stepped in and shut it down. A lot of people pulled up to check out the view after Ian sucked all the water out of Hillsborough Bay, leaving the bottom completely visible, as you can see there. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank spoke to some of those gawkers. So, Evan, we have seen this time and time again, but it always seems to draw a crowd. I'll admit I was one of the people that went down there earlier today.
Well, yeah, and I want to make clear things are much worse than it was back when we got that video just a little while ago, maybe 2 hours ago or so. I want to show you where I am right now, though. Conditions have definitely gotten worse over the last couple of hours, but we have found this kind of three-quartered entryway to kind of protect ourselves in. So right now I'm feeling, where I'm standing at least, very little wind and rain because of the way the air is sweeping right past us. But if you look out over Bayshore Boulevard right now, you can see that the wind is coming down hard. The rain appears to be 60, 70 miles an hour or so. Certainly I'm not a forecaster, but that's just what it feels like out here. And you can see, like, if you go down to where that blue tarp is flapping, that is absolutely much worse than it was. The wind is much worse than it was just a couple of hours ago. Let's show you what it was like back when the sun was still up. There were dozens of people down here on Bayshore who wanted to see this for themselves. We watched some people walk hundreds of feet out to where the water started again, maybe as long as 2 football fields away from the shore. Unbelievable. What a sight. The police were certainly unhappy because it's obviously a safety issue given the unpredictability of this situation. Police also didn't want cars parked on the grass median. Police came and closed off the area until all the sightseers left. People certainly, though, say this was an unforgettable sight to see all the water out of Tampa Bay and the Hillsborough Bay, because it's a view of Tampa that you seldom get to see.
Gone and drained. It's insane. It's like mind-blowing to see that nature could do that.
I enjoyed everything about it. It's very mindful, like very peaceful. You get a different view at life. I mean, it is a serious moment right now, but that right there takes a lot off your mind.
We have video of one sightseer who needed help freeing themselves from the mud, which only got worse as the night went on. Lots of people had plenty of well wishes, though, for those down south. Obviously, what we're experiencing here in Tampa and in South Tampa and on Bayshore Boulevard is nothing compared to what's going on, as you can well see, in Fort Myers and Charlotte County and Lee County. Still certainly not a good night here, but nothing compared to what they're having down south. And the question, of course, Allie, is also, when is this water going to come back in? Paul gave a great description of it earlier. I certainly won't try to duplicate that because he's the meteorologist here. The thinking, as Paul reported and said, is that the water will not be rushing back in quickly. That was a fear that we had during Irma, Allie. That didn't happen that time, and as Paul said, it does not appear that's going to happen this time. So that is good news for those of us here in Tampa Bay. As I said, though, Allie, conditions definitely worse for the most part than they were a couple of hours ago. Once in a while, you'll see kind of a lull in the wind and the rain. Certainly in the wind right now, we're seeing that, but now it's picking back up again. So it's certainly going to be a busy night here on Bayshore, as well, not with people, but with the weather. They certainly want people to stay inside.
Yeah, because we can see Hurricane Ian is sort of just spiraling sort of right on our viewing area right now. So right where you are, Evan, and now is not the time to go out because it's dark. You're not going to be able to see down power lines and other debris that could be in the road. So it's dangerous. Stay safe out there, Evan.
Yeah, and absolutely, and that's why we've chosen to be in this entryway here, because we have 3 walls of protection right now. So even though the wind is really bad out there, where I'm standing here, you can see my jacket is barely fluttering.
That's great. All right. You and your crew stay safe. We'll see you in a little bit, Evan. Thanks. We want to show you more images out of Hillsborough County. Officials have been warning about those downed trees. And look, that's exactly what's happening. Wow, this is in Thonotosassa. Zachary Parsons says that tree is actually from the property next to his stepdad's that fell into their yard. It crashed right through the carport and on top of his girlfriend's car. Wow. And then there's this video. This is from Winter Haven. And look at this. A doorbell camera here actually caught the very moment when this giant tree just falls over. Look at it. It just rips right out of the ground, crashing through a fence there. Lisa Kearse captured that video. This happened on 21st Street Northwest. And we're going to be seeing a lot more of this because it was already wet from all the rain that we've had.
And if you could take a good look at that tree, if we show it one more time, if it'll show it, you see how thick the tree is, even the canopy alone. This is one of those times where you say, you know what, I really wish I would have trimmed my tree better.
Yes.
Because you really have to see how thick it is. You don't have a lot of air moving through that tree. And if that tree was thinned out a little bit better, it might not have fallen. And that's what happens with a lot of the trees that do get toppled, is that, not that it's anybody's fault, but they can be prevented in a lot of times by pruning these things and trimming them a little bit more often. And unfortunately, when we get storms like this is when we start looking at trees again. Oh, I should have done this, should have done that.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. And at this point, Paul, it's just kind of people riding it out, right? Because at this point of the storm, it's right over top of our viewing area. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. And I tell you, a lot of the problems too is because of the fact the ground is so saturated, and we had so much rain that the root structure has been really kind of struggling by the fact that, you know, we've had 8-9 inches of rain, and you throw in some strong winds on top of that, and it's a problem. We have another extreme wind warning up in effect for Highlands County, Hardee, and sections of DeSoto County. This is where the core of the hurricane is going to continue to kind of move to the east and northeast. So for the viewers in sections of Hardee and DeSoto County, I'm going to kind of pivot the radar. So kind of stick with me here for a second, and we will talk about this. This area right here is where the strongest winds are right now, and this is what we're really concerned about, because we still can kind of see the eye wall, which is down here, and to the north and northwest of what's left of the eye here, this is where the strongest area wind is going to be. This is going to be sustained winds, probably running about at least 80 to 90, with gusts over 100 for a time. The extreme wind warning is about at the top of all of the warnings that the Weather Service can issue. The extreme wind warning is the one that kind of mirrors a tornado warning. It was developed several years ago because the Weather Service had no real way of saying more than strong winds are coming. So they kind of equated to treat this warning as though you have a tornado ongoing outside your house. Get in an interior room, get away from windows, and wait for the wind and the storm to pass. And winds here about as strong as they are, and they're going to continue to slowly move north and northeast. So for now, that package or the pocket of strongest winds is Hardy, DeSoto, and part of Highlands County, where winds will be gusting. The negative is just because the winds are blowing away from the radar site. That's where we have the negative numbers. The winds here in Manatee and Sarasota counties are all probably in excess of 90, 110, still really howling in Manatee and Sarasota counties, but a lot of this wind probably isn't reaching the ground. This is from an elevated height from the radar. We've lost a lot of data due to transmission problems and the fact that the weather itself has knocked out some of the anemometers. We have to use Doppler technology to kind of figure out how strong the winds are going. But judging by how the storm has been behaving, it's probably a big pocket of sustained 80 to 90 with gust over 100 in many spots. We had a peak gust earlier in Punta Gorda of 124 miles an hour. And whenever we say, okay, this area had a peak gust of 124, it's safe to assume that the airport did not experience the top of the winds in the entire area. So if you had 124 in one spot, it makes sense that somewhere else will be at 130 to 140. There's going to be gusts here, 110, 20, 120. And this is the type of wind that's going to knock down some trees, will cause some roof damage on some homes. It is going to be a mess through Hardy and DeSoto counties. Let's move the radar up a little bit, Tyler, because we get into a little bit more in the way of population here in Polk County. So those of you watching me in Polk County, Bartow, Fort Meade, Lake Wales, Dundee, Haines City, you're going to get into some of this, not now, but as the evening moves along. I think some of this is going to end up in eastern Polk County, so strong winds are heading for you. If you're watching me, and I may not say every town, I want to say as many as I can, but you can see, you know who you are. Anyone in this area, the winds are going to pick up as the core of the hurricane continues to move north and northeast. And it's going to be tough. It's dark now, or pretty close to dark. It's going to be really unnerving and unsettling to be in the house and hear tree branches hitting your roof, the shutters, all the noises that are
Okay, we're going to step away from this very, very briefly here. That's Fox 13 meteorologist Paul Delgado with such great information, keeping you informed, keeping you safe about Hurricane Ian as it made landfall earlier this afternoon as a Category 4. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being here on Live Now from Fox as we show you Fox 13 Tampa, Fox 35 Orlando, and speak to some of our folks that are in these affected areas and some of those who have got out of harm's way and are evacuated right now, including one, Tony Bruno, who's joining us now, I believe, from Delray Beach, Florida, and you live near Fort Myers. And thank you so much for being with us, Tony. But tell us your story. Where did this begin, and when do you expect to go back?
Well, it started actually last Friday night when we heard that there was a hurricane moving. We had just moved to Cape Coral a month ago from the Philadelphia area, and I own a lot, which I eventually will build a home on if it's still there. And so we were watching this storm, and we were saying, hey, it's coming up. And then all of my family would call and say, hey, that storm's moving down toward your direction. I said, we don't know yet. It's going to take a while. And that's a good thing about hurricanes. You have an idea where it's going. So finally, when it looked like it was going to be in our immediate area, we went out and got all the, we got a generator, we got all the stuff that we needed to get, food, water, gasoline. So all of that stuff. And then we said, we're gonna sit this out because we're not gonna, our neighbors were saying, oh, we're gonna ride this out, that they've been there for a long time. They've been through multiple storms. So we decided this morning, when I was outside doing a couple of Twitter hits, that's when I said, hey, we're going to be okay. I'm going to go upstairs. Went upstairs. Power went out at 9 a.m. And then my wife and I said, no, you know what? Let's just get the heck out of here. We threw some stuff in a suitcase, got a case of water, threw it in the back, picked out the 3 cats, put them in the back seat of my Dodge Ram, and then took off. And by the time we got on the road, it was about 10:30. And it was dicey then. We went over the Cape Coral Bridge into Fort Myers. Yeah, it was a white knuckle ride. Got through Fort Myers. There was a lot of wind, but we didn't have any flooded roads at that point. Then we made it to Naples on I-75 and then started heading toward I-75 through Alligator Alley. And it wasn't until we got deep into I-75 East, heading toward Broward County, that things started calming down to the point where I could start driving 70 miles an hour again. We finally got into Broward County, and then we finally decided, hey, you know what? Let's stop. Let's not go all the way to Miami. Let's stay here at Delray Beach. So we checked into a hotel, and we've been there ever since. And now the big question is, what will we awaken to find out what's left of Cape Coral? Because that's one of the few places you're not seeing video from, because all of their cameras are out. All their power is out, and most of the cell service is out. So my neighbors and friends that I know there, I haven't been able to contact them, including an older gentleman who lived in the apartment below that we asked to come with us and leave, COPD guy, and I hope he's okay. So that's the next step here, is what happens tomorrow when the sun comes up, and what will Cape Coral look like if we go back. We're not planning to go back until Friday, but who knows how long it'll be before we even have power to go back and try to get our lives back together.
So, Tony, you're saying you knew of people, at least, who did not get out of there before the storm came in?
Correct, including my neighbor down below, who's an older gentleman who lives alone. We helped him put up his storm shutters last night because the apartment building complex people, he told us they normally do it for him. So my wife and I went downstairs and helped him, and we put up his storm shutters. These are floor-to-ceiling pieces of metal that have to be screwed in at the bottom. So he was beyond grateful. But then in the morning when we woke up and we decided we were going to leave, we implored him to get out of there, and he said he didn't want to. So we gave him the keys to our condo and said, listen, if it gets too bad and you want to stay here, just go upstairs and go to our apartment. We don't have any power up there, but if you have a cell phone and you still have service and you just want to get away from the storm surge, not knowing how high it was going to be, because we're right on a canal, because everything's on a canal in Cape Coral. So hopefully he's okay, and we'll hopefully find out by tomorrow morning what the situation is as far as what Cape Coral looks like and how much damage there is.
Yeah, Tony, I mean, not to, say a failure of imagination, but are you really kind of expecting the worst? We were hearing that the storm surge was upwards of 12 feet, that the winds obviously were about 125 to 140 miles per hour. And so you said you've only been in Florida a month. You just moved there. You're talking about your condo. You have property. You got out of Dodge, thankfully. But what do you think you will go back to? And now nighttime has, fallen on the state of Florida. It's about 7:45 there. How are you feeling right now? What are you thinking?
Well, I'm actually I'm more physically exhausted than mentally exhausted. I mean, the long ride, it went by because, when you're focused on driving and then you see that you're escaping these winds and storms and you're finally getting into an area where there's no hurricane surge, you feel good. And then you get to a hotel and you check in and you say, okay, we're safe. The cats are safe. I don't know what to expect, to be honest with you. I mean, Andrew, when you look at the situation and you see the satellite, I mean, there's still a lot of damage. There's still more rain coming down, and it's going to be ugly all night. And so I know when we were driving on I-75 going east, we saw an absolute, one after another, electrical companies from all over the country heading down south toward Cape Coral, toward Fort Myers, toward Naples. So we know that there's all kinds of electrical people, all kinds of electrical contractors, bucket trucks heading down to help the people tomorrow. And when daylight hits, once they could assess the damage as far as flooding, how much water there is, whether they can go in and actually start repairing stuff, because they're saying that by tomorrow morning, the rain will be gone. But now the question is, what's left behind as far as infrastructure, and the power is going to take a while. But they're getting to this. I got to give Ron DeSantis and all the people down here, the emergency preparedness operations, they've done a phenomenal job. And you can see all the volunteers coming from all over the country to help with the electrical grid, because that's going to be the biggest thing to get power back on. And who knows how many people they'll find still in their homes who have no electricity, no water, no food. Most of the people who live there are prepared, but some of the people just say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to ride it out. And then they're stuck at home alone in many cases without any power or even water at that point.
Yeah, and that's, of course, what we'll be looking out for if there are any, kind of airlift rescues, boat rescues, and the like, because the floodwaters will be that high. I don't know where you're staying. Is it a hotel or an Airbnb? Give us a sense of where in Florida. And then I'm curious as well, depending on where you're staying, have you talked to any of these other evacuees? Have you kind of run into them? I believe you're on the other side of the state, on the Atlantic side. Have you spoken with any of them, just by coincidence?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the hotels here in Delray Beach, we're in Delray Beach, which is obviously a very nice area, and the hotels are nice right near the beach. And it's windy here and the palm trees are blowing. But so many people, there's so many people who brought their dogs and pets with them. So these people all fled. They're all coming from Southwest Florida, because they don't really get busy here until around Thanksgiving, the people at the front desk were telling me. And they're saying, hey, you know what? We don't normally have people this time of the year because, it's hurricane season. Plus, the northerners, the snowbirds, they come down to Florida in November for Thanksgiving, and that's when it's the high season down here. But everybody we see has dogs, cats. They all put their animals in their cars and trucks and drove down here, and every single one of them is an evacuee from Southwest Florida.
Okay, Tony, last question, though. How long do you think you're going to be an evacuee?
Well, I hate to use the word evacuee, but technically, legally, we are evacuees, but we're still in our same state, and we see the whole state is obviously affected. Tomorrow we'll assess. We're going to stay. We have tomorrow night booked as well, and so hopefully by Friday morning we'll be able to see what the situation is, and whether or not it's safe to go back, if we're able to go back, if we still have a house. I have an RV too, so that may be floating away. You may see that floating away tomorrow morning somewhere. Geez. When they get the cameras back on.
Yeah. Man, well, Tony, you're a good sport about this. We know so many have been affected, 1.5 million without power right now, and we'll continue to follow all of Hurricane Ian's movements as it goes deeper and deeper inland in Central Florida. Tony, thanks so much. Stay safe.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to be speaking to people who've been affected throughout the course of the week, as we always do, but I want to give you a sense of how massive and how tall the storm surge actually was. We're going to go out now to Fox Weather's Robert Ray. He has this report.
What we are seeing is massive storm surge coming into the downtown area, flooding all of these historic streets here in Fort Myers. You see as these hurricane force gusts continue, and look at this river in this downtown area. It is so unfortunate, and I want to turn the camera so you can see exactly what is happening. It's block after block of the water that has come in from the river over there. There is debris floating and flying. Boats are untangled. Vehicles are submerged at this point. And you see the wind just pushing the water all around the surge in. It is phenomenal. The power of Hurricane Ian, even at this point, right now, you see in the water, parts of palm trees and other things are flying around right now. As we go into the night, we are losing light here in Fort Myers, and yet this storm just continues to wreak havoc here with these gusts. Look at this. Hard to even walk. All these storefronts are taking it. And this town of Fort Myers, look at that. The wind just pushing. It looks like white caps out here. It is not safe by any means. The power of this storm just being unleashed. The energy, and it's nowhere near over. As if we continue up the peninsula, there are over 1 million power outages here this evening, and it's not even dark yet. We're going to hunker down here somewhere, but it is difficult to traverse because of the storm surge. Right now, reporting in Fort Myers, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
You can't even imagine there how strong those winds are. Robert did his best to kind of illustrate for us the strength of that. Remember, you can also go to Fox Weather here. This is the QR code. You can open your camera phone. You can scan that QR code, download the app, foxweather.com, for all the latest when it comes to, yes, Hurricane Ian, but nonstop weather news around the clock from all over the country. But we here at Live Now are going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes with all the latest, hearing from our teams in Tampa, hearing from our teams in Orlando as Hurricane Ian moving ever so slowly inland, hovering right now over Central Florida, lashing it with so much rain, wind, and so much more. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Thanks so much for being with us here. We're going to head out now to Fox 35 in Orlando. They were just speaking with the acting director of the National Hurricane Center as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian as it moves more into inland Florida, Central Florida. Here's Fox 35 Orlando.
Floating around as well outside her window, outside her balcony rather. The whole pavilion of her apartment complex and pool are entirely underwater. She also filmed the stairwell leading to the apartment's parking garage. That's totally cut off by flood water. Fox Weather's Robert Ray has more from Fort Myers.
What we are seeing is massive storm surge coming into the downtown area, flooding all of these sports here in Fort Myers. As these hurricane force gusts continue, and look at this river in this downtown area. It is so unfortunate, and I want to turn the camera so you can see exactly what is happening. It's block after block of the water that has come in from the river over there. There is debris floating and flying. Boats are untangled. Vehicles are submerged at this point, and you see the wind just pushing the water all around the surge in. It is phenomenal. The power of Hurricane Ian, even at this point, right now, you see in the water, parts of palm trees and other things are flying around right now. havoc here with these gusts. Look at this. Hard to even walk. All these storefronts are taking it. And this town of Fort Myers, look at that. The wind just pushing. It looks like white caps out here. It's not safe by any means. The power of the storm is being unleashed. The energy, and it's nowhere near over. As it continue up the peninsula, there are over 1 million power outages here this evening, and it's not even dark yet. We're going to hunker down here somewhere, but it is difficult to traverse because of the storm surge. Right now, reporting in Fort Myers, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Wow, pretty incredible. You can barely make out what he's saying there. Good thing he's wearing that helmet because of those whipping winds.
Yeah, that was during the height of Hurricane Ian. It appears as it was coming ashore, but we've seen since then the wind and the rain has died down a little bit. So that's the good news. But when Ian was coming ashore, boy, it was bad.
It
really
was
bad.
And Key West was hit first with the impacts. The area saw flooding and strong winds. The Coast Guard tells us the crew in Key West already performed 7 different rescues this morning.
We've already had one crew down in Key West respond to several calls for help, as well as a distressed sailboat mariner and his dog. We were able to get them off the boat and safe and sound really early this morning as the winds and storm surge was coming through Key West. Search and rescue is always the #1 priority, with making sure lives are safe and everybody gets home to their loved ones at the end of the day. The next is making sure that maritime commerce is able to actually happen through all the ports in Florida, as well as Georgia and South Carolina.
A very important mission that they have. The Coast Guard is reminding people to be in a safe place because they and other emergency crews may not be able to get to you until after the storm passes.
And despite the hurricane and tropical storm warning, some people still headed out to splash around on Cocoa Beach. No surprise that the water got pretty choppy there this afternoon. We spoke with one woman who says she was packing up early because she went through Hurricane Irma back in 2017, and she was not taking this storm lightly.
Irma was really bad, and we were without power like for 2 weeks or so. It was bad. So now we take it serious. So when they say take it serious, we just take it serious.
And Fox 35 spoke with a few other families, some who were nervous about experiencing their first hurricane. Some said they were just out there at Cocoa Beach to see some of the big waves before they hunkered down inside to ride out the storm. And we want to get the very latest from Hurricane Ian from our Fox 35 storm team tonight.
The chief meteorologist, Jamie King, and Brooks Garner is joining us. You know, guys, I wanted to ask you, this is something we were talking about off camera. We're hearing the rain here in Seminole County. We're seeing the rain in Orlando. Can both areas handle that? Can the infrastructure handle all of the rain that we're expecting to see in the next few hours?
Up to 20, 30 inches.
Yeah, great question, Ray. And yeah, I would say, yeah, you know, we've seen this before. We saw it with Irma, while we did have standing water and quite a bit of flooding. You know, eventually that peels away pretty quickly. So yes, to answer your question, and this event likely probably following suit. Now, the concern is the rain we've been showing with the possibilities up in Volusia County. You know,
it may take time to run off. So there could be a period. It's not going to be standing water for weeks on end, but it might be a couple of hours or maybe up to a day, right, where we have some flood spots, some trouble spots, and also along rivers and places where it's slower to recede. But as far as the big picture stuff, you're talking about how a lot of the lakes downtown are almost like kind of giant retention ponds.
Exactly. Hey, with some really good bass fishing in them, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
tell you
true.
that right now. But I'll tell you, this is very impactful rain. What's coming up, but we've been showing that's down south, now migrating northbound. So it looks like there may be strips, corridors, if you will, of 10, 15, up to 20 inches plus of accumulated rain, Brooks.
And that's a lot of rain, Jamie, coming overnight in one big wallop. And the problem is that while the infrastructure can handle that up to a point, at some point it rains too much and then it kind of overflows. And the concern would be that overflow period, if there's neighborhoods in the way or sometimes roads to get in and out of neighborhoods, more likely roads could be cut off. And so there's just a little bit of a period as far as the intensity. If you get 20 inches of rain inside of 4 hours, I mean, that's that's going to flood. It's not going to flood forever, but it could do some damage.
And the impacts we saw, and I tend to measure in recent, in my memory at least, here for Irma in 2017, the saturated ground and all the trees that came down. You know, we were talking several days ago about this when we were kind of looking at the modeling, going, okay, we may have some business to tend to here, tropically speaking, by this time, and about the heavy rains and the possibility of downed trees and obstacles and roadways and such.
That's the danger,
that's the big danger there. So, all righty, well, we'll continue our tracking efforts, Brooks. I want to get right to the cone now and give you all the latest stats and facts on Ian. Let's go ahead and take a live look at it for you now. Tracking this for you, and shows us current winds at 115 miles per hour. So making landfall a few hours back and on its mission, or its track now off to the north and east. And that journey takes it here through the gut of the state, Cat 1 status up near Orlando, and then making a move heading offshore as a tropical storm, and then heading on into the coastal Carolinas. They've got tropical storm warned areas, so you know, up in this area right now in anticipation of that. And their threats will kind of mimic ours, not as intense, certainly, as we had the peak winds here on the southwestern peninsula. But this thing's going to bring a little bit of extra juice and punch to the local atmosphere up there in the Carolinas and coastal Georgia. So our what we're calling our impact tracker shows what we call in the world of weather helicity, spinning air, right? Like a corkscrew that rotates through the air. These are the rain bands moving through, and sometimes those rain bands will inherit the spin. Consider the source, right? Coming in off a very strong hurricane. So as those bands move on in, they can, and notoriously do, produce tornadic spin-ups. Myself and Allison Gargaro, we tracked a couple tornado-warned areas down in Brevard and Osceola, Indian River County early this morning, and then Brooks and Ian did a great job, really nice job tracking in Brevard and Osceola this afternoon. So that was kind of the hot spot, but you can see on the impact tracker how everything starts to spread on out as we get in through tomorrow morning. We have active tornado watches in play now, so we'll see if that's extended into the Thursday time frame. Right now, it does look like that circulation is going to roll on through. We'll start to see the winds coming out of different directions by that time on the backside of the circulation, and that could help to peel back, if not totally mitigate, the chance for any isolated tornadic spin-ups out there for you. So the future radar, as we see it now, it's rain, rain, and more rain, right? And there's no getting around it. So as Brooks did a great job illustrating on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, the two heavy corridors of rain, the one up in Volusia County now, if you live there, you know what I'm talking about, and then the one that's down south as you get down toward Hardy County and a little bit closer south of the I-4 corridor. So we're waiting on that to move on up. As we get to tomorrow morning at 6:30, I'll be here live tracking for you with Allison Gargaro. And bottom line, there'll be more rain. You can see the winds shifting direction. Looks like we'll start to crank them on out, eventually coming out of the north and west by tomorrow night at 9 p.m. as the circulation makes a track over to the open Atlantic. Now, we talk about the rain. We showed you the huge corridor of concentrated moisture rushing in off the Atlantic, and it's taking shape right here. What's neat about it as we look at it now is how you can see in real time now, and then look into the future with our future modeling, how that is going to play out. And we're talking upwards of almost 2 feet of rain, if not maybe more, in areas in that white zone there. That's pretty much a bullseye there in much of Volusia County, looking at Oviedo to Sanford on down to Longwood, much of Seminole County at about the 18-inch mark. And that's on top of what we've already received. So it keeps on raining out there. Wind gusts for you now, showing us a 46-mile-per-hour gust. So tropical storm force Orlando on down to Sarasota, Miami, West Palm also with some pretty speedy winds, and it lessens some at Jacksonville up to Tallahassee. Here's the outlook now, the watches and warnings for you. Volusia County on down towards Seminole, Orange, basically all the red zones here are active hurricane warned areas. These are tropical storm warnings shaded in the orange. And for our viewers up in Fox 51 country, WOGX TV up there in north central Florida, a good evening to you. We're watching and tracking your weather always and showing you up that way. That's a tropical storm watch at Alachua and Gilchrist County. So current wind gusts for you. Want to give you another look here as we're waiting on information to come out of Lakeland and Palm Coast. So I do apologize for that. We'll wait till that populates updates here, but I want to show you that gust right now. Currently at Daytona Beach at 53 miles per hour, 41 at Sanford. There's at 46 Orlando, also Brooksville, and 33 up at Alachua County in Gainesville. For more right now from the Storm Center, Brooks, we're going to head on over to you. You've got up our Fox weather alert system.
Got some new information,
Tell us
and
about
this
it.
is what we could be facing tonight. This is very important. Last time I saw this was during Hurricane Harvey in 2017 in Texas. There's a flood emergency that the National Weather Service has issued for Manatee, Sarasota counties, Hardee, DeSoto counties, and down into the Charlotte County area. That's what they call when there's what is determined to be life-threatening flooding, where you get freshwater flooding that rolls into neighborhoods. Maybe they could be submerged or swamped by the flooding, with 12 to 19 inches of rain prompting its issuance. And that, Jamie, is what we could face tonight if these models verify in our area. So let's take a look at the radar in this area and see what we're dealing with. So here's Orlando. Of course, we've been tracking the rain coming in waves off of the Atlantic, and it's been a nuisance for sure. We are seeing flooding. Oviedo right now is some high water, getting some texts out of that area. But this is the region of that flood emergency. And let's zoom in here and check it out. This is going to be now the core of Ian. This is the eye of Ian right here, and it's moving a little bit to the north here. And what you're basically seeing is the eye wall, the northwestern eye wall or the northern eye wall, and we're going to see, unfortunately, as Ian makes its track up this way, this eye wall rolling right up through Orlando as well. We too could be in that zone where it just is too much too soon and it kind of starts to overflow, and there's some issues. By the way, we also just didn't have a flood warning issue. This is just a lower degree of flood warning for the Orlando region, including Osceola County, Orange County, Seminole County, Volusia County, Northern Brevard. Let me draw that a little bit better. This polygon right here, this is a flood warning, meaning that flooding conditions are being observed. We'll take the animation off. So the ground is already saturated. It's already raining very hard. We'll go to our local radar here and check out the actual rates. Our rainfall rates falling right now are exceeding in spots between 4 and 6 inches per hour. And then you've got that core coming in from the southwest.
All right. And the southwest core, as you look at that eye wall there, that is obviously a shadow of its former self. Buried within there, though, I'm curious about the winds in there, Brooks. What's coming up from the south and west? If we do a velocity on that, let's see what those values are there, because we always try to look ahead, right? That's what it's all about, staying ahead of any threats. So as we survey and scan that area there with our live Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, we're able to go in and take a look at the winds coming toward and away from our weather radar. So these are some substantial winds that Brooks is querying right now.
80 to 100 miles per hour.
Incredible. So all right.
We're going to keep on tracking this. So Jamie, compounding the threat with all of the extremely heavy rain prompting this flash flood emergency. Now we've got winds here that are blowing at 80, probably ground truth, maybe 60 to 70 miles an hour with higher gusts.
And that's in the forecast. I mean, the National Hurricane Center, they expanded yesterday the hurricane warnings, and for good reason. While the sustained winds are not really near hurricane force, the gusts are 74 plus miles per hour. So that is in the cards, friends. So we told you yesterday, prepare for some impactful winds, prepare for the impactful rains. All threats now coming together. We're live tracking here, Brooks, and I want all to depend on us here in the Storm Center. Keeping you and your family members safe is our top priority, and we mean that from the bottom of our hearts. So keep it here. We're going to keep you up to date. For now, we're going to send it back to our wonderful anchors over there. It's your turn to talk now. We'll send it back to you.
Some unbelievable new video coming out of Fort Myers here. You can see all the flooding. That is a trailer floating down the middle of a street. Viewer Becky Hinshaw sent this video our way showing what the view was like from her apartment building. I saw the extended version of this rain. It actually shows boats as well in the streets, which now look more like rivers.
Yeah, and that is like 12 feet of water. That's why you're seeing that trailer float away like nothing, because the street has turned into a river.
That's what they were saying. We could see storm surge 12 feet high. We did, and that's what it turns into.
Holy, that's a tornado.
All right, here's some more video. This is from Fort Myers as well. You can see the trees whipping in the wind there.
This is a balcony view right there.
Yeah.
And it actually, it looks like a tornado because we could see the winds are whipping there. You can see her whole pavilion right there, floating away. There's some debris right there outside her balcony as well. And actually, that staircase led to her garage. It was cut off.
Garage.
Yeah, it was cut off because of all the water that came whipping up, and you could just see how incredible that is. The wind just picking up and pushing that water all around. She's basically cut off until that water recedes.
Yeah, and she says all the cars down in the parking garage are, of course, now
flooded
underwater. Yeah.
And one of the areas we've been showing you that's been hit the hardest so far is Sanibel Island. That's in Lee County. We've got a better idea of just how bad the flooding damage is. Elise Shengri posted videos from before the storm hitting, and you could see it right there. You could see where her pool is, and that pool is about to get a lot more water.
That's pre-Ian right there.
Yeah, that's pre-Ian. That water is making its way right over there.
And post-Ian is coming here.
Yeah, the whole pool deck area is now so deep underwater, it looks like it's part of the ocean. That's what we're talking about right there. The National Weather Service expecting between 8 to 12 feet of storm surge right in that area.
And that is why they told people to evacuate, because they were expecting exactly that. A Cat 4 hurricane, Ian, coming ashore just a few miles per hour shy of a Cat 5. It is now the 4th strongest storm to ever hit Florida. And check out this video showing rain whipping across the overpass on I-75 North. Look at how strong that is. This is in Northport on the west coast of Florida at the exit for Toledo Blade Boulevard. And when this was happening in real time, Brooks was telling us, I think that is the eye of the storm.
Wow.
So that is right around 150 mile per hour winds whipping across I-75 there on the west coast of Florida. And we are seeing the winds start to pick up here in central Florida as well. Fox 35's Deborah Cho is joining us live from Daytona Beach shores.
And Deborah, they are starting to shut down bridges where you are.
Yeah, around 7:30, we saw Daytona Beach police or Daytona Beach shores tweet out that they were going to start closing the bridges just because of how strong that wind is getting. But I can tell you, we have seen trucks actually go over that bridge. I will also say that me and my photographer, Evan, did go over that bridge thinking that it was going to get closed. We went over it, and I can tell you it's very dangerous to go over that. It was very windy. You can feel the cars shaking. You can see how the rain was just pelting against the windshield, and it was really hard to just see. You can see some people even just walking across the street right now. But as far as that wind is, that's really picking up here along the shoreline. And you can also see, I don't know if you can see around this car, Evan, but there was some trees and some some signs over there in the corner that were just moving around, just showing you how strong that wind is getting. And the rain, of course, too. That is still a problem here in Daytona Beach. I was talking to some people earlier tonight, Luann and Ray, and they were telling me that, you know, they're Floridians. They're used to tropical storms, they're used to hurricanes, but for this one to be as strong as it is as early on, of course, we know Hurricane Ian has not even really reached this part of the state yet, and we're already seeing these impacts. We're already seeing bridges closed down. People have boarded up. They're hunkering down, and they know they have more to come, of course, with Hurricane Ian. So we're going to continue to stay out here and watch it, but you can see that truck just going right up over that bridge. Again, we are told that it is supposed to get shut down here because of that dangerous winds that we've been experiencing. But as of right now, it looks like at least the bridge that I'm at Halifax Avenue and Seabridge Boulevard, that one is still open. So of course we're going to, stick around, stay out here, and we'll of course keep monitoring this. Reporting live here in Daytona Beach, Deborah Cho, Fox 35 News.
Hey Deborah, I was going to ask you, as we're seeing the weather get worse, are you seeing any emergency response where you are, trying to tell people to get out and go inside because the weather is getting worse?
Right. I have not actually. In the areas that we've been in Ormond Beach and then coming up to down to Daytona, we haven't really seen anybody really out here. It's pretty quiet. It's very eerie. At one point, we did see some police at a hotel, but it's not sure, if that was emergency related or storm related. But it's very quiet here. I will say, stopping at a gas station at a 7-Eleven in town, I was talking to some people and they were hunkering up, and 7-Eleven was closing down. They're like, we're going to close for the next couple of days. So I hope people got a lot of their gas and all their needs with that. But as far as emergency crews, I haven't really seen anybody out in this area, at least that I've been in.
All right, Deborah Cho reporting to us live from Ormond Beach. Thank you so much, Deborah.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay.
It's not just ordinary folks. Even firefighters are having some major problems with flooding. This was posted by Naples Fire and Rescue, showing crews there doing everything they can to try and get one of their fire trucks out of their fire station that is now completely flooded. Water is seen here higher than the firefighters' waists. Teams eventually decided to ditch the truck in the water and then unload all of that essential gear. As a reminder, Naples could soon see storm surge higher than 10 feet. As per the National Weather Service.
And, you know, they already conducted high water rescues, and we actually saw them on jet skis as well. They are making sure to get to whoever they can, even despite all of the flooding that they're seeing in that area, and they're posting a lot of it to Facebook, so they're giving us a first-hand account of what they're dealing with right now. Well, many people are hunkering down as Hurricane Ian moves inland.
Strong winds are a big concern, especially because they can take down some huge trees. And Fox 35's Marie Edinger is in Belle Isle tonight. And Marie, that's exactly what you're seeing there.
Yeah, unfortunately, just in probably the past hour or so, maybe a little bit more now, this tree behind me came down over this house here. It's kind of half a tree. We're going to walk you around. This tree is divided into two portions, but you can see it's straight over the house. Fortunately, everyone in that house is doing okay. No one was hurt by this. This is actually their first hurricane, a neighbor told me. So they are new to Florida, and boy, are they getting the Florida experience. So this tree landed over their garage and their kitchen area, none of the bedrooms or living rooms, where we really start to be fearful of anyone being hurt. And you can see just a little bit ago, the way we found out about this is because a neighbor across the way sent us video warning, hey, this tree looks like it is going to come down. You can see just how badly it's swaying in that video, and obviously, of course, that's exactly what happened. So that video was taken around 6, excuse me. And we got here a little after 7, and as we pulled up, we were expecting to see a tree that was nearing a time where it might fall, and instead we saw what we are seeing right now. So just that half portion of the tree, because it is, as I mentioned, kind of divided in two, but I want to bring you around to the other side to show you something else that we've been talking with neighbors about. You can see, especially from this angle, just how badly that tree is leaning, and when there are bad gusts, it gets even worse. A neighbor actually is an arborist, and we were speaking with him. He says he is expecting that this tree is likely going to fall down over the road. Fortunately, there are 2 ways to get out of this neighborhood. They also mentioned that when that tree first came down over the house, the family here actually still had a car in the garage, and you can see there's in the driveway, and you can see there's a branch there right now. The neighbors rushed over and said, hey, you are going to need to move that car because this portion of the tree is coming down too, and you don't want your car there when it happens. They were able to get it out, which is fortunate because you can see how much debris is still in that driveway right now. But man, that is looking bad, and we are expecting this tree is likely going to come down over this road at some point today. Again, fortunately, everyone here is all right. We saw another branch, big branch, further down the road from here that came down as well and destroyed a mailbox. And I'll walk you over to this side. So it's kind of interesting because this is all looking really, really bad, and over here you can see everything somewhat clear. It's kind of varying in this neighborhood, either a lot of branches down or not many at all. But if you can see down the road there, I'm not sure how well you can tell from this angle, but there's a house there that has 2 new looking trees. That's because they had to plant 2 recently when one gigantic one came down in the last hurricane. So it seems that this neighborhood tends to get hit pretty hard. It is coming down pretty hard right now, and we've been saying all night it's only going to get worse. So we'll see what happens after that. Ray and Luann?
Hey, Marie, I was going to ask you, I know where you are. It's a very residential area. There are a lot of...
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here. We're going to step away from Fox 35 Orlando. We're going to take a quick commercial break as we continue to cover Hurricane Ian as it is moving its way into central Florida now, kind of hovering over there. Yes, it has weakened. We're going to tell you by how much when we return. We'll be back in 2 minutes. here on this very busy Wednesday as we continue to cover all things Hurricane Ian. We want to put up this tweet by Fox News and their Twitter account. They say, according to their meteorologists, that Ian is now a Category 3 with winds of 100+ miles per hour, flash flood emergencies all across the state of Florida. We know that Ian made landfall as a Category 4, and so it has weakened. It's expected to weaken even further and further. Take a look at this right now from NOAA, their satellite, continuing to closely monitor Hurricane Ian as the sun sets over the southeastern United States. It's about 8:20 p.m. in Florida. They say Ian remains a major Category 3 hurricane as of 8 p.m. tonight. That's about 20 minutes ago. So, and that is the concern right now, that it is moving very slowly over central Florida still, and that it's going to be dumping so much rain. But we heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis earlier in a press conference saying that the threat of a storm surge, that immediate storm surge threat, has diminished greatly. Remember, storm surges there near Fort Myers in western Florida had been measured at 12 feet. Okay, throughout the night here, we are going to be live, nonstop coverage, dipping in and out of Fox 13 Tampa, Fox 35 Orlando, speaking with reporters, speaking with experts, speaking about people who have been impacted directly as well, and also speaking to people in the field down in these affected areas. And then, of course, we'll be talking about what happens tomorrow, what happens the next day and the next day, bringing on former FEMA officials to talk about what the cleanup is going to look like. Of course, we're just not even 24 hours into this, and once daybreak comes tomorrow, things will look a lot differently. Right now, let's head out to Fox 13 in Tampa with more coverage.
This is actually a striking illustration that the experts are saying it is not safe at this point to venture outside. It's time to batten up. That should be a good signal for many others to do the same as well. And this is a map you find inside the lobby. It shows the track. This was 2004, Francis, Jean, but certainly Charlie, which is looking very familiar to us at this point. And keep in mind, as we head into the nerve center, a lot of people remember 2004 and Charlie and drawing some comparisons in their mind in terms of what to expect throughout the night tonight. And there is one point that the experts here want to drive home, and that is Ian is substantially wider, substantially larger. We keep hearing that point over and over again than what we saw in 2004 with Hurricane Charlie. And likewise, a lot of people are thinking back to Hurricane Irma 5 years ago. Well, it also took a similar track, and they remember the downed power lines and trees and flooding damage they took then. While Irma was a larger storm than Charlie, keep in mind that it moved through relatively quickly compared to what we expect, unfortunately, Ian to do. So we know this is going to be a very long night. The next update, Chris, here is expected before too long, coming up at 10 o'clock. But before we go there, here is some perspective from the Emergency Operations Center Director with respect to power outages in Polk County. Take a look.
Every storm is different. After Hurricane Irma in 2017, about 90% of Polk County the next day was without power. So part of our planning has been, because of the wind and the flood, and as wet as our ground is, we anticipate power outages, and they could be longer than normal because of the saturation of the ground. If a tree blows over, it's easier if the ground is wet, and that means the power lines come down with it.
And already, in fact, throughout the day, but really within the past 30 to 45 minutes, we're hearing increasing reports of power outages through much of Polk County, and many, many more reports, Chris, of trees down and power lines down, as you would expect.
Yeah, and on that note, Craig, power outages, I know there are multiple utility companies that provide power in Polk County. Duke Energy is one of them. They're reporting 18,000 outages. That would be to the east of Lakeland. Do you know off the top of your head a couple of the other electric providers, just so we can track it here? There's Lakeland Electric, I believe.
Well, you've got Lakeland and Duke. FPL is to the east, basically, of most of Polk County. But combined, those collectively, we're hearing reports in particular on the eastern half of Polk County at this point. And reports, as you can see on the radar, of substantial rainfall. Of course, winds too, but substantial rainfall with the risk of flooding on the other side of Polk County, northwestern Polk County, and particularly areas around Walker Road, for example, are very susceptible to flooding already.
Yeah, as we've seen along the Peace River too. Okay, Craig Patrick live for us from Polk County. Thanks, Craig. Let's show you another piece of video here from Southwest Florida. One of those things that, well, you know, when there's a major hurricane, Jim Cantori of the Weather Channel, the meteorologist, he's going to be there. And this is what Joe Franco witnessed earlier, is Cantori's report out here in Punta Gorda. And you'll see him in the street in a moment. And then along comes a limb like a tumbleweed, taking him down there, but he's okay. He's done this so many times, and he gets back up and then uses the street sign there for some support. All is well with Jim Cantori there in Punta Gorda. But you can see how strong those winds were there in Punta Gorda. That is incredible.
That was not a reliable pole to hang on to.
No, it wasn't. The stop sign was already down beside it there.
Exactly. But,
he's Jim Cantori. That's what he does, and glad he's okay tonight. But it's a scary night for a lot of people across the area. We've also seen video coming out of Naples, which the governor earlier said downtown Naples was flooded, a lot of damage, a lot of wind damage.
Yeah, and things are bad. When the first responders are in trouble, Naples Fire Rescue, they ran into trouble when their own fire station got flooded. They posted the video on social media. Here it is.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay.
It's on fire.
Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It's smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
Yep, you just heard the chief say they didn't want the station to burn down, which is why they had to push one of the trucks outside the garage. There was so much smoke. And then there was real concern about the entire building. And they're wading through waist-deep water, removing items from the truck, just trying to salvage what they can as they go. And then here's a look at Sanibel Island. This is a hotel right there along the Gulf of Mexico. As Hurricane Ian came ashore, waves flooded the pool first, of course. That's what went first. And much of the surrounding area, this is the area that got, what is it, like a 10 to 12 foot storm surge?
Yeah, it was around that, wasn't it, Paul?
I'm sure that was much bigger than that before the afternoon was over.
Yeah, it was really historic, the storm surge they took. This is video from Bill Brown in Fort Myers, and Fort Myers just got leveled with that storm surge. You can see all the water rushing through. Look how high it is up on those trees there. Bill said that was his front lawn, and he's up there on an elevated, a second floor balcony or porch as he shoots that video there. Again, Fort Myers, very near where the storm made landfall, in the worst possible side of it too, pushing 10 to 12 feet of storm surge in. Fort Myers Beach, that's even closer to where it made landfall, out there, a barrier island, and you can see this is the Lee County Sheriff's Office Mobile Outreach Center, which is basically like a large RV. Now it's mobile. It's a boathouse. It's floating off down the street there. Not making light of it though. No one was hurt in this. None that we've been told anyway. Swept off its foundation by the storm surge there.
You don't expect to see something that big and heavy go floating by. Now, if you still have power tonight, you're able to watch this, you're one of the lucky ones. Still no guarantees. You could still lose power tonight. 1.6 million people have no electricity. That's according to poweroutage.us. It aggregates live power outages all across the country. Now, most of those people, as you might expect, Lee and Charlotte counties, that's, of course, where the storm made landfall. Nearly 90% of the people there have no power. But even Pinellas County, they are about 150,000 homes without power, and that's Duke Power and FP&L, another 31,000 in Hillsborough County. Hillsborough County, of course, spared the brunt of the storm. Doesn't mean there was no damage, though. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer, he's been checking things out, tracking some of the damage for us. So what are you finding out there, Aaron?
Well, so far, Cynthia, I think Tampa, folks in Tampa leaders all feel a little bit fortunate at this point, especially given what we've seen in the southern part of our viewing area. You know, there's still Mayor Jane Castro a little bit earlier this evening held a news conference. She discussed how she expected some of the worst weather to come into this part of the region between 8 o'clock and then moving forward throughout the night. But, you know, I think, you know, like I said, given what we saw down south, things haven't been nearly as bad as what was feared a couple of days ago. Let's show you some video that we shot earlier this evening as we drove around, just kind of surveying some of the damage. Mostly what we found is down trees, some down power lines. We found Tampa police blocking the road over on near Dale Mabry and Bay to Bay Boulevard. That is where there was a huge tree that had knocked down several power lines, and that's really what emergency officials had been warning folks throughout the lead up to this storm. That's where the real danger is especially if power's out. You can't sometimes see those down power lines. That's why they don't want you to leave, and that shelter-in-place order is in place. Now, prior to us driving around there, we also went to some of the beaches, and we saw, what's been going on Bayshore Boulevard with the water getting sucked out. This is what Mayor Jane Castor said about that a little bit earlier this evening. Take a listen.
The water has been pulled out of the bay. We've seen that before in past storms, and we had individuals that were going out on Bayshore. Please don't do that. Shelter in place, stay away. These winds are blowing. Things are, debris is flying through the air.
Yeah, and that is pretty much explains what we saw. There's some down power lines, trees, things flying through the air. But as you heard her say right there, don't go out into that the beach area. Well, what looks like a beach, but really is old Hillsborough Bay there, or old Tampa Bay, excuse me. What you're looking at here is Ben T. Davis Beach. Normally that part of the region is completely covered in Tampa Bay. When we were there, it looked like it did over on Bayshore Boulevard, where the water had been drained out of Tampa Bay by Hurricane Ian. But as Mayor Castor said, eventually that water is going to come back, and that's why Cynthia, police were out telling people to get off the beach, go home, stay indoors, and don't come out until this is passed.
Exactly. Tomorrow's another day. There's plenty of time to stay home tonight. That's for sure. Thank you so much, Aaron. And in fact, TPD just tweeted a couple minutes ago. They said stay off the roads, and they gave an example. They said a light came crashing down in front of a car unexpectedly in Ybor City, and that there are live wires down with it. So there you are driving around, and that happens.
Then you get the intersections, and those lights are swaying back and forth, and you're waiting for them to fall.
That's right.
Tyler and I have been working hard. It's the problem as far as wind speeds go. There's not a lot of official weather stations that we can kind of grab onto, and the weather stations that we do have, a lot of them are having transmission problems, obviously data problems. So we kind of want to get a sense of what the winds are. Tyler is back in the weather center behind me. We can pop up radar real quick. We'll show you where the strongest winds are. We know they are in sections of Highlands, Hardy, and DeSoto. This is what is left of kind of the core of the hurricane. And people say, what's the core? It's kind of like the remnants of the eye wall. So we know the strongest winds are here. We just checked the observations at the airport in Tampa International, which is still reporting data. They've had gusts pretty much for the past 6 hours, about 55 to 60. So around Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, it looks like the peak gusts from this event are going to be around 60, maybe 65 miles an hour. Tyler has his mic on. Tyler, why don't you read down some other wind speeds?
Yeah, it's interesting, Paul. We talk about the core of the storm kind of collapsing and the wind speeds spreading out. I'm noticing that a lot of these bands moving away from the center of the storm, kind of going through northern Polk County and pivoting back into eastern Hillsborough County. A lot of wind observations along and north of 60. Highway 60 that are 60 to 80 miles per hour. Lakeland Linder, 62 mile per hour gust. Just south of the Parkway, a station recorded an 81 mile per hour gust. You got a 64 mile an hour gust just north and east of Bartow, and some big winds in southern Polk County as well. The observation station's obviously never going to capture the peak of some of these winds just because they're an isolated point on the map. Just west of Fort Meade, 57 at last check, and these are updating every 10 or 15 minutes. Had a 53 in Frostproof, 54 just east of Avon Park. And even over into central Hillsborough County, I've seen wind gusts still 50 to 60 miles per hour. McDill, 55, 53 downtown St. Pete. So this is not just that core of wind. All of this is kind of spreading outward from that center, and some of those bands, especially, man, in central Polk County, really packing a punch right now, Paul.
Yeah, and what we're expecting going forward, and I kind of watching all the questions come in, what are we going to expect the rest of the night? In our big population base of Hillsborough and Pinellas, it's essentially going to be tropical storm conditions the rest of tonight. I don't think we'll see winds in excess of 74, 75 miles an hour. There'll be some gusts and some squalls 65, 70, but the hurricane now is past Hillsborough and Pinellas. It is now moving away from us, and we are on the west side of it. It is going to be a noisy, rough night, and I think at this juncture, the hope here is for you not to lose power and not to get some sort of tree damage on your roof or on your structures. That's probably the takeaway for tonight. Rainy, kind of loud, off and on heavy rain. And as we move to the south into Sarasota and Sarasota County and Manatee County, is for improvement later on tonight. This has been a long road. And this is a storm that people will talk about forever, because not only because how bad it was, but the duration. This was ongoing along the coast before daybreak this morning. Only now is the heaviest weather moving away from 75 and 41 with some improvement showing up. But the process is slow. The good news is every minute that goes by, the storm is weakening. It's over land. It's away from the water source. Hold on one second. And then the friction of the land is making it spin down. Tyler.
Yeah, just noticed a 86-mile-an-hour wind gust in Sebring. That's significant because it kind of gives us an idea of that core we were talking about.
And I think that's what we expected. It was about 80 to 90.
Yeah, if you noticed a big gust, that was at 8:20, so that was, what, 14 minutes ago. If you had a big gust there in Sebring, that was 86. That
the top winds of the hurricane are 115. They have to be someplace. And this is where the worst weather is. So inside here is where we're going to get 80 to 90. And then gusts could go a bit above that. And that's going to move into Polk County, especially eastern Polk County. So it is going to be a rough, let's see, what time is it now? It's 8:35. The improvement here is going to be about 4 to 5 hours from now. And then it's going to be longer inland. So I would say around daybreak is when everybody is going to notice huge improvement, even our eastern counties. But this is going to be really tough going, folks, for the next several hours. Anywhere from eastern Manatee County, eastern Sarasota, all of Highlands, all of DeSoto County, and all of Hardy County. The next 4, 5, 6 hours are going to be really, really tough. And this really brings back Irma memories of being with you at night, trying to fine-tune all these numbers. This is all going to move also into Polk County, Dundee, Bartow, Lake Wales, Fort Meade. We're going to track that progress next couple of hours. Back to you.
All righty. Thank you so much, Paul. Now, an Air Force C-130 Hurricane Hunter plane made its way into the eye wall of Ian early this morning. One of the pilots called it the worst flight he's ever experienced doing that. Fox's Madison Scarpino is in Biloxi, Mississippi tonight, where the weather is a tad better, I would say, Madison. And I can't wait for you to describe this for our viewers, because I heard you earlier, and I guess it was your first? Your first time you've done this?
This was my first. Oh, yeah. I've never done this before. I think pretty much, all the other media there, they have never done it before either. I don't know if I would do it again. It was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but we were on board that 9-hour mission, literally into the eye of Hurricane Ian. Safe to say it was not smooth sailing the entire time. There was even a moment where we dropped 1,200 feet in just a matter of seconds. Watch this. Just to give you an idea of what we were dealing with, here's some of the video shot during some of the terrible turbulence and what the crew called some of the worst weather they've ever seen. And taking off from the Air Force Base in Biloxi after that, the aircraft went in and out of the eye wall heading towards Florida 4 separate times. Turbulence was moderate initially, but after a few go-arounds, it became nearly out of control, and the pilot called it a, quote, war story. The crew went on to say that the turbulence we all felt was not normal at all for these Hurricane Hunter flights, and it's clear this isn't your average hurricane as well. While this mission is dangerous, it's incredibly important, because going into the center of the storm is the only way the National Hurricane Center can get this critical data, like wind speed, where the storm is, and how strong it is.
We got rocked, I like to say, like a boxer. The aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power, trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. It was the worst thing you could want to happen as a pilot.
These flights have been running multiple times a day since over the weekend, but the last scheduled mission just landed a few hours ago. Cynthia?
All right, Madison, and you know, I always thought that'd be a cool thing to do until I heard your story tonight and heard that pilot. So I'm thinking I'm cool with, you know.
It is cool. I'm happy I did it for sure, but if you got a weak stomach, if you don't like roller coasters, it's not the thing for you.
Yeah, exactly. But thank goodness that they do what they do for us. Thank you, Madison.
Absolutely, yes.
Can't eat a big lunch before you go on a flight like that, that's for sure. We appreciate all the work those hurricane hunters do. All right, earlier today you heard the governor say that he's requested from President Biden a major disaster declaration for all of Florida's 67 counties. If granted, which we expect it will be, that would open up federal assistance programs, and it's important to get that money flowing as soon as possible because there's going to be so much cleanup and recovery. Now, a short time ago, the governor held his latest briefing on the storm.
Hurricane Ian made landfall this afternoon in southwest Florida, and it is battering areas in southwest Florida, Lee, Charlotte, and counties even beyond that. We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make.
Okay, we've been listening into Fox 13 Tampa there. They are replaying portions of that press conference that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had about 3.5 hours ago. We are going to step away and go to a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being here on Live Now from Fox as we cover every angle of Hurricane Ian as it made landfall earlier this afternoon as a Category 4. It is now at Category 3 levels. It is expected to weaken even more so as the night drags on there, but nightfall is in place in parts of Florida, of course. So we have all these nighttime shots, and I know they are difficult to see, but you can see the wind and you can see the rain, and so many people have been affected so far. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be speaking and hearing from our folks at Fox 35 Orlando as they continue to cover this story. We'll be back in just a moment. on this very busy Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source for all your live, raw, unfiltered news from across the country and around the world, especially in Florida, where it is about 8:45 p.m. Eastern right now. We want to put up this tweet from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association with this satellite image of Ian. They say Ian remains a major Category 3 hurricane as of about 45 minutes ago. But they are continuing to closely monitor it as it is now nighttime in Florida. This is, according to many that we have spoken to, according to some of the meteorologists at Fox 13 Tampa and Fox 35 Orlando, the fourth strongest storm to ever hit Florida. We know this was going to be a record breaker, and I believe that is where it really comes down now. So let's hear from Fox 35 in Orlando as they continue to speak to their reporters, because remember, Ian is moving inland, and it's going to hover there. It's moving very, very slow. It's bringing a lot of rain, and there are, of course, Category 3 hurricane winds still ongoing. Let's listen in.
Wouldn't get a direct hit, but it does look like that is the possibility now based on the forecast. So if you are at home, please stay safe. Please don't go out until it is safe to do so. Certainly not tonight when conditions are going to continue to get worse. We don't want to risk our first responders' lives trying to save individuals if we don't need to.
And Alan, I'm sure you're already coordinating the cleanup, what you're already talking about that will go into next week.
Yeah, so based on the estimates that we have, and we have some models that we can run things like that, it looks like we would have about 1 million cubic yards of debris at this point, based on the current forecast, the current modeling that we've done. 1 million cubic yards of debris. I want people to, it's hard for me to put that in my head. 11 spaceship Earths. Most of us have been to Epcot Center, seen the ball there. 11 of those we'll have to pick up after the storm. That's the model again. So a lot of debris out in the roadway, a lot of debris in people's yards, things like that they'll be clearing up. And then we'll have to have our units go through, our debris contractors and folks to go through. So it's going to take us a while, weeks, months, to get all the debris picked up if this model is realized.
That is a lot of debris. Great analogy, though. I can now picture that. Yeah. 11 of those big old balls. All right, Alan Harris, Seminole County Emergency Management Director, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Alan. Thanks. Well, now let's go to Fox 35's Connor Hansen. He is continuing our team coverage.
Yeah, Connor, you are live outside the Orange County Emergency Operations Center. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, that's right. This is where a lot of the top county officials are hunkering down throughout the storm. It's also the fire rescue headquarters for Orange County in Winter Park. But take a look. They have this whole place buttoned down with these big black screens, keeping everyone safe in here. But we're going to show you what it's looking like outside. We're really starting to notice the wind picking up. Not so much the rain, but I'm going to let Joelle stand out this way. The wind really picking up here. Take a look at these flags. They've just been whipping around, and obviously it's coming in waves, so every once in a while we'll hear these gusts really fire up. A few minutes ago, it sounded like a freight train was coming through here. You can see these trees starting to bend over a little bit as this rain just whips through here. So people obviously coming and going, but a lot of people just hunkering down in this headquarters, directing resources where they need to go. This is also where the county is going to be giving any of its major updates. We heard from the mayor and some other top officials here earlier tonight. They're telling us they're warning everybody in Orange County from here until the storm passes. Stay in your homes if you can. Right now, no evacuation orders or anything like that. They did ask people in mobile home parks earlier this week to evacuate, but it was not mandatory. Again, they're saying that late tonight will be the peak of the bad conditions here in Orange County. They're expecting up to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to 2 feet of rainfall. Now, they're saying you should be prepared to lose power for a significant amount of time. If you do live in this area, it's very, very possible, they say. They don't plan on having any issues with drinking water or anything like that. If that changes, they'll give us an update. There are several shelters open here in Orange County. Mayor Deming's telling us 1,100 people in those shelters right now. They're not full yet, and if they do fill up, they'll open more of them. But for now, they're just hoping people will hunker down for now. And again, I'll give you another quick look at what we're seeing out here. This is actually a calmer part of what we've seen in the past few minutes, but just whipping these flags around. Have been people going in and out to grab things from their cars, but for the most part, people are hunkering down here through the night. The mayor's going to be here at least through the night and plans to have another press conference for us tomorrow. Back to you.
Thank you. Hurricane Ian has now been downgraded to a Category 3, but it is still a very dangerous storm. Let's check back in with the Fox 35 storm team for the very latest.
What are you guys working on now? What are you seeing?
Well, we are tracking the potential for some real strong winds coming up toward Orlando. We've been doing that with the velocity scan on the Fox 35 storm tracker radar. And the tremendous amounts of rain now falling all across the land. Nowhere in Central Florida, really, for the most part, is exempt from this heavy rain this evening, Brooks.
This is the event. It's here now. It's going to be here for the rest of the night. This is the wind. This is the rain. The power outages are becoming more widespread, Jamie, and we've been watching that core of rain, which has prompted this flash flood emergency in Southwest Florida moving our way overnight. We're already soaked from the saturation from earlier today, and now we've got more of it coming our way. Here, step on over here. We're on the big screen. Come on with me. Yeah. So, Jamie, you and I have been tracking this core, and let's bring it over to the Tampa radar to check out the latest. And the heaviest rains are indeed right here over, you could say, Highlands County and Hardee and DeSoto counties. And this is heading toward the northeast in this general direction.
Okay.
Not that one.
Exactly. All right. So the deal with this is sometimes, these hand trackers here. Let's take a look, though. Around the Orlando area now, we've got some flood issues, we can say, that's been stacking up, and some tracking now of some of the more hardy returns here on the radar. So those of you around Timber Creek High School, down toward Union Park, Century Plaza, Conway, and Goldenrod, looks as though this is going to be moving in your direction. We time this out anywhere from 3 to a 15-minute arrival, so some super heavy rain there. As we take a look at what's going on here, let me clean this off here for you and show you what's going on as we show you the area now that is seeing that very, very heavy rainfall. And in regard to that, we call this the rain rate, where we can actually take you on in here and show you what's going on. And go ahead and query that. We could show you rain amounts in some of these areas now coming down to about 3 inches per hour. So that in itself, Brooks, it can be very impactful, and it's just repeated rounds of this on already saturated grounds. And look what's happening out near Avon Park and Sebring, just tremendous,
6 to 8 inches per hour falling, and it's verifying too.
It is. And what also now has been happening as you go up to Volusia County now, we've had this freight train effect of heavy rains coming in off the Atlantic. That continues streaming on in, so it'll be interesting to see how much we get around the I-4 corridor in Volusia County and then back out to I-95. We've had, again, this area, you described it as what we call a fetch in the world of weather, is that strengthened wind coming in off the Atlantic and for a good duration of time and over a fairly large expanse of open ocean. So that is helping to wick that moisture on in here, and that's where everything has been very prominent in the rain totals. And we look at some of the modeling, and it has been showing us amounts upwards of over 20 inches when it's all said and done.
And Jamie, look at the last hour, how right here we're seeing the rain really picking up right over the Orlando area. What we'll often see with these storms is that you'll have winds coming in from one direction. It's kind of bumping up against another air mass here to the northwest. And in this case, there is a stationary front just to the northwest. So we're going to get kind of a squeeze effect where you've got moisture being forced northwestward, and it hits basically a brick wall in the atmosphere, and it's forced to wring out. And so you can see that enhancement right over Orlando. And this is, if you will, I don't want to call it bonus rain, but rain happening before the main core of that flooding rain moves in tonight. So this is super saturating us.
So on top of our recent heavy rains, on top of that, and now the stuff approaching from the south. So kind of a triple threat, if you will. And as we look at this, go ahead and put the velocity scan on. I do want to take a check of these winds here that are coming up and out of the southwest here, a little closer to the metro eventually.
There we go.
And as we plot this out for you, what we're showing you here, friends, is winds coming toward and away from our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. So we measure this out, and still very, very potent. Now,
100 miles an hour, look at that.
Likely it's going to diminish some on the way up, but still we'll be packing a mighty punch, Brooks, by the time it gets up here. So we, again, have advise you. We started yesterday advising folks to prepare for the strong gusty winds. We're getting calls into the newsroom earlier today and said, hey, we just have rain here. What's up with that?
Well, and now it's verifying.
Right.
Yeah, one more interesting thing that this velocity shows us is that, do you see this kind of, in this gray line, this sort of backwards S?
Yep.
So that's a classic velocity tool to tell which way the wind is blowing. And in this case, the backwards S means you've got a north or a northwest component. And conversely, when it's a forward S, it's warm air advection. So it's your classic velocity stream. And so that indeed tells us that we here are on the northwest side, if I can get this to plot, the northwest side of it with winds now coming in from this direction, which means that the core of Ian is going to be located right about here. It looks like it's entering at this point Highlands County. So let's go back to our reflectivity and see that indeed putting this in motion, you can see that's generally the center. So as this plots up through the region, there's also been question of, is it following the track as forecast by the National Hurricane Center, but it's such a big system that if it wobbles here or there a couple of miles, and it'll wobble to the right and wobble back to the left, the effect is much the same. We've got the torrential rain, and we've got the wind rolling in later tonight.
Exactly. All righty. Well, let's give them a look here. I got a live picture for you out at Daytona Beach. I want to take a look at the Hard Rock Hotel Cam. Thank you. And shows us that at times you can see we've got the flaring of the heavy winds, the rain buckling up against the sides of the buildings. Looks like someone's got a pressure washer on the other side there. The lights of the night with us, but very dreary, kind of a dark view there. Beachside in Volusia County, we've seen a few gusts reported now at hurricane force along the Volusia County coastline, and the rain is rather plentiful right now, to say the least. So it's coming on out real hard right now. The outlook on Ian showing 115 mile per hour top sustained winds. That's a north-northeast movement at 8. So that explains that great analysis Brooks just did, showing us the velocity scan, the general motion now of the storm, and the way that this patterning of this heavier wind down to the south is riding on in toward the area now. So Category 1 coming up and over through Orlando will diminish on approach to the Atlantic side of the state, and then out into the open Atlantic there, heading up toward the coastal Carolinas into the Piedmont of South Carolina with some impactful rains there. So let's talk about the timeline. It's been a bit since we visited this. I want to give you an update here, what we expect now through midnight with bands of rain. We're talking 3 to 6 inches per hour. The wind gusts will repeatedly head upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour with ease. And then from about 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., we're looking for unrelenting downpours, and these winds upwards of 70 miles per hour plus. So that wind's going to be cranking up. That rain's going to be coming on down. From 7 a.m. to noon, heavy rain backs off, and the winds at 35 to 55 miles per hour. And a look here at the hurricane-warned area here for you. Incredible. Look at all the real estate now just smothered with active hurricane warnings. Now, the areas with tropical storm, don't let your guard down. They're still susceptible to some gusty winds and some heavy pockets of rainfall, but it seems the emphasis now will be kind of correlating into this region right here, and then hopefully as we separate with time from Ian circulation, all of these warned areas will gradually begin to fall on off. But you can see right now current wind gusts impressive at Sebring at 75 miles per hour, 41 at Melbourne, 54 Orlando, and Tampa now at 59 for the current wind gusts. So that's a look at the atmosphere here locally right now. Myself and Brooks Gardner, we are committed to keeping you safe. We want you to depend on us this evening here as we track Ian live from the Fox 35 Storm Center. Great analysis on Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar, Brooks, and we're on top of it for you, here to keep you safe, and we'll have more for you coming up in just a bit. We'll toss it back to you now.
And gentlemen, we appreciate you guiding us through this hurricane. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage.
And she is live tonight at the Volusia County Emergency Operations Center. So Vicki, we hear bridges are now closed down and a curfew is now in effect.
Yeah, guys, and you can see a much different situation here where I'm at, more inland. This is, DeLand, Daytona border area. But if you saw our earlier shots, we were out on beachside and the wind was just incredible out there. It's still a little bit windy out here, raining here and there. We're seeing some gusts moving in. Actually, I'm going to see if I can show you the flags here just to show that it is a bit windy out here in, again, the Emergency Operations Center. This is by the Volusia County Jail, if you're familiar with that area. But I did want to mention the bridges are closed, and we were actually coming more inland when we realized that the bridge the bridge to get out was fine, but getting in is when we saw the trucks that were already blocking that, and we're told the bridges are closed off for the Halifax River. But like you also mentioned, there is a curfew, and that curfew started at 8 o'clock. It goes until 7 in the morning. They're asking people to stay off the roads. Of course, emergency personnel is allowed to be out on the roads, and people, if they have businesses, that type of thing. But in general, they're asking everyone to please stay off the roads. And I'm told that that curfew is also going to be in effect for tomorrow at 8 until 7 in the morning. For now, that is the latest here at the Emergency Operations Center in Daytona Beach. Vicki Carr.
Okay, we're going to step away from Fox 35 Orlando's coverage, but there she was saying that there are so many curfews in place right now, and they're probably going to continue throughout the rest of the week. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us. We're coming up on the top of the hour, 6 o'clock here on the West Coast. Almost 9 o'clock there in Florida as Hurricane Ian is moving its way inland. It's now at a Category 3 level strength, but it is really moving so slowly, one could argue that it's kind of hovering over central Florida with so much rain and still very, very strong winds. We're going to take a very quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking to a former FEMA official about what the recovery and cleanup process is going to look like. I know many of you probably are saying, wait, it's too early to start talking about that, but it's not too early. We'll have that conversation in just 2 minutes. This is our Weather XRAD system here at Live Now. As you can see, what is left of Hurricane Ian, and there's a lot of it. It's now at a Category 3 strength. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us, for choosing Live Now. Right now, let's bring in, though, former FEMA official Mark Naveau, and we've spoken to Mark so many times in so many different instances like this. Mark, thanks so much for being with us. My question to you, though, and we were talking offline, is this storm is nowhere close to being over. My question, though, is the worst past, though, in your view?
No, it's not, Andrew. How are you? Over the next 2 or 3 hours, you're going to continue to see tremendous damage. I call it the trifecta of tragedy. And hurricanes are measured by, storm surge, rainfall, and wind. And we've had all three of those at the utmost in bands. And what we're getting now is tremendous water and rainfall mixing with the storm surge. So it's just going to continue to compound for probably the next 4 or 5 hours and then move to other parts of the state.
Mark, we know upwards of 1.5 million people are without power, and this also might be too early to tell as well, but we have seen similar types of storms like this where people are out of power for days on end. Is that what you're envisioning? How quickly can they restore power in a scenario like this, where the storm is still working its way through?
Well, this is a noticed event, unlike a non-noticed event, might be a wildfire or something of that nature. There was enough time to do some planning. So the state of Florida and the federal government did a wonderful job bringing mutual aid electrical linemen and technicians staged from all over the country to be ready to go into these areas. But a couple of things come to mind, and we've already heard Florida Power and Light talk about that they're going to have to rebuild some of this system. It's not just going in and rehanging electrical wire. They're going to have to rebuild. So that means that recovery on the electrical grid is going to take longer. And from an emergency management standpoint, power is one of the top priorities, if not the top priority.
Mark, just talking once again about, power restoration, we were also speaking and listening in to some of the folks at Fox 13 in Tampa and Fox 35 in Orlando. They were speaking with people saying you have to let the water recede, but after that, the ground could still be so saturated, and that could be, problematic when you want to restore power quickly. So you have to wait for at least, the ground to dry a little bit more. Help us flesh that out.
Yeah, what we've heard, which was interesting from Senator Scott from Florida, talking about that Florida is already saturated because of previous weather. And so you get saturation plus more seawater and fresh water coming into the ground. And it creates problems for the power poles, the trees that knock down the power poles and the lines. But here's the other part of this, and this is kind of the silent component to the grid that we don't talk a lot about. We can get power restored fairly quickly in a lot of cases, but the challenge comes in when that storm surge rolls in, storm surge just being a large wall of water, in this case up to 20 feet. Well, that water is at ground level and seeping down into all the infrastructure. So the salt water is damaging the inside of many of these homes and businesses. So once you get power up, you also have to make sure that the buildings are safe to energize.
Yeah. Mark, help us figure this out. When FEMA comes in, is it directly in the immediate aftermath of when the storm dissipates, or are they helping with possible, recovery operations, rescue operations, when the floodwaters are still there, when the rain is still falling? What's their role in that? Because you and I were talking offline, and you have been hearing about, not everyone heeded these evacuation orders, and there are going to be people who are stranded.
Yeah, no question. Good thought, Andrew. And FEMA has been involved with the state of Florida and local officials and non-governmental organizations for probably a week and a half planning. They've got resources staged all over. For instance, they've got, swift water rescue task force teams in Miami and Tennessee and Georgia ready to roll in wherever necessary. You got the National Guard involved. FEMA's got a number of warehouses that house life-sustaining commodities, water, cots, infant supplies. All of that's ready to go. So they've done a wonderful job mobilizing and getting ready, up and to including coordinating now the Florida State Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. So the idea is that they're planning through this, get resources in place. They're combined together, working under the, an incident command system. And so they've been working for quite some time. Now, when the water starts to recede or winds get down below 45 miles an hour, you're going to see first responders, law enforcement officers, National Guard folks going in and trying to rescue those who actually stayed or bring supplies to them by air or water.
Mark, one of the common themes and refrains in the last, 72 hours has been that Florida knows what they're doing, and they're as well equipped as any state would be because they have suffered through so many of these storms. So that is kind of a positive light in this because they do know what they're doing. But you and I have spoken about some of these, historical precedents. What jumps out to you as far as named storms in the past that you're seeing some similarities with? We're already learning that this Ian is record-breaking. According to our folks in Tampa, they say it is the fourth strongest storm to ever hit Florida. But let's go back. Are you seeing some similarities with other named storms that left a punch like this?
You are, and what you're hearing Floridians talk about is Charlie, which was probably the major hurricane for them. And to your point, they've had a number of them. But this one is different because it has all three facets that we talked about earlier. This is going to have an economic toll, a life toll, recreation. This is going to affect everything. And you'll remember where this strikes land is in the Fort Myers area, but the tropical winds are 80 miles in, diameter outside of that. And so you're going to reach into large population bases like Orlando, Tampa Bay. And if you remember Tampa Bay, that port supplies half of the daily consumption for Floridians in gasoline. So you can't have that port shut down very long without having great impacts.
Yeah, of course, and we heard from Florida Governor DeSantis that one of the main priorities when all of this settles is getting the ports back open. But, it is so difficult, Mark, to, put some type of timetable on this because the storm is literally still happening as we speak. Let's talk more about where FEMA comes in. We've been hearing a lot from the FEMA administrator, Deanna Criswell. She was at the White House press briefing yesterday. We heard from President Biden today about this storm, and we've been hearing from so many Florida officials. How do you think they're doing? Are they as prepared as they needed to be? I know it might be too early to tell, but let's game this out.
You bet. Well, a couple things come. You talked about the administrator, so there's coordination taking place. The governor's talking to the president, so that's good. One of the regional administrators for FEMA in that area that covers a number of the states is a lady by the name of Grace Check, and she's very, very good at what she does. So she's moving resources. They've got some specialized teams. For instance, there are only 3 what they call national incident management teams in the country that deal with the most complex disasters. They've got 2 of them down there in Florida helping manage, but also to handle the recovery part of it. So by all indications, things are going pretty good. But keep in mind, this is a big storm with a lot of challenges. We're going to know a lot more tomorrow when the sun rises.
Yeah, Mark, let's also talk from the, just the everyday Floridian level, because they're going to have to, if they evacuated, they're going to have to come back in a few days and find what's left, and hopefully there is something left, but there's going to be a lot of damage. And you can kind of just write this out already that there's going to be federal dollars going to these affected areas because of how massive this storm has been. So what does that look like? Is the FEMA process, when it comes to getting federal dollars to help you get back on your feet, how is that complex? Is that arcane? What do you make of that?
No, it's been the use of technologies come into play. And so usually within a matter of days, once they're able to establish field offices, they'll open those up with different agencies and governmental, non-governmental agencies, Red Cross, Salvation Army, different types of folks coming into that. Then people who are affected by the hurricane can either go there or use their computer, assuming they have electricity, to be able to access the FEMA system. And they can provide you, once you provide the necessary documentation, which is fairly easy, you can get money in your bank account pretty quick to help you recover. Now, the caveat to that is that FEMA is not there to rebuild your home. They're really a stopgap measure, and insurance for the most part, or Small Business Administration loans, is the largest provider of funding for when there is not insurance. And unfortunately, hurricanes create the largest loss of life and damage in terms of dollars and cents. And most people do not carry flood insurance. And so that makes this even more trying in terms of what's going to happen in the coming days.
Yeah, Mark, we were speaking to some Florida politics experts just a couple of days ago, and they essentially were saying that, insurance companies, the insurance market in Florida is almost becoming inoperable because the risk is so great because of hurricanes that insurance companies might not, want to do as much business as they do there because of that simple fact. How does FEMA incorporate that into it when, everyday Floridians are trying to rebuild their lives after a storm like this rolls through? Do they work in tandem?
They do, Andrew. And for the most part, flood insurance in the United States of America is underwritten by FEMA. There are private carriers that assist, but for the most part, that's federal taxpayer money working its way through the FEMA system for flood insurance. But about a year ago, they had some changes to that program, and it started to increase premiums. And so you saw a drop in the number of people who were participating, and already there was a small number. So what you're going to see here, unfortunately, is a number of people come back to their home and need assistance. And so they'll go to these, disaster recovery centers, and where they'll probably get most of their assistance, truthfully, are low-cost loans provided by the small SBA, Small Business Administration.
Okay, Mark Naveau, just last question for you, because we're not out of this storm just yet. It is very, very early, but let's talk back about the mechanics of Ian itself. What are you going to be looking for in the next 8-10 hours, and then as we go into early Thursday?
Well, what you're going to want to do is they've got a plan A, B, and C going on. And what we've heard from some of the local responders is they're actually on plan D. I mean, it's shifting so much. But what they want to do is keep an eye on the track. Where is that moving as it crosses the state? Now, keep in mind that once it gets through Florida, it's going to continue up that eastern seaboard. So we're going to see impacts in other states as well. So this isn't over by any time soon, but you want to take a look at where it's going. Where are our resources? Do we need to move those resources? Do we have adequate resources? Are we communicating with people? Are we communicating with the power infrastructure and the private companies that play a big role in recovery? Home Depot, they sent out 450 truckloads of emergency supplies. That's the type of stuff you're going to want to do and get, for instance, the stores open, Walmart, etc. If you can do that, you're in good shape.
Mark, I'm not a climate scientist. I'm not a meteorologist, but, we're almost into October. And so this year, in this Atlantic hurricane season, I was kind of thinking, and maybe naively, that, wow, we might be out of this. I know there's a month left in the season, and we hadn't seen any major storms until, Fiona last week, now Ian this week. And so you really never can tell. Of course, each year is so different, but I thought we might have been out of this, and it is afraid that we are not. Mark Naveau, thanks so much for your insight and expertise into this, and we'll talk again.
You bet. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that conversation. You found it informative. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be hearing again from Fox 13 Tampa, Fox 35 Orlando. We'll be speaking to some of our reporters in the field, as well as the conditions there continue to really worsen over parts of central and southern Florida still, as Ian is now at a Category 3 strength level. Obviously, it's going to weaken as it moves inward, but it hit at a Category 4, and we've been seeing the effects of it throughout the day. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. If you're new to Live Now, we want to appreciate and thank you for joining us and for choosing Live Now. This is what we do, live, raw, and unfiltered, with this biggest story of the week and of the month, if you could argue, Hurricane Ian, as it really hovers over central and southern Florida at a Category 3 strength. So many are without power. So many curfews are in place. So many have evacuated already, and we'll be speaking to some of them throughout the course of the next couple of days, including our reporters from the Fox stations, from Fox Weather, and so many. And so right now we do want to take the opportunity to listen in to some of our folks at Fox 13 in Tampa as they continue to monitor all of Ian's movements.
It may be 90 to 95.
Okay.
So it'll steadily drop almost the entire circulations over land away from the energy source, which is the water. The friction of the land makes it decrease quicker. So it's going to ramp down, and by this time tomorrow, it's a tropical storm off the East Coast.
All right.
So we're heading in the right direction. It's just a process.
Can't come soon enough, right?
Once it's out on water again, could it blossom back into a hurricane?
All the time. I mean, multiple times, but it's going to move up and then head up to the Carolinas.
I was gonna say,
it's probably a tropical storm and then give them some heavy rain and issues.
Okay.
So storms weakening over land and re-intensifying, then weakening over land, it happens all the time.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thanks, Paul.
All right, windy, rainy, dark night for thousands of people in Pinellas County. Many of them no power. Been without power since this morning, and unfortunately that's not likely to change, at least for the time being, at least not until tomorrow. And Fox 13's Catherine Hawley is at Tropicana Field to show us why.
Hundreds of trucks are parked here in this lot, waiting and ready to hit the streets and start making repairs. Duke Energy tells me that work could start as soon as tomorrow, as long as the winds are below 35 miles per hour and in areas that are not flooded. More than 180,000 Duke Energy customers here in Pinellas County are in the dark tonight. We have seen dozens of intersections with failed street lights, downed wires sparking and smoking, and massive trees falling on lines. Officials say folks need to stay away from power lines that are down or sagging, and they should be considered live and energized, along with anything touching the lines like trees, limbs, or fences. About 10,000 crews have been mobilized from other states and staged at Tropicana Field, the villages in Sumter County, and Ritchie Brothers in Polk County.
Each of those locations, there are either hundreds or in some cases literally thousands of trucks that are parked ready to respond as soon as this storm comes through. And we specifically placed them far enough away so they're away from the storm's path, but close enough so they can rapidly respond as soon as it's safe to do so.
However, before power can be restored, crews need to assess the extent of damage to determine what supplies are needed, and that can take a day or more. We're told the first priority for Duke is fixing large power lines and other infrastructure that will get the lights back on to the greatest number of customers the quickest. Now that the sun has set, it is extremely difficult to see downed power lines and debris across the roadways. And so officials are urging everyone to stay home and shelter in place. And if you do happen to go out and come to an intersection with the power lights out, they should be treated as four-way stops. Reporting in St. Petersburg, Catherine Hawley, Fox 13 News.
I'm glad she mentioned that. One of our viewers just messaged me and said, hey, remind everyone when the traffic lights are out tomorrow, you got to treat it like a four-way stop. Okay, in Tampa, we've got some, night has fallen, obviously. And for many people, it's dark. Some people have lost power. In fact, let's go out live to Fox 13's Evan Axelbank along Bayshore Boulevard. And Evan, I wanted to, before I get completely to you, I want to share this with viewers because we've had trouble with TECO today, and I know they have other concerns than making sure their website, their outage map is updated, but their outage map is now working, and we can see that there are about 250,000 people, TECO customers, without power, and that's all of Hillsborough County and also part of Dade City there. So we've definitely seen those numbers go up this evening pretty rapidly as the winds pick up as well. Have you seen, in what you've seen of Tampa there, have you seen lights out and power outages?
No. As a matter of fact, the street that I'm on, the building that I'm using for protection here, this building still has its power on. And looking down the street, of course, this is just anecdotally, but the lights are on here, as you can see. And then looking down the block, the power is on back there west on Howard Avenue. And then if you look
down this way. You can see what we've got here. Definitely some strong, beefy wind. It's been going for 4 or 5 hours pretty strongly now, maybe 60, 70 miles an hour, some very strong gusts. But you can see there that the lights are still on there at the intersection of Howard and Bayshore. And maybe more importantly, you can see that we have no flooding here on Bayshore Boulevard and Howard Avenue. So that is certainly a welcome sight, given what we have seen during past storms, and sometimes not even a hurricane. Sometimes we'll just have something like even subtropical that comes through, just a depression, and you will see that flooding has occurred. In this case, today, there is not any flooding along Bayshore Boulevard here, so that is a major relief. A lot of the people we've been speaking with out here in Tampa have had well wishes for people who are far south of us. Obviously, what we're experiencing right now, as difficult as this storm is and as uncomfortable as it might be, it is nothing compared to what they're having down south. And people I've been speaking with absolutely have well wishes for them because, frankly, Chris, folks in Tampa know that this could have been us. That could have been us. And we are very relieved here. Obviously, that has not happened. That doesn't take away from the horrible feelings we have for folks down there who have just gone through who are going through a very terrible situation. Let's show you what it looked like here on Bayshore Boulevard a little bit earlier today. Very different than what we're seeing out of Fort Myers. Dozens of people who wanted to sightsee, who wanted to see for themselves what it looked like when the water gets swept out of the Hillsborough Bay and of Tampa Bay, and it goes for hundreds of feet like that. People wanted to see for themselves. So we watched hundreds of people, we watched dozens of people walk out hundreds of feet to see where the water started again. Tampa police definitely cracked down on it. It's obviously a safety issue, given how unpredictable the water and the wind can be. Police didn't want that to be happening. Police also didn't want cars parked on the grass median here. They came and closed off the area until all sightseers left. Here is how some reacted to the fact that lots have it much worse than people in Tampa do right now.
Our prayers and thoughts are with them. We pray that everyone is safe and that they make it through the storm.
I'm just really grateful that it's an hour and a half south of here, and I really send love to the people down there because they're not as safe as we are.
We have video of one sightseer who needed help freeing themselves from the mud, which only got worse as the night went on. Eventually, people did get out of that ill-advised spot to be on there on the Hillsborough Bay, which is now dried out. Police have been going up and down Bayshore to make sure that no one else tries to walk out there. Chris, of course, the question is also, when is the water going to come back in? As Paul has said, it's not expected to be anything dangerous when that does happen. And I do want you to see that, he put his flag away, but there is a gentleman walking there with a now wrapped up Tampa Bay Bucks flag. But, there it is a little bit there. He's still supporting the Bucks in the middle of a hurricane. So that tells you, I guess, the devotion not only of Tampa Bay Bucks fans, but also that, more importantly, that this storm is still safe to walk around in.
Well, and since you brought up the sports connection there, I'll mention this because you have to appreciate lighter moments during terrible situations like this. But we did see a photo going around earlier. I think it was Greg Allman at the Tampa Bay Times that sent it out. Someone in Tampa had put, to protect their front door from any storm surge, they had put up a Vasilevsky jersey over the door.
I saw that, Vasilevsky, that was a good... That was a good meme. I guess you have to have a little levity in this situation.
Yeah, nothing gets past him, obviously. And speaking of memes,
before we go, Chris, I said it was safe to walk around, and I want to retract that. It's certainly not safe to walk around in, but at least this shows it is possible to walk around in. The police do not want people walking around like that gentleman did. We're using 3 sides of a building here for protection. So.
Yeah, and you were talking about memes. The young woman who was stuck in the mud walking through the bay, that was almost a Florida meme there. So, don't be silly out there, people.
There's no need to test anything. I mean, there's just no need to test anything. We look at the power this storm has brought. Stay at home, be safe, and you can come out tomorrow and see what's, what has been left behind.
Yeah, and be thankful. All right. Evan Axelbank, live for us. We're always thankful for Evan's reporting.
Yep. So the further away this storm gets, the better off we are.
You got it. You're spot on there, Cynthia. You nailed it. It was just, it's a slow process. I mean,
I know it's creeping.
It's 9:30. Paul and I came on about 1:30 this afternoon, and it seems like 2 days ago. You know, it's
well, the landfall took like 4 hours.
Exactly.
It just sat there.
Landfall was at 3 o'clock down near North Captiva Island, and it's moved like 75, 80 miles since then.
The eye took forever to come on, didn't it? It was crazy.
It's still rocking and rolling in a lot of spots. I got both Paul and I's laptops up here. Paul's got his messages up and had a Plant City message.
His inbox is full.
Yeah. It's bad. I have the trampoline in my treehouse was the last quote there from someone in Plant City. So this
like it blew into the tree?
That's what I assume. You know, the trampoline in the treehouse, no good for sure. Let's pop up Sky Tower for you, and it hasn't changed a whole lot. The core of the wind and the heaviest rain is still through parts of Hardy County, extending up into southern Polk County, Fort Meade over to Frostproof, and then down 27 from there, Avon Park and Sebring. It is just raining to beat the band. We showed you earlier, I'm going to step over the wall here, guys. Showed you earlier the rainfall rates that we had in some of this, kind of in northwestern Highlands County, kind of right in here around Avon Park and back into Hardy County, 7 to 8 inches of rain per hour. We have had those types numbers in summertime storms before, but we always preface it by saying, well, at least it's not going to rain for an hour, but you may get 2 inches of rain in 15 minutes or so. This is going to rain for an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, and when all is said and done, before you know it, you got 1 foot to 1.5 feet of rainfall, and those numbers are verifying. In the last 3 hours, we've gone over 10 inches in parts of Hardy County. Some of the river levels are just crazy through the course of the day today. The Manatee River near the Rye Bridge Wilderness Preserve, if you kind of live in that general area in central Manatee County, as we started the day about 9 a.m. this morning, river levels at 5 feet. It's now closing in on 16 feet. It's come up that much in a span of 12 hours or so. That is the kind of river level rise we're going to see on all of our local rivers over the next couple of days. Some spots may peak late tonight. Some spots may peak coming up Friday night into Saturday morning. All of that river flooding and all the flash flooding going to cause huge problems, and it's levels that we haven't seen before in some cases. Some of the river record levels go all the way back to the 30s and 40s, and in some cases we're approaching those tonight already.
Oh man.
Yeah, we had Jordan Bowen was out at the Peace River and Bartow earlier, and we know that was already at flood stage before this rain fell. So it could be a tough go for anyone who didn't get out. There's a Peace River Village mobile home community that's there that always kind of has problems. So
and some are coming up a little bit slower than others. In some areas it's very quick, in some areas it's a little slower, but all of them going to be rising in the coming days.
Everybody's got to keep an eye out if you live anywhere near a river.
Yeah, it is improving a bit in spots in western Manatee County and western Sarasota County, which have been just really hit hard throughout the day today. Seeing some wind gusts earlier just west of Northport, where it was close to 100 miles per hour a few hours ago. Got a wind gust of 50 at last check. So
what's the strongest recorded wind gust we got today or that you observed, other than I guess the official landfall?
Yeah, close to our viewing area, Punta Gorda Airport was 124 was the highest gust that we got there, and we certainly saw a lot of that wind, whether we got it at an observation point or not, pivoted over towards Northport and Venice and Englewood. So undoubtedly they had gusts over 100 miles per hour there as well.
My goodness, and we know they don't capture. Observation points don't capture all the gusts.
Exactly.
Thanks, Tyler.
All right, we are getting some more video from Southwest Florida showing conditions as the storm hit Fort Myers Beach and Fort Myers. And are we going to see this? There we go. This is the video, I believe, from the Fort Myers area. We're also getting Punta Gorda, Marco Island, some of the other places. They got walloped by Charlie back in 2004. So, here we go again for them. This storm, though, much larger than Charlie and a slow mover. Charlie just kind of ripped through very quickly.
Yeah.
This storm, a whole different animal.
Everyone has a different personality, right? All of them do, and this has been an awful one today. It's going to be awful for people for several days in southwest Florida, like Naples here. This neighborhood, this is inland too, but still the yards ended up with a lot of flooding and just several hours of rain fell. We saw some huge rainfall totals near Venice of 15 inches earlier, Paul was showing us, and 19.5 inches even. And so there's going to be a lot of people underwater for a while after this one. Sanibel Island, near where Ian made landfall. Look at this, rushing water. This is storm surge. We were seeing storm surge of 10 to 12 feet. Am I right there, Tyler? 10 to 12 feet, right around Punta Gorda, Fort Myers.
If not higher.
Could have been higher. I've heard anecdotal reports of near Inglewood getting almost that much storm surge. So just remember that this water is loaded with debris. You don't want to be walking through it or anything like that. And you don't know where there are electric lines down, and all kinds of things get picked up by storm surge. We're thinking about all those folks down there, you know, from storm surge to down trees and power lines. In fact, let me just look. 1.8 million, I think, was the latest statewide. 1.8 million people without power now, and it's going to be a long haul for a lot of folks.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, we checked before we started the 8 o'clock hour. It was 175,000 Duke Power customers in Pinellas and 114,000 FP&L customers. So that together.
That's just Pinellas.
That's just Pinellas. That
and then we know we have 250,000 in the Tampa area now with Tico, and then so many more, over 1 million in Southwest Florida.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. One of the things we heard the governor say is that all of those crews that have come in from all these other states are poised and ready to go. They just need the clear sign, you know, that it's safe to go hit the road, and they'll start doing that. Here's what else the governor had to say at his latest hurricane briefing.
We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make
Okay, Fox 13 in Tampa there playing out some of the portions of this press conference. This was now 4 or 5 hours ago from Ron DeSantis, Florida governor there, in the latest briefing about the situation of Hurricane Ian. And we're learning that it is now at a Category 2 level strength there as it moves its way over central Florida. Still bringing Category 2 level strength winds, still bringing so much rain as well as we are approaching almost the 10 o'clock hour there on the East Coast. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be speaking to one of our reporters who flew into the hurricane itself just yesterday or early this morning, I believe. An Air Force C-130. That's, of course, Fox's Madison Scarpino. You may have seen this story already. We're going to speak to her live after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. You're taking a live look at our weather XRAD system as now we have confirmed that Hurricane Ian is moving across southern and central Florida at a Category 2 level. Let's put up this tweet from Fox Weather. They say 9 p.m. Eastern update that the maximum sustained winds have now dropped to 105 miles per hour. Of course, the storm still producing significant impacts in Florida. Well, let's go on to continue with this story. And this is a very, very interesting angle because an Air Force C-130 Hurricane Hunter made its way into the eye wall of Ian early this morning. One of the pilots calling it the worst flight he's experienced. Joining us live from Biloxi, Mississippi, where that flight took off early this morning, is Fox's Madison Scarpino. And Madison, you were on this flight. Tell us about your experience.
That's right, Andrew. We were on board the 9-hour mission straight into the eye of Hurricane Ian, and let's just say it was definitely not smooth sailing. There was a point where we dropped 1,200 feet in a matter of just seconds. Watch this. Just to give you an idea of what we were dealing with, here's some of the video shot during some of the terrible turbulence and what the crew called some of the worst weather they've ever seen. After taking off from the Air Force Base in Biloxi, the aircraft went in and out of the eye wall heading towards Florida 4 separate times. Turbulence was moderate initially, but after a few go-arounds, it became nearly out of control, and the pilot called it a, quote, war zone. The crew went on to say that the turbulence we all felt was not normal at all for these Hurricane Hunter flights, and it's clear this isn't your average hurricane as well. While this mission is dangerous, it's incredibly important because going into the center of the storm is the only way the National Hurricane Center can get this critical data like wind speed, where the storm is, and how strong it is.
We got rocked, like to say, like a boxer. The aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power, trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. It was the worst thing you could want to happen as a pilot.
These flights have been running at least a few times a day since over the weekend, but the last scheduled mission just landed a few hours ago. Andrew?
Okay, so Madison, I can't even stand the slightest turbulence on a commercial flight. I can't imagine how you dealt with this there. Tell us who else was with you. Were there a lot of people from the media? Were there other kind of civilians, or was it just you, the staff, and the flight path with the National Hurricane Center? Give us a more inside view to what you experienced.
Yeah, so we had to report on base about 2 hours before the flight took off, which is around 1:15 a.m. early this morning. It was me, about 6 other members of the media, and then just the Air Force Hurricane Hunter crew. And you mentioned, you can't stand the turbulence on regular commercial flights. So picture the worst commercial turbulence that you've ever felt, times that by like 100, and then add in a couple roller coaster drops here and there. It was pretty terrifying, not gonna lie, but also very exciting and obviously a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And it's just incredible to see the work that these men and women do every day. I mean, this is their day job, and for us it was something that we will never ever forget.
I know, Madison, the visuals are quite stunning. So was it just kind of, you're dark, you're in this massive storm cloud the whole time, or did you come out through the eye and you could see the sunlight, you could see the eye wall? Walk us through that.
So when it comes to actually seeing that eye wall, we were told from the very beginning that's pretty rare. It's not something that we saw this mission, at least by the time that it was light out and could actually see what was going on outside. So it did kind of look like you were just in the clouds like a normal flight, but that aircraft inside, these C-130s, are just incredible. And just the amount of work that, the Air Force meteorologists have to do. They're in constant communication with the National Hurricane Center the whole time. And like I mentioned in my report, the only way that the National Hurricane Center is getting all of this data that the whole country needs to know is because of these missions that the Hurricane Hunters do. So really, really amazing stuff.
I know, Madison, this is just lastly, because this is so fascinating, before you got off the ground, is there ever a point in time, maybe before the flight takes off, where it's just too dangerous, that they can't get the data they need because they don't want to be put in harm's way? Or is that it? Because, recounting what these pilots told you, I can't imagine hearing that yourself. And you're saying that even more flights are going to happen in the next couple of days, too.
That's exactly, when we were told from the very beginning, first and foremost, we might not land back in Biloxi, Mississippi. If we have to land at another base, it is what it is when it comes to safety. And a NOAA Hurricane Hunter flight, separate from the Air Force Hurricane Hunter flights, were actually doing the same routes, back and forth into the eye wall of the hurricane. And at one point, the NOAA flight turned around, and the pilot told me off camera, if things got even worse, he would have done the same thing. It's not anything to do with their pilots versus the Air Force's. It was just a matter of safety. So it really could have gone any way. And I think that we were lucky to end up making it back to Biloxi in the end after those 9 very interesting hours.
9 very long hours. Madison Scarpino there live for us in Biloxi. Thanks for telling us that story. What an incredible experience.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew.
Okay, we're going to be speaking with one of our other reporters very, very soon here, not in Mississippi, but in Florida, to get an update on where conditions stand right now. In the meantime, though, let's go out to Fox 35 in Orlando with the latest on Ian.
And it's just really heartwarming to see how kind and generous they are, even with this bad weather. Reporting live in Osceola County. Back to you guys.
Valerie, I just love so much that you're walking us through this shelter. I wanted to ask you, have you seen any more people coming in as well, along with the donations? Are you seeing people who need shelter?
So we saw a person coming in on his bike maybe 10 minutes ago. We kind of thought that was going to be the last of it, just because it is. It's getting like brutal out there. I mean, obviously, you saw the reports from Connor and all. Oh my God, look at this. It's even hard to open up the door. But you can see the wind and the rain coming in. Lots of people just coming in soaking wet with bags of blankets and things like that. So to see other residents wanting to know that people seeking shelter here are going to at least be a little bit more comfortable, that's the cool part of being here.
Val, I will say this, your very first hit you did from that location obviously touched a lot of hearts. I got texts from people who are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe those kids, they have something to do tonight, because that's, when you have kids, you know this can be the worst part of it, is what am I going to do
with all that time?
Oh my gosh, it's hours and hours. And Val, I guess you lit it up earlier. People are having a great time there too, and it's safe.
Yeah, exactly. They were playing ball in the gym, and I will tell you, I think they're all tuckered out now, because that's when the volunteer, he went inside, he made the announcement, it's time for bed. Those kids need some sleep. So if you want to talk to your spouse or whatnot, come outside into this area and you could still enjoy the time. But in that area next door over here, we're not allowed in right now. So I totally understand that.
Well, that's even
right?
better. Now the kids are worn out.
You're going to have cranky kids.
Yeah, right. Kids are worn out. They'll sleep well. I mean, this is perfect, Ray.
Yeah. Valerie, hopefully you don't tuck
we
her
even
up.
have games over here.
Do you? She's got everything.
I'll just kind of curl up.
Valerie, thank you so much. We hope you don't tuck her out. We're appreciating your reports so much, giving us insight into what it's like to be in the shelter right now.
I'm telling you, I mean, the parents that I heard from, it's so funny, because I remember doing that when you have kids. It's like, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? You can't, and pets.
You don't have
you can't take the pets outside.
Exactly.
It's like, oh my gosh, there's so much to think about.
Under one roof, and you have to be.
And here we all are together.
Yes, yes. Well, we've talked a bit about the dangers of power equipment and wind. In this case, the Seminole County Fire Department says winds toppled a huge tree right onto someone's house. Tangled in there was electrical equipment that sparked a fire in the attic. We're told fire crews were able to knock the flames out fast. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the Red Cross is working to find the family a new place to stay.
Seminole County also seeing big downpours, big gust of wind right now. Now, we showed you Lake Monroe earlier as it was like pouring over the seawall there close to downtown.
And we could barely hear Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith because of that weather, because of that wind just whipping in that rain. She's now live in downtown Lake Mary. What are you seeing there, Marlisa? And hopefully we can hear you a little bit better because of this weather.
I sure hope so. We've changed our microphone situation for you, and the elements are just a little bit different now in downtown Lake Mary. Before you all came out here to us, I thought that we were getting a little bit of a break. Now the rain is picking back up here. We're getting an occasional gust of wind in downtown Lake Mary. You may be able to hear the rain picking up. But folks, I want to show you a much different scene here in downtown Lake Mary than when I was along the Riverwalk in Sanford. Do you notice something? Anything stick out to you? No one's here. It seems like the folks in this part of Seminole County are heeding the warning. Again, there is no curfew in effect for Seminole County right now, but people here in downtown Lake Mary seem to be getting the picture. No one has been out here for the time being that we've been positioned here in downtown Lake Mary. Power is still on. I am seeing an occasional car pass by, but you can see that the traffic lights are still working here. But the picture is a little bit different. As you mentioned, Ray, earlier, when I was in downtown Sanford, the rain was out of this world. The wind was almost blowing me away. I was getting text messages from people in the community.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft with Live Now. We're going to step away very, very quickly from Fox 35 Orlando as they speak to one of their reporters in Sanford. In Seminole County, that's really where Ian is heading as it makes its way inland. It's now at a Category 2 level strength. Right now, though, let's get an update from Tampa, Florida, from where Hurricane Ian almost kind of made landfall. Not directly on Tampa. Remember, it was much further south near the Fort Myers, Naples area. Of course, we have all these live looks in the Tampa region right now, St. Petersburg, downtown, the port of St. Petersburg, Hillsborough Bay. And that's where we find Fox's Ashley Soriano, and she has been following this throughout the course of the day. Ashley, how's it looking right now? What are conditions like?
Hey, good evening, Andrew. Well, there's been a consistent flow of wind passing through. It's fairly strong right now, and while it's not raining as much as you might think or flooding, that wind is pushing that rain all across the roads, and there have been very few cars passing by, but you might have seen one that just did. There are a few that have done so throughout the day. Businesses, most of them are closed here in downtown Tampa. I know of at least one hotel that is open, but they, along with many others, have boarded up their windows, and they're not letting people in or out. Again, the wind's very strong. I've been out here all day, and it really picked up in this specific area around 6 p.m. Eastern, and we have seen some emergency vehicles pass by throughout the day. Every so often. There are over 1.5 million people in the state of Florida that have lost power. Right now, the area I'm in, luckily, still has power. Hopefully that will stay the case. Andrew.
Ashley, can you see any, standing water, any flood water in the Tampa region specifically? We know further south, yes, they got hit by the storm surge, but you mentioned the rain and the wind blowing across the street. Is it, flooded right now where you are?
Yeah, so I've really stayed in this one location all day here in downtown Tampa, but what I can tell you from what I'm seeing on ground level is really not too much flooding. I mean, I could easily, in my rain boots, walk past it. People are driving through. Not saying that it is safe to do so, but there's certainly nowhere near as much flooding as we're seeing more in the southern parts of Florida.
Okay, Fox's Ashley Soriano there. Stay safe. We'll be speaking to you, no doubt, throughout the course of the week and see how conditions improve. Ashley, is there anyone out there like walking around assessing things, or is it mostly deserted?
It's mostly deserted. It's very quiet out here, except for the winds you hear that are blowing. Throughout the day, I have seen a handful of people walking by. I have seen a few dogs, but it really, very, very few people outside.
Okay, Ashley, stay safe. We'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, and we really do thank all of our reporters that we've been speaking to throughout the day, that you have been seeing on both Fox 13 Tampa and Fox 35 Orlando's air, just showing us how strong Hurricane Ian is. And we heard from some of our experts that we've spoken to that it could be one of the strongest storms ever to hit Florida. Ron DeSantis, Florida's governor, said it was stronger than Hurricane Charlie that hit back in 2004. Some of the FEMA officials and Tampa officials we've spoken to said it is the #4 strongest hurricane to ever hit Florida in its history. Speaking of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he just tweeted this out. He says, after Hurricane Ian passes, be careful going outside. Make sure to avoid downed power lines, avoid standing water, stay clear of trees, do not drive in standing water, and keep generators 20 feet outside of your home. So we are coming up on the 10 o'clock hour there in Florida. It's almost 7 o'clock here on the West Coast, and we will continue to keep you updated. Take a look at some of these live pictures in the Tampa area. We were just speaking to Fox's Ashley Soriano. She's there in downtown, and you can see the wind blowing the camera. We could kind of see some lightning. We can see some rain still, but take a look at that, especially in the lower right hand of your screen there, downtown Tampa. And the wind is still really, really strong. So we know Hurricane Ian moving as a Category 2. Let's put up our X-Red weather system so you can see where it stands right now. It's kind of just hovering over Central Florida. It's moving very, very slowly. And so we're going to continue with this and stay with this. Let's go up to Fox 35 in Orlando with the latest.
been more minimal compared to what's happening here in the gut of the state through the central peninsula, but you could see winds freshening up and circulation is on down south. Some of the pretty impactful gusts we have seen today: New Smyrna Beach at 74 miles per hour, Klondike Beach at 64, 61 reported Orlando, Space Coast Airport at 59, and in Sanford, y'all there saw in Seminole County at 53 miles per hour. Boy, we got some waggle to this camera here, the Hard Rock Hotel Daytona Beach cam. You can see the wind here pushing the rain up against the buildings. Looks like someone's got a pressure washer going on the other side there. Lights still on, and there is still power. Hard to depict if that's going to last much longer, but we're doing A-OK, so hopefully we hold steady there. But boy, it has been blasted now for hours on end in coastal Volusia County here on the Hard Rock Hotel cam. Look at power outages now. You can see around Orlando as you get into, looks like the Volusia County area, 20,000 according to our maps here. As you get down into Osceola County, 3,500 without power, then closer to Tampa, those numbers really increase to hundreds of thousands without power at this very moment. So we've got our eyes on that for you at this time. And the outlook now, as far as the storm track is concerned, brings us up toward Orlando, Category 1 status. Current winds now at 100, north-northeast movement at 8. So it's moving very slowly. And the concern is that not only do we see the battering winds, but also the flood potential that looks a little bit more likely. I hate to say that, but we call it as we see it, right? 100% transparency. That is going to be one of the main threats that we find on this track, and all that rain dispatching here from the base of the heavy dense cloud cover on top. And our future modeling here, our future radar depicts very active skies with rain bands moving in and out of the area. We were just looking at some forecast models behind the scenes here in the Storm Center, and it looks like the tornadic risk will gradually ease up as we head toward the wee early morning hours of Thursday. So that itself is some very welcomed and great news. We like to see that, but the heavy rain threat does continue here at this very hour. Want to head on over toward Brooks now over here, doing some live tracking in the Fox 35 Storm Center for us. And Brooks, you are very concerned. We're both very concerned about a front that's stalled out over the north central peninsula and the interaction with this very tropical air mass, the current winds. I mean, there are a lot of wheels in motion, a lot of cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. Take our viewers to what you're seeing there on the analysis.
So this is like a brick wall in the atmosphere where a ton of moisture is going to be flung to the northwest, and it hits this wall and it can't go anywhere, so it gets wrung out in the form of very heavy rain. We've got a stationary front located from roughly Tampa Bay up through Jacksonville. It's essentially a cold front that this hurricane is bringing south. It's some drier air, and so the tropical moisture really can't get past it, and so this front is now interacting with Cat 2, Ian, as Ian works northward, and in doing so, all of the moisture being pushed off to the northwest is stopped in its tracks. And that's why we're getting such a heavy swath of rain right now from Tampa straight through Orlando, away from the core of the hurricane. So this is like extra rain beyond what was going to be in the forecast for almost the entirety of the precipitation. You know, we were forecasting and still are anywhere between about 12 and as many as 20 inches plus of rain for storm totals by tomorrow afternoon. And indeed, zooming into this core, you know, we got all the heavy rain here happening right now due to what I just explained to you with that southeast flow bumping up against the front. So we know that. But then this core right here is extremely heavy rain, and that's associated directly with the center of Ian. Ian is located roughly near the Sebring area of Highlands County, and it's drifting northeast doing about 8 miles an hour, and it'll get here probably close to Seminole County or maybe Volusia County tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to continue to slow down. It's doing a real slow crawl. In other words, it's going to take the better part of 12 hours for this to get through here, which is where we are. And that's why our rain totals could be so high. All right, finally, I'd like to show you this. We're going to talk about the velocities happening in here. This is a way to detect how fast the raindrops are falling to determine how fast the wind is blowing, because of course we're seeing huge gusts out there around the region. Polk County, about 72 miles per hour in some of those wind gusts. And as far as areas a little bit closer toward our viewing area, there's Orlando. Let's sample some of these some of these wind gusts. About 50 miles an hour near Kissimmee, about 48 miles an hour near Mascot. In Orlando, about 22 miles per hour. And bottom line is that these gusts may be somewhat irregular, but they're going to become increasing in their frequency as the night goes on. So it might be one gust every 15 minutes now, but around 1 to 5 o'clock when this core rolls through, we're going to see gusts like that maybe every minute or every 5 minutes. And that'll be the stuff that unfortunately can take down trees, because a lot of the tree systems, a lot of the roots in there, well, the roots have been weakened because of all of that. It's become mud, basically. So the roots don't have anything to really grab into, so the wind blows and it can just knock them all over. And the problem is that, let me rephrase that, I just said knock them all over. Knock some trees over, especially the older ones that are a bit more weak and maybe have some root rot and other issues. The healthy trees will be okay. But the point is that some trees will fall, and that will just exacerbate the power outage issues and unfortunately extend them. By the way, if you have power now and you're watching us, but maybe overnight you lose power and you're still watching the coverage and you need to know what's going on in your area, don't forget our Fox 35 Storm Team app has the live video feature. So as long as you have cell phone service, you can watch us live just like we're on TV. I think that the delay is like 6 seconds or something like that. So it's basically real time. At least on my phone it's 6. On my wife's phone it's like 2-second delay. So it's basically like watching TV. I've got a slower phone. I need to upgrade. But anyway, this stuff right here moving down to Avon Park and Sebring is the business end of this hurricane, and it is not slowing down. Jamie?
Well, we know you're a great husband. You get your wife the best technology. Good for you, Brooks.
She's got the better one.
Hey, you know what, Brooks? You know, as a weather person, me and you and Ian and Brittany and Allison, we're kind of, you know, we're in studio. We're providing coverage for our community, keeping all safe. But sometimes we want to see what's going on. And we took a peek out on the weather deck, and boy, was it howling out here in Seminole County.
Kind of took us by surprise.
Rain sideways, the big pines here that have been growing freely for you know, a couple, 2-3 decades out back here, just going back and forth. So the winds are coming and the rain is coming. So, and we're here tracking, and that's what we're going to be doing along here in the Fox 35 Storm Center for you. Myself and Brooks and Ian's behind the scenes now, ginning up some new graphics. We're getting some more information. We're going to update our county by county maps for you, because things have changed. So we're going to freshen up the wind outlook for you and the outlook for rainfall. That's all for now from the Storm Center. Keep it here. We'll keep up to date as always. That is our commitment to all of you. Keeping you safe is our top priority. Back to you for now.
And if you're just joining us, welcome into our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian as it makes its way towards Central Florida. We're getting strong winds and rain already across our area.
Yeah, strong winds, a big concern, especially because they can take down the huge trees all over Central Florida. One of them came down right on someone's house in Belle Isle. And I just got a report from somebody in the Conway area saying they're seeing it really bad in that area
trees
right
everywhere.
now. Trees down, limbs down, coming down pretty strong is what a couple of people have told me. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger is surveying the damage tonight.
The wind and rain has really picked up here. We've been checking in with this wind speed meter, and the wind has really not dipped below 10 miles per hour for a while now. It'll hover just below and then go straight back up, and that's what's leading to things like this area. You can see this tree fell straight over this home here in Belle Isle. So it landed over the kitchen and the garage area. Fortunately, everyone inside is doing just fine. They are a-okay. They're actually still wandering around in there, and they do still have power for now. What is concerning, though, is that there is another portion of a tree, or another tree that is leaning very heavily. We talked with an arborist who lives in this neighborhood who says with the amount of rain that's coming down, drenching that tree and making its limbs heavy, you can see how the wind is pushing it, and it is just leaning so far over that arborist is expecting that tree is likely to come down directly over the road, probably sometime tonight, he told us. Now, fortunately, there are 2 exits to this neighborhood, so even if the tree does block the road, people will still be able to get out. But you see that that branch right in the driveway there, pretty large. We've seen branches of that size all over the neighborhood. A pretty big one actually hit our car as we were driving back over here just a few moments ago. This neighborhood is just getting pelted, and it is not seeming like it's going to stop anytime soon. In fact, it has only been getting worse the entire time we have been here. So we are going to be checking in. We did earlier see some sparks coming from a power line. If you want to look over here, we can show you that there are trees hanging over power lines in a lot of different areas in this neighborhood. Now, those sparks seem to be from a palm front hitting one of those lines repeatedly, but when we checked, it was just kind of slapping it, and we didn't see those sparks again. So we're hoping that that is going to be okay. We didn't see any likelihood of a fire there, so we're hoping that that remains the case. We also did see a neighborhood just about a half-mile away where that entire area is without power. It was pitch black, and there are lots of trees whipping around just like there are here, so that was difficult to get through. We had to evacuate the area just because it didn't feel safe with the number of trees and the low visibility. Right now there is some ponding happening in the area. We saw one street around here that was starting to flood just a little bit, but for the most part flooding concerns don't seem to be the biggest issue. It's mostly going to be down trees, which we have seen this one large one and several large branches in this area. In Bel Air, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
And we are seeing the winds pick up all across Central Florida at this hour. Fox 35's Deborah Cho joins us live from Daytona Beach.
We just lost Deborah just as we were going out to him, but that's what you can expect in these types of days like this when the weather is this wild. So we'll check back in her with just a little bit. Okay, our partners at Fox Weather also tracking power outages across the state, and you can see some of the numbers here right now. At this point, we have about 1.8 million, I believe is the last check. Yep, 1.8 million people without power across the state. Most are there in Lee County. That's followed by Collier County, but you can see 100% of DeSantis County now without power. Almost everyone in Charlotte County without power. 93% in Lee, 89% in Hardy, and 88% in Sarasota. While we leave this map up for a second, guys, we just got some of the updated power numbers here. And we have Volusia County has about 22,000 people out. Seminole County has about 21,000 at this point. Orange County, 29,000. Lake County has about 4,900 out, so they're not doing too bad right now. Polk County, 117,000 people without power, and that looks like about Brevard County has 7,500. So we're not seeing the big power outages yet. Osceola County, 3,600. We're not seeing the big numbers in Central Florida quite yet because we haven't gotten the bulk of those big winds at this point that could bring down some of those trees. So just be aware as the night goes on. We keep seeing, and Brooks and Jamie keeps telling us, at around 2 a.m. tonight, that's when we're really going to see these winds kick up, and that's when the outages could happen. And Luann, to me, that's the scariest part about these kind of storms.
Yeah.
When it's dark and you don't know what's going on out there, and that's when these storms roll through, power goes out, and you just don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Duke Energy is already saying about 80,000 customers of theirs are without power tonight, just in Central Florida. So, as you said, the winds are just picking up. We've seen gusts up to 74 miles per hour over in Daytona Beach. So as Ian gets closer to us, the winds are going to get stronger, and we're going to see more power outages.
And quite frankly, most of these outages we just talked about in Volusia, Osceola, Orange, Seminole County, those have all happened, really, I would say, in the past hour or two. We didn't have that many until just a couple of hours ago, and you can see why. Just since Luann was here about an hour ago, still you got that line right there where you can see it's drier down below, but boy, is it kicking up just above, and you can see Orlando now starting to get pounded a little bit.
Yeah, we're seeing some reds and yellows over Orlando. All right, well, a strong warning tonight from the Collier County Sheriff's Office. There's a mandatory curfew in place between 10 o'clock tonight and 6 o'clock in the morning. This is in the Naples area. Violation of this curfew is considered a second-degree misdemeanor. The Sheriff's Office says it is getting a significant number of calls from people who are trapped by water inside their homes.
You were just listening in here to Fox 35 out of Orlando. We're going to switch gears a little bit and go out to Fox 13 instead as they continue this cover with a live press conference out of Polk County. Let's take them here live on Live Now from Fox.
Not safe, and don't come out tomorrow until it's safe. It's going to take quite some time. We know we've had lots of trees down. The bridge on Highway 98 east of Fort Meade between Frostproof. We know there's quite a few very large trees down there. So it'll take time to get the roads open. So just stay home, hunker down, and wait until it's really conditions approve. And that may not be until tomorrow night or even into Friday in some parts of the county.
Just heard an update from Polk County, and I happen to be right next to a map of Polk that can put some of this in context. Really, it's the southwest quadrant you've heard so much about with the Peace River that flows south toward Fort Meade from Bartow. Here's where an estimated 300 homes are at heightened risk of flooding, and while the Emergency Management Director said they're not seeing flooding right now, he has also repeatedly pointed out that you do have possibly a delayed reaction as the rain works through the creeks and then filters into the river. It could be a day or more before you do see that type of flooding. In addition to that, another key point to watch on the other side of the county, particularly to the north and also to the east, north of Lake Lowry, which would be to the west of Davenport, to the north and west of Haines City. Here's where we also have a point of concern based on a prior history of flooding and the track of the storm. One other area to keep your eye on, of course, would be northwest Lakeland as well, though it has not received as much rainfall as other parts of the county in recent weeks. Boy, is it now, and this is an area prone to flooding as well. So those are some of the key points of concern. But, Mark, it's also worth noting that basically all of Polk County, when it faces this kind of rainfall this fast after the ground already being saturated, is in fact at risk of flooding.
Craig Patrick with us, Craig. And if it's any consolation, Tyler and Paul are here with us, and we're watching the radar closely. The rain is diminishing. We can't say it's over yet because there's still some bands out there. But the good news is, it seems with every turn of the radar, of Sky Tower radar, it is getting weaker and weaker from a rain perspective. So hopefully that continues, and you guys don't have any more flooding there. But we know we'll check back with you a little bit later. Sure.
Governor DeSantis gave an update on Hurricane Ian this evening, and he requested President Biden grant a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties in Florida and all types of assistance due to the ongoing devastation and the impact of Hurricane Ian.
As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators.
Take a look at this. This is in Onondaga. A tree from a neighbor's house crashed into a home and a car. Look at that damage. Both are crushed. You know, wind is one of the big dangers from Hurricane Ian, and of course, all the rain that we've been getting as well.
No doubt about that. We're going to see a lot more trees down tomorrow. Sarasota County hit hard by this hurricane, though. They started getting strong winds this afternoon. Thousands are without power. Likely hundreds of thousands at this hour. And when the sun comes up again tomorrow, we're going to see a lot of homes that have been damaged by wind and also by water, especially near the coast. Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo is live at the Emergency Operations Center there in Sarasota. Hi there, Brianna. What's their biggest concern tonight? Do they know yet much about surge there on coastal Sarasota, or are they still looking at wind damage as a big concern?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely a combination of both. We spoke with the emergency management chief about an hour ago, and he told us that, you know, they're concerned not only for folks who lived and may have not evacuated, who are living in mobile home parks, but also just anyone who may be in those areas where they know that, you know, there is damage from debris flying or even, you know, some storm surge and especially down towards the southern part of the county. Their focus is going to be shifting now toward helping those people who maybe stayed behind or did not evacuate and they stayed in their homes. A majority of the county is without power. It's about 255,000 customers from Florida Power and Light. And so as soon as it is safe for them to do so, those crews are going to start going out and trying to work on repairing some of those power lines and getting that power restored. But of course, it is going to take a long time for all of that to happen. Now let's get to some videos. We can show you exactly what folks have been dealing with. So far tonight, the sheriff's office told us that they got some calls about some roofs being blown off of houses, people stuck in their cars earlier today while they were out on the roads. All through the day and night tonight, workers have been helping residents as much as they can over the phone here at the Emergency Operations Center. That includes having a medical director kind of walk people through what they would need to do if they're hurt or needed help when they called. The emergency management chief did tell us that they would like to get that first round of responders out here around Sarasota County around 3 o'clock in the morning to start looking at damage.
You were just listening in there to our Fox 13 affiliates out of Tampa, and we want to thank them as they continue on covering this major story, this major hurricane, Hurricane Ian, as it slowly makes its way across Florida. Catastrophic damages. Coming up after the break, we're going to go back out and give an update on what we've seen from inside the storm. Certainly some very strong pictures as hurricane hunters, and we have a report from one that was in the middle of it, in the storm, in the eye of the Hurricane Ian. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Andy Mack. You're looking at our XRAD computer weather monitor as we continue to track Hurricane Ian as it makes its way across the state of Florida. We are certainly keeping our eyes on a lot of different monitors here at Live Now from Fox. And one person that might have a better perspective than maybe anyone as they continue to track Hurricane Ian is Fox 26 Matthew Seedorf. He's down there in Biloxi, Mississippi, and a harrowing experience, I hear, as you were hunting a hurricane. Tell us a little bit more about that here, Matthew.
Yeah, Andrew, what a ride this was today. We were in and out of the eye of this powerful hurricane for about 6 or 7 hours today. We actually went in the eye 3 separate times, and you could feel it, every single one of them. I can tell you my photojournalist here with me tonight and myself are both happy to be back on the ground. Hurricane Ian's relentless 150-mile-per-hour winds and rain shaking this flight crew, telling us to hold on board Teal 71 with the U.S. Air Force as the powerful storm makes landfall. Getting close to the eye of Hurricane Ian, we push through Ian's punishing eye wall with a jolt. Definitely getting more turbulent right now.
I was thrown up into the straps over my shoulders quite a few times and was hanging on to that yoke for dear life.
Pilot Patrick Tift, a hurricane hunter with the U.S. Air Force for almost 4 years.
Every time there is a major bump or jerk in the flight controls, my nerves, they jump up a little bit each time, but you just break through the other side and it's peaceful in the eye wall.
Blue sky and sun shining through the eye down on Florida's battered beaches below. Ian striking the state as a Category 4 hurricane.
The reason we're doing this is to improve forecasts to help protect human life.
The crew dropping data collecting devices into the storm. This basically is measuring the fuel for the hurricane.
Exactly. To understand if you know the ocean temperature, can you improve the hurricane forecast?
Flight crews looking out as we leave the eye of Hurricane Ian after a third pass, thinking about those forever shaken by the ferocious storm below.
The work that we're doing is helping save the people out there or probably evacuate the right people at the right time. So I know that it's important. I keep it in my thoughts at all times.
And tonight, just after seeing all of the power from this hurricane, I can tell you we're definitely thinking about everyone impacted in Florida as well. And finally, I think after about 4 hours back on the ground, I feel like I'm a little bit less green now. So feeling a little bit better.
I bet.
Andrew?
I'm sure they handed out those puke bags to a lot of different media members. Just take me through a little bit more of this guy's experience that's flying the plane, because I imagine visibility isn't very good. What else can you tell us about what the pilot is seeing during these trips through these massive storms?
Honestly, I don't know how they do it. I have so much respect for what they're doing, and they're just calm as a cucumber, but you can't see anything out the window that the pilot would be looking at. They're just kind of looking at their instruments, and well, we're kind of freaking out, panicking, maybe about to throw up. I think some media members actually were throwing up. They're calm as a cucumber. You can't even tell that they're flying us into a powerful hurricane. It's amazing.
Definitely stomachs of steel there for you, I'm sure, Matthew Seedorf. Take me through, because you said you passed through the eye of this hurricane. It's a very wide hurricane. What was that like? Was it clear? Could you see the sun? What was that like when you passed through the eye those several times?
Yeah, so each time was a little bit different that we went through the eye. I think the first one was the biggest jolt as we were coming from North Florida down and south. Through that eye wall, and then the second you get in the eye wall, it's pretty calm, and all of a sudden the plane kind of lights up in the inside. It illuminates and it's brighter and it's calm, and everyone kind of stands up and looks around and looks out the window, and you can see little pokes of blue sky peering through in the sun, and kind of see the ocean. And then the third time through, you could actually see Florida down below. So it's an eerie feeling, and also just knowing the destruction that's taking place for all those people below.
Definitely. What altitude were you guys going through the storm? Because obviously the height of the storm is certainly. So what was the altitude like?
I think they go through. I'm not exactly positive on that one. I think they go through at different heights with each pass. I want to say one of them was around 12,000 feet, which is, relatively speaking, way lower than an airliner would fly on a trip across country. So it's pretty low, all things considered.
Definitely. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. I'm sure you're glad to be back on the ground, but those are invaluable flights there. So thank you again, Matthew Seedorf.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox as we are continuing to watch this XRAD weather computer model as we watch Hurricane Ian moving across Florida. And like you heard, those hurricane hunters out of Biloxi, Mississippi, just up the coast and to the west of Florida, invaluable as they track it and give us a lot of information to track these weather models like we're seeing right now on your screen. We're going to continue on and get our coverage continuing and head back out to Fox 13 in Tampa as they continue to cover this major storm here on Live Now from Fox.
Let's talk about this landfall that was just north of Fort Myers Beach. As you watch this video, most of that town is underwater. You know, we know people who are saying they're talking 20 feet plus down there, right there. Cars and homes submerged. Some homes have even floated away.
And it's wild because a lot of folks stayed in their homes. I've seen videos of people on their second floors watching the water flood in. Yeah, like this right here. Look at this. This is Naples, the water rising there. This is actually at a hotel. The water almost to the second floor there, expected to keep going higher. This is another part of Naples where signs were floating down the street. Naples Fire Department even had to evacuate their fire station because of the rising water. They actually had to pull their fire truck out because it started smoking and they didn't want their station to catch fire. You can see it's up to their chest there.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here at Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
I mean, do you guys see the water is at their waist?
And they're so calm.
Wild. I mean, they are. They're remaining
right
very calm. And you heard the fire chief say it right there. They had to push one of the trucks outside of the garage because of all the smoke rising from it. Imagine pushing that through that water. They were worried that the whole building was going to catch fire there. I mean, that's just incredible. The surge devastating on Sanibel Island, as you can imagine. That's just south of where the storm made landfall. It came up very quickly on the island, and we had heard that some folks were riding it out there on the island.
Yeah, we heard of the 911 calls early in the afternoon, long before it actually made landfall. So we're thinking about them, and hopefully they did make it. But I mean, have we ever seen an eye like this, that strong, that big, especially in Florida, make landfall?
It's very reminiscent of Michael.
Yeah.
You know, if folks, it wasn't our area, obviously, but I remember that day when Michael hit up in the Panhandle in Mexico Beach, and it was a span of an hour. I mean, it was no water and then 20 feet of water. In this case, that video was shot, I actually saw a time lapse. It was dry land, and 30 minutes later, it looked like that.
Wow.
That's how fast storm surge comes. I mean, that's the reason why we have evacuation zones.
Catch us up to date, if you will, here at 10:26 here. We know a lot of our viewers in the area are hearing us say it's getting better. Some are saying we're kind of on the edge. Where's the worst of our damage right now? Worst of our winds that we should be seeing?
You know, the winds are improving in some of the hardest hit areas from earlier today. So Manatee and Sarasota County, it's better. It's 40, 50 miles an hour. It's still no walk in the park there, but it's better than the 100 miles an hour you had earlier. Worst of the weather right now, if you guys want to pop up the radar, is going to be in parts of Highlands County and parts of southeastern Polk County. That is where the heaviest rain is, and likely still kind of the core of the strongest winds. Now, it's not as intense as it was earlier. You heard us say at the 10 o'clock update that the max winds anywhere in Ian were at 100. The observation sites, for the most part, in Highlands County and again southeastern Polk County, 50, 60, maybe a couple of gusts close to 70. So it's one of those nights where it's going to be noisy outside because, remember, you had a lot of wind earlier that probably snapped a bunch of branches, stuff's blowing around, and you still have tropical storm force winds through the night. You're going to have that stuff hitting windows. It's not going to be a fun night still, but we're gradually seeing improvement. Hey, we may even see a some dry weather for a time shortly along the coast of Sarasota County. A little bit of sprinkle action, some drizzle, still very gusty winds down that way, but finally a little maybe end to the rain after close to 20 inches of rain, guys, has fallen in southwestern Sarasota County.
And it looks like most of the rain, ironically, has been on the northwest side of this thing.
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this as far as kind of the usual thing that you would expect is that eastern side, and typically in kind of messy tropical systems, that's the case where you got the center almost naked and then everything has moved to the east of it. This is a well-defined storm. Remember, this is nearly a Cat 5, but it made landfall. And with that kind of a setup, you know, it's kind of everywhere that we have the weather, but there's been some drier air getting sucked in on the eastern side of it. So it's raining as hard as it can in Avon Park and Sebring, and you go down to Lake Placid, it's a sprinkle. You go drive a little further south down 27, it's not raining at all. So big differences over a short swath of land, if you will.
And what about, I know this is a difficulty right now. We don't want anybody going outside and taking pictures and risking anything yet. But from what, and I know we don't like to compare this to other storms, but where are you seeing the potential of having structural damage from some of the winds that you may have seen pass through, especially like in Polk County, those
Yeah. It was speaking mostly to our inland spots here. It's really going to be, I think, parts of Hardy County, maybe northwestern Highlands, and then we did have some gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour north of highways.
You're watching the Tampa broadcast here from our Fox 13 affiliate, and certainly a lot of rain, a lot of wind down there in Tampa as this storm continues to move across Florida and catastrophic damage with a lot of power outages that they are trying to keep you updated with as we continue on. I want to get into our coverage in Orlando as they're monitoring a tornado warning, which is another interesting aspect of hurricanes, as the bands on the outer side, potential tornadoes within this Hurricane Ian. So let's get you out there to our Fox 35 crew in Orlando.
Jamie, to see if maybe we'll see more of that happening.
Give me the reflectivity and put it in motion, Brooks, because we can give our viewers a really good idea what we're talking about here.
We talked about
lapse. Okay, we got on the 15-minute lapse now, so we're going to run this the last 15 minutes of Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. You see stuff lurking here offshore, and you can see the momentum here. Sometimes you get that spin out over the open waters and then that punch moving inland. Brooks, I'm waiting for them to answer your question. We're wondering if we have a chance for an early cancellation for this tornado warning in Volusia County now, northeast Volusia. So there's a look at the polygon. This is our velocity scan, monitoring winds coming toward and away from our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar live site, and not revealing a lot. There we go, a little bit of rotation there, Brooks. Go ahead and back that up here. Let's take a look at that. You can see these greens here, that kind of flash. That shows us some weak rotation. Again, Brooks, you did a great job and pointed out that typically these are not very long lasting. The rotation has a tendency of being weak. At times they can become quite strong. We saw evidence of that in actual video that was sent to the Storm Center today. Some pretty rough looking spin-ups out there. But overall, again, this seems to be on the weaker side. But for those of you in the path of this, if you are over on State Highway here, as you get to Old Dixie Highway, and over toward destination Daytona, it's just good to just stay hunkered down right now, as again, very impactful rains moving aboard, the gusty winds of course, and monitoring now this possible tornado.
Yeah, just looking at the latest scan, this is another area just offshore of Ormond by the Sea, right off of A1A, that's coming ashore, and it may be another water spout. So I'm wondering if maybe that's also kind of a reoccurring thing. Maybe that's why the warning continues.
Right. Well, Weather Service, Brooks, had pointed out some circulations with an S, so that may lead us to believe that there are more lurking. So yeah, exactly. So and that's been the case, Brooks. I mean, exactly. So we've been monitoring this for you as we take a look here. Brooks, give me a flash here of the regular radar and put that in motion again. I just want to see what type of momentum we've got here coming in. So not only up this way, but also down toward New Smyrna Beach here, just offshore here. You can see this big push. Heavy rain nonetheless, right? Tornado warned or not.
That's right.
The heavy rain continues, and at at times. We do get a little bit of a spin-up potential here. Not getting word yet from National Weather Service Melbourne. I know that they are monitoring all the local television stations. So, hey, if you see us and hear us now, Melbourne, let us know if we're looking for an early cancellation here as we watch this now moving ashore. And quite a bit of heavy rain now all across Volusia County. That seems to be ground zero, at least right now, with this big flow of breeze off the Atlantic. We call that a fetch. This is winds blowing at a pretty good clip over a large, expansive, open Atlantic Ocean, miles and miles of it. So we're managing to wick up the moisture and force that aboard down toward Kissimmee, Orlando, Altamont Springs. We also continue now. No warned areas there. There are some flood concerns, though. You can see the rainfall rates up to about 5-6 inches per hour. There's a 7-inch return there. So when we talk tropical weather, we talk rainfall. When it rains, it absolutely pours, right? So that's what we're dealing with at this time down that away around Orlando Metro. But back to that tornado warned area, not seeing anything from the Weather Service yet as they issue the warnings for this. But as we scan with our powerful Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, give you another look here at this particular area, possible rotation. So destination Daytona still flashing about a minute, and Bunnell at about 16, even 15 minutes. This again is our regular old reflectivity radar here, indicating the heavy rain. And Brooks, give me the rotation product again there. Let's see what that's showing down there on the touch. Yep, right there. Okay. Give me that, and let's take a look at what that's going to show us.
Looks like we may be seeing just a little bit to the south. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. See all this stuff out here? I mean,
that's what we're looking for there.
There's water spouts out there, so we're going to see more of this. If you live on the beach along A1A, you know how it goes. If you have an east flow with a tropical system, those water spouts can come ashore pretty quickly with very little warning, if any warning sometimes. And so that's exactly what happened here. And that continues for about, what time is it now? Yeah, about 10 minutes left on that warning. But we'll continue to watch these. You know, Jamie, right now we're starting to get some just extremely heavy rain. Of course, we're watching across the region. Let me flip it back over to the reflectivity so you can show folks that. In addition to the water spouts out there, look at this now working toward Kissimmee. This is the leading edge.
Incredible. Yeah, that is the leading edge here of that heavy rain moving into the metro now. So the process has begun. We told you it'd be just a matter of time as we went deeper into this evening, as we go into the early morning hours of our Thursday. We start to see the uptick in the rain and the wind. Brooks, can you give me a look out here? I want to the stuff that's approaching New Smyrna Beach. I want to just give the viewers there New Smyrna. Draw me out a track there and give me a heading here. Give me off to the northwest about 45 miles per hour. This stuff's moving really fast.
Oh, sorry. Let me back up here. Okay, so right here. Okay, I'm going to put this off here.
Here we go. Bear with us here. We want to make sure everyone's safe, so bear with us. We're going to put this track on in here, let you know when this stuff's going to begin to arrive. So we've got Daytona Beach Shores about 16 minutes. There's Port Orange at 17 minutes. Bel Air Plaza looks about 21-minute arrival, and then from Daytona Beach International Airport over to Embry-Riddle, generally in that 25 to 30-minute mark. This stuff's moving along. I mean, it's cranking. We'll drop it there at about 45 miles per hour. So another freshened track here for you at SB Airport, about 8 minutes. So if anything,
it's canceled now.
It is canceled. Okay. Yep, it sure is. Okay, so there it is. If anything, I tell you, tornado warned or not, heavy rain, gusty winds continue. We're talking about tremendous rainfall rates, Brooks, on the order of about 6, 7, 8 inches per hour. That's that deep tropical moisture, that connection there to Ian that is moving in our general direction now. So interesting.
Yeah, here, come on over. We'll track it on camera too. We'll talk about some of the Ian stuff now that tornado warning is over. Come on over to camera 2 if you would, guys. All right, cool. So Jamie, you know, this is the core of it right now, coming out of Highlands County and transitioning into southern Polk County and now into Osceola County. That's the leading edge of the really heavy stuff. This rain, which is happening right now over Orange County and also over Seminole County, this is directly resulting from a presence of a front right here. It's essentially a stationary front, and this represents the edge of dry air to the north and the moisture to the south. And what's going on is that all of this tropical moisture has been rotating into it. It hits like a brick wall, and that just wrings out the atmosphere. But now we're having the addition of all of this tropical stuff coming from the actual circulation. So it's going to be a double whammy for at least the next, 6 to 8 hours as it slowly works northward.
At least. And another point here, Brooks, is what's happening here over the Atlantic now is this huge flow of moisture coming on in right now. So Palm Coast, we've seen rain, but the emphasis, ground zero, if you will, of the real heavy rainers has been right in through here, and that's where we could see a bit of rotation. So it's interesting having the stuff again coming up from the south, the presence of that front, and the increase in flow off the Atlantic. So there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen tonight here as we look at the rain potential. The tornado watch does continue until 1 a.m. So it's an anything can happen type weather atmosphere, right? So
yeah, and as we've been discussing, so we've got the tornado threat and we've got the rain threat and the wind threat. So we're going to see the winds increasing, we're going to see the gusts increasing, 45, 55, 75 miles an hour. We were looking at some of the impacts county by county coming up. We're going to show you that in another weather segment here coming up in just a bit. But you know, Orange County could see gusts to 85 miles an hour, right?
With these, yeah. So okay, so hey, we've got the heavy rain. We know that. We're going to leave you now, and we're going to get our showpiece together here for you. Going to take the viewers county by county. If you've got concerns in Orange, in Seminole, in Flagler, our northern counties, down south of Osceola County, we got you covered. All right. So depend on us. We'll keep you updated. Coming up here in just a bit, live from the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Great job,
Great
Jamie.
work, amigo. Appreciate you. All right, guys, back to you in the desk there.
All right. Speaking of counties, let's go to Lake County. Mount Dora Mayor Chrissy Style joins us right now on the phone.
Good evening, Mayor. Thanks for joining us. How is your beautiful city looking tonight?
Wet like everywhere else, but we're still beautiful.
So what are you guys experiencing at this point?
We just about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago started to really see the winds kicking up, but we're doing all right. We've had about 200 residents report power outages, but as of about an hour ago, we've got all those residents back up and running. So right now we're doing all right. We're just waiting for the worst of it to hit us.
Yeah, that's great news. What about shelters? Do you have any in your area there that are open?
Yep, Mount Dora High School is open and available for anyone who needs shelter, absolutely.
You know, one of the things with your town is one of those, everybody loves Mount Dora because of those old trees all over. Is that a big concern for you, knowing there's all those old growth trees that have the potential to knock down power lines?
Yeah, sure, and that's actually what knocked half of those people out, was a downed tree that took a line down with it, but we've got them back up and running. Yeah, that's always a concern, but our crews are ready. We have crews from the state of Oklahoma on their way to help us for cleanup after the storm passes through.
How is Hurricane Irma compared to this? Is it worse now with Ian, or was it worse before with Irma?
I think Irma was far worse than what we're experiencing, at least so far with Ian. We'll see what comes further on this evening, but I think so far, for me anyway, I feel like Irma was far worse than what we're experiencing right now.
What did you guys experience with Irma over there in Mount Dora?
Oh gosh, we had tremendous damage. I mean, trees, power lines. We had people without power for more than 10 days, if I recall correctly. So that was quite an event. Hoping we're not see that with Ian, but we'll keep our fingers crossed.
You know, you're Lake County for a reason. There are lakes everywhere. Let's hope there aren't a bunch more after this. Is flooding a big concern for you? I don't know what neighborhoods it might get into, but is that an issue over there?
Yeah, it is. It is on a regular rain occurrence. Never mind the amount of inches we're about to see with Ian. So that's certainly a concern. But like I said, I'm at our emergency operations center right now. We're activated. Been at level 1 since 8 o'clock this morning, and we're ready to go to battle whatever comes with Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, our meteorologists have been telling us, Mayor, that we could see 20, 30 inches of rain possibly. We know Mount Dora is an older town. Are you guys able to handle those large amounts of rain, the sewers and such?
Yeah, I think we are. Luckily, we've got, over the past 6 to 7 years, we've actually updated a lot of our infrastructure, and that includes the sewage and the sewer and the drainage. So I think we're ready to handle whatever comes.
Mayor, is there anything else you want the residents of your town, you want them to know before we go?
Absolutely. For the most up-to-date information, just visit our website, which is cityofmountdora.com. Of course, our Facebook page as well will have up-to-date information, and 352-735-7102 is our information line.
All right. Once again, Mount Dora Mayor Chrissy Style, always good to talk to you. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thanks, Don. Have a great night.
All right. Yeah, that is one of those towns that the thing that makes it special is the thing that also puts it at risk at times.
And you did a John Brown in your town over there, so you know it well.
And everybody will be spending a lot of time over there over the next few months, so hopefully it comes out okay.
Yeah.
All right, Fox 35's Connor Hansen continues our team coverage tonight.
Connor is live in Orange County right now. So, Connor, you are hearing information about a possible curfew being issued there in Orange County?
Well, Luann, nothing confirmed, but it's certainly being discussed, and if that happens, we'll likely get an official announcement from Mayor Demings. This is where he and other county officials are staying the night, as well as some first responders. So based on what we're hearing, it's certainly possible that there might be a curfew, though again, nothing confirmed. We'll give you the latest as soon as we hear anything. And as I mentioned, not just the county officials staying here, first responders. Something that's important to note, and something they're really trying to relay to people right now, is just stay home at this point until the storm passes. Something people need to know, sometimes it gets too dangerous for even first responders to be out there risking their lives just by driving somewhere. So to stay home, you're eliminating that risk of having an accident and a delayed response in that case. So people here basically monitoring everything from inside. They've got cameras all over the county. They can see major intersections. They can see people outside right now kind of wondering what they're up to. So we're safe under an awning now. You can see they have these huge curtains up protecting the building and everybody inside, but we'll show you a look outside. We're in Winter Park, so you have some reference for that. To be honest with you, it seems like things just in the past couple of minutes have calmed down a little bit, if you can believe that, but we've just been seeing extremely strong bands of wind and rain coming through here, just ripping through these flags. You can see the rain just flying across the pavement at times. You know, if you're sitting in a car, like when we were getting some gear out earlier, you can just feel it shaking from side to side. And that's when you're parked in a safe place, so you can imagine what it's like out on the road. So it's been a while since we've had a major update from the county. We did hear from Mayor Demings earlier. Again, his main message is to stay home. He is letting people know there's a good chance they'll lose power at some point tonight, with wind gusts potentially reaching up to 100 miles per hour and up to 2 feet of rain throughout the night. We're certainly just seeing the early effects of this storm. It could get much worse late tonight, early morning. So again, there are shelters available. There are over 1,000 people in them. Last we checked, they can open more if they need to. No word on any kind of evacuations or anything like that anywhere in Orange County. They did tell people in mobile home parks that they probably should get out, but that was not mandatory. So again, we'll keep you updated with any updates we hear from the county. If we hear one soon, we'll try to jump back on the air or get something online, or at least to you all, so you can report it right there on the air. Back to you.
All right, Connor, sounds good. Thank you much. We appreciate it. Caught on camera by the Lee County Sheriff's Office. Take a look. Storm surge and flooding has roads all across Fort Myers looking like rivers. Water is high enough and moving fast enough to carry that large trailer you see right there.
That's crazy.
Just right down the middle of the street. Yeah, they were expecting storm surge of up to 12 feet high.
Yeah, the other problem down there, Luann, all these boats that broke loose, and I don't know if people have seen this video yet, but it looks like a boat parade. And so you think about the cleanup, just those small things, all those boats that floated right down the main streets.
I saw that too. I think it's actually a part of this video.
Is it really?
Further down, yeah, you see a whole bunch of boats up next to like a condo complex.
It's just
it's
amazing.
Really it's a street.
Yeah, it is. And so you have so many of those issues. Oh, let's take a look at this one too. More video caught on camera. Tampa police officer saw a traffic light come crashing down right in front of his car. That's in Ybor City. The live wires all over the ground. Once again, that's why they say don't go out. You may not, especially when it's this dark. You wouldn't even see something like that out there. First responders urging people just stay off the roads right now. And again, we've talked about this. When these nighttime storms come in, this is when it gets scary, because they just noticed the water spout, possible tornado over in Volusia County, and that kind of stuff can spin up quick.
And unfortunately, every time we have a hurricane, we see someone who's killed because they went out in their car, something like that traffic light or a tree falls on their vehicle. And that's why they say just stay inside.
Yeah.
There's nothing open anyway. There's no reason for you to be out on the roads. You can see all the debris here, trees down, leaves all over the place. If you're driving at night, like you're saying, and the power's out, there's no traffic lights, you could hit that tree and not even know it.
Yeah, and then we found out there was one, I believe it was Park Avenue in Sanford, one of our...
That was our coverage from our Fox 35 affiliates there in Orlando, Florida. Certainly you saw a lot of damage, a lot of water in Fort Myers, and it made landfall as a Category 4 storm. It is now a Category 2 storm. Hurricane Ian is, and you can see just the power outages and the cleanup that will take days, weeks, and months there across the state of Florida as Hurricane Ian continues to cause severe damage. We're going to take a quick break and then get into more coverage from our Fox affiliates next on Live Now from Fox. from Fox, I'm Manny Mack. You're looking at our X-RAD computer weather monitor as we continue to follow and track Hurricane Ian. You can see it's making its way across Florida, heading in the direction just east of Orlando right now as we continue to follow this on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you back out to our Tampa affiliates as they're getting just the edge of Hurricane Ian now as it passed just south there in Fort Myers. So let's take you back out to our Fox 13 affiliates in Tampa for more.
So you're adding the 20 that we've had. So you're talking about, and this is the end of the month, that there could be 30 to 35 inches of rain for September.
Wettest on record.
And this was the rainy season where the first 2.5 months of the rainy season, it was nonstop. Why won't it rain in my house? And I've always said, when you talk about the rainy season, you got to wait until October 1st. Complain about it when you've done the numbers from June 1st to say October 1st, and you end up with 9 inches of rain, then there's a problem. But eventually, it always finds a way to even out. And now it's going to end up above average everywhere. Let's talk about so far that finger of rain where the models had this kind of up here as far as heaviest rains. They didn't do a good job with that, but they did pinpoint a solid line of ridiculous rainfall numbers. Check it out. 16.4, 16.7, 17.8. How about 19 in Port Charlotte and 8.9 in Sebring, and with rainfall rates 7 to 8 inches per hour. I mean, that is pretty incredible. Not a lot from Tampa north, with just kind of a breezy, rainy day in Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus counties, and then around Tampa Bay, 4 inches in eastern Hillsborough, 4.6, 2.4, 5.1, and this will we're not done, so we're going to add up additional rainfall numbers in this. When we do the storm recap, this is going to be one we'll talk about for a long time. Rainfall rates, it looks like it's diminishing a little bit as far as the amount of purple, but when Tyler clicks on some of these numbers, that's 6 inches per hour, 7 inches per hour, I think is the upper limit on how hard it can rain. But we really have put in some incredible numbers, and it's still coming down. The night will move along, and we're going to show you the 11 o'clock advisory that is it in yet, maybe? We'll try. Sometimes it comes in at 10:50, and maybe, let me
Nope, not quite.
Not in quite yet. It'll be in the next 5 minutes. We're going to have that at the top of the 11 o'clock broadcast. New tracking information. We'll get an update on the wind speed. I'm going to say, Tyler, I'm going to go 95. What are we now? Are we at 100?
We are at 100 as of the 10 o'clock. Yeah, 90, 95.
I say 90, 95, probably the top number. We've gone from 155 to 100. That's progress. And then we'll wait for the 11 o'clock advisory, probably 90 to 95, and it'll continue to diminish. And probably by maybe 4 or 5 a.m., it should be a tropical storm somewhere kind of east or near Orlando in about 6 or 7 hours. So we're kind of getting there, folks. Hang in there, especially for those of you inland that are still hearing the wind howl outside your window. Back to you guys.
You were just listening as 6 or 7 inches of rain an hour, certainly a profound number there. We're going to take you back out to Orlando now as they continue to cover the storm as it continues to bear down. Like you heard, it was 100 miles per hour sustained winds there at about 10 o'clock Eastern. We're waiting to get an update at 11 o'clock Eastern here. So let's take you back out to Orlando and our Fox 35 affiliates out there.
But as far as people on the roads, we're not really seeing that many people, which is a good thing. Volusia County is under that curfew tonight. We have seen power crews, though, come through. I have seen a couple of utility trucks come by, but I haven't seen any lights or anything off yet. So we're going to, of course, keep monitoring that for you. But for now, reporting live here in Daytona Beach, Deborah Cho, Fox 35 News.
Deborah's seeing what we always see when there's a hurricane. You know, you get the squall, and then it's really rainy, it's really, windy, and then there's a break, and then you get the next big push. So, Deborah, that's probably what you're experiencing right now is that little bit of lull, because we're seeing on the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app, you guys are about to get pounded pretty soon with a whole lot of rain.
Okay, well, that's really good to know. I was talking to my photographer, Evan. I said, is it just me, or did the rain and wind kind of just feel like we got a little bit of a break? And he was like, yeah, it was definitely worse just down the way about 20 minutes ago when that tornado warning actually went into effect. We said, all right, it's time to get out of here, go to our safe spot. So we came to the hotel just for safety. But the wind is definitely picking up. I can see it just ahead of me here. And of course, as I turn around behind me, it is starting to pick up a little bit. As far as the rain, though, the rain's going sideways. So that wind is definitely overpowering any sort of rain that's coming our way.
Yeah, Deborah, it's going to be raining there well into tomorrow morning, so it looks like it's just getting started over there. Pace yourself, my friend. It's going to be a long night.
I know, it sure is. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, Deborah. We appreciate it.
There's that wonderful Krispy Kreme that has great coffee, not too far from where she is right now.
Open.
I don't, probably not, but that'd be a good start. All right, in Marion County, a local animal shelter worked to create a safe space for dozens of animals. The MCAS staff covered walls and floors this morning. They brought in some crates just in case people evacuating needed a place for their pets. Westport High School in Ocala is designated as a special needs shelter and open for those with pets as well.
And we have some new video to show you tonight from up in St. Augustine. This is video of the ocean. Look how choppy it is out there.
That was a long time ago, too.
Yeah, it was still daylight when a woman took this video, and she says the water at that time was starting to breach the seawall. The National Weather Service is warning people to shelter in place and to expect life-threatening storm surge. But St. Augustine is one of those places when it rains a lot. Some of the streets there flood, and during Irma, it was really bad up there.
Yeah, and they're going to get some of this one, too, especially coming off the ocean. Well, of course, Ian made landfall in southwest Florida, hitting Fort Myers really hard. And we've seen all the videos today. I'm sure you have, too. The flooded canals, the roadways, the storm surge. It's a mess down there.
Fox Weather's Robert Ray was out tracking the conditions earlier today. Take a look.
What we are seeing is massive storm surge coming into the downtown area, flooding all of these historic here in Fort Myers. You see, as these hurricane force gusts continue, and look at this flood of the river in this downtown area. It is so unfortunate, and I want to turn the camera so you can see exactly what is happening. It's block after block of the water that has come in from the river over there. There is debris floating and flying. Boats are untangled. Vehicles are submerged at this point. And you see the wind just pushing the water all around the surge in. It is phenomenal. The power of Hurricane Ian, even at this point, right now, you see in the water, parts of palm trees and other things are flying around right now. As we go into the night, we are losing light here in Fort Myers. And yet this storm just continues to wreak havoc here with these gusts. Look at this. Hard to even walk. All these storefronts are taking it. And this town of Fort Myers, look at that. The wind just pushing. It looks like white caps out here. It is not safe by any means. The power of the storm is being unleashed. The energy, and it's nowhere near over. As it continue up the peninsula, there are over 1 million power outages here this evening, and it's not even dark yet. We're gonna hunker down here somewhere, but it is difficult to traverse because of the storm surge. Right now, reporting in Fort Myers, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Holy that's a tornado.
Yeah, look at this video, too. Unbelievable. This is also from Fort Myers, being hit with the brunt of the storm earlier today. This is viewer Becky Henshaw. She sent this video our way, and that was the view from her balcony. Look at that storm surge going through there. That's a mess. Now, we don't know if what she saw was actually a tornado, but we know the winds were whipping up and the storm surge was huge right there. Really, the pavilion of her apartment complex and the pool completely underwater. And she also got some video of the stairwell leading to the apartment moments. Parking garage, well, that was totally cut off. It may be coming up right here. That was totally cut off by the floodwater. So the people there couldn't leave if they wanted to.
No, she
you
said
can't even
the
get to your
cars
car.
are underwater
Oh, my
down
gosh.
in the parking garage. And this is the same area where Robert Ray was, because they were expecting 12 feet storm surge. And it seems like it came to fruition.
Yeah, and I know we're going to keep seeing more and more of these videos. Luann and I just saw a video that came out of Fort Myers of the storm surge, and it was exactly what you would expect.
Yeah.
It was significant coming up, and then that's how Robert Ray got stuck in all that water there. With that sort of surge coming in, it sank the whole town.
And you can tell the wind was so strong it was taking his breath away,
Oh, it's
because this was a
amazing.
Category 4, just a few miles per hour shy of a Category 5. So those winds were
Yeah.
extremely strong as it was making landfall.
And it's interesting because just as you were talking, it picked up here once again. So
Yeah, those
like we've been
squalls.
saying, yeah, every now and again it'll be calm and then it picks up once again.
In Seminole County, first responders are still answering calls and rushing to help those in need.
Yeah, but if things do get worse, officials say they might make the call soon to stop for those safety concerns. Fox 35's Adam Shadoff updates us on the latest from the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center.
Here outside of the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center, they say it's been a pretty quiet night so far. The number of calls they're getting are just for down power lines, trees down, or trees knocking power lines down, or trees falling into someone's house, sparking a couple of fires. For now, they say they're waiting for the next few hours when they expect things to get a little worse weather-wise and wind-wise. They're going to make probably a decision somewhere after midnight, maybe around 1, 2 in the morning, on whether or not they will continue to allow their first responders, firemen, police officers to be out on the streets responding to calls. They will make that call at that time a few hours from now. But until then, all's relatively quiet and in a good shape for now. The wind is not as bad as they anticipated, which is also good, and things are relatively quiet. For now, from the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center, I'm Adam Shadoff, Fox 35 News.
We are bringing you around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Ian. We've been here on the air keeping you updated.
Starts now with a new track on Ian.
Since 4 a.m. And you heard it right there, a new 11 o'clock advisory just came in.
All right, Brooks, we also just heard from people over in Palm Bay. They say the wind picked up, but all good so far. So what is the latest track showing us, Brooks?
All right, Palm Bay, by the way, in Palm Bay, you're going to get some rain here coming up pretty soon. So there have been some significant changes in the track. So let's get down to it. Winds are at 90 miles an hour, so the storm is weakening. It's over land. It's encountering frictional forces like trees and all that stuff, so it's no longer the big bad Cat 4. What it's bringing with it, the big bad Cat 4 rain, and it is raining. The rain we're getting now is just sort of the start of what's on the way for tonight. Rain may be the biggest legacy of Ian. We could see 20 to 30 inches in some of the hardest hit communities across parts of Central Florida, resulting in local flooding that will be notable at best. We're already seeing significant flooding. I just saw some very fresh video out of Oviedo. My wife shot, and there is a lot of water out there. Needless to say, it's hopefully not entering homes, but it's just like a lake where usually there's no water. All right, so here's the new track. Right now, it's located near Sebring, down in Highlands County. You know, the racetrack's down there in Sebring. It's forecast by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is a big change now. It's forecast by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to be somewhere around eastern Orange County. But that's important because that means it's going a little bit faster. Because in the earlier advisory, it showed it being just over Seminole County at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right? So now it's speeding up. It'll be here, same general location, but at 8 o'clock, maybe a little bit farther to the east. Now, one important thing, the eastern track doesn't mean that we're out of the woods from the impacts. In fact, the farther east it goes, the more rain Orlando gets, because the rain is mostly a function now of the fact there's a cold front sitting over north central Florida, and all the tropical moisture is being pushed into it like a wall, and it can't go through the wall, so it just gets wrung out. And so there's going to be a stripe of extremely heavy rains just to the left of the track, which puts Orlando square in the middle of that. Heads up on that. The flooding's only going to get worse, and I'll show you the radar in a second. But at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, at least it's moving faster. That's good. We'll take the good news where we can get it. By 8 p.m., it'll be offshore. We'll have hurricane-force winds pushing into Daytona Beach, and eventually it makes a second landfall in the low country of South Carolina. So that's the latest 11 o'clock track. Let's talk about the radar. Okay, so here's Orlando. We're now starting to get in to the business end of this system. We've had the scattered showers all day. We've even had a couple of tornado warnings and a couple of spotted tornadoes down here in Osceola County. At this moment, we're under a flood warning for Orlando, for Osceola County, for Volusia County, for Seminole County. It's a broad brush flood warning. These flashing warnings are flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies, where up to 20 inches of rain has fallen. This core is the circulation center of Ian, located right here. And as I mentioned, if it tracks just to the east of Orlando, maybe going down the beach line toward Titusville tomorrow morning, this heavy swath of rain is going to go right through the metro and drop about 12 to 15 inches of additional rain. So what we're getting now is very heavy rain. It's just pouring outside, but it's going to get even harder and even more intense before it finally ends tomorrow morning. Let's zoom in now to this. This is frost-proof Lake Wales. We're in the Polk County area where it's just coming down and it's heading north. Kissimmee, you're right on the edge now of the really heavy stuff that extends from Haines City west through areas like South Lake Toho. Rainfall rates with this are between 5 and about 6 to 7 inches per hour. And legitimately, with this kind of a setup, you could see 5 to 6 inches per hour. And if it does that for 4 hours, you're looking at what could be a good 12 at the minimum to 20 inches of rain from that core alone. Now, north of that, we're catching an easterly flow coming off of the Atlantic. So we're getting these intermittent downpours. And I say intermittent because it pours for 10 minutes and then it kind of stops, and then it pours for 10 minutes and it kind of stops. And that's going to be happening until this main thrust of the system moves north. Essentially, right now, we're in an outer eye wall of Ian here in Orlando. It's become a much bigger system. You never want to just pay attention to that one center of track. This is a much bigger system now, so the rains are starting to increase. The wind is definitely increasing. We've caught gusts here in the Lake Mary area of some 60 miles per hour. We just poked our head out the window here and checked out those pine trees swaying out there. So that's going to be a problem with all of this water rising and the tree root systems potentially becoming weaker. It's not going to take much wind, unfortunately, to push some trees down and lead to even more problems on the roads and with power outages continuing to build. Bithlo right now, it is absolutely pouring. OIA, this is a loop over the last hour, and you can just see how it's just sweeping through the region, and a wider shot revealing that behind the main thrust of Ian's worst, which is right here near its core, things are improving rapidly for the Bradenton area, for Port Charlotte, for Cape Coral. It's not even raining anymore down there, and so by tomorrow morning things will look a lot better. The sun will come out, but they're going to be cleaning up because they got hit really hard down there with a Category 4 hurricane. This is heading north. This core right here, this is it. This is what we've been talking about. This is what we've been anticipating. This is what the models have been suggesting, that we'd get 15 or 20, maybe even 30 inches of rain if you add it all together with the rain we've had today, plus what's coming our way out of this. So what we need to do is make sure we're hunkered down. I know we've been saying that all night. I'm sure you're watching from home, obviously. We're all hunkered down watching if you got power. But if there's any inkling to go out, it's just better not to, because the problem is you're going to hit possibility of flood water and also the trees blowing around. But this is it. That's the core of the action right now, and it's coming up from the north. An update on our power outages. We've got 28,000 power outages for Volusia County, countless thousands for Seminole and Orange counties, 120,000 power outages for Polk County. The core of the system coming out of Southwest Florida, and naturally that's where you're going to have the most power outages. So we'll continue to monitor those maps as well. Let's talk about the wind gusts right now. The wind speeds in white, the gusts in blue. Sanford gusting to 52, Daytona 54, Kissimmee about 36 mile per hour gusts, so nothing wild now, but the computer models have been suggesting that overnight we could see wind gusts over 70 miles an hour, maybe even approaching 80 miles an hour for Osceola, Orange, and Seminole counties. Probably not such a high-end event, though, for Seminole County. It'll kind of drift down a little bit, but still very gusty winds. New Smyrna saw a hurricane-force wind earlier. Sanford, about a 53 mile per hour gust at the last check. And here's a live view looking at Daytona Beach. It is pouring rain, whether you're in Daytona or you're in Orlando. And the last thing I want to show you before I toss it back to you guys on the desk is this. Future radar starting off about half an hour from now, doing a great job of illustrating where the rain's falling. And this would be the core of Ian we're talking about. And watch how we put this in motion, how it rolls almost due north. So we really see conditions here maxing out at their worst in Orlando between 1 and roughly about 3 a.m. After that, the core works north toward Daytona, Pearson, Lake Catherine, north of Sanford through 5:45 in the morning. And then from Orlando south, conditions start improving a little bit. However, one little thing, it looks like the system's going to occlude, where it wraps back around itself during the afternoon. So this will be the end of that main core of rain that we've been anticipating and also kind of dreading because of all the rain it's going to drop. But we may see the rain continuing, except from out of the north, through tomorrow morning and into tomorrow afternoon. It'll be more intermittent, but we're not going to be done with the system in a clean way like Cape Coral is tonight and Port Charlotte, where the rain is over. In fact, tomorrow afternoon it could still be pouring, just not to quite the same intensity, but with all the flooding that occurs overnight, it'll just be insult to injury, where the water will have really nowhere to go. It won't realistically be until tomorrow night that the rain is over, and we can start thinking about the cleanup that will be inevitable for some communities. So, John and Luann, let's give you an update here on our future rains. Additional rains from now until this is over. We could see an additional 20 to 30 inches in a portion of Volusia County. So that's significant. Oviedo, I hate to look at that, about 17 inches. Orlando, 15 inches. Hopefully these models don't verify. Hopefully the forecast is wrong, right? But this is a tropical system, and it's a Category 4 hurricane that's now weakened. It's got winds of 90 miles an hour, and that means that it's going to transfer the kinetic energy of all that wind into rain. All right, John and Luann, that's the 11 o'clock update. The rain is going to be the big factor now for us to track. The wind is almost going to be a secondary thing, but it is going to obviously knock down trees and stuff like that. It's just not going to be the main player, it looks like, tonight. Unfortunately, the flooding is going to probably have a broader impact.
Yeah, Brooks, like you said, it's a little ahead of schedule, so that's good news. But boy, did it kick up the amount of rain in some of those areas.
It sure did. You're right. It's ahead of schedule because the earlier model had it about 2 o'clock sitting over Seminole County, and now the model has it, or I should say the National Hurricane Center forecast has that at 8 o'clock. Around northeastern Orange County, so it's sped it up a good 6 to 8 hours. So hey, get it out of here. I'd love to wake up tomorrow morning and find that it's gone and we can rest easy, because rest assured the next few hours are going to be difficult for parts of our region.
Yeah, Brooks, do you know why it's speeding up? Because it looks like it's still at 8 miles per hour. Is it that cold front you were talking about? Is it scooting it out of here quicker?
Well, it's an interesting question, and you have to remember at this point the subtleties really determine, and it really is a subtle thing, the subtleties determine so much, where if it had a forward speed of, say, I'm going to step off the screen, I'll come right back, but I'm going to go back to our advisory. If it had a forward speed of 8 miles per hour and now it's sped up to, say, 10 or 12 miles per hour, just a real subtle jog. Let's see, right now it's got a northeast wind at 8. That slight increase in speed could do it. But at this point, I think what they're doing is they're seeing where the center of the circulation is right now relative to the previous forecast, Luann, and then they're saying, okay, well, if we go north-northeast at 8 to 10 miles an hour, where's it going to be at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? And so there was a little bit of a shift there, where before it looked like maybe it would go a little slower. You know, the earlier track actually kind of had it meandering through Polk County and sort of taking the long way, so that was probably also a contributing factor. It was kind of, you know, meandering and kind of almost a curve, and this is more of a straight shot, so it took the highway, and it looks like it'll get there a little bit sooner, and I'll take it. So that's the latest here from the Weather Center. At home right now, if you've got power and you lose it, don't forget you can watch this live on your Fox 35 Storm Team app, live streaming video, just like you're watching TV.
Yeah, we are not complaining. The sooner Ian gets out of here, Brooks, the better.
Took the I-4 express lane straight up there.
It did.
Got out of here.
Express lanes,
no more country roads back on 1792 around here.
No meandering for you, Ian.
But you know what we're hearing right now, and we saw the live shot of Marie earlier in downtown Orlando, and that sideways rain. Brooks said that's what we're going to see. That's how you get to 20 inches of rain.
Yeah.
With what she's going through in downtown Orlando right now, everybody's going to get some of that.
Yeah, and as we're talking, in the southern end of that storm, Palm Bay and cities down there, they're getting a break from the rain, but Volusia County really isn't. It's been raining over there for hours, and as the storm moves, it looks like it's just going to dump on Volusia County. We thought earlier maybe, you know, further west would get those large amounts of rain, but now it's just looking like it's going to be Volusia, because they're not catching a break. They're not going to catch a break even until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I did hear we asked for people from that area to let us know what they're seeing. Robbie, like I said it's all good. Palm Bay, wind has picked up in the last hour, and then Diane from Titusville says front yard prone to flooding, maybe a river by morning, but it still looks pretty good right now. She sent along a picture. So
interesting.
Some of those areas are seeing okay so far.
How different it is. Palm Bay up to Daytona Beach. A few dozen miles.
Right, not that far.
And it's dry and 30 inches of rain.
Yeah,
not
so let us know.
Away.
Again, you can let us know what you're seeing. If it's Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach, whatever you're seeing, you can tweet us. We're all over social media tonight. You can send us along your pictures. You may see them on the air here, too, because we can't be everywhere. So we like to see what you got.
You need to be our eyes and ears.
That's good.
Well, our live team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues now with Fox 35's Valerie Boyce. She is joining us live in celebration.
All right, Val, you're at the shelter once again, talking to a lot of people there. What she's been talking about tonight lifts your spirit. I know we're in the middle of a storm, but the stories you've been telling show that there's so many good people in Orlando, and they're doing the right thing right now.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Of course, there's around 80 people staying here at Celebration High. You can take a look here. You can see people sleeping on the floor, sleeping on air mattresses, sleeping on just blankets. Of course, they've all been in really well behaved and in great spirits. They've been told not to go outside, but I'm going to open up this door and show you. Oof. You talked about the sideways rain. Well, take a look. You could see it just going, whipping around. We've got power here at Celebration High, but I am told over at Kissimmee Middle School that the power is out and the generator has kicked in. Over there in Kissimmee, that is a pet shelter, so hopefully everyone's okay. Now, you just saw that weather. We still see people coming in, not to stay at the shelter, but to actually drop off donations. Pretty incredible, right? Here's some blankets. There's a lot more inside, a big pile, but pillow, blankets. Also, just residents really want to make sure that people staying here at the shelter are just comfortable. Now, over here, I'm going to sit down with Raquel Day. She is the Dean of Discipline. However, once the school turned into a shelter, well, guess what? I met her behind the counter in the kitchen over there. Raquel, tell me, what's this like for you?
It's different. I don't spend a lot of time in the kitchen at home, so I came here, but it's really nice to come and just try to help the community and seeing everyone come together to support and, you know, however we can help, that's what we're here for.
I was really impressed. I mean, you were behind the counter giving out meals. What is that like for you?
Humbling, I would say, just to see people from so many different walks of life that don't really have these things that sometimes we take for granted. So it's just nice to be able to give back, you know, and the madness of everything.
Have you seen any of the kids that go to this school come here to stay at the shelter?
I have not. A lot of the people that we've been getting are from a little more west or from the trailer park. So I've not seen any of the students at least yet.
Now, you're the Dean of Discipline, but I love that title. Tell me, have you had to discipline anybody coming into the shelter tonight? They're all laughing.
I did have to cut off someone from the coffee. Yes. Yes. I am. I do. I keep the admins in check, so
Got it.
Absolutely.
That's pretty smart to cut off from the coffee because they got to get to sleep, right?
Yes, ma'am, they do. So it's going to be a long night, and we're here in it together.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. And again, the doors will stay unlocked, even though we're not allowed to go outside. People can still come in if they need shelter. So you will be here all night long, giving you updates. Back to you guys.
I love that title. Dean of Discipline. Go to sleep, she says, Valerie. Hopefully you won't get punished and sent to bed tonight, too.
Right, stay off coffee. Exactly. All right, Val, we'll talk to you in just a little bit. But again, we've said, Val especially has had so many great stories out there. Even when I went to Publix today, a couple of last-minute things. People are helping each other out. They're letting people in line. I'm like, oh, the spirit of this community was great today.
Yeah, it's really nice to live here in Central Florida because in some other places it wouldn't be that nice. They'd be shoving you out of the way, cutting you off the road to get some gas.
Yeah, you're never getting in line there.
Yeah.
All right, so right now, Sanford police also warning people to stay off the roads.
There is a power line that is down right now at 3rd and Park Avenue, so that's one reason to stay off the streets. And we are seeing other damage in Seminole County as well. We told you about this massive tree that is down right now in Altamont Springs. You can see it crashed on some vehicles there. Officials in that area are urging people to avoid the roads at all costs due to the storm. And we spoke to the emergency manager over there, Alan Harris, earlier tonight, and he shared just how long this cleanup could last after Ian passes us.
It looks like we would have about 1 million cubic yards of debris at this point, based on the current forecast, the current modeling that we've done. 1 million cubic yards of debris. I want people to, it's hard for me to put that in my head. 11 spaceship Earths. Most of us have been to Epcot Center, seen the ball there. 11 of those we'll have to pick up after the storm. That's the model again. So a lot of debris out in the roadway, a lot of debris in people's yards, things like that they'll be clearing up. And then we'll have to have our units go through, our debris contractors and folks to go through. So it's going to take us a while, weeks, months to get all.
You were just listening in there to our Fox 35 affiliates as the storm, Hurricane Ian, slowly approaches Orlando. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on the track of Hurricane Ian as we're just getting our latest reports from the National Weather Hurricane Center has been downgraded one more time to a Category 1 storm, and you heard that it potentially could get down to 65 miles per hour as it slowly progresses off the coast there to the east in Florida. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and then get into more coverage from our Fox 35 affiliates coming up after this quick break. Let's take you back out to Fox 35 as there are heavy bands of rain now coming down in the Orlando, Florida, as Hurricane Ian, a now Category 1 storm, slowly progresses across the state of Florida.
That's helping to keep the street clear, but just look how much it's flooded in this area. I brought a stick just to show you this classic science experiment of just how deep it is. I'm not sure if you can see that. It's obviously going to be deeper further out. And then if you want to, well, it's stuck, but I'll grab another stick just to try to show you how fast this water is moving here. So you can see when the wind picks up and the water picks up, all of this debris is just gathering, flowing through. Fortunately, this ditch is here on this side to keep the water getting into the street. Ooh, it is windy. But the water is still pelting on this side and taking up a good bit, even with our efforts to clean out that drain. It is still flooding on this side, and since the rain and the wind doesn't seem like it's going anywhere, sorry about that flashlight. I just got also hit with some debris. We're under a tree. This is not a good place to be. So as you can see, downtown Orlando right now is just getting pelted. And as I mentioned a moment ago, we are still seeing plenty of cars. This is an area where you might have heard earlier, Connor, one of our other reporters, was mentioning might go under a curfew. That might be a good idea just to keep people off the streets. We also had somebody come up to us, just walk out a few moments ago, just in a hoodie, just walking around casually until they got blown over by the wind and decided to go back in. So, as you just saw, our poor video journalist stumbling as well. It is bad out here. Please do not come out. Please stay inside. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
Yeah, it looks nasty down there.
That was intense for her.
We need to check in with
goodness.
our meteorologist and see what the wind gusts are like down there. She's getting blown around pretty good.
Well, again, what are we still at? We're at a Category 1 and not too far from downtown Orlando, so I'm sure she's getting those hurricane gusts. That was something. All right, our live team coverage continues out of Seminole County.
Fox 35's Adam Shadow found a massive tree that came down right on top of parked cars in Altamont Springs.
We're at the Lakeshore at Altamont Springs apartment complex, and it's not terribly bad right now as far as conditions, but clearly earlier it must have been significantly worse. This is a gigantic tree that fell down in this apartment complex, and honestly, I think it was the best possible scenario in the direction that this tree could have fallen, because if you look over here to the right, it did end up hitting some of these cars and doing some damage to some of these cars. But the good news is that it fell away from the buildings, the structures where all the people are inside, hopefully hunkering down right now. But this thing is a monster. It's clearly gigantic. It did some damage to the cars, but the good news is it doesn't look like it did any damage to any of the structures, and there's no people around right now, which is good. I'm hoping nobody was hurt by this giant tree falling down here in Altamont Springs.
All right, thanks a lot, Adam. All right, also neighborhood roads underwater in Marco Island. Look at this one. That is so deep there. The local police department shared video of the flash flooding. According to this particular tweet, the water was about 2.5 feet deep going right down the street there. All right, let's check back in with the Fox 35 storm team.
So, guys, tell us about these wind gusts. Marie Ettinger was really getting blown around in downtown Orlando.
Yeah. Yeah, the buildings downtown are definitely helping to channel some of that wind, wouldn't you say, Jamie?
Absolutely.
Just amplifying it.
Yeah, actually, let me, I'm going to step over here, Brooks, real quick here. We're just,
While you calibrate that, I'll talk about the wind.
Excellent.
So we're starting to get the core coming in, and Jamie and I we've been working feverishly as the main thrust of the system pulls in. Yeah, feel free to keep going. You all set? Okay.
I'm all set.
All right, cool.
All right.
So Chief Meteorologist Jamie King and I, we're here. We're tracking the core of this thing. It's right here. That's going to be in Sebring, basically, and heading north into Orlando. We've had so much rain, so many neighborhoods right now are feeling the stress. It is stressful when you see the floodwaters rising. It really is, and that's what we're seeing right now. Jamie, we've got that happening in our neighborhood, and we're over here in Seminole County, so I imagine we're probably not alone.
Exactly, and come on over, guys. I want to show you the current wind gusts. Luann, you had a question about wind gusts, I understand. Our last report alive downtown, currently last measured right there, tropical storm force. So you can see much of the outlying area also getting battered. I mean, it's a strong wind right now. Lakeland, Polk County, 66 right on down the I-4 corridor, and then we've been in this range here around tropical storm force at Palm Coast, exceeding that, at least the lower limits of that at Daytona Beach at 49. Volusia County, I tell you, really got slammed. Recorded wind gusts. Brooks, what was that at New Smyrna? Was it 74?
74, hurricane force.
74
and that was earlier this afternoon at like 4 o'clock.
Exactly. So again, and when we were even had more separation from Ian circulation.
Yeah, it was 100 miles away.
It's just incredible, the speed of the wind, these max wind gusts, the amount of rain that's been channeling in across the region. Brooks, can you throw up the radar here for me on Lynx 1? We'll do a little bit of show and tell, a little navigation of the local skies here. And still, I mean, showing very, very prominent returns here on our reflectivity, very heavy rains right now, especially in Orlando, down to Kissimmee, through the Osceola County area, down to Lake Kissimmee, the Florida Turnpike, fully involved right now. There's been some interesting little structures to some of these areas of the very heavy rain, and it's showing us that tropical connection when it rains it pours type deal, right? So again, very, very heavy at this time. The flood watch continues now down in Polk County until we get to Friday at 2 a.m. So very long lasting. There's the circulation there. So everyone north of that is getting super soaked right now. That continues as we take you down to Lake Wales, Hillcrest Heights, and Frostproof. There's US 27, so fully involved there, and some very, very heavy rain amounts. Our radar can actually examine the innards of some of these areas of the very heavy rain. So we talk about how much rain's coming off and being dispatched from the bottom of these clouds per hour. And right now we're in that range of 5, 6, 7 inches as we magnify that and show you how that's coming down there. Here's the Florida Turnpike snaking back across. And then down the Yeehaw Junction, where things are a little bit tamer at this very moment. Around Orlando to Oak Ridge to Winter Park, Altamont Springs, no one exempt from the heavy rain. It is pouring here at our Seminole County studios here in Lake Mary, running along I-4. We've been taking periodic checks back here in the back door on the weather deck, and boy, it is coming down hard right now. And those big pines out back are swaying to and fro. I'm sure it's like that in your neighborhood as well. And again, if you are watching right now on the Fox 35 weather app, welcome. I know a lot of of you know you can stream our live coverage right there on your mobile device. We make it very, very easy here at Fox 35. So if you don't have it, download that app. Again, a lot of you without power can use that functionality there on the app, and you can get this live coverage that the storm team is providing you to the very end. Our goal is to keep you safe, and your goal is to keep yourself dry tonight as it's really coming on down. So do stay in your safe place with very gusty winds and very, very heavy rain unloading across the region. Here's a look at our future rain amounts as we show you the corridor here through DeLand, interior Volusia County, coastal zones of Volusia. That is a big swath of some super heavy rain. Accumulations at about 26 inches out of Daytona Beach, 23 DeLand. I mean, much of the surrounding area will experience just that. And the additional rain on top of what's already fallen out here, you saw those values there. As we give you a look at the rapid refresh modeling here, keeps up with the atmosphere each and every hour. So we don't miss a beat here in the Fox 35 Storm Center, showing tomorrow at 5 a.m. A lot of rain still around. Some of the modeling's hinting at maybe this easing as we go deeper into the morning hours, maybe by afternoon. But Brooks has been doing a great job in indicating a stalled front of sorts, a surface front that's locked into the northwest of our area. So as these winds wrap around, the circulation that is Ian on departure could be bumping up against that front, helping to wring out the atmosphere a little bit more with a secondary round of rain. And then by 7:15 tomorrow, looks like things ease up. Here's a look at wind speeds and gusts for you. Here is the sustained wind. Next to that, this blue here highlights the wind gust, and some of these coming in at Leesburg now, sustained at 31, a gust to 45. And our future wind here, looking at the European forecast model, also showing us very elevated values through Thursday, tomorrow morning. You can see wind as we go deeper into the day, kind of holding steady through about 2:30. And as we start to separate a little bit more from Ian, the values slowly begin to reduce and come on down. So that's kind of the name of the game right now. We're watching, we're tracking. It's turning now into kind of a breeze, a wind, and kind of rain event. I think that the severe factor, while a tornadic spin up is possible really at any time, as is in anything can happen kind of atmosphere, right? That threat should be easing as we expire the tornado watch, I believe, by 1 a.m. as we get into tomorrow morning, Thursday, and that's right around the corner here. You saw the peak wind gusts there. Another look here at our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. Some flood concerns down near Sebring and current wind gusts right now. Let's take a look at Marion County. We did promise you a look at our county maps. We want to take you into Marion County now and show what we've got. Probably a 6 to 10 inch rainfall amount there for you for your accumulation. Could be a little locally higher in spots. Some very gusty winds down in Seminole County. Here's a look. Winds at 50 to 60, gusts to 75 miles per hour. That is why we are in a hurricane warning now for the Orlando Metro, including Seminole County. This is through our Thursday, 12 to 18 inches plus of accumulated rain there. So some flood concerns there. How about Lake County? As we show you Leesburg, Mount Dora, Astatula to Groveland and Claremont, your winds there at 45 to 55 sustain. A gust to 80 miles per hour is not out of the question. A 12 to 20 inch rainfall accumulation there. And beautiful Volusia County for y'all in Pearson, DeLand, Deltona to Oak Hill, up to Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach, winds at 50 to 65, gusts to 85 miles per hour. Big chunky rain amounts there as well as we look at accumulation. And Brevard County through Thursday, it looks like y'all there see 40 to 50 there with gusts to 75 and rain amounts at 4 to 8 inches. So Brooks, again, this is a long duration event kind of building up to what we are currently now seeing. So areas like Orange County, your wind gusts at about 85 miles per hour. Some of our live reporters down in downtown this evening are getting battered down there. So if you guys can hear us, and I know you probably can't see us, maybe you hear us through the IFB unit in your ear, please stay safe. If things get a little dicey out there, please seek appropriate and sturdy shelter, because being safe is the name of the game. But we want to bring you what we're seeing there in the streets while you guys are in your safe place. We want to bring you full comprehensive coverage of Ian as it moves through our area. So Brooks, again, it's just one of those deals where we're watching, we're tracking. It's the radar analysis. There's so many different working components.
Yeah, we've got the cold front interacting.
It's going on.
Everything's coming together exactly. And so I want to show you that real quick here. We've got this this front that's located up here, kind of stalled between Gainesville Tampa, and roughly St. Johns County. And so what this is doing essentially is helping to channel the moisture that's being flung into it from the circulation of Ian, which is located right here. So from the weather perspective about the workings of how this all comes together, this is unfortunately going to be an enhancing factor. That's why we're seeing these ridiculous rainfall forecast amounts in places like Flagler County of 18 to 25 inches in totals. There's just so much to go. This little core, which in the span of Florida looks so compact, is really going to be a little devil tonight, and we're not liking it because we've already had such a soaking. There's already so much flooding, and unfortunately it looks like this core, which is basically the center of Ian is located approximately, actually no, it's a little bit farther to the west. It's right about here. It's sort of northeast of Sebring. As Ian tracks roughly in this direction, this core of really heavy rain is going to also move in that direction. So you can kind of eyeball it and see that it's going to come right up into areas as advertised. Right now, we've also got various flood watches, tornado watches in effect till 1 a.m. The tornado threat is probably going to be relegated to the immediate coast at this point. So we're really transitioning to a flood threat and unfortunately a wind threat that's going to probably push some trees over. We've got limbs down everywhere out there. These wind gusts are no joke. A lot of the oak varieties, like the water oaks, tend to be a little bit weaker with big limbs falling, and the roots are not as deep. And so once the ground gets to be that mud, it just kind of falls over in the wind. So not a good setup happening tonight, but we are going to continue to track this flooding rain. We've had radar indicated totals, Jamie, of some 9 to 10 inches around the region. And unfortunately, it looks like we have a lot more to go before we can call this done.
Right. And again, if you are, I don't recommend, obviously, no one should be out on the roads right now. But as things wind down, there may very well be standing water in your neighborhood, right? And you have to account for that. As we say, you know, never know the depth of that water. So turn around, don't drown is the saying, a campaign the National Weather Service has utilized for, a couple decades now. So a couple of hazards you need to know about once things begin to wind on down. It's the flooding, it's the depth of standing water, it's when you clean up your property, watch out for any electrical wires that are down, watch out for insects. They'll be out and about after we have flooding rains. So be safe out there. Another look here at Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. The flood watch continues down in the Polk County area, and this has been concerning in this area, how steady the rain has been coming on down, and now a lot of that has been leaching into Kissimmee, downtown Orlando, and buried within there are those very strong surface winds now, recording gusts in that range of 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that's what we're looking at right now. You can see it does not look like that well-structured hurricane that rolled into southwest Florida earlier today. That is the good news. The bad news, though, is that all that energy is still exploding across the area. Look at it now. Winds top sustain at 90, and as we get to tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., winds down to 65, but we don't let our guard down. I know a lot of you seasoned hurricane hardened veterans here in Central Florida, myself and Brooks included. You know, you see 65 mile per hour, you say, hey, man, it's a tropical storm. All righty, we're out of the woods. Not really, because those threats continue with the very heavy rain and those gusty winds. This is going to move out into the open Atlantic. It's probably going to end up moving up near the coastal Carolinas, into the coastal Georgia area, Savannah, Tybee Island, Georgia, Wilmington Island, Georgia, then back out toward Charleston, South Carolina, and that moves into South Carolina as a tropical storm. So there are active warned areas now in that particular region. High resolution modeling also shows us the rain bands moving in as we go through tomorrow morning, still on top. Get used to the sound. I don't know if you can hear it through our microphones, but it is pouring here at our Lake Mary studios in Seminole County, and a lot of you experiencing the exact same weather. So we're with you. We're riding this out with you. So identical conditions, most locations, showing that wind there, that slow wind. The circulation becomes a little more ill-defined, but the potency is still there, and the potential for another round of heavy rain as we go through into tomorrow morning, as we've got a stalled front to the northwest of the area, and that has been acting as a magnifying glass, if you will, kind of wringing the atmosphere out like a big wet rag right on top of the region. Until that begins to ease, that pattern breaks up, we separate from Ian. That's when we start to get some relief from the heavy rain and these battering winds. And as we talk about the rain, Brooks, it's been all about these huge amounts focusing in on Volusia County. And that's been our concern this evening here in the Storm Center at Fox 35. From Palm Coast to Daytona Beach, it eases up some across Brevard County, and then you get back into the interior, and that's where you get that big push. So that is of concern this evening, the flood threat and the wind threats unfolding right now.
Yeah, it's getting to the point right now when you see these kind of rains that it's kind of sobering, because you know that the flooding is happening right now, and it's only going to get worse. Seeing some of these pictures out of just local to where we are here in Seminole County, and I'm sure there's more around the region, we're seeing flooding waters. I mean, it's flooding in some neighborhoods right now. That's just what's happening. You can't gloss over that. And unfortunately, with this slug of rain coming up from the north, you know, what we've had and what we're getting isn't sort of the core of it. The core of it, unfortunately, remains to the south. This is the center of Ian right here, and it's really going to be this band as it works in. But you know, Jamie, we may be sort of seeing a little bit of a transformation in the last few frames. I don't know if you noticed, but the really organized structure where there's almost like an arc that you could track almost looks like it's kind of joining with some of this stuff up toward the north, where there's almost a little bit of a coming together. And so maybe we get lucky. This is me being optimistic, but to be realistic about it, maybe the rain will move through just a little bit faster. And sometimes all it takes is an inch or two less rain than forecast to mean all the difference between water reaching the sill level of your house and then water actually coming into your house, which is a completely different ballgame.
That's a very good way to look at it. Excellent point, Brooks. Yeah, nice job tonight, man.
Thank you. Hey, back at you. You've been at it since 1 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, someone needs a nap.
Yeah, but you're doing great.
I've been told I need a nap, but
dedicated chief.
You know, we're here for everybody, right? Okay, so we're going to keep you updated here. Closing in soon on the midnight hour. Stay with us here. Depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. We got you covered. For now, we're going to take a bit of a breather. I hear there's pizza in the break room, so I'm going to throw it back to you, Luann and John. Over to you.
Sorry, Jamie, it's already gone. My apologies. By the way, one other thing, you did an interview earlier tonight talking about when the flooding is going to hit the St. Johns, and he made a great point that the water's not going to get to the St. Johns until later. That could be late, what, this weekend after that even?
Yeah, he said up until a week from now we could see the floodwaters come down.
We're not out of the woods even after this is gone yet.
Well, we want to take a moment right now to play an extended portion of a video that really captures the extent of the damage right around the Fort Myers area.
Yeah, the viewer who shot this video was hiding out in what looks like the second story of her home and points out her house isn't just damaged, it's gone.
So that's my grandparents' house. That one right there on the ground. I can't see anything through that window. This is the way it's going down. This is, we don't know whose cars most of these are. Going down in a storm, right under the water's still up, but it's going down. This is a house from across the street at the beach. It's so bad. Like, there used to be a tree right there. 911 taxi. No, we called everybody. Call 911, call Coast Guard, do anything. Take y'all to the backyard. Always smelling it, smoking gas. Well, first, we'll go over here. This is all gone, all the way back. Still standing water. This was my grandma's house. Not really anymore. Go to the backyard. You know what I did with my little flashlight? We set up all of this to get to higher ground, but obviously, thank God we didn't have to do that. So this is our back porch right now. I'm just gonna come out here and show you the backyard. Somebody's RV came in our backyard. That's our pool. That's our deck. That was my house. My house is gone.
Wow. That's hard to believe. Now, sadly, we expect to see a lot more damage like that as Ian drags along further inland, out to sea once again tomorrow. 2-day curfew in effect for Fort Myers to keep the roads clear for emergency crews. Again, power out for almost everybody. I think some of those counties have 100% power outage right now. But that's the area that I think is really going to shock people tomorrow when we get to get a better idea, because some of those, they're just gone.
Yeah, the people along the coast just were hit so hard. 150 mile per hour winds. You were saying this is what, the fourth strongest hurricane?
Yeah, I have the number here. Yeah, so the fourth of all time. And what was really interesting too is, Luann, I just drove I-10, so I was looking at that number. So that hurricane hit up in the Panhandle 4 years ago. Michael hit 4 years ago, and I think it was the post office or something. They just reopened it. Wow. It took 4 years. So if you've got that much damage, think about Fort Myers, where most of it's gone. In some of those areas, it's going to take a long time to rebuild a lot of this stuff.
I'm guessing some of those homes and businesses are going to have to be knocked down, because like we saw in that video, so much of it is water damaged at this point.
Sets in and just everything else.
Start from scratch. But it'll be interesting to see what it looks like. I'm kind of nervous to see what it's going to look like in the morning once that water recedes. It's not going to be a pretty picture by no means, but those people really took the brunt of everything. And of course, further inland, we are still getting some rain, you can see here, but I don't think it's going to be anything like the people on the coast.
Well, I don't think so either. I mean, what they saw, Category 4, maybe they said once they reevaluate, could be a Category 5, but yeah, what a mess there. So let's head back downtown. Fox 35's Connor Hansen is continuing our coverage tonight.
Connor, we're hearing you have an update for us from Orange County leaders.
That's right. I actually did get the chance to talk to one of the fire chiefs here just briefly. They're still holding tight right now. They say they're still expecting the worst of the storm to hit Orange County around 2 a.m. That's when they expect hurricane force winds. Right now, we're really just seeing more of the same. There's been no update on any kind of curfew or evacuation or anything like that. If that happened, the mayor would likely come out and update us himself. We know the curfew was something that was discussed, but as we near the end of the night, we don't think that's likely, but we'll definitely let you know if we hear anything different. As for the weather here in Winter Park, where the command center is, we're seeing it kind of get stronger and weaker as we go with the wind and rain. Here, take a look. We'll go outside past this hurricane that's protecting the building. And honestly, right now, it's really just more of the same. It's a lot of wind, a lot of rain, but everyone here is really just waiting until around 2, 3 in the morning, again, when they're expecting that worst part of the storm. And of course, that's when a lot of people might be asleep, so definitely urging caution there. The main message coming from Orange County right now to its residents is to stay home. Do not go outside if you don't have to until this storm passes. Even some first responders are having to take time where they don't go out on the road if it gets windy enough. Things like fire trucks, it's just not safe if the wind goes above a certain speed. So just all the more reason to stay home. If you're in, God forbid, some kind of accident, it'll take longer for first responders to get there just because of the weather. I mean, you can see it out here, how bad things have gotten. So, you know, those things are difficult for first responders to get through as well. So we'll keep you updated on any more announcements the county gives us. Of course, we're waiting for another major press conference from the mayor and other county officials sometime tomorrow morning. If they decide to make any other major announcements, they said they will come out and let us know. And we will be continuing to get more from some of the other leaders here at the county. Coming up later tonight, we'll get the chance to ask some questions of one of those fire chiefs about what exactly they're doing right now and their message to people at home. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Connor. Also, look at this one, a daring rescue caught on camera. You can see the rushing floodwaters right there. It's hard to tell, but that is a cat stranded on top of equipment along the side of a home in Bonita Springs. This was earlier this evening when Hurricane Ian was just making landfall. You can see the wind speeds topping close to 150 miles per hour. But that didn't stop that person, that feline lover, from braving the fast-moving water to go outside. Look at the water coming in. Snag the pet, and then got back inside.
They are very brave. Look at that water up against the house.
Oh, my goodness. That's coming in.
Yeah, it looks like the Gulf.
That is, again, the storm surge. We keep seeing more and more videos right now, the storm surge, and we're seeing just how bad it was. But he got his cat.
Got the kitty, yeah. Well, Palm Bay having more power problems tonight. This was caught on camera by our viewer Raven saying that's a fire sparked by damaged electrical equipment. You can see it glowing right there. It's orange behind the trees. We can't stress enough tonight. Do not deal with any down power lines or any other damaged equipment. Just stay away, call for help. Also, stay out of any standing water anywhere that there are down power lines because that water could be electrified.
That's a big one. Another video from a Fox 35 viewer capturing the storm in Osceola County. Irene Boltron caught this video on her phone of the rain coming down in St. Cloud. Look at the sideways rain, the palm trees flapping around. You can see a good indication just how strong the wind is blowing there. Standing water also building up in her neighborhood street, she says.
And strong winds are a big concern, especially because they can take down power lines and huge trees.
Yeah, one of them came down in someone's house in Belle Isle. Fox 35's Marie Edinger is surveying the damage tonight.
The wind and rain has really picked up here. We've been checking in with this wind speed meter, and the wind has really not dipped below 10 miles.
You're watching our Fox 35 affiliates in Orlando as they continue to provide updates on this situation as Hurricane Ian continues to progress there through Florida. We wanted to give you an update. They heard about officials and they're going to provide you updates. We will likely not hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis until tomorrow morning at about 8 or 9 a.m. So we'll get an update from the governor of Florida tomorrow. We're also expected to hear from President Joe Biden on Hurricane Ian and what the federal response efforts are there. So we're going to keep you updated on those two as we progress through the night here on Live Now from Fox as we watch this storm as it will likely get into Orlando and then the east coast of Florida there overnight here. So we're going to continue to follow this main story as this is our XRAD computer weather monitor here as we're continuing to follow it like so many people are around the country. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We're continuing to monitor various different feeds here as we're tracking Hurricane Ian and including out of Florida and what looks like a somewhat calm, but you can see the wind picking up in Lakeland, Florida. There also in St. Petersburg, the port of St. Petersburg, which had the brunt earlier today, and also as you can see in downtown Tampa, the wind still picking up on this overhead cam there as we are monitoring this Hurricane Ian on live now from Fox. We want to thank you so much for joining us as we continue to follow this very big story out of Florida as it slowly progressed from west to east across Florida as it made landfall as nearly a Category 5. It was a Category 4 when it made landfall. And now it is down to a Category 1 as the friction of just being over land and not being able to gain strength in the Gulf of Mexico, slowing the turn of Hurricane Ian. We want to get you back out, though, to Tampa and our Fox 13 affiliates as they continue to cover this storm that brought upwards of 7 inches of rain an hour earlier today. So let's get you back out there to Fox 13 in Tampa.
This is going to gradually improve tonight. This is not a situation, though, we can snap the finger and this is going to be done. This is going to be a slow process. But an important point is the storm is weakening all the time. And as far as getting wind damage, 90 mile-an-hour winds now, probably in the next advisory, probably down to 85, and maybe 4 or 5 hours from now. So not even a hurricane, it's a tropical storm. But that being said, all of this is a big deal. Tyler, can we put on maybe rainfall rates real quick and just take a look at how hard? I mean, it's still coming. Let's click over here and some of the darker green. You know, when we make a big deal in our summer thunderstorms, if we have rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour, that is really coming down. And we have all of the county is probably at least 4. It's 4.4. There's 2.4, and over here, way in southeastern Polk, that's a 7.2. So if it rains like this another hour, they get 7 inches of rain. This is about the upper end of how hard it can rain. I mean, you can't, it's hard to get up to 10 inches per hour. So this is like, you know, standing under a shower. It is in your house. This is really just pounding rain. But I've noticed, though, looking back on this about an hour ago, there was a lot more purple here. So even though this is extremely heavy rain, the heaviest is beginning to diminish a little bit. Can we talk rainfall totals quickly? Maybe we have time to do that, Tyler. Maybe they click on that graphic. And we can go all the way back to Venice and just kind of move the graphic. And and you know what's interesting? Stop it there. Stop it there. So our northern counties really, I mean, as far as total rainfall, Citrus, Hernando, Pasco, it's going to be generally under 2 inches. And the sharp dividing line is probably like southern Pinellas and then up towards Dade City. These are total rainfall amounts, 0.8, 0.8, 1.1. That's really not all that much. And then it really starts getting higher as you move south. There's a 17.1, 16.3, and then 19.6. The reason why the hurricane kind of looks weird as far as all the weather on the north side, a couple things. Dry air came in from the south, and there's a big high pressure system to our northwest, and kind of the squeeze play between that high and the hurricane kind of produced most of the winds on the northwest side, and there's a trough in place as well. So there you go. Their rainfall totals today, including the one down by Venice at 19.6 inches of rain, which means for the summer rainfall totals overall probably like close to 50 inches for this summer, and then for the year probably 70 or 80 inches for the year. I'm just guessing. I mean, that seems fair enough. We'll be back with more weather updates in a little bit. We going over to
That was our Fox 13 there. We want to get it over to our Fox 35. It is the storm Hurricane Ian is moving toward Orlando more.
The number of calls they're getting are just for down power lines, trees down, or trees knocking power lines down, or trees falling into someone's house, sparking a couple of fires. For now, they say they're waiting for the next few hours when they expect things to get a little worse weather-wise and wind-wise. They're going to make probably a decision somewhere after midnight, maybe around 1, 2 in the morning, on whether or not they will continue to allow their first responders, firemen, police officers to be out on the the streets responding to calls. They will make that call at that time a few hours from now. But until then, all's relatively quiet and in a good shape for now. The wind is not as bad as they anticipated, which is also good, and things are relatively quiet. For now, from the Seminole County Emergency Operations Center, I'm Adam Shadoff, Fox 35 News.
All right, thanks, Adam. And let's check back with the Fox 35 Storm Team.
We have Brooks Garner and Chief Jamie King. Guys, we got a new cone out at 11 o'clock. Go over again what that showed.
Yeah, well, we got the slow-moving system, and just real quick, we got a new flash flood warning in effect. Got to show you this real quick. The cone is speeding this thing up, which is good. We need the rain out of here, but we've got a flash flood warning for Orlando right now. We've had about 10 inches of rain in the warned area. We could have another 8 to 10 inches. So flash flooding is occurring right now. It's ongoing, and this is the start of it because we've got all of this. This is the core. Whoops. This is the core of Ian right here that'll be rolling through. So this flash flood warning in effect till 2:45. Right now it's about midnight, so for about the next 2 hours and 45 minutes. Jamie, this is turning out to be quite a wet and flooding situation for many communities around Central Florida.
And the volume on the wind meter, I mean, is up. It's blowing. It's blowing out there. And if you've got the high winds in your neck of the woods and the heavy rain, same deal here at Fox 35 at our studios at Lake Mary. Look at the current wind speeds and gusts for you. It's critical we stay on top of this because there are wind impacts likely. We show you the sustained wind values here, 26 miles per hour, for example, at Leesburg. A gust last reported there at 44, 51 on the gust at Orlando, and then sustained at 25. So it's an ebb and flow. It's an up-down type of cycle as this wind moves in and out of the region. As we look at our impact tracker, you can see the circulation there, Ian. Still some weather impacts here locally as we go through the day tomorrow, Thursday at 12 o'clock. So the roughest stuff essentially right now through the wee early morning hours of Thursday, just an hour away now as we approach the now make it actually 2 minutes. Can you tell I've been up since 1 o'clock in the morning? As we approach the midnight hour, so these impacts will still be with us. It's all right, Brooks. Take a look here at those wind gusts. 51 Orlando, 59 now at Claremont, Leesburg. There's at 44. We've had lesser gusts up at Gainesville. Parts of our Fox 51 viewership at WOGX TV, though you saw Cedar Key there. Last gust was in the low 60s, and we have some power outage issues as well. 34,000 around the Orlando metro. This yellow shade through here, but as you work steadily south, you can see here as we go into hundreds of thousands, obviously without power, close to where the strike site was, where Ian moves ashore as nearly a Category 5. We were right at the tippy top with winds at 155 miles per hour. The devastation we have seen in video on the social media platforms coming into the storm center, just incredible down that way. So again, you could tell a major hurricane certainly at work. As we show you now, the track, 90 mile per hour top sustained winds. This is the 11 p.m. advisory Brooks brought you a little bit ago. So by tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. winds at 65 and continuing to move off into the Atlantic. So by that time, it looks like we'll continue with some breeze, with some rain likely. It looks like the tornadic threat should fall off, Brooks, as we get toward about the wee early morning hours here. Looks like the expiration of the tornado watch, that should go down about 1 o'clock, so about another hour or so on that. Haven't seen much rotation. Last tornado warning we had was, I believe, in the 10 p.m. hour for Volusia County. That's gone by the wayside now, and longer-term track on Ian taking this into the Carolinas. But the telltale sign of a tropical system is one, the gusty winds, two, the heavy rain, and boy, do we have both right now. The tornado watch again expiring at 1 o'clock from Kissimmee to Bartow, the county seat of Polk, to Lakeland, on up into Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, down in Brevard County. It is a super soaked night tonight. We've got the flood issue there as well. That there is showing some tremendous rain amounts. Brooks, let's take a look here. Let's go ahead and examine some of this rain and take a look at the rain rate now, just to get an idea on how fast this stuff's coming on out. As we talk about the amount per hour, a lot of this has been flashing that tropical signal of 6, 7, 8 inches per hour type rainfall rate. We make it easy to do the compare and contrast. So as we look, some of this is in that upper tier as you get to between 4 and 8 inches per hour down there. As you go south of Kissimmee, that trails up along the Florida Turnpike. That's been one of the hot zones, as I like to call it. And we've got that flood now advisory in play there, the flash flood advisory right around Dr. Phillips, Orlando, and right along the beach line, 417 toll road there, and into Kissimmee. So it's super wet there this evening. We want you all to stay in your safe place. Certainly don't want to be driving around in this. The gusty, impactful winds and the very heavy rain on top right now. So each scan of Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar revealing widespread heavy rain from St. Johns County, even up near Duval County. Much of the peninsula involved in the fray right now with the heavy rain. The strongest core of winds now have exited southwestern Florida and are moving through as scheduled here in the central peninsula. So, Brooks, it's a wet night out there. We got the wind blowing, a lot going on. Of course, we had the major hurricane strike down in southwest Florida, and we've dispatched crews to head on down there to go ahead and give us a look once the sun comes up in the morning as to what happened down there. I believe our David Martin's on the way down toward the impact zone there close to Fort Myers, so it's going to be interesting.
A rough go. Yeah, exactly. They had the storm surge, they had the rain, so it was a real double whammy. And for us, our flood situation's just setting up. One of the dynamics that is contributing to such a serious flood threat for Central Florida tonight, happening right now through about 5 or 6 in the morning, is this. We've got a front. It's not a true cold front. It's just sort of a stationary boundary between the drier air to the north. I'll just draw it in here for reference. And the tropical air to the south. Let's put a trop right here. And so basically what's going on is that as this hurricane works northeastward, it's forcing some of the deepest tropical moisture found in the northern hemisphere up against this front. It's banking it up against the front, and it's literally like wringing out a wet rag. It is a super soaker of rain just falling down in a line that I can illustrate a little bit more cleanly, roughly at the point where the moisture can't make it through any farther because of the presence of that front, which is right about here. And that coincidentally is where the heaviest rains are going to be for 2 reasons. One is that that's where Ian, the hurricane, that's its name, of course, is going to be tracking. Ian will be tracking toward the northeast just like this. So from here to basically here, and in doing so, banking all of that moisture over the same places and unfortunately allowing the rainfall rates to continue to such a degree and with such arguable severity. I mean, some neighborhoods tonight are flooding, and maybe yours is one of them. If you've got power, tweet us a picture. I'd love to see what it looks like there just for situational awareness. I can share your story. I'm at Brooks Weather, for Twitter, and if you got high water, send me a tweet. Flash flood warning in effect till 2:45. This is going to be for Orange County, for the Orlando area, and this extends into areas basically in eastern sections of the county, down into Kissimmee, and then up into Orlando, and then also into a corner kind of near the UCF area. And so this zone is going to be a zone where the rain is really going to pool. Remember, we've got the urban area where there's a lot of places in Orlando, like any big city, where the water can't really sink down very well. Kind of the impervious surfaces, it just kind of runs off. And once the retention ponds start to fill up, the water doesn't have anywhere to go, so it starts pooling. So, Jamie, it looks like between now and about 5 a.m. that's going to be the worst of the rain, but we've got 5 hours of this where it's coming down at some 4 to 6 inches per hour.
Yeah, tremendous rainfall. The flood increase, the potential there is certainly on the rise. The wind impacts. It's a double whammy tonight, and as we take into the early morning hours now, 12:04 on this Thursday morning, and boy, Brooks, when you cover a tropical event, and you look back at the day, it just becomes a blur as you go through these various stages, right? You know?
To look back at how it was squally rain at the beginning. Right. We were tracking that yesterday with a couple of tornadoes, and then it went into the general heavy rain, and now we're in the flooding stage. And then tomorrow morning we're going to be in the flooding stage with the wind. The wind is howling now, but it's going to start whistling. It's going to start sounding like a hurricane for some of our communities. Wind gusts could exceed 80 miles an hour in Orange County later tonight into tomorrow morning. So, you imagine if you got power, charge up your devices, charge up your cell phone, turn the AC on, cool down the house, because once that power goes out, it may be out for a while.
And you may have power now, good point, with all the rain and the possibility of the high winds, the flooding, the downed trees, the power outages. it could come at the end of the back end of this hurricane. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be looking forward to some sunshine this weekend. That's for sure.
That's going to be nice. We're going to catch a break from this, Jamie, and we deserve it. But right now, you want to talk about this graphic?
Sure.
Anything but a break for you.
Put up whatever you want.
Anything but a break for you, Jamie.
We are prepared here in the Fox 35 Storm Center, right?
No breaks for you.
No breaks for me. No soup for me. All right, take a look here. 3 a.m. We continue, and you're going to start to see the wind shifting around. I had some inquiries out of Brevard County. Some of you guys down there in the marinas asking when we're going to see this wind shift to the west, and that's probably not going to come until we get to the day tomorrow, depending on the positioning of this. I know you want an offshore breeze there to tame the waters. Offshore meaning blowing from west to east, and that'll also have to clean up the local surf here if you're looking to ride some waves here. Wait till things settle on down. But the outlook now on future rain is showing us that we've got some mighty high rain amounts at 26 inches from Daytona Beach into inland Volusia County around the I-4 corridor out at the land. Also, the same it remains in play for Orlando, and also the Sanford area. Longwood comes to mind, also in Seminole County. So as we track this for you now, live sweep of the radar showing all the heavy rain, so no big changes there. The I-4 corridor, Deltona, you've got some heavy rain just kind of easing over toward the east side of town. Haines City down the Lake Wales as you head on down into the Polk County area. South there, if you work down the 429 heading in that direction, we've got some very heavy rain there. Here's another look at some tracking here for you, as we show you Lake Jackson over to Cypress Lake. So a lot of the beautiful open areas here, a lot of the Great Lakes down across Osceola County, showing us this extremely heavy rainfall. This is actually the area we're keeping a close eye on. This is really magnified, very heavy rains that are moving into this direction. So Brooks has drawn out a track here. One of the critical things in storm tracking, when we track heavy rain in particular, is who's in the clear and who's got it coming, right? So if you look down to the southwest of this heavy slug here through Lake Wales and Frostproof, it has eased some, but at the same time, it hasn't eased entirely. But that heavy slug of rain there looks like it's starting to march steadily out toward the Florida Turnpike. So the western side, northwestern side of that appendage of rain could move into Kissimmee and along the 417 and even up toward Orlando. So really, Brooks, any location tonight is, as we call, fair game. Everyone could get a dose of this as it moves on through, and it's again relegated now pretty much to the heavy rain and to the wind threats. As the consensus in the weather and the storm center is that the tornadic risk will begin to ease. That falls off to 1, right? So
that's right. That's good. So at least that's one thing off the list, right?
Yeah, take it.
Hey, we'll take what we can get. But it's interesting to track this in the sense that I think interesting is the wrong choice of words, because I've got skin in the game too. Okay, I got water rising in my neighborhood, so I don't want this to be interesting. I want this to be over. But the thing about this is we're tracking basically the core of a hurricane. That's the inner core right here from Yeehaw Junction over the lakes of now southern Osceola County on the Polk County line, that over the next few hours will start to move right into Orlando, an area that's already flooding. And it's this zone specifically, this inner core of the hurricane, where we're going to start to see, it's still a hurricane, by the way. It's still got hurricane force winds, but we're going to see not just the winds, but then the rain's really, really picking up. It's a convergence of just the deepest tropical moisture you could find in our hemisphere against what's essentially a boundary right here. It's like a sort of like hidden wall in the atmosphere. And so all of this rain, it just has to ring out right here along the line. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So the flash flooding is anticipating the arrival of this. And it's basically a heads up where, listen, whether maybe you're a doctor heading in for a delivery, thinking on the bright side here, why people would be out, maybe a first responder, just be ready to find deep water. And at night, you can never really tell how deep the water is. It's really hard unless you really know what you're looking at, or if there's actually a flood gauge, which will show you the depth of the water. It's really hard to gauge it. Just don't forget, turn around, don't drown. If you're out, and I know you're not out now, you're watching TV, but if you had any plans to go out, you got to be really, really careful about this. Most of the flood deaths that happen in hurricanes are from fresh water, are from rainwater, and they typically happen at night. And they typically involve driving through water that you ultimately couldn't get through, and all the rest. So here's the bottom line. We got the core of Hurricane Ian now working through the core of our viewing area. Flash flood warnings are in effect. Unfortunately, this rain is not going to stop anytime soon. The most intense part of it, the back edge of it, is in sight. It's right here across Polk County. The back edge of the heaviest rain is now in Lakeland, Bartow, Fort Meade, Lake Wales, down through Avon Park. Anywhere northeast of here, that's where the heaviest stuff's going, but it's good to find a light at the end of the tunnel. That's the back edge of it, but you can see the legacy it's left behind with these flash flood warnings that continue, where up to 19 to 20 inches of rain has been verified to have fallen. 20 inches of rain. We were talking about this as a potential, and a lot of people were kind of like, yeah, that's not going to happen. And as a meteorologist, you've got to be cynical about it, right? You got to look at the most likely situation. When Charlie hit, there's a widespread, 4 to 10 inches, a couple of higher spots. When Irma hit, maybe some spots getting 15 inches of rain. But when you start seeing these higher rainfall totals where some of the models are saying we might get 30 inches of rain, sometimes you think, yeah, maybe it's a little willy-nilly. Maybe that's not really accurate. But then when you see the verification where Northport logged 19 inches of rain, Jamie, it adds a little more credence to those computer models. And the computer models are, in this case, looking to be a lot more accurate than we'd hoped. So get ready for a night of, unfortunately, continually rising waters. Hopefully that water runs off and doesn't impact you where you live. Jamie, let me toss it back to you.
All righty, yeah, we've got the old camera tree there on the side and shows the various locations across Central Florida just inundated with heavy downpours. And of course, if you're watching, you've lost power. I hope you've set up the Fox 35 weather app. You can stream our coverage there live on your mobile devices. We make it very easy, so make sure that everything's charged up. I mean, you could lose power after this, right? You have it through the entire duration of the event, and then bam, you're out of luck. So we'll keep you updated here. We're tracking some winds moving toward and away from our radar site, and these are real potent winds here. You know, tropical storm force. Some of this getting into what I call that moderate level of tropical storm force. You know, you get into these upper 50s, into the 60s. You know, by the low 70s, mid 70s, you're talking hurricane force. So there's some winds there for you on the eastern edge there of the between the 417 and Port St. John over in Brevard County. There's the beach line. And a look here at our future radar shows this is a great product. This is like a little mini forecast model that takes us out through the next 60 minutes. And you can see that core of rain Brooks was describing, how that just spreads on out, just like a big, nasty, wet blob across the area. And embedded within that are those real sporty winds now that are kind of ebbing and flowing. You'll have a big punch, a big burst, and then it'll lay on down, and then it'll come right on back up again, depending on the structure of the rain band. Could be another one right behind it. So that's how this tropical business works. Again, that's the area right now that is the remains of we still got a hurricane here.
The core,
that's that core.
Yeah,
and
that arc at the top.
Yeah, and you can see here it's got a little bit of kind of a notch look to it as it rides on up.
That's the inner core.
It sure is. It just, Brooks, dissecting this here on the radar is so neat, and looking down again, who's going to get this next. It's I think vital that we maybe put up a little bit of a track there just to let the good folks know what's happening here. So it's trucking along pretty good there. Looks like it's getting ready to cross down the Florida Turnpike, so it's moving through the gut here of Osceola County. There's another look at it for you here. It's drifting real slow, so conceivably, I mean, you look at this and you're like, all right, maybe Kissimmee gets in on the mix here. The eastern edge of this kind of whacking Rockledge now. Some of this kind of leaching out toward the beaches of Brevard County into Satellite Beach, right around the Patrick Space Force Base there, and you can see over toward Orlando. It's just inundated right now with heavy rain. Just a classic signature of a tropical storm. This is onslaught here of heavy rain across the region, and that movement there. That's that track. I'll bring it across here through our day tomorrow, or today, I should say, Thursday here at 12:14 a.m. But it's certainly a force to still be reckoned with. We've got the winds, we've got the rain. It's like the double-headed dragon here locally this morning. So, Brooks, we're going to continue to track this. And, of course, if you want to do a little bit more radar analysis, I invite you to take it away.
Let's do it. Let's take a break and look at it. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just it's one of those things where you're like, oh, come on, you know, we're going to flood tonight. You may be seeing the water rise. I know the feeling. I've been through this before, and it's not a good feeling. weather-wise, this is going to end in about 6 hours or so. The real hard rain, the back edge of it is in sight. It's in Polk County, so we can track the back edge of the rain. Essentially, the heaviest rain, it's here, it's happening, it's moving through. We've been analyzing this very carefully, and we've decided that this indeed is the original center of Hurricane Ian now in this location. And you can kind of look inside the structure of these rain bands and discover how it's kind of morphing and it's changing and it's weakening. Obviously, it's no longer a Category 4 hurricane, but it's got all that kinetic energy, all that power as it came ashore, and it's sort of transferring that to the ground in different ways. One being, of course, the wind gusts, but also the really torrential rain. So that's the inner core right there, and there's what looks to be assemblage, at least of maybe an artifact of what was another eye wall feature there. Sometimes these big hurricanes can have different levels of eye walls that they're kind of like in an eye wall replacement cycle. So if you have a really tight eye wall, sometimes a bigger, wider one can develop, and so you see seeds of that. Once it gets in within radar range, you can start tracking little features of this. But the significance for you and me at home with this is that inside of these features, inside of these bands, this is essentially this is the core of the storm. This is the outer band. This is where all the really bad weather is going to be, where you get those rainfall rates of between say 8 inches per hour. Let's look at the rainfall rates there. Yeah, you can see right here we're pinging that. So rainfall rate there of 5 inches an hour. Rainfall rate there of about 4 inches an hour. And rainfall rates down toward the central core of over 7 inches per hour. And finally, we go to Orlando, where our flash flood warning continues until 2:45, and we're catching rainfall rates here of over 5 inches per hour. All right, Luann and Ray, that is a detailed look at the weather. I imagine the conditions outside are deteriorating with our team coverage continuing.
Brooks, very in-depth analysis. Thank you so much for guiding us, you and Jamie both, because it is a lot to get through. And speaking of a lot to get through, water is starting to fill the streets of Orlando to a lesser extent.
Well, let's take a look. Let's get out to Fox 35's Marie Edinger. She is joining us live in downtown Orlando right now. And Marie, you're right where there is a flash flood warning. Are you seeing standing water still in the streets there?
I was just about to bring that up, Luann. Yes, we are still seeing this water. We did try to clear out a gutter. We think that's what's causing all of the issue that you see here in the street right now. This entire lane, the left turn lane, is taken up by water, and the one to the right of it, which is a forward-moving lane, is also getting pretty well flooded. The sidewalk on to the left of the turn lane is also just inundated with water. And we heard our storm team talking about how it's really the combination of the rain and the wind right now. We've been out here for a while checking on wind speeds. This one that I just discussed, that I just measured, I'm not sure how well you can see, but it came in at 42.2 miles an hour, and that's been pretty consistent. We were seeing a lot of 40s there for a while. And now, as for the water, we heard our storm team talking about how this rain is changing, and that's something we've definitely felt out here. So for a long time, it was sort of just like an everywhere mist, like just wet everywhere, but thin little drops. Now it is just pelting down. They feel like darts. For a while, I couldn't even look in this direction because it stung so much just to do so. And what we've experienced in the past few minutes is that the wind will just abruptly change direction. So we've been mostly feeling it coming from this side, but once in a while it'll just kind of swoop around. So as for the flash flood warning, we have not really seen any major other pooling other than near this storm drain. It's actually wrapping around the corner a bit now because of this flooding that's accumulated here. But I also want to show you, if you want to just kind of look down this road, because we don't have any cars coming, this is a good opportunity. This is the wind I'm talking about. It's just sending sheets of rain, just pelting through all at a time. So like I said, it's been mostly coming from this direction, and that's why we'll see just a rush of it all at once, and then it'll suddenly change, but mostly it's been over here, and that's why we're seeing the floodwater kind of accumulate further and further down. So although it's stretching out further into the road, it's also stretching out further down the road. So that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on, especially with that flash flood warning. Luann and Ray?
Say, what's really promising, at least to see right now, is that the lights are still on. We can see right beside you, there's an image of downtown Orlando looking overhead, and I see the lights behind you. So that's at least the silver lining in all of this.
Absolutely, yeah. Power's still on here. I did mention a little bit earlier as we were driving to this area, we did see a blip of power. It went off. There was a generator right in that area. All the street lights, all of the buildings lost power, but they were able to get it back on just maybe 20 seconds later. And this area, we haven't seen any power interruptions, which is fantastic news, especially given this 42.2 mile an hour gust and the amount of rain and water we're seeing right now.
Yeah, you can tell it's gusting. It's hard to hear her at times with the wind so strong. All right, Marie, stay safe out there. You guys could see several more inches of rain tonight. Well, our live team coverage of Hurricane Ian continues now with Fox 35's Valerie Boyd live for us in Celebration.
And Valerie, you're at a shelter there, and I feel like every time we go to you have such great stories. What are you seeing now?
Well, believe it or not, we actually have a family here with me right now. Here is Jason Hawkins and his son. Jason, tell me, you've been here all day long. What has it been like?
It's really not been too bad, really. You know, everybody here makes you kind of feel like family. You know, everybody's helping each other out, and, you know, just like bunkered down, you know, waiting for the storm to get out the way.
I see your son has a little game there. He's been keeping occupied by doing all this?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what else do you have for your kids here?
We got puzzles, Monopoly, food, drinks, water, blankets, pillows. We've had people come in, give us donations, you know, for people that doesn't have the, you know, pillows, blankets, or whatever, you know, but...
And what is that like for you? To know that these people came in through the wind and the rain to give you guys blankets.
It's a blessing, you know, it really is. It's nowadays it's hard to find people like that, you know, it really is. But yeah, it means a lot. It really does.
And just to show you, his family's right over here. Get a pan up real quick. We'll wave to the camera, you guys. Yay! And what is it like to be here with your family? Is it bonding time or is it cranky time? Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like being home, I could tell you that, but, you know, we're just all here waiting the storm out, you know.
You were outside just a few minutes ago?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it like for you?
It's getting, I think the eye of the storm's pretty much here now, so...
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And we are actually going to take a little trip outside. I want to show you what he's talking about. We could hear the wind pounding on the door. Take a look here, Javi. Come on out. Now you could see in the distance, you see the palm trees flipping around. I also have my little wind meter here. See if it's going to work. The rain is strong, but it's not hurting my face like a lot of storms have, a lot of hurricanes have. We got wind gusts of up to 12 miles per hour, but remember, I'm standing next to the shelter, so the building itself is blocking the wind. But know that over at Kissimmee Middle School, where there is another shelter, well, that power is out, and they've kicked on the generator. I also just saw an update from Kissimmee Utilities. They say they're going to be suspending restoration until this weather dies down. So again, you could see that sign. Can you see, Javi, the sign in the distance, that stop sign back there? It's just like flapping in the wind. Palm trees are just all over the place. And the rain, we still have that sideways rain. So very strong. Again, a lot of people going here to the shelter. They probably stopped coming in at around 10 o'clock or so. They've been encouraged not to go outside just because it is getting stronger. And so if anybody needs shelter, you can come in at any hour of the night. They are not going to lock the doors on you. Everybody is invited here. Live in Celebration, Valerie Boyd, back to you guys.
Valerie, we heard earlier that you were saying some people were coming there if they didn't have a place to go. Some were staying in RVs and they felt unsafe. Have you heard of anyone losing power and then they decided, we don't want to sit here with no power, let's go to the shelter? Have you heard that yet?
No, not yet. However, there are senior citizens here, and they were very concerned that they were going to lose power, so they decided to come and ride out the storm here. So it's just very much a lot of people taking precautions. And, oh, look at this. Look how much it's whipping out now. Let me see if I can get another gauge. 17 miles per hour. Still not... 21. Yeah, so it's still not as strong over here. It's like 15 miles, 21 miles per hour. The sign's not going as bad. So I think right now it's just kind of slowing down a little bit. It's not as heavy because before, just a few minutes ago, we could hear the doors pounding. We thought the glass was going to break. So it seems like it's calmed down, at least for this moment.
All right, Valerie, thank you so much for that report. And you know, the one uplifting thing is despite them being in a shelter, donations are coming in still. And that's what we love to see, a community coming around.
And it seems like most of the people there have...
You are watching our Fox 35 coverage out of Orlando. Certainly a very strong storm as it moves on toward Orlando there, and they're obviously getting to other videos. We want to take you out now to Daytona Beach, and you can see Hurricane Ian closing in on that east coast of Florida as we're watching this storm, tracking this storm as it's a now Category 1 hurricane. It made landfall at Category 4, slightly slowed down due to being over land. And this is just a live picture that we're taking here. As you can see, the fog on the camera right now, and certainly some wind there in Daytona Beach as it approaches that. And we'll watch it throughout the night here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. I am Andy Mack. It is about 12:30 in the morning as we continue to track Hurricane Ian there as it makes its way across Florida as it was made landfall near Fort Myers. There is now progressing just a little bit southeast of Orlando right now. We're going to continue to take you out as you can see some live shots of Daytona Beach. And we also want to give an update that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be providing an update tomorrow morning between 8 and 9 a.m. So we'll keep you updated and we'll take it to you live here on Live Now from Fox. Also, President Biden expected to make remarks also with FEMA there tomorrow about midday to give you an update on the federal response from Florida and Hurricane Ian. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox and take you right back out to Fox 35 in Orlando with updates as they continue to watch this storm move through their area. So let's take you out there right now on Live Now from Fox.
Equipment alongside a home in Bonita Springs. This is just south where Hurricane Ian came ashore around 3:05 this afternoon. This, of course, was earlier in the evening. You can see it's still daylight, but the wind speeds were topping out at 150 miles per hour. You can see all the floodwaters there rushing. So that is one brave man. He wanted to save that feline, and he did exactly that with a smile
With a
on
smile
his face.
rushing through that rushing water. Well, we've been talking about Fort Myers. A scary amount of storm surge was caught on camera in the form of a time-lapse video. Water is rising up high enough to take over street signs and reaching windows of a home there. But you know what? We want to go to Connor Hansen, who we're seeing right next to us. Connor, what are you seeing where you are?
Well, right now I'm at the Orange County Fire Rescue Headquarters, and joining me right now is Chief Lauralee Avery. She's a battalion chief, and she's the emergency manager for Orange County. Chief Avery, thanks for taking a minute for us. So right now, basically, we're still waiting to see the worst of this storm. What's your message to people out there right now?
So at this point, everybody needs to remain sheltered, whether it's in a shelter or if it's in a home, wherever they are, they need to stay put.
And the latest news we're seeing in Orange County, there is a flash flood warning for a large part of the county. What's that going to mean for not only your people and the people at home right now?
So the flash flood warning did just come out. It goes till 2:45 in the morning. And what that means that we can have a really rapid amount of rain, a lot of rain come very fast. So we were already expecting 12 to 20 inches of rain. Now we could go up to 30 in some areas. So the biggest thing is to stay home. Don't try to drive through this. Nobody should be on the roadways.
What is the department doing to be prepared to respond to that sort of flash flooding?
So we have task forces that we've put together so that immediately when we're able to, we have woods